Chapter 201, Fighting. After the rescue, Polly was sent back to the edge of Dorgan Island, where she replenished some blue and red bottles. After a short rest, she felt the whole cave shaking, and the volcano erupted, as if the end of the world had come. After the volcano erupted, Timothy's 0-degree field seemed to disappear, and the temperature began to rise. Porley immediately took Leo, flying to the center of Dorgan Island, looking for Lostja's whereabouts. Lottie! Lottie! Where are you? Don't scare me. Come out quickly. Polly anxiously sat on Losgane's neck, and scanned the island of Dorgan, trying to find Lostja's huge body. Xiaobao? Xiaobao? Come out quickly. Don't scare Daddy. Xiaobao? Although Losgane was still a little weak, he still flew out with Leo to find his daughter. The magma from the crater kept flowing out, like a spring, and the whole island was covered with volcanic ash. Ahem. I'm here. There. Fly over quickly. Polly heard Lostja's voice, and immediately urged Leo to fly to the place where the voice came from, and found Lostia, which was like a small hill, in a place covered with a large area of volcanic ash. Just now Lostia was blown out by the volcanic eruption, and fell heavily on the beach, and fainted directly, and plowed several long gullies on the beach of Dorgan, and was covered with wounds all over his body, and the originally beautiful spirit piece was also wrapped in volcanic ash, and woke up after hearing Polly's voice. Summon the water element. As soon as Polly landed, she immediately summoned the water element, and began to wash Lostja's body, washing away the thick layer of volcanic ash, revealing Lostja's wounded dragon body. Leo. Blood fountain. Leo had a large bucket of blood fountain hanging on his body, and he poured it all into Lostja's mouth. But this large bucket of blood fountain seemed extremely small in front of Lostia, not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Similarly, Polly also took out a bottle of magic blue bottle, and poured it into Lostja's mouth. After receiving the 2 medicine bottles, Lostia finally recovered a little vitality, using the Dragon Clan's transformation, transforming her mountain-like body into a dusty and wounded pink-haired little lowly. Really? How dare you light a volcano? Do you know how powerful it is? If something happens to you, how can I explain to Fangjia? Really? I don't know where Momo ran off to. Polly saw that Lostia had recovered a little, and immediately slapped Lostja's shoulder angrily. It hurts? It hurts? Sister Polly, I can't do anything. That monster can't die at all. He brought me into the crater, and hoped to use the environment he had transformed to freeze me completely. So I had no choice but to use all my energy to create a big explosion. Speaking of this, I feel so hungry now. I think I can eat a whole vein of Brother Fangjia's uranium ore. Lostia carefully avoided Polly's attack, rubbed her belly, and complained. Okay, drink the blood bottle first, and then we can go home after a rest. Polly rubbed Lostja's messy pink hair head helplessly. Little treasure. Little treasure. Great. You're okay. Losgane turned back to human nature the moment he landed, and hugged Lostia. Hey. Daddy. You heard me. Lostia was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out. Oh. Sorry. Daddy is just... When Losgane heard this, he immediately let go of Lostia, a little overwhelmed. He was just too worried about the safety of his precious daughter. It's okay, don't worry, I understand, and I'm very strong. Lostia winked at Losgane. Yes, I was able to kill Timothy, so Dorgan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Leo on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. But just as Leo finished speaking, a heavy loud noise, boom, came out from the black volcanic ash mist, and was getting closer and closer. Everyone's heart was lifted. That guy is not dead yet? Polly's eyes narrowed. Look at what flag you set. Lostia glared at Leo. You guys go. I stop him. Lottie. I'm your father. This time I want to fight side by side with you. Losgane stood in front of Lostia, trying to turn into a dragon, but was caught by Lostia. Dad? Leave quickly. You can't help me here. You haven't recovered yet, and you have suffered excessive radiation. Your body is too weak. If you are attacked by Timothy again, you may not wake up. So be obedient. I will kill him. But? No buts. Leo, take Losgane and leave quickly. Polly didn't give Losgane time to act pretentiously, and dragged Leo and Losgane away from the battlefield. As the heavy sound approached, Lostia also turned back into a huge dragon body, and stared at the direction where the loud noise came from. A huge black fist stretched out from the volcanic ash and punched Lostia in the face. Fortunately, Lostia was prepared and lowered his head to avoid the attack of the black giant fist. He took advantage of the situation and swung his thick and slender tail directly in the direction of the giant fist, hitting Timothy's waist hard, knocking him back a few steps. And ice chips flew. The strong wind from the tail swing blew away the volcanic ash covering Timothy, revealing his true appearance. It was a huge humanoid monster made of ice. The dirty ice surface no longer looked blue because of the volcanic ash. Instead, it turned black. It had one arm, and several other arms were being rapidly generated. Lostia looked at the monster in shock. Not because it was still alive, but because his face now inexplicably looked like an enlarged version of the six-armed Fang Jia. Ouch! Timothy roared at Lostia angrily. Countless polluted atmospheric creatures emerged from the surrounding volcanic ash. Their bodies were no longer pure, but full of impurities and volcanic ash. They gathered on Timothy's body and repaired Timothy's remaining 5 arms. Have you seen Brother Fang Jia? No. Brother Fang Jia has never left us. Where did you see Brother Fang Jia? Did the group of minces tell you? Or, when Lostia saw Timothy's image, she felt a little flustered. But Timothy would not answer Lostia, and rushed straight to Lostia, and the 2 hands above grabbed Lostia's mouth directly, not allowing her to open her mouth. Lostia's dragon claws also grabbed Timothy's chest, and a large piece of black ice fell off Timothy's chest, leaving several deep grooves. Timothy took heavy steps, pushing Lostia to slide on the ice for thousands of times, making Lostia's feet plow 2 deep grooves. In the fight, Timothy's 2 middle hands hugged Lostia's slender neck, and his 2 lower hands clenched into huge fists and hammered heavily on Lostia's chest, and punched more than 10 times in a row. Instantly, dragon blood flowed from Lostia's teeth. Lostia didn't care about his internal injuries, and tried to throw Timothy away with his feet, but the monster just wouldn't let go, and the 6 arms, each doing its own job, made it impossible for Lostia to get away. Lostia wanted to use radiation attack, but her energy was exhausted, so she couldn't make an effective attack. Timothy was tired of pushing Lostia, so he raised his 6 hands, lifted Lostia up, and slammed her down on the thick ice. His humanoid legs rode on Lostia's body, and then punched Lostia in the abdomen. He let Lostia's dragon claws scratch at him, scratching out countless ice chips. Each of Timothy's punches was extremely heavy, and hit Lostia's body hard, and the thick ice under Lostia began to break. Lostia also vomited blood and cried out. Finally, the ice under Lostia couldn't stand such continuous attacks, and finally broke. Lostia and Timothy fell into the freezing sea water. Lostia! Polly heard Lostia's cry, and immediately brought Leo back to help, and just saw them fall into the ice cave together. Polly rolled off Leo's body, and immediately sensed the location of Lostia in the sea, trying to pull her out of the sea. But Timothy interrupted her perception, and the huge black ice palm pressed on the ice layer next to Polly, and the broken ice cave was covered with ice and snow again. The huge body wanted to stand up, and the ferocious face like a square jellyfish looked straight at the tiny Polly. Polly gritted her teeth and controlled the seawater to break through the ice layer that had not yet frozen solid and wrapped around Timothy's body. However, the seawater immediately began to freeze after contacting Timothy. With a slight struggle, the seawater like a sea dragon would turn into countless ice fragments and fall down. Roar! Leo roared, flying in the sky and spitting out lightning dragon breath to attack Timothy, blowing up countless debris. Timothy stood up, waved his hand, and a huge ice block was thrown out, hitting Leo accurately, knocking Leo directly out. Perry tried to mobilize all the seawater that could be accumulated to wrap up Timothy, but it seemed so powerless. Timothy ignored Perry's water dragons and grabbed Perry in his palm. He had seen countless creatures before, but he had never seen a creature with a human body and a fish tail like Perry. After all, there were no monster girls among the atmospheric creatures in the sky. Asshole! Even if you kill me and Lottie, there will be something even more terrifying after that. Come on! Polly glared at Timothy and roared at him fearlessly. Timothy seemed to understand what she said and began to tighten his hands. Polly's body immediately creaked under the weight, making her spit out blood. Just as Polly was conscious for the last time, something strange suddenly appeared under the ice. Strange light shone under the thick ice. A long dragon formed by countless lights was gathering at Timothy's feet. A slender and beautiful dragon body was faintly visible in the light. Chapter 202 The Core of Timothy. These strange lights are like the aurora, extending from afar to the feet of Timothy. In the dim environment, they are so beautiful, as if there is a starry sky hidden under the ice. The ribbon-like aurora light is floating in the deep sea, and there are faint flashes of lightning. Ahem. Lottie. I know you are fine. Asshole, now you know how powerful our Lottie is. Right? Polly was pinched so hard that she couldn't breathe, the broken ribs pierced her skin, and the blood was frozen into ice at the wound. Ah! Demoses threw Perry directly into his big mouth, and swallowed her like a candy bean. 6 giant hands slammed heavily on the ice, and roared at Lostia. He wanted to break the ice, and attack Lostia directly below. Is this death? It's so cold. Perry didn't know where she was. She only knew that she was eaten by Demoses. It was as if she fell into a dark abyss, unable to move, unable to breathe, as if she was frozen in a block of ice, and her slender fishtail had no feeling. I don't know if someone will dig up my body in the future. A frozen mermaid body. And what kind of expression they will have. They should still be very surprised. It's so cold. Polly smiled bitterly. Something cold and slippery touched Polly's hand. Although she couldn't move, she could still feel it. What is it? Polly was a little scared. This feeling was the fear of the unknown. The cold and slippery object wrapped around Polly's hand. A tingling pain came from her hand, as if she had touched some harmful substance. It's digesting me. Realizing her situation, Polly instinctively wanted to retract her hand, but she was completely unable to move, which made her feel extremely desperate. The harmful slippery substances became more and more, wrapping her completely in them. She could even feel her body being eroded and digested. Damn it! Let me go! Let me go! Bastard. Polly struggled hard, trying to break free. But she couldn't break free from the ice. Calm down. Polly, calm down. Think about it. Think about what to do. Damn it! Who can think of what to do at this time? Ah! Help! Polly, who couldn't calm down, followed her deepest instinct and screamed. Boom! A loud noise reached Polly's ears, and the ice shook, and countless cracks appeared. Who is there? Come and save me! Boom! Another loud noise smoothly smashed the ice that was wrapped around Polly. Cough! Cough! Polly fell out of the ice, took a deep breath of cold air, felt like her lungs were frozen. In front of her was a huge scratch, which was the groove left by Lostia when she grabbed Timothy's chest in the duel just now. Roar! Roar! Countless dragon roars came from this gap. From this groove, you can vaguely see giant dragons flying everywhere outside. They seem to be attacking Timothy. The booming sound just now is the explosion sound made by the breath of the giant dragons hitting Timothy, one of which just hit the wound on Timothy scratched by Lostia, and successfully rescued Polly. Well done! Polly struggled to stand up, but when she curled up her fishtail and prepared to stand up, she accidentally slipped. She turned her head to look at her fishtail in astonishment. Ah! Only half of Polly's beautiful fishtail was left, and the other half had been frozen to death in the ice. Asshole! My tail! Polly angrily hammered the ice surface, and then the piercing pain came from her hand. The skin on her palm had been completely eroded, and the red muscle was directly exposed. The violent vibration came again, and the ground tilted, as if it was because Timothy had made an attacking move. Therefore, Pearly could only use her fingers to pinch the freezing ice, trying her best to keep her body from being thrown out by Timothy. The dragons outside also suffered heavy losses, and a large part of them were dragons that had just been rescued from the ice. They came out immediately after the volcano erupted, and cheers broke out. However, before they could get excited for long, they met Loscane, who flew back to warn them. Hurry up and help! Timothy is not dead yet. He has crawled out again. He has been seriously injured by Lodi. Hurry up and help! So the surrounding dragons immediately set out to support Lostia. When they followed the traces to the frozen sea, it was too late. Polly had been swallowed. Leo was also seriously injured, so countless angry dragons launched an attack on the black ice giant Timothy. Timothy is no longer the extremely flexible atmospheric creature before, and the 0-degree field has been weakened a lot. So this time, the prepared dragons can finally win back a game. They just need to avoid his 6 limbs and throwing stones. They can't even emit the freezing light that scared them before. Therefore, for a while, the giant dragons actually harassed Timothy and roared continuously. Polly desperately grasped the ice, and saw an atmospheric creature fluttering out of a passage, flying in front of the torn mouth, emitting a blue light. The mouth was immediately frozen, and a thick layer of ice was attached at a speed visible to the naked eye, completely closing the big crack. After doing all this, it fluttered into the passage again. Polly gritted her teeth, released the ice with both hands, and carefully crawled into the passage behind the atmospheric creature. Polly followed the atmospheric creature, and the more she walked, the more frightened she felt. There were many creatures here, all frozen. Some milky white cloud-like substances were wrapping them, corroding and digesting them. Some creatures had been completely digested, leaving only a skeleton, and some still had some debris on the bones. As you can imagine, if Polly hadn't gotten out of the ice just now, this might have been her fate. Among them, Polly also found the skeleton of a giant dragon, which had been completely digested, and only a shell remained. The number of atmospheric creatures gradually increased. These atmospheric creatures all clung to the surface of the ice, sucking the milky white substance inside. Is this the dining hall for these monsters? Polly was more and more frightened the more she looked. However, the atmospheric creature in front did not join them, but walked past these atmospheric creatures that were eating and went deeper into the passage. Polly carefully avoided the atmospheric creatures that were immersed in the food and followed the atmospheric creature in front. She didn't know how long she had been climbing. Anyway, when she couldn't feel the existence of her fingers, they finally arrived in front of an open room. In front of her was a vertical passage, and below was an open room. The vibration here was the smallest. In the center of the room floated a huge atmospheric creature. Polly didn't know how to describe it. It was like a huge nerve cell, with countless synapses, connected to all parts of the room, and occasionally flashing blue light. This atmospheric creature was a little white, very similar to the former Timothy, but its size was countless times smaller, and its body color was much lighter, no longer as beautiful as before. It was vaguely visible that there was a somewhat dim blue core in the center of this atmospheric life, and around it were countless atmospheric life forms. They emitted the kind of blue light that could freeze until it hit the blue core in the middle, as if charging it. Roar! The vibration came again. That was the roar of the dragons attacking. After being attacked, the surface of the largest atmospheric life form was not smooth anymore. It felt like veins were popping out. Polly could clearly feel that this guy was angry. Sure enough, the blue core became brighter and brighter. A dazzling blue light shot straight into the passage above the atmospheric life. Flew past in front of Perry, and frost covered several strands of Perry's hair. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she might have turned into an ice sculpture. Outside of Timothy's body, Loslands and Loscan were directing the dragons to attack, harassing Timothy, attacking Timothy's ankles, trying to make Timothy fall. But they didn't succeed and only made Timothy stumble. But this also angered Timothy. He opened his mouth and spit out a blue beam, aiming directly at Loscan. If Loslands had not reacted quickly and rushed over to hit Loscan, knocking him aside, he might have been frozen into an ice block by the freezing beam and shattered on the ice. However, this was not without cost. In order to save Loscan, Loslands was hit by the blue beam on his wing, causing the entire wing to freeze into ice, and he fell crookedly. When Timothy saw that his first attack missed, he wanted to fire the freezing ray again. The blue light began to gather in his chest, but it was interrupted. The entire frost giant paused for a moment, and fell down like a puppet, making the dragons on the side dumbfounded. Is this victory? Inside Timothy's body, Polly saw that it wanted to fire the freezing ray again, and her mind was spinning rapidly. Ah! Think of a solution quickly. Victory is just around the corner, but there is no water. What should I do? Polly was so anxious that she finally began to search for the knowledge that Fangjie had taught them. She was used to being lazy in the great underground palace, and only thought about enjoying life, so much so that she didn't even graduate from elementary school. Now racking her brains to recall the answer seemed extremely difficult. Water exists in 3 states. The first is liquid, which is the form we often see. The second will become solid at low temperatures, which is ice. The third is gas at high temperatures, which is water vapor. Xiaobai's words reappeared in front of Polly. Woo woo woo. Even magic can't create water directly at low temperatures. It can't directly change from gas to solid. Ah! Condensation. Polly closed her eyes, and tried her best to use her limited magic power to communicate with the water element in the air. The light blue light gathered in her palm. She used all her strength and finally formed a dagger on ice in her hand. Polly wanted to throw the ice, but she couldn't aim at the core of Timothy at all. Seeing that the blue light was about to be launched, Polly simply gritted her teeth and jumped down. Chapter 203 Watch the Dragon Soar. Polly aimed at Demoses and jumped down. The atmospheric life forms surrounding Deimos just reacted, but it was too late. Polly had already succeeded. The moment Polly touched Deimos' body, it was like falling into a cloud of poisonous gas. The air was slippery and cold all around, and the blue core was also in sight. This blue core was not big, about 1 meter in diameter. Therefore, Perry thrust the icicle in her hand hard. The texture of the core was not a huge ice ball as Perry imagined, but it was a little soft, so she thrust the icicle in her hand easily. Perry herself was also caught by Deimos, after all. She was inside his body, and those cloud-like substances wrapped around Perry's body. And Deimos let out a wail. The icicle directly pierced the surface of the core, and blue light burst out from the wound, and instantly froze several atmospheric creatures around into ice sculptures. Ah! Timothy let out a painful roar, and all the synapses in his body retracted. At this moment, the black ice giant fell directly to the ground like a dead object. The angry Timothy wrapped around Perry, wanting to erode and devour her directly. Want to eat me again? Perry was also angry. She felt the erosion again, and she could feel her skin disappearing. You dare to eat me? I will eat you too. Perry also opened her mouth wide, and bit the white mist-like substance in Timothy's body, as if she was eating a very spicy marshmallow. The angry Timothy gradually felt something was wrong. The speed of his digestion was not as fast as the speed of Polly's biting. The speed at which Polly tore off a piece of his flesh was much faster than the speed at which he slowly eroded. This time Timothy was frightened. It had never used the chewing method. The characteristics of its creature determined that it would never learn to chew efficiently. This crazy woman was really terrible. Timothy immediately expelled Polly from his body. Synapses grew again on his surface, and connected to the black ice giant. Polly was thrown to the ground and fell dizzy. Before she could react, the surrounding atmospheric creatures rushed over, lifted her up, and threw her out of the passage. She jumped down. Outside the black ice giant's body, the dragons who thought they had defeated Deimos saw the black ice giant stiffen for a while, then move again, lying on the ground, as if something was stuck in his neck, and coughing. The black ice giant coughed out a ball of white objects that fell on the ice. After the white atmospheric creatures were coughed out, they immediately scattered and fled back to the black ice giant's body again, after being thrown down and dizzy, with all kinds of negative buffs, severe frostbite, loss of fish tail, corrosion all over the body. Polly didn't even have the strength to get up. If it were someone else, they would probably die or not live long. Polly lay on her back on the ice, watching Timothy raise his huge palm, ready to crush her like an ant. Behind her, under the cold ice, was Lostia, where thousands of auroras gathered. Lottie, if you're not dead yet, make a sound. I'm dying. Polly shouted helplessly with all her strength. She didn't know if Lostia could hear it. She had seen Timothy's huge black ice palm pressing down, like a dark cloud. Polly closed her eyes resignedly. If I had known it was so difficult to fight, I should have pinched the little tentacles more before setting off. The moment captured by Timothy, Lostia, who was lying on the seabed absorbing the aurora, opened her eyes, and the light of strange energy flowed in her exquisite vertical pupils. The huge dragon claw broke through the ice, and protected Pearl in its palm. As Lostia moved, the whole sea seemed to be boiled, and the ice began to melt rapidly. The aurora of the sky, which was originally shining with colorful light, slowly became only red and black. After this huge change, Timothy was obviously stunned. It was also because of this second of stunness that a black and red breath instantly broke through the thick ice layer and bombarded Timothy's head, directly melting half of Timothy's skull into water full of volcanic ash. Ouch! Timothy covered his smoking head and fell backwards. Haven't you used up all the uranium in your body? How can you still emit such a strong breath? And is this my illusion? Why do I feel that you have grown bigger again? The color is also. Polly was already very weak, but she was still startled, looking at Lostia, who stretched her head out of the water. The current Lostia is completely different from the pink and tender state before. The fine scales that were shining before have now turned black, like obsidian, and the whole body is wrapped in red flashes, as if it had just crawled out of hell. Lostia smiled and replied, yes. My uranium has indeed been almost consumed, and it is no longer enough to support my fission breath. I was just knocked unconscious in the seawater, which suddenly reminded me that Fang Jie told me before that nuclear reactions include not only fission reactions, but also fusion reactions. And the deuterium and tritium mainly needed for fusion reactions are both present in the sea, but in very small quantities. So I spent some time absorbing some raw materials from the sea, and finally used the ultra-high temperature generated by the fission of the little bit of uranium I had left to successfully ignite the fusion reaction. After the fire started, I felt like I had evolved, and my size had increased dramatically again, Lostia said, sticking out her tongue a little embarrassedly. Fortunately, you helped me hold back Daimosi. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Go and heal your wounds. Your injuries are really too severe. That guy stood up again. The surrounding dragons were also surprised at the size of Lostia. Those who had never seen Lostia were stunned in place. Especially the elder, who had not allowed Lostia to play in the volcano, had a complicated expression on his face. He almost didn't recognize that this was Lostia. Well, I leave it to you. By the way, this black ice giant is not the real body of Timothy. His real body is in the chest. There is a room there, which controls the body of the black ice giant. And he has a blue core. The frozen blue beam is emitted by the core. Polly was taken over by Leo. Before leaving, she loudly told Lostia about Timothy's weakness. Lostia nodded to Leo, who flew away quickly, and once again aimed the dragon eyes with strange colors at Timothy, who was struggling to stand up. The look in his eyes instantly became extremely cold, and the feeling of spring breeze before was gone. Lostia climbed out of the sea gracefully, revealing her full body. Her whole body was over 450 meters long, and her dragon head alone was as big as that of an adult dragon. Her huge body alone was enough to intimidate Deimos. The dragon might was like a substance that pressed down on Deimos. The black ice giant that could fight before was now like a dwarf in front of Lostia. The surrounding dragons were all shocked to the ground by this momentum. They had never felt such a huge momentum, and even the former dragon god could not compare to it. Are you ready to die? Monster! Come on! Fusion breath. The black-red Lostia in the red lotus state once again spit out a thick black-red light from its mouth, directly shooting at Timothy's chest. Timothy quickly stretched out his huge arm to block it. This thick super breath hit Timothy's arm, and immediately a burst of white smoke came out. A pair of arms could not block it at all, and the remaining 4 arms blocked it together, only then barely blocking Lostia's huge breath, and by the way, pushing Timothy thousands of meters away. Timothy finally panicked. One attack destroyed all 6 of his arms. If he let her breath directly hit his chest, he would be wiped out in the next second. At this moment, the panicked Timothy made a wise choice, and turned around and ran. Lostia, who was full of momentum, never thought that Timothy was so unsportsmanlike. He turned around and ran, immediately twisted his slender body, and chased after Timothy in a sliding way. The greatly increased weight of Lostia swam on the ice, and directly pressed the thick ice surface to crack. Don't run, you bad guy. How dare you hurt Sister Polly like this? I beat you. Lostia swam very fast on the ice. It didn't take long for it to catch up with Timothy. It pushed the ground with its front paws, and jumped up. It bit Timothy, whose head was only half repaired, with its huge dragon mouth. When Timothy saw that he couldn't escape, the ice on his chest suddenly shattered, and a falcon made of ice broke out of his chest, and flew up directly, avoiding the fatal bite of Lostia, and letting Lostia bite off countless ice fragments. It was flying while making a wow 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 sound, still mocking Lostia for not being able to fly. This made Lostia laugh. Since the war began, this guy has been mocking her for not being able to fly. But now, the situation is different. Several huge magic circles began to appear on Lostia's body. Fluorescent spots began to appear on her body, moving upwards. I have always wondered when I could evolve wings and fly into the blue sky of my dreams. But there has been no sign of growing wings for such a long time, which has disappointed me for a long time. Fortunately, since Sister Lillian discovered gravity magic, I felt like I had discovered a new path, so I secretly learned gravity magic from Sister Lillian, but for some reason I could never use it. After this evolution, my size increased again, and I became more adept at controlling my own magic power, finally solving the bottleneck of using gravity magic. Feel honored. You are the first person to see me take off. Sky, I am coming. Roar. Chapter 204 Momo's Battle. Timothy was almost frightened to death, and immediately went into the thick clouds, and crashed into the second seal of Dorgan, and his frozen body created countless sparks on the seal full of mysterious runes. Lostia grabbed Timothy, but he dodged, causing Lostia to fly directly out of the seal. Timothy panicked and flew towards the center of the island again, and went into the clouds, trying to hide Lostia through the clouds. Lostia narrowed her eyes. After her evolution, she could see the whole world of radiation. because temperature is also a kind of radiation in her eyes. The whole world is emitting different degrees of radiation. This is why she can accurately find Pearly on the ice. Now the clouds can't affect her sight at all. The blue low-temperature object in the clouds is exposed, as if the last layer of fig leaf has been lifted off. So Lostia swung her dragon tail and chased after it. Timothy was relieved in the clouds. But he didn't expect to be greeted by the bloody mouth of Lostia. Fortunately, he ran fast enough and barely avoided the attack. In this way, an ice bird and a dragon started a chase in the clouds, soaring gracefully in the dark clouds, causing thunder in the sky. The dragons on the sea were completely stunned when they saw Lostia flying in the clouds. Even if they had a big head, they couldn't figure out why Lostia could fly freely in the sky without wings. Its flying posture was even more elegant, much more beautiful than their flying with wings flapping. The young dragons were also stunned by Lostia's figure. They were already thinking about how many gold coins they should save for Lostia to fall in love with them. It seems that it is time to go to those countries to have a heart-to-heart talk. Loslins and Loskin looked at the solemn expressions of the young dragons with green eyes. They made up their minds secretly. After the battle, they must have a good talk with Lostia. She is still young. Don't take it lightly. None of these ugly people are worthy of their daughters. Timothy saw that he couldn't get rid of Lostia in the sky. And Lostia was getting closer and closer. He turned around and dived, then climbed up immediately, hoping to get rid of Lostia. Then he rushed straight up to the top of the crater, breaking through the clouds in an attempt to break the seal from this weakest point. Bang! Timothy hit the seal, and the ice bird's beak successfully pecked a hole in the seal. Timothy was delighted, struggling to squeeze out from here, and success was imminent. Under the clouds, Lostia did not catch up. Red and black energy infected large areas of clouds. A long brewing black and red fusion breath pierced through the thick clouds like a giant sword, wrapping up Dimosi's entire ice bird. Gaw! The violent fusion breath energy vaporized the ice bird and made it disappear. On the other side, the three black-clothed men who had kidnapped Momo saw that they could not get rid of Elena. The black-clothed man who was leading Momo turned his head and winked at the other two. The other two immediately slowed down and fought with Elena, who was chasing them. He immediately hid in a small island with dense forests, hoping to avoid Elena's pursuit. Are you sure you want them to sacrifice themselves? Although Elena is very weak now, you wind mages can't beat her. Momo was held by the man in black, but he was not panicked at all. Impossible. Why are you still awake? Who are you? The man in black was startled and threw Momo out. Momo fell to the ground, rolled twice, stood up with a frown, and patted the snowflakes on her body. It's not a gentleman's thing to throw a little lady away. The little girl was given the magic sealing incense. But she can still speak soberly? This is impossible. The man in black had a look of surprise in his eyes. Magic sealing incense? Are you talking about the anesthetic pollen of the mandrake magic plant? That kind of stuff is really effective for ordinary people, and people with low magic attainments. But when the magic attainments reach a certain level, it is very easy to remove the debuff. I suggest you use the special yellow paralysis powder made by Sisters Iowabeo in the future. That is really powerful. It can even paralyze Lostia. Momo said leisurely. She is a good friend of you, who is known as the Underground Palace ecological zoologist and botanist. And she is also a disciple of Iowabeo and Shubian. Two pure natural lives. The knowledge in this area is simply too childish. If Momo's astrological prediction skills were not very proficient, and she just focused on commanding the battlefield and ignored herself, how could she be caught by these men in black? You little brat is quite powerful. Even if the magic sealing incense is ineffective against you, I have countless ways to knock you out and take you away. Wind Bullet. The man in black held a short staff and sent out a colorless and transparent wind bullet with a wave. Momo took a step to the left while tidying up the snowflakes on her hair. She didn't even look at the man in black, but she narrowly avoided the man in black's wind bullet. The man in black frowned. He waved his staff again in disbelief, and 3 wind bullets flew towards Momo in a triangular shape. Momo finally looked up at the man in black, and again dodged the man in black's wind bullets with a bend in the waist. No matter how stupid the man in black was, he could see that something was wrong. You must not be as simple as you look. Who are you? Why did our master want to take you back at all costs? Oh, you are actually curious about your master's purpose. This is disrespectful. You are not a qualified tool. Momo winked at the man in black. But I am also curious. Why did your master take me back? Why don't you tell me about your master in detail so that I can answer your questions? The man in black stopped talking. His eyes narrowed into a line. He couldn't talk nonsense with Momo anymore. He directly activated the magic. Wind cage. Stars shine. But Momo first cast a very flashing magic. The strong light illuminated the entire dark forest as bright as day. Adding the reflection of the white snow, it almost blinded the man in black. The man in black wanted to block the flash bomb thrown by Momo with his hands. But it was too late. After being hit, he immediately felt dizzy, and his head was swollen. Countless double images overlapped, and he couldn't tell which was which. Damn it! Little thing. Come out! Come out! The man in black rubbed his dry eyes vigorously, while firing several wind bombs in all directions, just like a gamer who randomly shoots after being dodged in CS. Bang! With a crisp sound, the man in black fell down. Momo lifted a solid stone and stood behind the man in black. TSK. Brother Fongjia is right. No matter how powerful the magic is, they can be knocked down with one brick. These magicians never train themselves. Momo shook her head and turned the man in black over. He hadn't fainted yet. After all, Momo's strength was not very strong. He was still a little conscious and was moaning helplessly. Tell me, who are you? Why did you come here to destroy the seal of Daimosi? Did Aliska ask you to come? Momo directly pulled off the man in black's cloak, revealing his face underneath. Don't you think you can get anything from me? I won't tell you. The man in black said dizzily. Momo paused for a moment, feeling that this guy was indeed a tough guy, and interrogation was not her specialty. Okay, in that case, I trouble you to stay dizzy for a while. The little tentacles in the great underground palace like you bad guys the most. Will you still be so stubborn when the time comes? Momo said as she hit him with a stone again, and this time the man in black really fainted. Oh, it's too hard, you won't die. Will you? Momo looked at the blood flowing out of the black-clothed man's head, and fed him a mouthful of blood with some concern. The only thing left was to find a vine to tie him up. Momo had just stood up when a strange laugh came into her ears. Who? Momo stood up quickly, and looked around warily. She couldn't hear where the laugh came from, as if it came from all directions. Who's there? Pretending? Come out! My power can completely defeat you ghosts. Momo narrowed her eyes, and a ball of light condensed in her hand, which was shining like a star. Hey, you haven't lost your light magic yet? No. It's a little different. This is not the light magic you used before. Do you know me? I'm Momo from the Kapamir Underground Palace. Who are you? Momo was trying to find the source of this ghostly female voice while communicating with that voice. Momo? This name is really nice. I like it. Little guy. What about you? What's your name? If you are a tormented soul, I can introduce my best friend to you. Her name is Xiaoyu. She is also a girl from the ghost tribe. She sings beautifully. Come out. I will introduce you to her. Hee. I know her. Her singing voice is beautiful. But that is also her weapon. I will not be fooled so easily. What about you? Can you sing? Can you sing for me? Momo shook her head. I don't sing well, not as well as Xiaoyu, and you know us? Who are you? Come out, maybe we can still be friends. Okay. I didn't expect you to be so cute and kind, my dear sister. I am your sister. Oris. The man in black who was knocked unconscious by Momo stood up. His pupils had turned silver, smiled, and said to Momo, strangely. The tone of his voice had changed from male to female. Momo on the other side, however, had her pupils shrink, as if she was facing a great enemy. Chapter 205 Oris and Una. Oris? When Momo heard the name, she almost turned around and ran away. If it wasn't for her reason telling her that if it was really Oris, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter how hard she ran. Looking at Momo's surprised expression, Oris enjoyed it a little. How about my sister? Are you surprised to see me? Almost shocked. I am your sister? Are you sure? I am only 9 years old. How can I be your sister? Even if you want to build a relationship, you can't do it this way. Don't treat me like a child and fool me. Orlos narrowed his eyes, looked at Momo, and made Momo feel cold all over. Your memory hasn't recovered yet? Then why are you so surprised to hear my name? Orlos became interested. Her memory hasn't recovered yet, but she already knows about her existence. She has never seen magic before, which makes her very curious. Oris. I have heard this name many times. As a new god who triggered the Dusk War. Your reputation is really great. Twilight War. It seems you have encountered those old guys. Alas, it's all my fault that I haven't cleaned them all up yet. Oris said with a look of pity. Don't you feel guilty at all? It's because your battle involved countless lives. Guilt? Not at all. Those guys who are just sitting there doing nothing are the parasites of this world. They also have great power. The world will be better without them. Orlo said indifferently. But your battle caused countless lives to fall, and made countless people homeless. Not to mention it caused plague, curse, affected their descendants, and made their descendants live in the shadow for generations. Momo felt very angry when she talked about this, and Orlo's indifferent attitude, which made her even more angry. Now she wants to sentence Orlo's to imprisonment for more than 50 years. 100 years is about right. Here we go again, do you know? You've asked me this question once before. Our quarrel started with this question. Alas, is it going to happen again? Oris shook his head while talking to himself. But no matter how many times, my answer will not change. The world's changes are always accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. For our future, I don't think it's a problem to sacrifice some civilians. Momo took a deep breath. I said I'm only 9 years old. I haven't seen you before. God said, kindness is the lifeblood of life, and the foundation of all values. Before Momo finished speaking, Oris on the opposite side burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You are so cute. Let me guess, is it chapter 7? Verse 23 of the Una Gospel? You know it? Ha ha ha. Of course, and I also know that the God who said this is you. My sister Una? Oris almost laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Sister, you are much cuter than before, really. It's so interesting that you have become your own nun and believe in yourself. Me? Momo was completely confused by Oris. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, although it's very interesting, but this is not the you I want. So let me help you wake up the original you. Sister Una. Oris narrowed his eyes and grabbed Momo. Momo was prepared and dodged again. Her astrological predictions were always looking at Oris. Oris didn't react in particular. He just grabbed Momo's neck. Momo looked dazed. It's impossible. I obviously dodged it. But the astrological trajectory showed that I was back to my original position? Oris grabbed Momo and forced her to look into his eyes. Look into my eyes. Recall it. Recall your past. The silver eyes emitted a fascinating silver light in Momo's eyes. Momo just looked at them in panic and was completely stunned. Oris curled his lips and loosed the hand that was strangling Momo's neck. Momo fell to the ground in a daze and coughed hard. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. You are still so extreme. Oris. Momo. No, it was Una who adjusted her breathing and stood up. Right. That's the look. This is the sister I know. How is it? How does it feel to be reborn? Oris said casually. Well, it's very bad. You disrupted my plan. Una stood up with the help of Momo's body and moved her limbs. Oh, you actually have a plan. You didn't calculate others like this before. You refused to do even a small plan. And you were always talking about righteousness and kindness. It seems that being reborn is a big improvement for you. Tell me what your plan is. I can help you with your advice. Oris was a little surprised. I won't think of some conspiracies like you, and my plan is for myself. Don't tie me to you, and my plan is very simple, which is to reshape my soul. I was almost successful, but you interrupted me. I should have told Momo when she was a little older. Una's tone was a little regretful. Oh, I don't see the benefit of your plan at all. You and I both know that the key to the soul is memory. It is memory that shapes your personality and cognition that makes your soul. Therefore, before her personality matures, I will not let her know what happened in the past. You are committing suicide by doing this. Doing this is equivalent to cultivating a brand new soul. The original you will no longer exist. Why are you doing this? Oris finally frowned. Don't you hate me? You even raised your butcher knife to me. Una laughed indifferently. That's because you were going to tell on me. You were going to tell those bastards of Aliska about our battle plan. You left me no choice. Oris suddenly became furious. Veins popped on his forehead. No. You had a choice. But you chose to kill me. They invited you to return. They didn't want to continue the war. But you were planning a massacre. You know I can't let you do this. It was because I didn't do anything when it came to the former goddess of death. Daisy. That Daisy died. Her divinity was shattered. And she disappeared from the world. That was a necessary sacrifice for our future. Oris said this again. Ha ha. Here we go again. You know what I'm going to say. You're not sacrificing for our future. You're sacrificing for your own selfish desires, Una said disdainfully. Aura's chest rose and fell rapidly. Una was very angry at these few words. Enough. I don't want to discuss anything with you anymore. When I finish all this, we will see if what I did is right. You will understand by then. Hee hee. This time it was Una who suddenly laughed. Fang Jie's words are really good. History is written by the victors. So it's meaningless. Why is it meaningless? I have learned a lesson from the last battle. This time we can completely eradicate the old forces and create our own rules. Fang Jie got it right again. The only lesson that humans can learn from history is that they can't learn any lessons from history. Una looked at Orlos with a mocking look in her eyes. Breathe. Orlos took a deep breath. She wanted to take back what she said before, that Una hadn't changed much. The reborn Una had changed a lot from the previous Una. She would never have said such irritating words before. Especially that Fang Jie. Who the hell is this? How did he turn her sister Una into this? When he recovers, he must be dragged out and severely punished. Una did not realize that she had created a great enemy for Fang Jie. She looked at Uluz's face with interest, which was almost turning into a chameleon. This was a wonder she had never seen in her previous life. I will definitely visit that Fang Jie when the time comes. The last 3 words were squeezed out from Uluz's teeth. No matter what you say, come on, leave with me. I need the power of your light now. Una curled her lips and spread her hands. Then I think I found the wrong person. I have completely abandoned my power. Momo has taken her own path. It was her own choice. I did not interfere. As a remnant of consciousness without a soul, I have no ability to help you. What? You abandoned your power. That is the power of the gods. You have accumulated power for thousands of years. Horus widened his eyes, with a look of disbelief. Una looked calm and composed, and couldn't help shaking her head at Orlos's surprised expression. Orlos, it seems that you still don't understand why I do this. And why do you think I will help you? You know, I am one of those old immortals you mentioned. Sister, it's because of you that I am who I am today. If you hadn't saved me and raised me, I wouldn't have learned so many things. Became the youngest god. I rebelled against those bastards and changed the world because that's what you wanted. Didn't I? Horus shook his head in disappointment. Yes, I was wrong. At that time, I only saw your talent and the cruelty of the god society, and therefore planted a seed of hatred in your heart. I'm sorry for this. It was also because of this that I realized my mistake after Daisy died. Una sighed, and one hand gently stroked Horus's face. Chapter 206, Lillian's Expedition of Little Tentacles. But now you are no longer that little girl. Your ambition has pushed you into a deeper abyss, which I didn't realize at the time. So, your resistance didn't change the world at all, it just pushed the world to another extreme again. Go to Capamir if you have a chance. They will tell you what peaceful rise is, what it means to truly change the world. Oh, it seems like I've said too much. Yelena has dealt with the 2 followers. Are you still not going to leave? With the body of the follower you are possessing now, you probably can't defeat Elena. Right? Elena had dealt with 2 followers and flew over here quickly. The black dot was getting bigger and bigger. You're right. I go and have a look. Sister, I just hope that the next time we meet, it won't be on the battlefield. My dear sister. After saying that, Horus closed his eyes and fell down softly. Una also sighed. I hope so, sister. But there may not be a next time. After saying that, Una gently closed her eyes. When she opened her confused eyes again, she had turned back into the soft and cute Momo. Momo! Momo! Where are you? Elena shouted Momo's name while flying. Aunt Elena! I'm here! Although Momo was still a little confused, she still condensed a small ball of light and threw it out, successfully attracting Elena's attention. Momo! It's okay. It's okay. Are you hurt? Elena finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Momo was safe. She was her little treasure's best friend. If she got hurt, it would be terrible. No, Aunt Elena. Don't worry. I'm fine. I hit him. Although Momo was a little confused. She was grabbed by the neck by this guy in the last second, and he fell to the ground in the next second. She thought she had hit him accidentally. At this time, a strong black and red flash suddenly came from the distant Dorgan Island, indicating that the Battle of Lostia was also coming to an end. When Polly woke up, Lostia was already sitting by the bed. Polly, who was lying on the bed, was wrapped up like a dumpling with gauze bandages. Sister Polly, how are you? Lostia and Momo stood by her bed nervously. Is the battle over? Polly tried to struggle to sit up, but she was held tightly, with only two big blue eyes exposed. Yes, Timothy has been knocked down. Really, how come I didn't see you get so badly injured in a moment? Do you know how many days you've been unconscious? It's been 5 days. Momo was standing aside like a little adult, and scolded Pearly in a condescending manner. I told you to run away if you can't win. How could you be so stupid as to compete with Timothy? Don't you know how much you were suppressed in his icy environment? But his tone revealed a lot of worry. Yes. Yes. Wasn't there anything we could do at that time? Speaking of which, where did you go? Where did you go when you disappeared in the middle of the battle? I had an emergency. Some black-clad wizard suddenly showed up and kidnapped me when I wasn't paying attention. So I spent some time to escape. When I came back, the battle was over. Momo looked at the expressions of Lostia and Polly, and knew what they were thinking. I'm not injured, really, but since that day, I can inexplicably see some pictures, which seem to be related to the gods, so you have to get well soon. I need to explain this matter to Brother Fangjia, maybe it will be good for us in the future. Well, Momo is right, you need to have a good rest, and then we will set off to return to the underground palace immediately. Lostia also nodded beside him. What? Xiaobao, you are not staying in Dorgan. You just came back. Irina was also surprised when she heard that Lostia was going back to Capamere, with a look of reluctance. Mom, I have grown up, and I am the guardian of the underground palace in Capamere. This is my duty. I like to be with my friends. Lostia turned around and smiled at Elena, and then looked back at Polly on the bed. Here. This is a gift for you. Didn't you say before that there was a core in Timothy's body? I used the fusion breath to blow it to ashes, leaving only this thing. But it doesn't look like what you described before. So I give it to you. Lostia actually liked it very much. She liked all the shiny things, but she was still willing to share these spoils with her companions. So while talking, she took out a dark blue round sphere from the side, and handed it to Polly. The round sphere was not big, only about the size of a girl's fist. Like a beautiful pearl, but with a slight flaw. There was a small white spot on the surface of the pearl. Polly took it. The blue pearl was cool, but not cold. It felt quite comfortable to touch. However, the texture was hard, not as soft as before. Polly looked at the small white spot on the pearl, and her mind immediately appeared. The place where she pierced with an ice cone at that time seemed to be similar. Thank you. Maybe you burned me, and I was dehydrated. Okay. Let your sister Polly rest quickly. She is already very tired. Elena shook her head, and drove the two little ones out of the ward. Polly fell into a coma again. This time her injuries were too serious. On the other side, Lillian and the little tentacle were sitting slowly in a super luxurious wolf carriage. And Gary was driving the wolf carriage as a coachman towards the capital of the Vandorma theocracy. Fangjia paid a huge price this time, and rejected Lillian's request to sneak into Vandorma, and turned around to build a super carriage for them that looked like it was made by a nouveau riche. The whole structure is made of blood demon aluminum steel, with refined gold and mithril as raw materials. There are dragons and phoenixes carved on the carriage. Of course, these decorations are not dragons and phoenixes, but countless magic circles, forming a feeling of ancient magic relics, making people know at a glance that the owner of this carriage is a magic master with very high magical attainments. The structure inside is extremely humanized. Even the bed, kitchen and bathroom are taken into consideration, not the hard metal or wooden wheels, but the elastic rubber tires, for level shock-absorbing springs. Sitting on it will not feel any bumps at all. With sufficient funds, they brought a large box of gold coins. Lillian was shocked when she saw it. That was 100,000 Thalasso's gold coins. A 6-gram gold coin weighed 600 kilograms. Fangjia waved his hand and said, "You go there to tell the world. We are the Pamirs. We are not short of money. Spend it." The wolves pulling the carts were not ordinary wolves. They were the plumhorn fox wolves that Shagar raised very well. Fangjia had to beg for 4 of them. Otherwise, Shagar would not have given them to her. They were her treasures. When Xiao Bian brought the plumhorn fox wolves back to the great underground palace, Shagar fell in love with them at first sight, and insisted on letting them be her mounts. She was reluctant to ride them. Now these 4 plumhorn fox wolves are very good looking. They are more than 3 meters tall at the shoulder, with strong muscles, bright fur and plum horns covered with plum blossoms. They are so beautiful. So this team of local tyrants set off. The 4 plum-horn fox wolves were extremely fast, carrying the 2 people over mountains and hills, with sparks and lightning all the way. And Lillian was not always rushing on the road. Every time she arrived at a remote mountain village, she would send some gold coins to those poor families and promote Capamere. At first, she was not used to this kind of local tyrant behavior, and she felt very distressed. But since she threw coins for the first time, she felt completely under the charm of throwing coins, and the result was out of control. The more she threw coins, the happier she was. It was just as the old saying goes, throwing coins is fun for a while, and it's fun to keep throwing coins. The little tentacles on the side kept shaking their heads. This strange desire was difficult for her to judge. Some bandits also set their sights on them. Seeing how rich they were, they wanted to get a piece of the pie. However, they were captured by the ferocious plum-horn fox wolves without even seeing Little Tentacle and Lillian. You know, these pretty little guys are all carnivores. Although they don't eat people. It's no problem to fight bandits. Not to mention that there is a coachman, who is a guest of the expeditionary army, finally arrived at the church city of Vandorma. Before entering the city, just looking at the magnificent outer wall, Little Tentacle frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Here she felt the gathering of desires, greed, and arrogance everywhere. The holy city of Vandorma is a glorious holy city for believers. It is located on a super waterfall called Doma. It has a golden wall that is known to be impenetrable. The water of the waterfall will pass through the entire holy city, and then rush down from the bottom of the holy city. If human factors are not taken into account, it will be an extremely beautiful city. But now all this has become a beautiful dining table in the eyes of the Little Tentacle. Little Tentacle? What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? This was not the first time Lillian came here. She did not like it very much. If she had not come here to observe the God's word with the old bishop, she would not have wanted to come here. She always felt that the people here were full of hierarchy, and the gap was very serious. I don't like Pudgy and the others tempting me. Slurp. The Little Tentacle wiped the corner of her mouth in frustration. Since eating mantis, she had not smelled such a strong smell of sin anywhere else. It was almost killing her. Don't get excited. I go up and negotiate with them later. After all, we promised not to use nuclear bombs first. Lillian had no choice but to comfort the Little Tentacle. Since the last battle with Mantis, she also understood what Fong meant when he said that the Little Tentacle was a nuclear bomb. In a sense, her power was stronger than a nuclear bomb, and it was not contaminated. Chapter 207 Arrival at the Holy City. Sure enough, as soon as they appeared outside the city of Fanardoma, countless warriors wearing dazzling golden armor had already stood on the top of the city. Stop the beast cart in front immediately. Report your name. Yeah. Gary pulled the reins of the 4 plumhorn fox wolves, and stopped the beast cart steadily under the city gate. Dear loyal believers, my lady is the saint of the Una Cathedral, and this time she came to the holy city to listen to the words of the gods. Gary's voice was not loud, but it still traveled far away, so that the paladins could hear it. Una Church? That's the very small church of gods outside? How could they have such a luxurious beast carriage? They actually used the black sky and white night beast to pull the carriage. This is the name of the plumhorn fox wolf by humans. A knight holding a golden bow muttered. God didn't give you mouths to gossip. Go and call the on-duty multi-religious cardinal over. This is the business of the multi-religious cardinal. Don't make trouble. Mithras, the captain of the city defense cult knight squad, said coldly. Yes. The knight holding the golden bow answered weakly, his disdainful eyes full of contempt. Mithras was a knight from outside the city. He was spotted by an elder of the cardinal cult, and was promoted to the captain of the cult knights. However, the knights under him were not convinced by him, because he strictly prohibited accepting bribes on the first day of his appointment, which cut off the financial resources of many of them. If the entire city defense knights ordered them to stop, there would be nothing to say. The problem is that there is only this special axis of Mishu. It would be fine if he didn't take it, but he also restricted them from taking it. This naturally caused his subordinates to be seriously dissatisfied with him. After a while, the city gate opened, and a fat man with a red bishop's hat walked out. What's going on? You city defense knights? You are looking for me for a small thing. Own a church? Do you know that I have a lot of things to do? I won't meet with just any small fish or shrimp. The bishop of the multi-religious church was very dissatisfied at first, and the word frustrating was almost engraved on his fat face. However, when he saw the beast cart parked at the city gate, his eyes widened immediately, and his impatient expression disappeared instantly. His face changed in a second, and a smile immediately appeared on the fat face of the bishop of the multi-religious church. And he went to greet Lillian's super luxurious beast cart. Welcome, welcome, the believers of the Una Church, the children of the Lord of Light, may the glory of Heliska bless you. The multi-religious cardinal squeezed out a smile on his fat face, and went to greet Lillian's animal cart. Unexpectedly, before he approached the animal cart, he was startled by 4 sturdy plum-horned fox wolves. As he approached, these plum-horned fox wolves immediately bared their white fangs, and stared at the fat man with fierce eyes. That look made the fat of the multi-religious cardinal tremble. If he got closer, he would probably be greeted by the bloody mouth of this ferocious monster. Gary stood up, appeased the ferocious plum-horned fox wolf, and immediately turned these ferocious monsters into huskies wagging their tails and acting cute. Hello. Our Saint Miss Lillian is here to participate in the God of Light faction's Tianyin. So please give me some convenience. Gary was neither humble nor arrogant, and still spoke warmly to the multi-religious cardinal. May God Heliska bless us. As long as a child is devoted to religion, he is a good child, not to mention Saint Lillian, but this holy city has rules. The cardinal of the multi-religious church immediately made an embarrassed expression. Of course, we know the rules. Gary took a purse made of gold wire from his waist without changing his expression, and handed it to the cardinal of the multi-religious church with a smile. Ah! No problem, no problem. After taking it, the cardinal of the multi-religious church immediately opened the exquisite purse. His eyes immediately widened, almost popped out, completely turned into the appearance of Tharthos gold coins. Because this bag was full of Tharthos gold coins, there was no other coins, at least hundreds of them. But the ferocious monsters in the holy city are not allowed to enter. Even so, the greedy bishop wanted to say something else. Another exquisite money bag was directly thrown at the bishop's face. The bishop's eyesight may not be very good. These are some harmless and obedient pets. Where do the ferocious monsters come from? Right? Yes. Yes. That's right. They are all cute little pets. Welcome to the Honorable Saint Lillian. The bishop knelt down directly, and almost called him daddy. Did this Una chapel move the treasury of that empire? But bishop, the city defense group hasn't searched yet. A little priest next to him reminded him. The cardinal of many religions slapped him immediately. What car are you checking? That's the holy car of the saint. Only the saint and the nuns accompanying her can ride it. There won't be any evil intentions. Is that right, Mr. Monk? Of course, my lady is the most holy nun. There is only one little nun accompanying her in it, no one else. Gar also said very politely. The little tentacle, called the accompanying little nun, was in agony sitting in the car. She was extremely hot all over. The sinful desires and greed outside were almost becoming real. Lillian held down the tentacles of the little tentacle tightly, preventing her from making any rash moves. If she was exposed at this time, she might never find any information about Heliska again. Someone, come! Call the captain of the city defense cult. Let him personally protect this saint lady. This is the saint lady of the Una Cathedral. You must serve me well. The bishop of the multi-religious church immediately waved his hand and called the captain of the city defense army over. Although Mithras was somewhat dissatisfied with the arrangement of the bishop of the multi-religious church, since he had given the order, he would strictly execute it. He called 4 guards to guard the super luxurious carriage and escorted them to the palace of the gods' heavenly words assembly. The gods' heavenly words will not start for about a week. Those believers who came from afar, if they arrived in advance, would stay in the holy city and wait for the assembly to begin. Only the most distinguished guests could stay in the assembly palace. The luxurious beast carriage stopped in front of the assembly palace. Mithras led 4 city defense soldiers to stand in front of the beast carriage, respectfully welcoming the saint of Ona Church. The door of the luxurious beast carriage opened, and a saint with golden patterns all over her body and countless gems appeared in the door. The saint was tall, and the gorgeous saint's clothes showed her slender figure vividly. A veil fell from the saint's hair crown on her head, successfully covering the saint's face completely, and it was impossible to see the saint's true face under the veil. The saint clasped her hands together, looking extremely pious and holy. The soldiers behind Mithras had never seen such a saint before. All stared with their eyes wide open, completely stunned. Only Mithras said calmly, Your Highness. The noble Saint Lillian, I am Mithras, the captain of the city defense team, and I will be solely responsible for your safety in the holy city. Thank you for your hard work." The cold and holy voice came from under the veil, as if a holy light hit Mithras' ears, washing all his heart. The saint tilted her head slightly, and Gary immediately understood and took out 5 money bags and gave them to Mithras and the other 5 people. The eyes of the other 4 turned into gold coins of Satos. But Mithras stood straight and refused to accept them. The saint looked at him in surprise. This person seemed a little unusual. How could he be untainted in such an environment? The saint did not insist, and walked past Mithras and into the assembly palace. Behind the saint, a delicate little nun came down. However, the nun's uniform didn't fit her well. The hem was very long and completely dragged on the ground. The nun's hat seemed to be too big. It covered half of her face. The little girl would lift her hat to look at it after walking for a while. The saint walked there, put down her hat, and chased after her. The cute little look almost melted Mithras' heart. "Oh! Oh! Oh! I'm going to fall." One of the soldiers looked at the little nun and couldn't help but speak out his heart. As expected, the little nun stepped on the wide nun's clothes, fell down with a thud, and lay on the ground. Mithras' heart couldn't help but rise, and he walked straight forward and stretched out his hand, wanting to pull the little girl up from the ground. But this cute little nun just raised her wide nun's hat, looked at him timidly with her black eyes, and immediately climbed up clumsily, holding the wide nun's clothes and catching up with the saint in front of her. The saint also shook her head helplessly, took out a candy from her arms, and handed it to the little guy. The clumsy little guy smiled happily and followed the saint into the assembly palace. "Huh. I almost thought you were going to pounce on me and eat it like crazy. I quickly fed you a candy and blocked your little mouth." After entering her luxurious room, Lillian immediately pulled off the scarf on her head, threw it aside, and breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of pretentious life was indeed not suitable for her. "He's different. Pudgy. He doesn't have a scent. Pudgy." The little tentacle held the candy in her mouth, and it was a little strange. In such an environment, only the knight captain didn't make her want to chew it. Yes, he is indeed a little different. When I gave him money, he was the only one who didn't take it. The others were happy to take it. At first, I thought he wanted to attract my attention in this way. But if even you don't smell the smell of sin, maybe he is really a good person. Lillian also frowned and said, "But it doesn't matter. Don't run around these days. I go get some information first. If you can't hold it back, go downstairs to find Gary. He's responsible for guarding our beast cart." After Lillian warned the little tentacle, she took a deep breath, changed into a set of ordinary nun's clothes, and climbed out of the window. She planned to start the investigation from the God Tianyin Assembly Hall. The little tentacle on the side rolled its eyes, and several tentacles moved together, and also slipped out of the window. Chapter 208 Under the Holy City. After Mithras sent Lillian to the assembly palace, he left 4 knights to guard Lillian's door, and then he sneaked out of the assembly palace, and began to wander aimlessly in the holy city, and bought a bunch of things. While buying things, he unconsciously remembered the candy that the saint gave to the little lowly nun, so he would bring some candy to those little ones today, because they probably haven't eaten it for a long time. Mithras smiled, and shook his head, and bought some more candy from the holy city, and went into the alley, with his eyes alertly observing the movements around him. He turned around and around in the alleys of the holy city, and entered an alley leading to the sewer. After making sure that no one was following him, he carefully went down into the sewer. After he entered the sewer, a pair of beautiful big eyes suddenly opened on a white wall next to him, and the body of the little tentacle also appeared. Interesting. Puff. The little tentacle immediately followed in excitedly. The sewers of the holy city are extremely complex, connected to the Doma waterfall, and connected in all directions, like a 3-dimensional maze. The little tentacle was not afraid at all when entering such an environment. On the contrary, she enjoyed it very much, because only in such a remote place, the sins of the human beings above were mostly eliminated, leaving a rare peaceful place. In addition, this feeling of returning to the maze of the underground palace finally made the little tentacle relax a little. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold back and eat a lot, which would ruin Lillian and Fangjie's plan. It would be bad if Fangjie got angry. Mithras didn't notice that there was a little tail behind him. He carefully avoided the traps set by the rebels in the sewers, and walked straight to a dead end in the sewers. He gently pulled the hanging brazier, and the wall next to it slid open, opening a secret door, and walked in. The little tentacle also entered the secret passage with Mithras, with the color-changing skill. After entering the secret passage, the little tentacle felt the human breath again. But compared to the evils above, it was surprisingly fresh here. It was just that they all lived in the criticized sewers, which formed a sharp contrast with the luxurious holy city outside. The little tentacle looked at everything in front of her curiously. She had never thought that there were so many people living here. There were thousands of people at a glance, including old people, children, and women. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all dressed in rags, and their homes were also made of rags. The children sat on the ground, around the brazier, holding tattered dolls in their hands, smiling happily, and playing extremely interesting games together. The little tentacle curiously stepped forward to watch the children playing games, as if she had returned to the underground palace. As soon as Mithras came in, everyone immediately looked at Mithras with vigilance. After seeing that it was Mithras, they breathed a sigh of relief and smiled from the bottom of their hearts. "Brother Mithras, you are finally back. We have been waiting for you for a long time." A dark-skinned girl waved excitedly at Mithras. Mithras saw the girl and smiled rarely. "Una, don't run. Be careful not to fall." If the guards outside saw that Mithras could still have such a gentle side, their eyes would definitely pop out. Is this still the cold-faced, cruel, stubborn captain? No! Or you will leave again. You are coming back less and less now. Una threw herself into Mithras' arms and hugged him and acted like a spoiled child. "I really can't do anything with you. I came back this time to discuss something with the elders." Mithras touched the spoiled Una helplessly. "Here, this is what I bought and the candy. You can share it with the other kids. I will go find the elders first, and then come back to play with you guys." "Okay. Then you can't leave without saying a word after the discussion. Just like last time, we will be worried." Although Una was reluctant, she still took the things in Mithras' hand sensibly, looking back at Mithras every few steps. Mithras shook his head. Una was a little too sensible, so sensible that it made people feel distressed, which made Mithras secretly determined. "Be patient for another week, and you can run happily in the sun in a week." Una, who was holding something, seemed to feel something, and looked back at Mithras. There was only Mithras there just now, and no one else was around him, which made her frown. She felt as if something was following Mithras behind. Mithras walked into their secret room. Several elders of the resistance army were pointing and drawing on a map of the holy city. After seeing Mithras coming in, they immediately turned their attention to him. "Mithras, how are your preparations going? I had a little problem here. Today, a very rich saint came. The beast carriage she was riding in was pulled by 4 magical beasts, the Black Sky and White Night beasts. So I was sent by the bishop of the multi-church to be her bodyguard. This group of guys who abuse their power for personal gain." One of the big men, with a scar on his face, knocked hard on the table. "It doesn't matter. When their God's heavenly word conference is held, I will sneak out. They won't find out. Just keep the plan as usual. Jaina has been arrested for several days. It will be too late if we delay." Although Mithras had no expression on his face, he was very anxious. His sister was Jaina. An elder in a purple robe frowned. She was the only woman among the elders, and the only magician. She didn't look very old, only in her 30s. The Black Sky and White Night beast is the sacred beast of the orcs. It is also a very powerful and precious beast in the human world. It is probably harder to tame them than to ascend to heaven. They are a group of proud beasts, and will not be tamed easily. This saint is probably not simple. Mithras paused for a moment, and frowned. There were only 3 of them, accompanied by a coachman and a nun. But what you said reminded me. When I first saw them, I felt a sense of holiness. This is something I have never felt from those believers of light. Moreover, they spent hundreds of Thaltos gold coins at a time, and they didn't seem to feel sorry at all. Did they say which church they came from? I have never heard of such a grand church. It is called Una Cathedral, and the saint's name is Lillian. Una? The purple-robed female wizard tapped the table lightly. Isn't this the church that once dealt a heavy blow to the Knights of Judgment? Destroyed the Knights of Judgment? Yes. Before the witch's curse was rampant, one of the Knights of Judgment was beaten to death in a small town in the valley. There is a church in the town, which is said to be occupied by the witch. When they were being judged, they summoned the devil, defeated all the Knights of Judgment, and then the church was moved to hell together with the church. That church is the Una Church. When the female wizard mentioned the witch, everyone present tensed up. But it's hard to say. There are still many believers in the Church of Una. And there are many churches. Although it's not as many as the ones in Heliska. There are still more than a dozen. I just don't know which one you are talking about. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock on the door of the secret room. Mithras opened it, and saw that it was actually Una. And there were also a few little kids, who were having fun playing by the brazier. Una? What happened? Una shook her head, and asked, Brother Mithras, were you alone when you came? No, I was alone. Then, whose thing is this? Una spread out her hands, and there lay more than a dozen brand new Sathath gold coins quietly. Mithras was also shocked. No one here uses this kind of gold coins. Only those who can get out will use it, and taking out more than 10 coins at a time, even he would have to save for several years. Where did you get this? Little Radish Head number 1. It was given to us by a little girl. Little Radish Head number 2. Yes. A little girl, who suddenly appeared. Little Radish Head number 3. Yes. Yes. A very pretty little girl. But she disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Mithras heard this, his mind immediately flashed. Following behind the saint, the clumsy little nun. But he immediately shook his head, and threw this idea behind his mind. There was no way that the clumsy little girl could avoid his sight, and follow him into the secret room. Impossible. A little girl who suddenly appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye? Una looked behind Mithras, and the feeling of being watched reappeared. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed something out of thin air. The air in front of her suddenly twisted, and then calmed down again. Mithras and the elders sitting inside also saw it, and immediately stood up, staring at the air in the middle with swords drawn. It was not an illusion. There was indeed something there. Una wanted to grab it, but it dodged. Mithras immediately pulled Una behind him to protect her. He said sternly, Who are you? Come out. We have seen you. Color slowly appeared in the air, and a delicate little girl wearing a loose nun's uniform appeared in front of them. She spread out her little hands, holding a few golden coins of Thasos, looking at them with her big watery eyes full of innocence, without a trace of fear of being discovered on her face, only a strong curiosity. It's really you. You? Who are you? Cold sweat began to appear on Mithras' forehead. Even a little girl can follow him here. Could it be that the people in the holy city have known about the existence of this place? Gold coins? Puff. The little tentacle happily handed the gold coins in his hand forward again, not afraid of the group of rebels, who had all taken up weapons. The female mage gently raised her hand, signaling everyone not to be nervous. She slowly approached the little tentacle, stretched out her hand to her, and said, Little guy, don't be afraid. I am Caroline, the mage elder of the rebels. What is your name? The little tentacle tilted its head and looked at her with a silly face, then looked at the hand she stretched out, thinking that she was asking for gold coins. So it put the gold coins in her hand. I'm not. Before Caroline finished speaking, the little tentacle made a new move. More. Puff? The little tentacle thought she wanted more, so it opened its mouth and spat out hundreds of gold coins. Chapter 209. Perhaps a creature from hell. The surrounding rebels were stunned. Caroline also stood up suddenly. Hundreds of gold coins. This little guy swallowed them, and was fine. This must be a little monster. The little tentacle was a little strange. It tilted its head, and looked at Caroline. She took a few steps back. There was still some fear on her face. I really don't understand. Why? Don't you want gold coins? Why don't you want them after I gave them to you? Clang. The surrounding rebels all showed their weapons, pointing at this weird little lowly. The scarred man holding a sword next to him was the first to chop at the little tentacle with his sword, and the sword chopped the little tentacle on the forehead. No! She didn't attack. Mithras was about to stop him, but it was too late. The scarred man's sword had already chopped the little tentacle on the forehead, but no blood was left. The blade sank deeply into the little tentacle's forehead, but it didn't hurt her at all. However, the silk threads on the wide nun's hat of the small tentacle actually broke one by one, turned into extremely thin tentacles, and entangled Scarface's sword. What is this? Scarface panicked and tried to pull out the sword, but at this time, he could not pull it out at all. Bad guy. Poof! The small tentacle looked at him angrily. She gave them money, and they didn't want it, but they actually attacked her? How unreasonable. The tentacles that decomposed from the nuns had climbed up along Scarface's sword, forcing Scarface to throw away the sword in his hand and retreat immediately. No! Calm down. Calm down. Little guy. Eat candy. Mithras immediately stood in front of the scarred man and took out a candy, which was originally bought for Una and the others. The little tentacle did not attack him, but stared fiercely at the scarred man behind him. The straight sword stuck on his head fell to the ground, and the wide nun hat made of tentacles returned to its original shape. There was no wound on the little tentacle's forehead. She happily took the candy handed to her by Mithras and happily put it into her mouth. Huh? Mithras breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had bought some candies on the way here, and now he has successfully appeased this little monster. What's your name? Little guy. Can you tell me? I'm your guard. Friend, we've met before. Mithras originally wanted to say guard, but with the ability he just showed, he probably can't guard her. Yeah. No fragrance. Pudgy. Big brother. The little tentacle that got the candy answered Mithras happily, and then pointed to his cute little face. I'm the little tentacle. Pudgy. Little tentacle? What a name. You are not human. Are you? Mithras asked carefully. He was not sure whether the little guy in front of him would answer him. Unexpectedly, the little tentacle answered him immediately without thinking, but the little mouth with candy in it was a little unclear. Little rough hand. Zo. Little tentacle. Pudgy. Mithras combined the fact that he had heard about the Una church being dragged into hell before, guessed that this might not be the rumored Una church. Everything about this little guy fits the bill, that kind of incredible attacking moves, but his mind is a little simple. He will tell everything if you give him a candy. He didn't realize that if it weren't for the fact that they had a light smell of sin, the situation might be completely different. So where are you from? Little guy. Mithras continued cautiously. Kapami. Pudgy, the legendary city of 100 tribes? The one that is blocked behind the Kepamir Peak. The mage Caroline, who was just startled again, also calmed down. But she overlooked a problem. That is, the little tentacle was talking about Kepamir, not Mir City. In the eyes of the people in the holy city, it is a heresy that cannot be more heretical. They accept refugees, accept the protection of the devil, and live together with other races in the city. So what are you doing here? Caroline asked. Yes. What are you doing? It's to find clues about the false god Heliska. The little tentacle paused, and it took a long time to react with its little brain. It turned out that there was no false god Heliska here. Only the persecuted people, and the rebels who wanted to resist the holy city. The little tentacle shook his head in disappointment. No. There is no one here. Pudgy. I'm leaving. Pudgy. After saying that, the little tentacle walked towards the gate on its own. No. We can't let her go. We haven't figured out their purpose yet. Letting her go now will expose our position, Caroline said with some concern. The others picked up their swords again and became alert. The little tentacle realized that these guys didn't seem to be planning to let her go. So she rolled her eyes and disappeared into the air again, leaving only a series of giggles in the air, as if she was playing hide and seek with them. Several warriors immediately stepped forward, trying to catch the disappearing tentacle, but they only felt a flash before their eyes, and the tentacle disappeared without a trace. And there was no way to catch her. Oh no! This little guy must be a creature from hell. This method is simply unheard of. Caroline frowned. Don't worry. If she is really a creature from hell, then she will definitely be an enemy of the church. And she may not expose our position. She must have returned to the previous room to find the saint. I will go to see them again. But you can't stay here. Move to other places immediately. I will be back soon, Mithras analyzed calmly. And after explaining it, he immediately left the secret room and rushed to the assembly palace where Lillian was. The girl Una who discovered the small tentacle looked at Mithras's back meaningfully. On the other hand, Lillian was not doing well. Although she covered her face, her graceful figure was still exposed. In addition, women were not allowed to enter many places in the holy city. Even saints, not to mention the little nuns in the 18th tier church, who were dressed like she was now. There are many churches in the holy city. There are countless magnificent church buildings, and countless exquisite murals and sculptures. There are monks and friars walking on the road. They are all preparing for the upcoming sacrifice to the god Tianyin. Lillian couldn't sneak into the Heliska Pope's palace. There were too many guards there. It was so tight. There was no other way. Lillian, who had nothing to gain, had to return to the assembly palace where she lived to make sufficient preparations before exploring. Back in the room, Lillian's heart skipped a beat, because the little tentacle was gone again. If she accidentally let herself go and exposed her identity, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Little tentacle? Where did you go? Little tentacle? Lillian called out twice in a hurry. Just as she was about to rush out to find the little tentacle, the little tentacle's voice came from behind her. Poochie? The little tentacle tilted its head, and was right next to the window where she had just climbed in. Little guy. Where did you go? I was so worried. Lillian quickly caught the little tentacle, turned it around to see if it was injured, but even the clothes were made of the little tentacle's sub-body, let alone injuries. There was not even a speck of dust. There's someone down there. Puff. Puff. The little tentacle looked at Lillian happily, and told her what he saw, but he was not very clear in some key places. For example, Lillian directly misunderstood the resistance as a group of homeless vagrants. Knock, knock, knock. Just when the little tentacle wanted to explain to Lillian, there was a knock on the door. Lillian immediately made a hushed gesture to the little tentacle, quickly changed into the saint's clothes, put on a veil to cover her face, and opened the gorgeous door. Hello, may the Lord of Light bless you, respected Saint Lillian. As soon as Lillian opened the door, she saw the fat bishop of the multi-religious center standing outside the door, laughing so hard that his eyes could not be seen. May the Lord of Light bless you. Your Excellency. Is there anything I can help you with? Lillian put her hands together, with a look of a devout saint, and a clear voice came from under her veil. Oh, the bishop of the multi-religious church saw Lillian's graceful figure, and a trace of greed and amazement flashed in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he said casually, Respected saint, I came here to inform you that you can enter the Holy Light bathing hall and receive the baptism of the Lord of Light's holy water. Lillian nodded slightly, put another purse into the bishop's hand, and followed the satisfied multi-religious cardinal out of the room with her little tentacles. And Mithras and Caroline, who was dressed as a priest, hurried but were still a step late. The two of them just happened to see Lillian being taken away by the multi-religious cardinal. Mithras tidied his appearance, and walked to the 4 guards who were on duty. Ahem, where is the saint going? Did you go out before? Captain. The saint had not gone out before, and had been staying in the residence. Just now, Bishop Nick took the saint to be baptized. The soldier who had been on guard reported truthfully. Okay. You continue to watch over her. Mithras took Caroline to one side and discussed in a low voice. What should we do? The saint was taken away by Nick the pig. If we baptize her now, her heretic identity may be exposed. Should we stop them? I follow them to see the situation. If we are exposed, there will be nothing we can do. Now is not the time to expose ourselves. Besides, we can use this opportunity to see the strength of this saint, Caroline said in a deep voice. Mithras felt a little reluctant. He always felt that the saint was different from others. Can't we save them? Isn't it said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Hee. That's just a guess. Now they are still members of the Church of Light. Who knows how much money their church has plundered from the people? I have never seen such a rich church. Let's go. Let's follow them to see whether it is right or wrong, Caroline said coldly. Chapter 210 Holy Water Baptism. Lillian and the little tentacle were taken to the Holy Light bathing hall by the fat bishop of the multi-church. There were already many girls gathered here. They all had longing looks on their faces, looking at the huge statue in the middle of the hall. It was a tall male statue, dressed in this golden gauze feather robe, with a glorious wheel composed of several metal wheels behind him. One of his hands held a leaf, and the other held a long sword. There was a crack on the wrist of the sword holder, and the warm spring water gushed out from the crack on his wrist, flowing down along the long sword, and finally falling into the gorgeous stone basin at his feet. The stone basin was not big. The water inside overflowed from the edge of the stone basin, forming a water jar that just covered the knees. The temperature of the spring water was not low. The mist floated up from the water jar, giving the tall statue a mysterious color. The baptism hall was surrounded by exquisite murals and reliefs, as well as guards standing upright in white armor. Lillian frowned as soon as she entered the bathing hall. She smelled a special smell. The little tentacle also shrugged its small nose, and looked at the basin under the male statue in a strange way. Volcano? Puff? It smells like sulfur. Not a volcano. Lillian rubbed the little tentacle's head and corrected her. This smell is exactly the same as the volcanic hot springs in Kazakhstan. This made Lillian extremely disappointed. She thought that in this so-called holy city, she should be able to find more clues. But it turned out that even the holy water was fake. Sisters, hello. Today we will be baptized by our God, the Lord of Light, Aliska, in the Holy Baptism Palace. Please enter the holy water altar one by one to be baptized. Come! Walk past the wishing pool. And come to me. An old priest with a white beard, holding a bundle of grass branches in his hand, stood in the middle of the pool and spoke to the girls in a gentle voice. A beautiful girl bravely stepped forward, wearing a white Doric flag and chiffon, and stepped into the wishing pool composed of holy water. As she entered, fluorescent dots appeared in the holy water spring, gathering towards her legs. The girl moved her legs in panic, but the fluorescent dots still followed her legs. Don't be afraid, my child. As the oldest and most powerful Lord of Light, Heliska will bless you and protect the God you serve. The old priest smiled kindly and waved to the girl. Come, child. Tell me who is the God you serve. It's Her Highness Faruna under the command of Lord Heliska. The girl felt a little uncomfortable surrounded by these light spots, but she still walked to the old priest calmly and bowed to him. Yes, my good child. Faruna, the daughter of mercy. Very good. Heliska will always protect you. The old priest prayed in a low voice, picked up the grass branch at hand, put it into the basin under the sword tip, dipped it in holy water, and gently brushed the girl's forehead with the grass branch. Thank you, Father Baptist, and the great Lord of Light. After the baptism, the girl bowed deeply to the sword-holding statue and walked backwards out of the holy water altar. The light spots in the holy water disappeared immediately after the girl left. A girl with slightly dark skin also walked into the holy water altar and was baptized the second time. Lillian looked at the light spots that emerged again in the pool with some curiosity. She had never seen anything like this before. Was it magic? Somewhat unlike. Hello, Your Highness. The Saint of Faruna Church, please stay. Lillian immediately called the first saint who was baptizing. Hello, who are you? The Saint of Faruna Church stopped and looked at the girl in gorgeous clothes and a golden veil. Oh, I am the Saint of Una Church, and I am here to be baptized like you. Just now I saw that you felt a little uncomfortable when you walked into the holy water altar. Can I ask you why? The Saint of Faruna Church was a little surprised. She showed some discomfort the moment she entered the holy water altar, and was actually noticed by the veiled Saint of Una Church. When those little light spots surrounded me, I felt like my legs were bitten by some small insects, but fortunately, it didn't hurt, but it was still a little uncomfortable. The Saint of Faruna Church did not hide it, and told Lillian the truth. Like being bitten by a small insect? Lillian frowned again. Is this not magic? But some kind of creature? The first thing that came to Lillian's mind was the mosses growing freely in the small flower buds. Ah! At this moment, the saint with dark skin had entered the wishing pool. Her reaction was even more exaggerated than that of the saint in the Faruna Church. She screamed directly, and the light spots in the water became a little dim. How can you be so disrespectful to the Lord of Light in such a holy place? Your mind is not pure enough. The wishing pool has reflected your inner heart. Go back. You are not suitable for baptism. The old priest stood in the center of the wishing pool with a cold expression. I am not me. The saint with dark skin wanted to explain, but was immediately dragged out by the knights in white armor around her. After watching her being dragged out, the serious old priest changed his expression in a second and became the amiable old man again. The third red-haired saint gritted her teeth and stepped into the wishing pool. This time, the light spots gathered again, but it did not dim. However, the saint frowned. She felt more than just like being bitten by a bug. She felt several times more uncomfortable than that. My child, I see you are feeling a little uncomfortable? After the old priest finished the prayer, he looked at the red-haired saint strangely. No, I'm fine. The red-haired saint endured the discomfort, forced a smile, and said to the old priest. The old priest nodded strangely, still used the grass branch soaked in holy water to stroke the red-haired saint's forehead, and his expression immediately changed. Witch! She is a witch! The old priest screamed immediately. The white-clad armored paladins around him immediately surrounded her, and drew their long swords against the red-haired saint. No! I am not! I am the saint of the Church of Julius. He is the messenger of light under the Lord of Light. The red-haired saint was so frightened that she almost fell into the wishing pool, and explained to everyone in a panic. You still say no. Your church has been eroded by the power of darkness, and you are allowed to become a saint. It's a disgrace to the church. Fortunately, you showed your true form under the power of the Lord of Light. Wait for the stake. Damn witch. Your church is also facing this thorough investigation. The old priest shouted at her angrily. Lillian raised her eyebrows. She noticed that after the red-haired saint was showered by the grass branches, a red mark immediately appeared on her forehead. Fine dots appeared on her skin. This was a symptom of allergy. These guys called her a witch. It was ridiculous. The saint of the nearby Faruna church also showed a disgusted expression. She immediately pulled Lillian back a few steps. Several paladins in white armor ignored the red-haired saint's pleas and knocked her out and dragged her out. This is not the first time. I have heard that witches disguised themselves as saints and sneaked into the temple before, but they were all identified during baptism. Each of them said they were innocent, but the great Lord of Light will not lie to us. The saint of the Faruna church shook her head while speaking. Huh? Isn't this nonsense? Everything in the world can be an allergen, and everyone's allergens are different. Isn't it normal for some people to be allergic to sulfur? Lillian stared at the saint of Faruna church, who said this in amazement. These people are so stupid. They should all be sent to the elementary school in Mill City for a thorough retraining. She is pretty, but a little silly. Lillian shuddered and quickly slapped the saint of Faruna church's hand away, as if she was afraid that it would be contagious. As Lillian prepared for the baptism, she winked at the little tentacle. The little tentacle immediately smiled widely, and stumbled to catch up with the white-helmeted knights. Such a little nun, no one would notice her leaving the baptism hall. I'm sorry, your baptism was interrupted by a witch. Then let's continue. Who is the next saint to be baptized? The old priest regained his kind demeanor again, as if the hysterical and angry person just now was not him. Just when everyone was hesitating, Lillian raised her hand. I do it. Let me. A real witch. See what's wrong with your wishing pool, and see if you, the so-called Great Lord of Light, are blind. Lillian fearlessly stepped into the wishing pool, wearing a golden robe. Of course, before she stepped into the wishing pool, her beautiful legs were covered with a layer of protective magic. But because of the robe, no one could see it. Lillian entered the wishing pool, and her legs were immediately attacked. These tiny bugs tried to get into Lillian's body through her pores to absorb magic. Lillian chuckled. That's it? I'm afraid it can't break through her magic defense. Since these bugs like to eat magic so much, let you eat enough at once. Lillian poured 2,000 units of magic power into the wishing pool, which directly exploded the transparent bugs. For a moment, the pool of wishes was filled with light with Lillian as the center. If the previous people who entered the wishing pool saw a sky full of stars, now the wishing pool is a pool of blue moon. Some of the dazzling blue light even clearly illuminated the surprised expression of the old priest, who could swallow a goose egg. The knights and saints around also opened their eyes wide, and almost forgot their chins under their feet. Chapter 211 Mithras' Personal Opinion. This. The old priest stood beside the holy water basin, so shocked that he couldn't even speak clearly. Is this the saint? Isn't it really the goddess descending? 2,000 Lillian's magic power is just a casual sprinkle of water for Lillian, whose total magic power has now exceeded 10,000. She didn't even shake her hands. The insects in the pool, which were like transparent leeches, all exploded and died under the effect of Lillian's magic power. The bright fluorescence was their last glory. From then on, this pool of wishing pool was just a pool of dead water, and there would be no more movement. Your Majesty, Haliska, your noble saint, your pious heart is as good as the sun and the moon, and even the altar is overwhelmed by it. It is my honor to baptize you, who are pious. If possible, I hope you can continue to believe in our Haliska religion. I can propose that you be promoted to our high-level saint. Enjoy the worship of the high-level archbishop. The old priest once again changed his face in a second, from astonishment to flattery. The pious Lillian clasped her hands together and chuckled. Thank you, Father, for your insight. Lillian emphasized the word wise eye. The old priest didn't notice that she was implying something to him at all, and he happily recited the prayer. Lillian was really laughing to death in her heart. This is the altar used to identify witches. And a high-level saint? Letting a real witch walk in openly and propose to become a high-level saint, wouldn't your Haliska be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot if he saw it? Your Highness, please lift your veil, and accept the baptism of holy water. After the old bishop finished reading the prayer, he said to Lillian. Lillian gently lifted her veil, which stunned the old priest at first sight. Her long silver hair slid down her hands smoothly. Her delicate face, her skin as soft as a baby's, and her blue eyes in particular, made her look like a walking high-level holy light healing spell. Such a face is definitely the best candidate for the saint. No wonder the Una Church is so generous. But this is all for our Haliska Church. The old bishop was stunned for a moment. And he had already made up his mind that he must pry Lillian from the Una chapel to the Heliska church. If he failed, he would destroy her. Lillian had already done some disguise. At least her eyes were no longer two eyes, like the magic balls, but disguised as human eyes. But the pupils were still azure blue. The old priest gently touched Lillian's forehead with a grass branch stained with holy water, announcing that Lillian's baptism was completed. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. The old priest frowned. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Report to the priest. The knights who just escorted the witch were attacked. Now their lives are unknown. The witch identified by the wishing pool also disappeared. The subordinates are trying to find her. A paladin in white armor knelt on one knee in front of the old priest and reported. What? What evil magic did the witch cast in the holy city? We must find her. A witch is so rampant in the holy city. She simply doesn't take the church seriously. We must search the whole diocese to find her. Quick! Be careful not to scare our future high-level saint. The old priest instructed the paladin, while trying to grab Lillian's hand, but Lillian dodged it without a trace. Lillian smiled secretly under her veil. It should be the little tentacle that took action and rescued the girl who was falsely accused of allergies. Thank you very much, old priest. In that case, Lillian will leave first. Finding the witch is more important, Lillian said as she turned around and left the baptism hall. She was totally different from the saints, who left respectfully before. Mithras and Caroline, who was dressed as a priest, also left with complicated expressions. A few minutes ago, when they saw Lillian standing in the wishing pool and bursting with infinite divine light, they were already stunned. Mithras thought Lillian was about to be exposed, and was ready to rescue the witch who was identified before. However, the wishing pool slapped him hard. This saint was not a witch. She was a genius with the potential of a high-level saint. This saint was really a mysterious saint. She might have a close relationship with the legendary Hel. She had a mysterious and cute lowly nun, and a strong talent that others could never achieve in their lifetimes. She also had a graceful figure that even women were attracted to. Although I didn't see what her face looked like, I knew she must be a great beauty just by listening to her soft and crisp voice. Just when they were stunned, the witch outside was also rescued. Did you ask the rescue team to guard outside? How did you know that the witch would be found today? Caroline, who was dressed as a priest, asked curiously. Huh? I thought you arranged the person. Mithras was lost in thought about Lillian. He only realized after hearing Caroline's question that they didn't bring anyone with them today. They mainly wanted to find out the information about the saint and the nun. Why would they bring a rescue team? The two of them stared at each other. What the hell? We didn't save the person? Who was it? Are there other resistance organizations in this city? Could it be that saint? Mithras looked at Lillian's back and speculated dully. That mysterious little nun is gone. She was in the hall just now. Damn it! I should have kept a close eye on her. That strange little girl is really gone. Caroline realized belatedly that the little tentacle had disappeared from Lillian's side a long time ago. This saint is becoming more and more mysterious. On the other hand, if she really came from hell and was able to deceive the detection of the wishing pool, it would be really terrible. I think it's better not to confront her head-on. Caroline shuddered and spoke out her thoughts. I think so too. By the way, I think we can start with her coachman, who is also a monk. Maybe he knows something about the saint. Mithras suddenly remembered the driver named Gary who drove the 4 black sky and white night beasts. So he took Caroline out of the baptism hall and sneaked to the animal pen of the assembly palace. Gary was lying on the straw pile next to the gorgeous animal carriage with a straw in his mouth, dozing with his feet up. And the plumhorn fox wolf was locked in the animal pen next to it and dozing together. His mission this time was not to protect the 2 ladies, but to be a driver for the 2 ladies. So he could only doze here with nothing to do. He would act when someone came. His life was quite comfortable. Much more comfortable than the life-threatening training in the team. Just when Gary was dozing off leisurely, the plumhorn fox wolf sensed the scent of a stranger and bared his bright teeth. It's okay. Don't be so nervous. Let me see who it is. Gary calmed down the somewhat irritated plumhorn fox wolf, looked up and asked, Who is so sneaky? Come out. Hello. I want to talk to you. Mithras stood up and said generously. Gary looked Mithras up and down, thinking that he was here to curry favor with Miss Lillian again. So he said indifferently, Sorry, we are not short of money. If you are here to curry favor with Her Highness the Saint, You may have to wait in line. Not really. During the baptism today, a witch escaped. We think Her Highness Lillian might be in danger, so I would like to ask you to go with us, Mithras said, squinting his eyes as he looked at the open animal pen. Is Her Highness the Saint in danger? Gary looked at Mithras with a strange expression. Is this guy not aware of how powerful Lillian is as one of the demon kings of the underground palace? He actually thinks she is in danger. In his opinion, it is probably someone else who is in danger. Okay, wait for me. Although Gary felt strange, he still locked the animal pen and followed Mithras. Mithras led Gary through many turns and finally turned into an alley. He winked at Caroline, who had been waiting by the alley, and turned around and drew his knight's straight sword. But Gary's reaction was faster and beyond his expectations. Before he could react, he punched him in the arm with a heavy punch. There was no armor protection here, so his arm went numb, and his hand uncontrollably let go of the straight sword. Then Gary twisted his arm and subdued him. This was not the end. After subduing Mithras, Gary hid behind him. When Caroline drew out her staff and wanted to use magic to support Mithras, it was too late. Gary hid behind Mithras, which made it impossible for her to attack Gary. Instead, Gary found an opportunity and pushed Mithras towards Caroline. Caroline was hit by Mithras, who was wearing hard armor. How could such a weak female magician bear it? She fell to the ground with stars in her eyes. Gary showed no mercy. He kicked Caroline in the face, knocking the female magician unconscious. All this happened in a flash. Mithras was stunned. Is this a monk? His reaction ability is comparable to that of a high-level paladin. Sure enough, none of the people around the saint are normal. Damn it! Let me go! Mithras had been suppressed by Gary. His arm was twisted and pressed against the wall. If Gary lifted it slightly, his arm would be broken. Who are you? You can't be a monk. Heh, you're asking me who I am? I haven't even asked you who you are yet. Why are you attacking me? Are you planning to take advantage of my saint? Gary's face was cold. He felt something was wrong with these two people just now. They were assassins. However, as a fighting expert in the team, he was not afraid. Just interrogate them directly. Mithras gritted his teeth. His arm was twisted. Not only was it painful, but he couldn't use any strength at all. We have no ill intentions. We already know that you are from hell. We just want you to help us. Huh? From hell? Gary was confused by his words. Hell? Where is it? Why don't I know? Chapter 212 Mithras's request for help. Last year, a small town in the Boda Mountains had a small group of Knights of Judgment attacked. But when the high-ranking knights arrived with a large group of the Judgment Army, the small church that protected the witch had been razed to the ground. According to local villagers, all the clergy in the church were taken away by a demon covered in steel and went to hell. Mithras gritted his teeth. His face was pressed against the wall by Gary, so he was out of breath when he spoke. Gary frowned as soon as he heard this. Why did the incident he was talking about sound so familiar? Wasn't this the Ona church incident that he and his brother had just brought back from an expedition a few days after arriving in Kazakhstan? Gary loosened his hand a little, at least so that Mithras could breathe smoothly. He asked in a strange tone. Can you really think of where hell came from? Wasn't that something your church made up? And since you think we are from hell, why do you still ask us for help? Asking for help from the devil is not like your Church of Light. I am a member of the Holy City Resistance Army. The City Defense Army is just my disguise. We really need help. Today we saw the baptism of your Saint Lillian in the bathing hall. Not only was she not discovered, but her ability is beyond our imagination. She has already attracted the attention of the church leaders, and they are preparing to win her over. You should not bring such a talented person to the Holy City. It is simply a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. They will destroy her. A sheep in the tiger's mouth? You mean Lillian? Gary almost laughed out loud when he heard Mithras' description. He was hurt. As the demon king of the great underground palace, he was actually called a sheep. Gary really wanted to complain. Do you want to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my mere yuan? Even if Saint Lillian is extremely talented, what does it have to do with you? Why do you come to seek our help? Gary's voice was distorted. Mithras took a deep breath and decided to tell the whole story. In a few days, the God's Heavenly Word Conference will sacrifice all the witches in custody. There are hundreds of girls. They want to use this method to promote the miracle of Eliska. But they are all innocent, and they are not witches at all. So we hope to get your help to rescue them. Sacrifice hundreds of girls? Gary also frowned. Is this to summon Heliska or the evil god? This act of sacrificing lives is simply unforgivable. If this happened in Kazakhstan, this group of murderers would probably be sentenced to death for hundreds of times. Gary thought about it and released his hand. Mithras shook his numb hand vigorously. How come this young-looking guy has such a strong fighting consciousness? Yes, I can help you talk to Her Highness Lillian, but she has her own mission, and I can't decide whether to help her or not. I understand, but I still hope you can help us persuade her. And the little maid next to her, her ability is extraordinary. She actually came to the secret room with me without my noticing. If she can help us, we can easily know the situation inside the dungeon of the betrayers in the Holy City. Little personal maid? Gary's eyes became even more strange. Are you sure she followed you? Yes. Mithras took out the gold coins spit out by the little tentacle from his pocket and handed them to Gary. This brand new Sathith gold coin is what she gave us. Awesome. She actually gave you the gold coins. Which means you are not that bad. I will help you speak. Gary almost gave Mithras a thumbs up. The little devil of the little tentacle is the sweetheart of everyone in the underground palace. His own ability is even more terrifying. Being touched by her, without being bitten already means that they don't have bad intentions. Mithras looked at the young monk in confusion. This young monk is so strange. Why does he have an expression like you are so awesome? Although I don't know why you come to the Holy City, and why you need someone with such a high talent like Lillian, I still sincerely advise you to leave the Holy City as soon as possible. This place is not as noble and glamorous as you see. Everything here is built on the corpses of the suffering people. So leave quickly before they attack you. Mithras said to Gary sincerely. Unexpectedly, Gary just waved his hand and said mysteriously, Don't be so nervous. I give you a little information. The sheep you just mentioned is this Holy City. In the Assembly Palace, Lillian's residence. The little tentacle had brought the unconscious red-haired saint to the bedroom. She was curiously poking the unconscious saint's swollen face. Lillian also returned to her residence. She took advantage of the commotion in the bathing hall caused by the witch's escape and explored it carefully. However, she did not find any useful clues. So she had to return dejectedly. Or let's forget about the identities. Let's just blow up this city. I wonder where that bastard can hide after the Holy See is hit hard. When Lillian came back, she threw herself on the sofa woven with gold thread, not caring about her image as a saint at all. Great. Pudgy. When the little tentacles heard that they could cause destruction, they jumped 3 feet high, and almost ascended like an ancient god on the spot. Lillian quickly stopped the excited little tentacles. Wait. Don't get excited. I'm just talking. The Pope protects himself like a turtle, not to mention blowing up the whole Holy City. Even if there is a slightly bigger commotion, I don't know where this guy will hide. It will be difficult to find him then. We can only wait until the God's Heavenly Words Conference, and then we can take action. Poochie. The little tentacles wilted again when they heard that they could not cause any damage. Several tentacles drooped down as if they had no strength left. Knock, knock, knock. Saint Lillian. I'm here to give you some jewelry. Gary's voice came from outside the door. Lillian immediately sat up straight and put on the posture of a saint, as if the salted fish lying on the sofa just now was not her at all. Come in. Gary walked in with a set of gorgeous holy pearl hairpins and a set of red gorgeous cloak in his hands. Following behind were Mithras and Caroline. Caroline had recovered a lot after drinking a few mouthfuls of the blood spring given by Gary. Representative Lillian, this is Mithras and Caroline. Although they are the city defense forces on the surface, they are actually members of the underground resistance organization of the Holy City. They have something to ask for. When Lillian heard this, she immediately became interested. Oh! Resistance organization. Immediately looked at the small tentacle on the side. Didn't she say before that she found a group of homeless people underground? Before he could elaborate, he was interrupted by the bishop of the multi-church. The little tentacle did walk forward happily, stretched out his hand to Mithras, opened his little fist, and revealed 2 gold coins of Thassos inside. Gold coins for you. Puff. Mithras was stunned for a moment, and immediately reached out to take the gold coins given by the little tentacle. So the group of homeless people she was talking about are you. Come, sit down, and tell me what you want to see me about. Lillian smiled, and casually pointed to the opposite side of the sofa and said. The homeless Mithras and Caroline looked helplessly at the innocent little nun. It turned out that in her eyes, they were just a group of homeless people. No wonder they were giving gold coins. It turned out that they were all alms. It's like this. So, we hope you can help us rescue the witches imprisoned in the dungeon of the betrayers in the Holy City. They are all innocent people. Innocent people imprisoned by those bastards in the holy city. Mithras seemed very excited when he talked about the witches. Lillian also frowned. These are hundreds of lives. They are actually going to sacrifice them to the so-called Lord of Light? Is their light dyed with blood? Asshole. Lillian angrily slapped the sofa cushion beside her hand. Now she is in a dilemma. If she saves people, her power will be exposed. Then the Turtle Pope hiding in the tower will escape. If she doesn't save them, she can catch the Turtle Pope and ask for information. But hundreds of people will be buried with him. What is your plan? Lillian covered her forehead. She had a headache. If you can become a high-level saint, you will have the right to enter the Betrayer dungeon. At that time, we will work together inside and outside to defeat the dungeon guards in the shortest time and rescue everyone. After that, we will hide in the sewers of the holy city and find a chance to leave the holy city. Caroline said the plan before Mithras. Lillian stared at the two of them for a while. Shook her head. I know you won't tell me the specific plan. After all, you don't trust me enough. But this temporary plan is too full of loopholes. No, I won't become their high-level saint. I am who I am. How about we tell her the original plan? Seeing that Lillian had recognized him, Mithras asked Caroline beside him in a low voice with a negotiating tone. Caroline also frowned. It was not that she did not believe Lillian, but if she told everything, her companions hiding in the sewer would be exposed. And Lillian was attracted by the movement of the small tentacle. She poked the face of the unconscious saint again. Because of the allergy, the red-haired saint's cheeks were a little swollen. Okay, you don't have to tell me your plan. I need the God's word ceremony to proceed smoothly. What? You don't plan to help us? Although we can't tell you the specific plan, we are very sincere in asking for your help. Caroline jumped up angrily before Lillian finished speaking. Lillian glanced at her, and she still had sincerity. You must be kidding. She is no longer the silly little girl before. Why are you so excited? Listen to me. People need to be saved. But the ritual still needs to be performed. I don't need your help. Just don't cause me any trouble. Lillian imitated Fang Jia and narrowed her eyes. Caroline and Mithras were stunned. Both need to be performed. How is this possible? What's impossible? Little Tentacle, it's time to show them your unique skills. Chapter 213 Prank. Start. Puff. The little tentacle was stunned by what Lillian said. Special skill? What special skill? Why didn't she know that she had a special skill? Does she eat a lot? Lillian found that the little tentacle looked at her cutely, sighed, pulled the little tentacle aside, whispered something to the little tentacle, and saw the little tentacle's eyes getting wider and wider, as if he had found some fun toys again, and nodded vigorously. Do you understand? Can you do it? Yeah. Yeah. Phew. The little tentacle patted its chest to show that there would be no problem. So countless tentacles grew from under the little tentacle's wide nun's clothes, wrapping up the red-haired saint, who was still unconscious on the bed. If she was still awake, it would definitely be the biggest psychological trauma in her life. This action scared Caroline and Mithras, and they stood up from the sofa together, looking at the little tentacle with some horror. Don't be nervous, it's just her skill. Lillian waved her hand, and comforted them. After the small tentacles wrapped the red-haired saint, her body also changed. She began to grow rapidly. After a while, her body turned into the red-haired saint's appearance, a perfect one-to-one restoration. Even the swelling caused by allergies was restored. The originally wide nun's clothes also began to change, completely turning into the red-haired saint's clothes. The last step, the texture is colored, the skin begins to show, the hair begins to be dyed red. So a red-haired saint appears perfectly in front of Mithras and Caroline, and they almost drop their jaws to the floor in shock. Well, very good. The cheeks should be thinner. No need to be swollen. Very good. Lillian looked at the red-haired saint in front of her with satisfaction and nodded. The little tentacle also touched her face happily. Although she could not completely restore the muscle structure from scratch, it was no problem to just change the appearance. As long as she wrapped the object as a mold, it was a piece of cake to reshape her image. After all, Fang Jia had spent a lot of effort to help her learn how to reshape her whole body. They were both Lolita and mature women. Her current job was just to change her skin. Okay. My plan is to let my personal nun replace her as a witch. And then pretend to be arrested. Enter the traitor prison you mentioned. And then send the witches out one by one. You are responsible for the reception. But you have to leave a small tentacle dummy inside, so that it will not affect the gods' heavenly words conference. Lillian explained to the dazed Mithras and Caroline. But at this time, Mithras and Caroline didn't hear what Lillian said at all. There was only one thought in their minds, that is, this doesn't need to replace a witch, this is a real witch. The two people who saw this skill for the first time, their worldviews were severely impacted. Caroline swallowed her saliva, and said with some difficulty, can I ask if she is a witch? Lillian glanced at Caroline, and said with a smile, no. Strictly speaking, she is not a human, but a monster. Caroline shuddered. That was even worse. Oh my God. What is wrong with this world? Monsters can become humans and even talk. She swore to stay away from the cute little girl in the future, thinking about how she once reached out to the little tentacle to tease her. She felt very scared. Lillian shook her head, ignoring the two people whose worldviews had been severely impacted, and said to herself, okay, be serious, you already live in the sewer, can you find a passage close to the traitor dungeon? It will be convenient for transferring prisoners in the dungeon. Mithras finally came back to his senses. Oh, this is the most difficult part. The traitor dungeon is located under the central diocese, and has the most stringent protection. The walls around are built with high-strength holy light white bricks of the church, and the thickness is amazing, it is impossible to chisel it open. This is actually the reason why they have been unable to rescue the people inside. If they could dig a hole, they would have dug through the dungeon long ago. That's because you didn't meet me. Okay. Take me to the underground of the Betrayer's dungeon later. I really want to see how hard your church white bricks are. Can they be harder than the crystal blessed by the solid halo? Lillian said with interest, while taking out a small love grass and stuffing it into the mouth of the little tentacle. After you enter the dungeon, remember to follow the direction indicated by the love grass to find me. Yeah. Puff. Prank begins. Puff. The little tentacle swallowed the love grass in one mouthful, stored it in its stomach, jumped out of the window happily, and disappeared into the air. Be careful. Be safe. Lillian shook her head with some worry. Let's go, take me to see what the mysterious white brick of the church looks like. As she spoke, she prepared to climb the window. Hey. Hey. Hey, let's go through the door. Go through the door. Mithras broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly stopped Lillian. This saint was really different from other saints. She climbed through the window so naturally. This might not be her first time. Mithras led Lillian through the twisted alley, and into the sewer. It seemed like Lillian had returned to the past. When she first entered the Capimer expedition, she was a little nervous. After turning a few corners, a yellowish-white wall appeared in front of Lillian. This yellowish-white wall was already very mottled. It could be seen that many people had tried to dig through this wall, but all of them failed. Lillian narrowed her eyes, flipped the veil in front of her, and looked at the white wall carefully. This white wall contained a certain amount of magic, which was somewhat similar to magic steel, but extremely rare. Lillian knocked on the surface of the white wall with her hand, and a solid bang-bang sound was heard. The surface of the brick was relatively delicate and smooth to the touch, much like marble polished by calcite. Interesting. This kind of stone actually has magic. Lillian tried the thick earth magic, but it had no effect on this magical brick. In this case, the only way was to break through it. Lillian raised her lips, snapped her fingers, and a fireball appeared at her fingertips. I didn't expect you to know fire magic? Caroline, who came with her, looked at Lillian's actions with some surprise and said, No, you can't use a fireball to melt this brick. We tried it, and even a fire tornado didn't work, let alone such a small fireball. That's because your fireball is not small enough. Lillian smiled mysteriously, and saw the small fireball in her hand quickly collapse. The color changed from red to orange, and the flame disappeared without a trace. The fireball really turned into a round sphere, and the volume shrank again to the size of a fingernail. And the color changed from orange to bright yellow, and the center turned white, and the temperature rose again to 1,200 degrees. Even Caroline and Mithras, who were standing next to them, felt the waves of heat coming at them. Caroline was even more stunned looking at the small fireball. She felt the temperature from this strange little fireball exceeded that of the fire tornado. Lillian pressed the fingernail-sized fireball onto the surface of the white stone bricks. The white stone bricks resisted at first, but were only burned black by the fireball. But gradually the stone bricks gave in, began to burn red, and melted bit by bit. It works! Caroline was completely dumbfounded. The white stone wall that had been so difficult for them was burned into a hole so easily by Lillian. But Lillian was not satisfied at all. The melting speed was too slow. How long would it take to penetrate 4 meters? It's melting too slowly. Lillian yawned. It's been more than 10 minutes. And it's only melted 1 or 2 centimeters. Those two people who had never seen the world were as excited as children. So Lillian prepared to add more fuel to the fire. Magic power instantly poured into the small fireball. And the bright yellow fireball instantly turned blue and white. The melting speed instantly increased a lot. And the temperature at the center of the fireball reached 1,800 degrees Celsius. As night fell, the little tentacle found a crowded square, appeared, and fell to the ground as if it had fainted. Ah! Guard! Guard! There's someone here. It seems to be the red-haired witch pretending to be a saint. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, someone noticed her presence. A few minutes later, a large group of knights in white armor appeared on the square, escorting the unconscious red-haired witch without even entering the court, and dragging her directly into the betrayer's dungeon. The betrayer's dungeon was well guarded, surrounded by white stone bricks, forming a pentagonal inverted pyramid, divided into 4 floors. Each floor was smaller than the previous one. The area of the last floor was not that large. All the witches with special abilities were imprisoned here. The interior walls here form a sharp contrast with the mottled white walls outside. There are black stains everywhere on the ground and walls, even covering the original color of the white walls. The smell is so bad that you will feel suffocated if you take one more breath. It is ironic that such a dirty place is protected by so-called holy white walls. This is the witch who pretended to be a saint, and was identified in the baptism hall before. She must be strictly guarded. She attacked the paladin who was guarding her before, escaped, and is now arrested. The white-armored paladin said indifferently to the thin executioner, who had completely covered his face. Yes, sir, I promise that she will never be able to run again, ha ha ha. The eerie voice came out from under the ghost mask. The voice was like nails scratching on a blackboard, sharp and piercing, making people very uncomfortable. Humph. The white-armored paladin obviously didn't want to stay with him any longer, snorted coldly, and threw the unconscious little tentacle in front of the executioner like an unwanted rag doll, and turned around and left this dirty place with his men. The executioner looked at the beautiful witch on the ground with a sinister smile, revealing a filthy and disgusting expression, walked forward and dragged one of the little tentacle's feet, whistled and walked into a mottled dark door, noticing at all that the witch he was dragging opened one eye, and stared at him without blinking. Chapter 214. Inside the white wall. The executioner was walking in front, and suddenly shuddered. He felt as if he was being stared at by some monster. His back felt cold, and his hair stood on end. But when he turned around, he found nothing. Only the unconscious witch. The executioner shook his head. It was easy to have hallucinations if you stayed in this ghost place for too long. It was all because of those damn witches. The little tentacle pretending to be a witch was tied to a large wooden frame by the executioner. The wooden frame was covered with mottled black and red stains. It looked extremely dirty. As soon as the little tentacle lay on it, it seemed that it could feel the power of pain contained in these stains. It was the execution frame infected by the pain of countless people. The little tentacle tried to move. The binding was not done with ropes, but with chains. If a person had no key, he would not be able to break free. As long as the person moved, the chains would start to rustle. You are awake, how are you? Is it very comfortable to lie on the execution bed? Don't struggle, you can't break free unless you can break the chains. Wait for me. We will have a good time. Hee hee hee, I heard you are a saint. Why do you want to enter the holy city? The executioner didn't even turn his head, and sorted out the torture instruments by himself, while chatting casually with the little tentacle with a sinister smile. The little tentacle didn't answer him. If it was a real saint, then she would definitely not be able to break free from the chains, but the little tentacle was not a real human. She didn't even have bones. It was impossible for this kind of thing to restrain her. She lightly shrank her body and broke free from the execution bed, without making any sound. The executioner didn't get angry when he didn't hear the little tentacle's reply, and he continued to sort out the torture instruments by himself. You can scream loudly later, it's okay, the louder you scream, the more excited I am. No one outside can hear your screams. The executioner was in a good mood, and even gave the little tentacle some science. Do you know what this is? The executioner took out a hammer with teeth and placed it on the table. This is a skull crusher, of course. It can also be used to crush other parts, such as the knees. I heard that you attacked the paladin and ran away before. TSK. This is not a good girl. Then he took out several thick iron nails. This is the nail of pain. It will be beautiful to nail you to the wooden frame. Oh, and that chair. You will definitely like it. It's called the witch chair, but I prefer to call it the bloodletting chair. Your skin is so delicate. It will be so beautiful to be pierced by the needles on this chair. There are many other things besides this. This is a scorching iron. It's really great for you unruly little wild cats. The executioner excitedly introduced 7 or 8 kinds of torture instruments to the little tentacle, and then licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. Oh! There is also this one. This little baby is your favorite. The executioner finally took out a yellow plow-shaped torture instrument. I call this thing the plow of pain. It is a very interesting little thing. Let's start with it. The executioner excitedly took the yellow plow-shaped torture instrument, turned around, and was surprised to find that the witch had broken free from the wooden frame and was sitting on the wooden frame with her naked back facing him. Her beautiful back was fully exposed. She looked so helpless and weak in the dim environment. The executioner was even more excited. He had been an executioner for so long, and he had seen all kinds of witches. But this one was the only one who broke free from his restraints and didn't run away. Pretty little sister. You actually broke free from the chains. You are so amazing. You make me even more excited. Come on. I will definitely treat you very gently. The executioner walked up with a grim smile, like a wild beast, staring at the helpless girl, and put his rough big hands on her shoulders, expecting the girl to look back in fear. But the girl's horrified expression that he expected did not appear. Instead, an extremely strange scene appeared. The weak girl's head turned 180 degrees behind her. Her pure and bright eyes glowed strangely, and her mouth stretched to her ears. I will definitely treat you gently, Pudgy. Definitely. A clear voice came out of the girl's mouth. But it seemed so strange. Ah! What the hell are you? The executioner stepped back in horror. But he found that he couldn't take his hands off, as if they were stuck by something, and he couldn't shake them off no matter how hard he tried. I'm a witch, Pudgy. The girl's unclear stuttering added to the weirdness. After the girl finished speaking, her mouth, which was cracked to the root of her mouth, suddenly opened wide. Countless tentacles emerged from her mouth, and completely wrapped up the executioner. The executioner wanted to escape, but it was no use. This was just the beginning, and the little tentacles hadn't played enough. The executioner looked at the little tentacle in front of him in horror. She actually began to slowly transform, and gradually became his own appearance. Ha. The happy afternoon has just begun. Pudgy, the little tentacle said to the terrified executioner with a strange light in its eyes. No. Let me out. Monster. The executioner finally felt the pain of the girl he tortured, and it was a monster that looked exactly like him who tortured him. The louder you scream, the more excited I am. Poochie. No one outside can hear it. Poochie. The little tentacle repeated the popular science that the executioner had told her before, and then forced the executioner's plow of pain into his mouth, so that he could only whimper in pain. After a while, a bloody man was nailed to the wooden frame, with his knees broken. He used all the torture instruments he introduced to the little tentacle on himself. Knock. Johnny! Have you had enough fun? Come out quickly. It's my turn. We heard that a good guy came today. Don't kill him. Let us have some fun too. Another obscene voice came from outside the door. Johnny's fingers moved. A glimmer of hope burst out from his lifeless eyes, but he really didn't have the strength to warn his colleagues outside. Standing aside, Johnny put on a weird smile again, opened the door, and welcomed his colleagues, who were also burdened with countless sins and pains. After the little tentacle dealt with these executioners, she quietly walked out of the door. She still remembered that she had a mission. I almost forgot because I was having too much fun. There are many cells here, but not many people are imprisoned, at most 100 or so, and the locks here do not require the little tentacles to bother looking for keys. These locks are like paper in the hands of the little tentacles. They will be completely deformed and broken with just a pinch. Even if they cannot be torn directly, then the tentacles can easily imitate the shape of the key, and thus open the door. As for the guards, there is no need to worry. The little tentacles that can be invisible are too easy to deal with these people. Just knock them out, and throw them into the torture room just now. There are her subbodies in there. They will definitely be in ecstasy. After walking for dozens of meters, I finally found a girl in a wooden cell. She was covered with whip wounds, and hung on a wooden frame. Black blood scabs were all over her body. Witch. Puff? The sound of the small tentacles attracted the girl's attention. The girl opened her lifeless eyes with difficulty, and saw a little girl lying outside the cell, staring at her curiously. Am I seeing an illusion? Why is there a little girl in this cell full of death? Jaina said with a bit of laughter and tears. She had been in this dark dungeon for quite some time, and had given up hope of rescue. Poochie? Which? The girl's voice came again. Jaina opened her eyes again, but found that the little lowly, who was just outside the cell, was already standing in front of her. How did you get in? Jaina realized that the door of her cell had been opened without her knowing. The little tentacle put down the hanging Jaina, opened its mouth and spit out a bottle of blood, which was directly poured into Jaina's mouth. No! What is it? Blood? Having not had a drop of water for a long time, Jaina, who was tortured, instinctively wanted to resist, but she could not get rid of the little guy's restraints, not to mention that her hands and feet were still tied. The little tentacle ignored Jaina's resistance and poured a bottle of blood into her. Cough, cough. Cough. Jaina finally pushed the little tentacle away and lay on the ground coughing, trying to spit out the blood she drank, but the blood had turned into a warm current flowing through her body, injecting a bit of vitality into her dry body again. Recovery medicine. Poochie, the little tentacle said happily. Can't you tell me first, and then pour it in next time? Ahem. Jaina said helplessly to the little guy. I didn't expect it. Poochie. The little tentacle stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. Do you know where the others are? I'm the rescue. Poochie. Rescue? Just you. A little lowly? Jaina smiled bitterly. Although she was put down by the little tentacle, her hands were still tied with chains, and she couldn't break free at all. She thought her brother would come to rescue her, but she didn't expect that it was a little lowly who came. Poochie? Chain? The little tentacle grabbed the chain on Jaina's hand with its two little hands, and gently twisted it. The chain broke. Is this a fake chain? Impossible? Why was she bound here by this chain and suffered so much? Jaina opened her eyes wide, and wanted to pull the chain in disbelief. But the thick chain didn't react at all. Facing the innocent eyes of the little lowly, Jaina shuddered involuntarily. Could the one in front of her be a real witch? Chapter 215 Rescue. Do you know how to go up? Poochie. Go here. Poochie. The little tentacle naively spit out a small pot of succulents, and one of its flowers was pointing to the upper floor. The little tentacle has been circling this floor for a long time, and has not found the way up. Jaina took the drooling little potted plant from the little tentacle, and swallowed her saliva. Oh my god, this little guy is definitely a witch. Who would bring a flower pot in with their stomachs hidden? Poochie? The little tentacle saw why this girl was so dazed. Could she be stupid? What should I do? Should I add some more blood bottles? While thinking, the little tentacle took out another blood bottle. No. 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 I know how to get there. But that passage needs the guard's magic key to open it. Seeing the little tentacle with an expression that said not enough medicine. More. Jaina quickly waved her hand and said. So Jaina took the little tentacle and walked carefully into the dungeon passage. She tiptoed for fear that she would make any noise and attract the guards patrolling the corridor. Bang! Just as Jaina was walking cautiously in front, a loud noise came from behind her, and instantly made her heart jump out of her throat. A round brazier used for lighting rolled past her with a series of sparks. My life is over, Jaina thought with a bitter smile. And a large group of guards would rush out and tie them up, and torture them to death. Jaina turned around, and saw that the little tentacle was standing next to the brazier stand. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Go quickly, you are small, you should be able to hide, but I definitely can't escape. Jaina thought in despair. Why? Poochie? Together. I am reinforcements. Poochie. The little tentacle happily fell into Jaina's arms. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Such a loud noise will definitely disturb many guards. There is no place for a big person like me to hide here. I am dead. Jaina was a little anxious. I didn't expect this little guy to not leave. Guards? Where? Poochie? I hit him. The little tentacle said innocently, and flexed its muscles towards Jaina, showing how strong it was. That's right. Where are the guards? Why are they nowhere to be seen? Before, there were guards everywhere here. How come there is no one here today after all the noise? Did they all fall asleep? Jaina was not going to sit there and wait for death, and she picked up the little guy, so that she wouldn't bump into anything and attract unnecessary attention. Jaina carefully held the little tentacle and walked towards the entrance of the upper passage. Strangely enough, she didn't meet anyone along the way. She walked to the end of the passage, and a huge white stone door appeared, but the guards around it were gone. There were still many traces of dragging on the ground. It seemed that a new witch came here. and she might have attracted all the guards away. But looking at the huge magic circle on the stone door, Jaina was in trouble. Even if there was no guard, the door could not be opened. This thing must have a magic key to open it. Now all the guards disappeared. Where could she find the key? She could only use her not-so-profound magic knowledge to crack the magic circle. The little tentacle curiously went up and touched the door with a huge magic circle with its little hand. The magic circle on the door actually flickered, and the whole magic circle looked shaky. Be careful. When Jaina saw that the little tentacle had already pressed its little hand on the door, her heart immediately skipped a beat, but when she found out, it was too late. The huge magic circle had been shattered, but there was no way to open the door. It's over. It's over. We are trapped here. This magic circle is the only way to activate this huge stone door. You must have triggered its emergency mechanism by touching it, and put us inside. The little tentacle didn't think so. She licked her fingers. She tasted the magic power from this magic circle. But it was only a little bit, and she had absorbed it all. The little tentacle also felt the breath of sin behind this door. It seems that this road is right. So the little tentacle spread out its little palm and inserted it into the big stone door. The little tentacles exerted force with both hands, and the chi sank into the dantian. The big stone door actually began to vibrate slowly, and the dust on the ceiling fell down. The heavy stone door was really opened. Jaina looked at the little loli with strange strength, who was smashing the door in front of her. Her eyes widened. Is this a witch? This is a god. Jaina even heard some commotion outside. Hurry! The door to the 4th floor suddenly failed. Where is the holy magic circle priest? Go find it and fix it. The little tentacle rolled its eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of its mouth, and it went straight out of the crevice. No! Don't go! If you go, you will fall into a trap. Jaina wanted to catch the little tentacle, but it dodged it quickly. Ah! What is that? A monster? As soon as the little tentacle went through, the screams of the guards outside rang out. Jaina was so frightened when she heard this, and she looked around anxiously and took a fire stick to protect herself. After a while, the screams outside gradually subsided. The heavy stone door was pushed open again, and a small figure appeared behind the door. Poochie! Safe! The small tentacle that pushed open the stone door happily gave Jaina a big smile, and then dragged the still confused Angelina across the door. The ground here was full of guards. All of them fainted on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The small fist marks on the armor told Jaina their tragic fate. In Jaina's eyes, the little tentacle was like the god of power. She could kill anyone who stood in her way. There was no one she couldn't deal with just one punch. If there was, she could use 2 punches. No one escaped from her hands. While she was helping her rescue the trapped girl, she led them to climb up to the 1st floor, which was the top floor of the inverted pyramid. However, the little tentacle stopped at this floor and didn't go up any further. Instead, it led the hundreds of ragged women to a stone wall on the side. Little guy. What's wrong? Why don't we go up? Jaina asked the cute little tentacle in confusion. Plan? Poof. Wait. Sister. Poof outside the white wall. Lillian yawned. She had been melting the white wall for nearly 3 or 4 hours, and had only melted nearly 2 meters, but still failed to penetrate the entire wall. Although your powerful fireball method is very effective, even if a small hole is melted, we can only communicate with the other side, and it is very easy to be discovered by the guards inside. If we are discovered, all our plans will be ruined. Caroline said to Lillian with some worry. Who told you it's only that big? Don't worry, I will definitely dig a big hole that can move all the people out. Lillian didn't care at all. She looked down at the love grass in her arms. The grass was now lowered, pointing directly to the inside of the white wall, which meant that the little tentacles had succeeded behind the white wall. It's about time. Get ready to explode. Step back now, and you can take people in to rescue the imprisoned witches later. When Mithras heard this, he immediately led the rescue rebels to retreat 2 steps. Do you want to die? At least retreat 50 steps. Lillian looked at these people helplessly. They were really unsophisticated. The next magic was something they had never seen before. Mithras looked at Lillian's serious expression, swallowed his saliva, and led the expeditionary army to hide far away again. Caroline stood behind Lillian without moving. She wanted to see what kind of magic Lillian would use to enlarge the hole the size of a fingernail. Lillian rolled her eyes, took a deep breath, threw out a small black ball, pushed it directly into the hole melted by the fireball. and immediately dragged Caroline back and ran wildly. Caroline wanted to see what kind of magic it was. But before she could see clearly, she was dragged away by Lillian. She looked back while running. And while she was still wondering what kind of magic the small black ball was, she saw the extremely hard white wall actually disintegrate and collapse, making a sound of being overwhelmed. The white wall was being torn apart by gravity at an incredible speed, and was quickly swallowed by the small black ball. Instantly, a large hole with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters appeared on the unbreakable white wall. The small black ball reached the critical point and exploded instantly. Countless white powder burst out from the inside of the black ball, and the strong wind almost blew away the thin Caroline. Oh my god! What kind of magic is this? It instantly destroyed this indestructible white wall. This is definitely not light or fire magic. Caroline's worldview was shocked again, and she said with her eyes wide open in disbelief, "Want to learn? If you want to learn, go to Capamere." But Lillian took a sip of the blueberry-flavored magic enchantress, smiled mysteriously, and turned to look at the dazed Mithras and the others. "And you? What are you doing? Hurry up and save people." Mithras, who was covered in white ash, finally reacted and shouted loudly, "Quick! The passage has been opened. Hurry up and save people." The rebels immediately rushed into the white wall. Originally, they thought they would encounter countless dungeon guardians, but in the end, there was only a little lowly with a face full of white ash. "Puff! Little tentacle! Why don't you stand further away?" When Lillian saw the little tentacle, she almost burst out laughing. "Magic! Gather! Puff!" The little tentacle shook its face that looked like it had fallen into a pile of flour, and fell into Lillian's arms. "Sister!" The plan succeeded. Puff! Jaina led the suffering girls to support each other and walked out of the passage next to them, looking at the suddenly appeared big hole and the rebels in surprise. "Brother Mithras, is really you?" Chapter 216 The Evil God Arrives. Jaina hugged her brother, and tears could not stop flowing. These were the tears of surviving a disaster. Her tears brought all the girls present to cry together. For a moment, the sad cries spread throughout the dungeon. Lillian stopped fighting with the little tentacles. Looking at these girls with sad faces and wounds all over their bodies, Lillian's heart was filled with anger. These were all innocent people who were killed by those who claimed to be gods or used the banner of gods. Hundreds of girls were rescued today. It is conceivable that in the past few hundred years, how many people have been killed, and how many families have been broken apart. Think about Xiao Yu. She is the evidence of the persecution of the world. Okay. Let's leave immediately. It's not advisable to stay here for long. If a soldier comes to patrol later, we won't be able to leave. Quick! Let's leave. Catherine wiped her tears, turned her head with red eyes, and said to Lillian and the little tentacle, "Are you really not leaving with us?" "Hee, we still have our own mission. I want to destroy this sinful city more and more. This city is rotten to the core. And I think the little tentacle has been hungry for a long time." Lillian's face was calm, but underneath this calm face, she was a heart that was already burning with anger. "Poochie. Not bad." The little tentacle looked at Lillian with some worry. She could smell the strong smell of anger emanating from Lillian. A rebel came over and whispered something to Catherine. "What?" "Okay. I got it." Catherine pondered for a moment, and said to Lillian, "The bad news just came. The new Scarlet Dawn Knights have entered the city. They will become the guardians of the gods' heavenly word conference. Although the Scarlet Dawn Knights is newly formed, they are stronger than the previous knights. All members are equipped with sub-dragon monster mounts." Catherine originally wanted to persuade Lillian to leave as soon as possible, but she didn't expect that when she heard that the Scarlet Dawn Knights had entered the city, Lillian seemed to be happier. "Hey, old friends are here too, and they've been upgraded. Very good. I was wondering why I couldn't find them when I wanted to chat with them in the city before. It turns out they've been rebuilt overseas." Lillian narrowed her eyes, looking very dangerous. Catherine's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Lillian's expression, she couldn't help but think of the demise of the last Scarlet Dawn Knights. The disabled trial knights who survived said they met a real witch. Could it be Miss Lillian? No matter how I think about it, it feels very similar. Okay, you guys pack up and leave quickly. The rest is up to Little Tentacle and me." Lillian smiled, set all the rebels away. Their plan has just begun. Time flies, and it's the day of the God's Word Assembly. The whole holy city has been enveloped by the festive atmosphere of the God's Word ceremony. A large number of church members have gathered around the venue, shoulder to shoulder, and the streets are empty. The streets are full of the Knights of the Bloody Dawn Judgment Army wearing black and red armor, and each knight is followed by a green-faced and fanged dragon beast. At the Assembly Palace, Lillian put on the prepared combat nun uniform, and put on the luxurious saint's gauze dress on the outside, and walked out of the room with a smile on her lips. Outside the door, there was Mithras, dressed as a city defense knight. He didn't properly escort their rebels to evacuate, but pretended to be a city defense soldier to guard Lillian, calling it protection. No matter how Lillian persuaded him, it was useless. Lillian had no choice but to let him follow. Lillian had just walked out of the Assembly Palace, and the super-fat cardinal of the Poly Church, who was laughing so hard that his eyes could not see, came to meet her. "Your Highness Lillian, I heard that you were nominated as a high-level saint. Congratulations," the fat bishop said to Lillian with a flattering face, rubbing his hands. "Thank you for your appreciation, Bishop. I am unworthy of this nomination of a high-level saint." Although Lillian said so, her voice was still very cold, and there was no trace of guilt. The fat bishop's expression froze for a second, but immediately returned to his original state. He glanced at the 4 knights around him, and said flatteringly again, "It's okay. It's okay. You can think about it again." After the fat bishop finished speaking, he smiled and greeted another saint. Lillian narrowed her eyes. These bad guys might take action immediately after hearing her refusal. But Lillian didn't care much. She walked into her own small private room and waited for the meeting to begin. The 4 knights also walked into Lillian's private room, looked at each other, and a gloomy light burst out in their eyes. The eyes looking at Lillian's back also became cold. 2 of them slowly approached Lillian, their hands already on the hilt of the sword, and the other 2 surrounded Mithras. Mithras saw their little move. His eyes narrowed, and he instantly drew out his straight sword, and slashed the neck of the knight closest to him at a very fast speed. Before the other knight could react, he stabbed the dagger into his chest. He swung the long sword and chopped the head of the knight behind Lillian. The small dagger also stabbed the neck of another knight. 4 city defense knights died instantly. All this happened in a flash. Lillian was still carefully observing the sacrifice on the stage and waiting for the arrival of the Pope, as if the dangerous scene that just happened had nothing to do with her. "It seems that your skills need to be improved. It's worse than my coachman. The blood is splattered everywhere, and it almost splashed on my shoes." Mithras pulled out the straight sword stuck on the knight's head, and heard Lillian say this, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. That coachman is not a human being. At noon, the Pope finally arrived under the protection of countless cardinals and the bloody Judgment Army, and finally stood on the altar under the stars. The Pope was dressed gorgeously, and his body was inlaid with various pearls and gems. The red cross-shaped decoration sparkled in the sunlight. "Welcome everyone to gather in our beloved holy city. Listen to the words of the gods, and seek welfare for the future of mankind. Now, the gods' words gathering officially begins. Let's recite prayers together and pray for the coming of the gods." As the Pope finished his opening remarks, all the believers took off their hats and watched, and the knights knelt on one knee. Sacred music was played all around, and everyone present began to recite prayers. The sun's rays began to distort, reflecting colorful light, and these lights slowly formed a huge light cocoon. Lillian looked at the huge light cocoon, her eyes full of disappointment. "The Lord of Light has heard our request. Now we offer our sacrifices and ask for his coming with the filthy blood of the betrayer." The Pope stood on the altar, raised his arms and shouted, looking extremely holy. A passage opened on the altar, and the executioners, wearing black clothes and masks, brought the bound girls to the venue. Their mouths were sewn shut, and they were still struggling hard, their eyes full of fear. "Kill them! Traitors! Witches! Kill them! Kill!" The believers below looked at this scene without a trace of pity and cheered. "Execution! Begin!" There was no mercy in the Pope's eyes, only indifference, as if those were not human lives but ants. The tied women screamed and struggled, but it was useless. Some of them were hanged, and some were pushed to the stake. For a moment, the whole altar turned into a bloody hell, and the twisted light cocoon actually began to transform after these people died, slowly from a light ball, turned into a giant. "My people, you have done very well. I have received your gifts, so I have sent down a miracle and listened to your requests." A voice that could not be distinguished between male and female spread throughout the venue, and those believers actually shouted excitedly, like a group of crazy fans. "Ha ha! Ha ha! A discordant voice sounded from a corner of the venue, attracting the attention of everyone present. Who is it? How dare you be so disrespectful to the gods? The Pope said angrily in that direction. Lillian flew into the air. Sorry. I really can't help it. Are you really Heliska? Why can't you even distinguish your believers from your enemies? Saint Lillian? How dare you talk to God like that? Lillian was already laughing so hard in the air that she hugged her belly. Take a closer look. What exactly is the sacrifice you are offering? The faces of the slaughtered girls actually fell off like peeling skin. A piece of tentacles, revealing the true face underneath. That is their executioner. Their dungeon guardian. Not a witch at all. Lillian shouted to the stunned believers below. Ha ha ha. You bunch of fools. You used such a bloody ritual to summon your so-called Lord of Light. Who came up with this? The Bloody Dawn Knights Inquisition. Catch her. She is a witch. She replaced all the traitors with these innocent people in order to deceive everyone. The Lord of Light in the light ball pointed at Lillian with his big hand and said angrily, Go! Catch her. She's a witch. Kill! The Scarlet Dawn Knights riding Asian dragon beasts rushed down immediately, swearing to take Lillian down. But Lillian was not panicked at all, still talking to herself. Your bloody sacrifice is not summoning the Lord of Light at all, but summoning the evil god. As soon as Lillian finished speaking, the hundreds of executioners waiting around suddenly straightened their chests, and the tentacles broke out of their chests, and their eyes and mouths were also broken by the tentacles. They were originally the offspring of the small tentacles, and now they just returned to their original form, and met the Scarlet Dawn Knights riding Asian dragons. The evil god. The evil god. He has come. This scene simply frightened these fools, making the scene extremely chaotic, with screams, wails, and prayers. Follow me. Overthrow the rule of the church. Build our utopia. Taking advantage of the chaos. Mithras also rushed out from the darkness with the rebels, and fought with the city defense army. Gary also changed back into his expeditionary combat uniform, supporting the rebels with a revolver, and commanding for Plumhorn Fox wolves to kill on the battlefield. Countless tentacle sub-bodies on the altar combined together, forming a terrifying group of tentacles that grabbed the giant of light in the sky. Chapter 217 The Old Priest and the Pope. Lillian floated lightly to the altar, facing the Pope of the Heliska cult. The surrounding bloody judgment knights also surrounded Lillian in the middle. Lillian landed gently, at the moment of landing. Wide area gravity interference -12G. Instantly, a magic wave spread from the place where Lillian landed. The 12G gravity pressed all the bloody judgment knights to the ground, unable to move. Lillian stepped forward and grabbed the Pope's gorgeous collar. Tell me, where is that bad guy Heliska? The Pope was also stunned by Lillian's gravity magic. He was pressed to the ground and couldn't even breathe. Like a fish on the shore, he opened his mouth hard but couldn't breathe. It was not until he was pulled up from the ground by Lillian that he felt the unusually heavy pressure disappear, and he immediately gasped. Is it Lord Who right there? Come on, you can fool those fools, but you want to fool me with your magic projection trick? If that was the real Heliska, he wouldn't have failed to recognize that the sacrifices underground were all yours, nor would he have asked the Crimson Dawn Tribunal to attack me when I showed up, but would have done it himself. Sure enough, as Lillian finished her words, countless tentacles climbed up the Light Man's body, and the thick tentacles went straight into the Light Man's chest. Judgment. The Sword of Glory. The Light Man wielded a giant sword that was more than 10 meters long, and slashed at the tentacle collection. Countless tentacles were cut off by the Sword of Glory, but the cut tentacles turned into two due to the super speed regeneration, and entangled the Light Man again, and drilled into the Light Man's body, making the Light Man cut more and more, and unable to kill him at all. The little tentacle had turned back into a little lowly nun, watching the Light Man fighting with his tentacle sub-body, and couldn't help but yawning cutely. This Light Man made her feel so weak. So weak. God. Poof. This Light Man gave her a feeling that was not as strong as those Blood Judgment Knights, who were outside the venue, and trying hard to break into the venue. As expected, the Light Man eroded by countless tentacles. The light on his body became fainter and fainter, and the invading tentacles became more and more. No! Finally, the Light Man let out an unwilling roar, and was completely submerged by the tentacles. He could not even last a second before he was directly disintegrated under the special physique of the small tentacles, and turned into pure magic power that was absorbed by the tentacles. The remaining magic power drilled into the gap of the altar. Dozens of priests in the secret room spat out blood at the same time. The feeling of having their magic force swallowed up was like their limbs being torn off from the spiritual level, which seriously hurt their vitality. The light man itself was a magic projection, which was the same as the words that Lillian had written with magic power on the orc battlefield. So the moment the projection was made, Lillian had already seen it, which was why she was extremely disappointed. The little tentacle raised its cute eyebrows, curiously followed the path of magic power, and drilled into the secret room under the altar. Sure enough, there was the unconscious priest who was vomiting blood, and the old priest who was leading the group of priests at the front, the old priest who baptized Lillian. "It's you, Pudgy." The little tentacle came forward, shaking the old priest's head, waking up the dizzy old priest. You are the little nun next to the witch Lillian? You? How come you are here?" The old priest woke up and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He was weak all over, and used all his strength to hug the little tentacle. "Go! Help me escape, or I will kill you. You are still holding hostages at this time. Do you think you can use such arcane projection to fool me who has become an elemental witch? Tell me, where's the real Heliska?" Lillian grabbed the Pope's collar with one hand, and a scorching fireball condensed in the other hand. The high temperature burned the Pope's beard and hair to a black and yellow color. But even though the Pope was sweating all over, he bit his mouth tightly, looking at the fireball getting closer and closer to him in horror, squeezing out a few words from his teeth. "I don't know. Surrender immediately, or I will kill her. Quick!" At this time, the old priest who had escaped from the secret room with the little tentacle tied to him, finally climbed up to the altar panting. There was only one passage in this secret room, and he did not expect that Lillian was still on the altar. The moment he saw Lillian, he immediately hugged the little tentacle with one hand, and with the other hand, he held a snow-white staff against the little tentacle's neck, and shouted loudly to Lillian. Lillian turned around and saw the little tentacle with bright eyes, looking at her with an expression as if he was playing a game. "Are you here to save the Pope? Using a child as a hostage is really despicable. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. Throw away your hidden staff immediately. Give up. You are too powerful as a witch. Luckily you brought your weakness with you this time. Otherwise, I really can't punish you." Lillian rolled her eyes. This old priest is also a talent. The little tentacle is stronger than her. How can it be her weakness? On the contrary, she is more like the weakness of the little tentacle. "Forget it, little guy. Do you have to play it this time? If you have time, knock him out. Come and help me open this guy's mouth," Lillian said helplessly to the little tentacle that was playing the game of gangsters and hostages. "Okay." Poof. The little tentacle pouted, not quite satisfied, but still followed Lillian's instructions, and used its extremely slender little hands to easily pry open the hand that was clamping her. The old priest was stunned by the sudden huge force in his arms. Could this little nun also be a witch? "Who are you? Even a little kid like you is a witch?" The old priest was pushed away by the little tentacle, and he immediately took 2 steps back, pulled out his staff, and the magic power of light began to gather in front of the staff. Judgment. The divine spear of punishment. A divine spear condensed by light pierced the back of the little tentacle. "Be careful, little tentacle." Lillian saw the divine spear and shouted with some worry, wanted to condense an arcane shield for the little tentacle, but it was too late. The spell of the divine spear had been completed long ago, and there was no need to chant it again. The magic spear pierced through the chest of the little tentacle, which made Lillian's eyes tear up. But the little tentacle raised her eyebrows, and looked at the long spear made of light magic gradually disappearing from her chest with some annoyance, leaving a big hole in the wide nun's clothes. The little tentacle's clothes are torn. "Pudgy. Bad guy. Girls, clothes are very important. Pudgy." The little tentacle turned back angrily. She didn't like to wear clothes before, but after an in-depth communication with Xiaobai, she understood the importance of girls' clothes, especially the small clothes on the chest. It's a forbidden place. Now this old man actually poked a hole in the little clothes she had knitted for a long time. It's simply unforgivable. Puff. Bad guy. Bite you. Clothes. Revenge. The little tentacle began to swell and grow. The gray-black spotted skin returned again. The tentacle monster with infinite proliferation was fully unleashed. The thick tentacles instantly wrapped up the frightened old priest. The screams resounded throughout the altar. Seeing that the little tentacle was fine, Lillian was also relieved, and couldn't help shaking her head helplessly. The little tentacle's focus was different from others, and the Pope in her hand was watching with horror as the little tentacle wrapped up the old priest. "I am just a puppet Pope. The real one in power is him. I really don't know the question you asked me." The Pope was about to cry. The real pope of the church is the old priest who baptized him. He only served as a smokescreen for the pope to appear in various places. What? Lillian was shocked. She quickly dropped the puppet pope, ran to the little tentacle, and slapped the little tentacle's thick tentacles. Little guy. Little guy. Bite him quickly. He is the real pope. Spit it out quickly. Spit it out quickly. Ugh. The little tentacle quickly spit out the old priest wrapped by the tentacles. She did not bite the old priest's body directly, but bit his spirit with the translucent tentacles, swallowing some of the sins. The little tentacle that spit out the old priest shrank its head. Did she do something bad again? Because now the old priest has become a little demented because of the spiritual touch. Hey! Wake up! Wake up! Don't be stupid. Tell me where that bastard Eliska is. Lillian slapped the old priest hard, trying to wake him up. ABA. I don't know. I've never seen him. His miracle only appeared once after he disappeared. He never appeared again for hundreds of years. Later, in order to maintain the stability and prosperity of the church, ABA used the illusion of light to simulate the coming of the Lord God regularly. He seems to be injured. He needs to be cured. ABA. The old priest looked at Lillian with dull eyes, drooling. After saying this, he could no longer speak. No matter how Lillian asked, he would answer ABA. Humph! I knew it. You bastards who play with people's hearts. Lillian let go of the old priest. No wonder she searched the entire holy city in the past few days. Except for the Pope's palace, which was too guarded and could not be entered in order not to alert the enemy. She searched all other places thoroughly. But there was no trace at all. Damn it, life nectar healing is damned. They are in the elves. We must pass this news back immediately. Lillian stamped her feet in anger. The elf forest and Bandorma are in two different directions. They must hurry back as soon as possible. If they are a step late, Little Flower Bud and Little Other Shore may be in danger of their lives. The siege battle outside is also coming to an end. The powerful cult of the Scarlet Dawn is completely vulnerable to the offspring of the Little Tentacle. In addition, the rebels attacked the Holy City Defense Force, quickly took the top of the city, occupied the advantageous terrain, and the battle was settled in a short time. The rebels won. But Mithras was slightly injured in this battle. A hole was shot through his shoulder by a sharp arrow. Your Highness Lillian, your powerful strength impressed us. We sincerely hope that you can. Mithras stood up and tried to persuade Lillian to stay, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking. I have urgent business to go back to Capamere. Congratulations on liberating your holy city. See you again in the future. These 2 bottles of blood are very useful for your injury. Bye. Lillian finished speaking quickly, not caring whether he understood or not, and threw him 2 bottles of red liquid, and immediately urged Gary to run away. Lillian, who was pretending to be cool, didn't listen to what Mithras said at all. Only Mithras, who was full of dust. And the last few words of his words were left behind. Stay. Chapter 218 The Stolen Nectar of Life. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian boarded the airship of Capamere and went to the Forest of Elves. They were accompanied by the great natural wizard Zhou Hillier, and the envoys who accompanied them. Xiao Yu did not come with them on this expedition. The pilot of the airship was a little black man, with a mustache and a captain's hat summoned by Xiao Yu. Although there were some communication barriers with these little black men, this did not bother Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian. Therefore, they flew very smoothly all the way, much faster than the speed of the elf envoys. And it took less than 2 weeks to reach the edge of the elf forest. It is said that this is an extremely huge forest. Even if you fly in the sky, you can't see the end at a glance. The trees are generally tall. It takes 8 or 9 people to hug each tree. It is spring all year round. If you walk in this forest, you can't see the sun at all. In addition, the protection of the elves, who are good at natural magic, makes this place full of vitality. There are countless rare animals and plants. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian were so envious that they wanted to empty the place. However, when they arrived at the elf forest, what they saw was not an evergreen forest. The trees here were indeed very tall, but the leaves were all dyed yellow and red, and there was no green at all. It was as if it was late autumn. In such a climate with no distinct seasons, it seemed extremely sad and bleak. The dense forest was full of golden fallen leaves, and there was not even a trace of birds singing, as if all the small animals had left their homes. The airship did not fly directly into the elf forest. In order to show respect to the elves, it stopped at the edge of the elf forest. The elves of the envoys who returned with the airship were all panicked and were terrified by the beautiful scenery. Damn it! What happened during my absence? Joe, the great wizard of nature, also widened his eyes. It was obviously not like this when he set out with the envoys. The first thing the little flower bud did when the airship got off was to pick up a huge yellow leaf and use his magic to sense the subtle changes in the magic in the leaf. These leaves are yellowing due to the lack of life force. I didn't feel any other changes in magic. It's as if they just fell off naturally. Xiao Bian, did you feel anything? Xiao Bian knelt on one knee and closed her eyes. She was feeling the changes in the land. After a while, Xiao Bian shook her head and said, I didn't feel the gathering of death force either. It's like natural evolution. These trees cut off the nutrient transmission of the leaves, letting the leaves return to the earth to accumulate nutrients for the next spring sprouting. It's almost autumn now. Impossible. There is no autumn in the elf forest. Under the protection of the tree of life, this place has always been the city of spring. The changes of the 4 seasons are not obvious enough. Even if Daimosi broke the seal and brought ice and snow in recent years, the changes here are not big. Hillier frowned tightly. At this moment, a gust of autumn wind swept by, making the elf envoys, who were not wearing much, shiver involuntarily. It seems that there is a very serious problem with your tree of life. This place gives me the same feeling as other forests. Little Flower Bud hugged her chest and put her hand on her chin like Fang Jia. Yes, that is to say, the power of your tree of life is disappearing, and this forest is returning to its original appearance. Little Other Side took over the second half of Little Flower Bud's sentence. That's the only explanation. Come on, I take you to see the queen right now. Joe also realized the seriousness of the problem and rushed to the depths of the forest with Little Flower Bud and Little Other Side. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the group entered the elf forest, the sound of arrows piercing the air began to sound. Be careful. Little Flower Bud reached out and pulled Joe and Hillier, who were walking in the front. Several arrows were nailed directly in front of the two of them. If it weren't for Little Flower Bud's pull, maybe these arrows would have pierced their legs. Elf traitor. How dare you come back? A voice sounded from above the envoys, and a man dressed in the clothes of an elf ranger appeared on the branches of a tall tree. As he appeared, the elf's guard stood on the branches around him. How dare you? Lauren, I am the great natural wizard Xiao. As the guardian of the tree of life, why are you running here instead of guarding the tree of life? Xiao looked at this member of his tribe with some anger, with a look of disbelief on his face. Humph! What about the great natural wizard? You gave up the tree of life and turned to the enemy's camp. Do you think we don't know? Traitor! Accept your life. The elf named Lauren drew out the elven blade from his waist, as nimble as a ninja, jumped down from the tall tree, and slashed at the place where Joe had stood before. If it weren't for Joe's quick action, and he stepped back several steps, he would have been cut in two. The elves around him also drew out their own weapons, and surrounded him. Damn it! Lauren! What traitor? What about surrendering to humans? I am visiting Kazakhstan as an envoy, to ask for help to save our tree of life. Joe wanted to explain, but was interrupted rudely by Lauren. Enough. Do you still want to deceive me? Or to heal the tree of life? Do you think I will still believe you? You just ran away because you saw our homeland lost its vitality? Damn traitor. Are you surprised to see me still alive? Lauren angrily swung his knife and chopped at Joe. We really asked the goddess to help me heal the tree of life. Uncle Lauren, why didn't you listen to my advice? Hillier waved his bow in front of Joe and blocked a blow for Joe. Where's Gerard? We went to the Rift Valley Abyss together at that time. They returned to the forest city first and reported the goddess we met in the Rift Valley Abyss. Humph. Yes. And you? The vanguard of the betrayer. Your teammate has been captured by us and imprisoned in the Deadwood prison. Guards. All troops attack. Take these traitors back to the forest city to be judged by the queen. Roland was furious, determined that all his former tribesmen were traitors, and would not listen to advice at all. Oh, this is the peaceful elf tribe? It's really disappointing. Little Flower Bud couldn't stand it anymore, and snapped his fingers, and several vines immediately sprang out from the ground covered with golden leaves, and directly wrapped up all the guards wielding the elf blades like dumplings. Life magic? You actually used the stolen life nectar to attack us. Unforgivable. After a brief surprise, Lauren became even more angry, struggling to break free from the vines, staring at the Little Flower Bud and the team. Little Bian, who was originally enjoying the scenery and the autumn outing, raised his eyebrows, pulled the little flower bud, and said with some concern, "Sister, is this guy crazy? Why does he bite everyone he catches? Why don't we stay away from him? I heard that rabies is easily contagious, and the mortality rate is higher than that of the plague." Joe couldn't listen any longer, and slapped Luolan in the face. "Enough. Why are you so stubborn? These two are the goddess sisters, who control the energy of life. They don't need the nectar of life to use life magic," Joe said to Luolan angrily. Before Joe finished speaking, a big flower bloomed beside the vine that bound him. Sweet dew dripped from the flower and spread on the ground, causing tender green grass to grow on the ground under his feet. Luolan, whose face was swollen, widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Xiao took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. "Did you see that? The nectar of life we cherish is not worth mentioning in the hands of these two goddesses. They are the ones we invited to heal the tree of life." Luolan couldn't help but frown. The ironclad facts were placed in front of him, forcing him to believe it. Another healing tree of life. If that's the case, why did you bring people to steal our remaining nectar of life a few days ago? And you attacked our own companions? You knew that was our only hope to save the tree of life. What? What happened? We were on our way back from Capamere a few days ago. How could you steal the nectar of life? Xiao couldn't believe it. This is the thing I regret most in my life. You suddenly found me and asked me to help you open the secret room where the nectar of life was stored. You said you found a way to save the tree of life. But you attacked me. Damn it. Let me go. You stabbed me in the stomach, and it's not healed yet. Lorraine stared at Joe angrily. What? This is impossible. I have been with Hillier and the envoys. They can all testify for us. Haha, after you stabbed me, I watched you guys empty the entire secret room that stored the nectar of life. Of course they will testify for you. Let me go. I want to fight you to the death. Lauren struggled angrily, and it didn't look like he was acting. This is interesting. We were wrongly accused of being traitors before we even entered the city, and a group of people stole the precious nectar of life from your elves in front of you. There's no way to explain it. Little Bian looked at Xiao and Lauren with interest. What should we do now? If we go back, we will definitely be misunderstood by the people in our tribe. Let alone saving the tree of life, we will even lose our own lives. Hillier was also very anxious. Calm down. Maybe someone pretended to be us, you didn't recognize it? And we are going to enter the forest city now, if we really did these things. How could we come back and fall into the trap without any defense? Xiao frowned and wanted to explain to Luolan. But Luolan was not willing to listen. Seeing this, the little flower bud snapped his fingers directly. The sleeping pollen enveloped the bound elf guards, making them fall asleep. Sorry, we need to discuss a countermeasure. Please lie down for a while. Chapter 219 Faint Attack. Now, what should we do? Hillier was a little embarrassed. She wanted to save her tribe, but now her tribe was hostile to her, which made her feel powerless. How about we just go head-on, rush in, and beat anyone who dares to say something until he is convinced? The idea of the little flower bud was very simple, that is, just crush them with a powerful force. Sister, can you not be so naive? Since it is not their fault, why should they take the responsibility? No one wants to be misunderstood, especially by the tribesmen with whom they have a close relationship. Although you can defeat them by doing this, you will also separate them from their own race, which is not good. Little Bian pulled his sister's hand helplessly, asking her not to give bad ideas, and then changed the subject and smiled. But I do have a good idea. Joe, who frowned, and Hillier, who looked a little sad, looked at Little Bian, who was smiling like a little flower. Since they insist that you are the traitors and want to destroy the elves, why not use their tricks against them and create a real destroyer to attack the elves? Then you can appear as rescuers and save the elves from danger. In this way, you can be accepted again and even clear the suspicion on you and find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Xiao and the elf envoys were stunned. The little flower bud was even more frightened. Little Other Shore, remember to remind me next time. Don't mess with you. It's really black inside when you cut it open. But where can we find an elf destroyer? Hillier asked dully. Of course, there is one here. You elves worship nature and life. My ability is death and annihilation. Isn't this a ready-made destroyer? Little Bian winked at the cute Hillier and said, she has wanted to be a villain for a long time. How can she give up such an opportunity? After a while, the outskirts of the forest city were shrouded in a slightly cool fog. The breath of death spread from the fog, The golden leaves that seemed to be in late autumn withered and fell in the thick fog, leaving only bare tree trunks. A huge black shadow appeared in the forest, with an estimated height of more than 30 meters. The guard standing guard on the sentry tree shuddered involuntarily, and immediately rang the elf bell for warning. For a while, the sound of the bells rang throughout the forest city. Hurry! All combatants gather in the south of the city. A monster with the breath of death appeared in the forest. Quick! We must not let it touch the tree of life. Damn it! Where did the field team go? Why did the monster appear outside the city without any warning? The shadow in the forest was getting bigger and bigger, and getting closer and closer. Every heavy step on the ground would cause a small earthquake. Woo! A loud roar came from the shadow, and the huge sound waves caused the wind and waves to blow away the thick white fog, and lifted the veil covering the monster. That's a tree. It's so big. The guards on the city wall widened their eyes. Look! On those branches. They are the field team members. They are all hanging on that tree. Dozens of elves were hanging on the bare branches of this huge tree demon. From a distance, they looked like they were hanging on the tree demon. Damn it! Draw your bow. Get ready for battle. Revenge for our compatriots. The soldiers guarding the city were angry. The tree demon radiating the breath of death paused for a moment, and used its huge black palm to push away the thick fog and rush towards the city of the elves, the forest capital. The dirt flew everywhere, and the strong wind blew away all the dead leaves on the trees on both sides. Prepare for battle. The elf guards roared in anger, and the death tree demon had already rushed in front of them. The huge black dead tree palm punched the wall of the forest capital, and directly punched a big hole in the wall. The huge vibration shook the elf archers standing on it so hard that they couldn't stand steadily. Don't panic. Use fire arrows. It's a dead tree. On the tower next to the city wall, dozens of archers shot fire arrows at the death tree demon together. These flaming arrows streaked across the sky like stars, and nailed into the body of the death tree demon. But this ordinary fire arrow had no effect on the death tree summoned by Xiaobian. It even extinguished itself after burning for 2 seconds. Woohoo! The death tree demon used its broad shoulders to hit the big hole that had just been made, trying to knock down the entire wall. Quick! Get off the wall! The wall is going to collapse. The elves on the wall immediately fled from the wall in horror. The thick wall of the forest city was crumbling under the impact of the death tree demon, and huge cracks had appeared on the wall. Roar! Who dares to attack the elves who are protected by the dragons? A dragon roar sounded from the inside of the elves, and a huge fire dragon soared into the sky, and raised its sharp claws to claw at the death tree demon. Great! The dragons finally took action. Some elf guards finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the flying dragon. In contrast to the elf guards, Hillier, who was watching the battle from a distance, was almost scared to fall from the tree. Damn it! The dragons took action. Why panic? It's just one dragon. Even if there were 10 more, they would be useless to Xiaobian, not to mention the injured dragons. The little flower bud yawned and sat on a thick branch covered with flowers. As soon as Xiao Huabao finished speaking, the death tree demon reacted extremely quickly. He was not like a clumsy tree demon at all. He immediately gave up the opportunity to crash into the city wall again, and stretched out his dead tree claws to collide with the fire dragon. The dead tree claws were definitely not as hard as the dragon claws. So the dead tree claws were immediately torn apart by the dragon claws when they collided. However, countless vines grew from the wounds that were torn apart and spread to the whole body of the dragon, binding the dragon completely. Damn it! Let me go! Roar! The dragon struggled violently, trying to break free, but the vines became more and more entangled, and it couldn't break free at all. Looking for death. Fire dragon breath. The dragon opened its mouth and spit out fire breath at the death tree demon, but it didn't expect that the death tree demon had more than 2 hands. Countless vines grew out of his back again. These vines swung at the dragon, directly tied up his dragon mouth, not giving the dragon a chance to spit out fire breath, making the fire dragon almost roll his eyes. The dragon's bite force was amazing, but the tension was far from enough to bite. So the dragon's mouth, which was tied by the special vines of the little other shore, could not break free, which made him mad. The 2 giant dead tree palms formed by the death tree demon clenched their fists and smashed them hard on the dragon's face, making the dragon dizzy. Hillier looked at the death tree demon beating the dragon, and was speechless. This seemed a little different from what they imagined. The little flower bud beside him yawned, twisted his neck and said, Let's go. It's our turn to go on stage. It won't be good if 2 more dragons come to steal the limelight. After the little flower bud finished speaking, it jumped down from the huge tree. In the air, golden leaves gathered around the little flower bud, forming a golden cloak that covered the little flower bud completely. Raging forest sea. The little flower bud's voice was not loud, but it sounded like the sound of a phoenix, and the sound of a phoenix. The movement of the entire forest seemed to stop for a second. As the little flower bud landed, the surrounding forests all moved, and countless roots traveled through the soil, making a rumbling sound similar to thunder. The roots emerged from the soil like sharp knives and pierced into the body of the Death Tree Demon. The Death Tree Demon immediately screamed and tried to break free, but the roots that had penetrated deep into its bones made it impossible for it to break free. The Fire Dragon saw that the Death Tree Demon was bound, and immediately found an opportunity. It broke free from the restraints and stepped back several steps, looking at the person, who was about the same size as the elf, and was wearing a golden cloak. There were also elves wearing dark green elf cloaks around the small flower bud. They all covered their faces, and their expressions could not be seen at all. The man in the golden cloak approached the forest city step by step. It seemed as if the spring breeze was bathing under his feet. Countless green plants sprouted and blossomed. Life magic? A beautiful elf in gorgeous clothes also stood on the top of the city under the protection of a burly man. She frowned slightly and stared at the girl in the golden cloak below. The girl approached the tree demon, who was struggling violently, and pressed her slender white jade hand on the black and hard bark of the dead tree demon. Countless green vines and mosses climbed onto the surface of the dead tree demon. Huge life fluctuations came from the girl's body. The power of life spread here and successfully enveloped the dead tree demon. The dead tree demon could only make a helpless whimper, and then there was no movement. After the girl completely destroyed the tree demon of death, she breathed a sigh of relief. Goddess of life? No. She doesn't look like that. Open the city gate. I want to meet this warrior. The cold voice of the queen spread throughout the city. The dark green city gate drawbridge slowly lowered, and the beautiful queen, wearing gorgeous elven armor, with a golden leaf hanging on her chest, surrounded by guards, came out. Hello, I am the elven queen Meglanka, and I am very happy to meet you. Warrior. The queen's voice was clear and gentle, warming like a mother's. Nice to meet you. I am Landwini of Kepamir. I am the doctor invited by your great natural wizard Joe to consult with the Tree of Life. Under the golden cloak, the little flower bud smiled, opened the cloak, revealing her beautiful face. The elves around whispered. They didn't expect that the reinforcements this time were actually invited by their traitors. Be quiet. Don't make a fool of our distinguished guest. The queen paused for a second, smiled, and said to the little flower bud, in that case, then please ask Her Highness Landwini to come with me to the royal city as a guest. Perhaps we have some misunderstandings that need to be explained. The little flower bud did not speak, but just smiled slightly, and followed the elf queen into the city. Chapter 220 Preliminary Diagnosis. The Forest City is a beautiful city, built around trees, with the extremely huge Tree of Life in the middle. Residents are mainly concentrated in the tree houses next to the Tree of Life, very characteristic of the sons of nature. The sound of strings never stops when entering the city. They are a race that loves nature and art. At the same time, various weapons and iron tools are also very developed, in terms of forging technology alone. They are much better than humans. The strength of the elven steel they forge is far superior to that of humans, although it has not reached the level of calcite plus carbon steel. It is not far away. The key is that the magic power of the weapons they forge is stronger. In the elf palace at the bottom of the Tree of Life, the elf queen warmly entertained this group of warriors wearing cloaks. Of course, mainly little flower bud alone. Everyone, thank you very much for coming from afar. These are some fruits cultivated by the elves themselves. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Although the elf queen Meglanka, who was sitting in the main seat, said that the hospitality was poor, her eyes were looking at Joe and his group, who were wrapped tightly. Just when Joe and Hillier were still struggling whether to take off their cloaks now, someone in their team took off the cloak first. These fruits look so plump, I like them. Little Bion didn't feel like a villain at all. He took off his cloak and threw it aside casually. He sat down next to little Huabao. He took the fruit from the fruit bowl and took a bite. It was really fresh and juicy. It was delicious. Hillier stared at little Bion with his eyes wide open, as if to say, aren't you pretending to be a tree demon? Why are you here? What if you are exposed? Little Bion also rolled her eyes in response to her. What does the death tree demon have to do with my little Bayan? What will be exposed? Sorry, my sister has been spoiled by me since she was a child, so she is not very particular about details. Please forgive me, and you are also suffocated in the cloak. An ugly daughter-in-law still has to meet her parents-in-law. What's there to be embarrassed about going back to your own home? Little Flower Bud picked up their wine glasses and took a sip of the elf tribe's 100 flowers wine. Well, not bad. Better than the blueberry juice made from the Fangjia wine in the underground palace, of course. It may also be because it suits her taste better. Since even the Little Flower Bud said so, Joe. Hillier and other elves had to take off their cloaks one after another. It's you? Traitors? The elf guards around saw Joe and Hillier, and immediately drew their elf swords. Enough, they are now guests who have rescued the elves. The elf queen calmly stopped the elf guards around. Yes, I think there must be some misunderstanding. They have been with us before, and rushed back to the forest capital, but what greeted us was not the kindness of your elves, but cold swords. I believe you will give us an explanation. Right? Little Flower Bud casually drank the 100 flowers wine and said, but all our guards can prove that they betrayed us. They swaggered into the forbidden area and attacked the guards of the forbidden area. It is also a fact that they stole the life nectar that the elves depend on for survival. Ha ha ha, seeing is not necessarily believing. I once saw a creature that can disguise itself as anyone. So maybe you just saw the disguise. Someone pretended to be them, and stole your things. Anyway, they went out to fight. And no one confronted them. When the Little Flower Bud mentioned disguise, Meglanka frowned slightly, but it only relaxed for a moment. But even if it was only a moment, it was seen by little Bayan, who had been staring at the beautiful elf queen since she entered here. You may have some truth, but we have never heard of such magic, and it can be disguised so carefully, and it is unlikely that one's friends and tribesmen can't recognize it. The elf queen made an expression of I don't believe it. Doesn't this just prove that? These pretenders are people you know well, and know every detail about you. Maybe they are still here. Just check if anyone in your tribe has abnormal behavior, and you will know. Little Bayan immediately answered, still staring at the elf queen. Sure enough, the elf queen frowned again. Okay, in that case, please rest in the palace first. I have something else to do. Please forgive me. The queen left the table immediately after she finished speaking. Little Sister Bayan, are those traitors who stole the nectar of life really among our tribe? Hillier sat next to little Bayan and asked with some sadness. She really couldn't imagine that her friends would betray her and her tribe. But little Bayan just shook her head gently and said nothing. After a sumptuous elf dinner, Little Flower Bud and little Bayan did not immediately check the situation of the Tree of Life, but wandered around the entire forest city. After all, they had never been to the forest city before, and everything here was quite attractive to the two goddess sisters who controlled life and death. After wandering around for a long time, I came to the bottom of the Tree of Life with several guards of the elves under the urging of Hillier and other elves to check the condition of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is a natural sacred tree that gave birth to the elves in the legend. It is green all year round and huge. But now this legendary Tree of Life is sick and not as magnificent as the legend. All the leaves have turned yellow, and the huge leaves are falling one by one like snowflakes. It feels like the tree has entered its twilight years. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bayan placed their hands on the thick trunk of the huge Tree of Life, and communicated with the ancient tree that had grown for many years. Gradually, Xiao Bayan's brows knitted. Strange. Although there is death energy accumulating in the body of the tree, it is not as huge as I imagined. It is not strange that such a big tree has death energy. Xiao Bayan opened his eyes first, and said with some doubt, it is a bit strange. In my perception, the roots of this big tree are intact, but its trunk seems to be empty. The Little Flower Bud also opened his eyes in confusion. Empty? Are there worms? Little Bayan was a little surprised. It was normal for a tree to have worms, but it was a bit too much for a super magic tree like the Tree of Life to have worms. I think it's very likely. The Little Flower Bud didn't expect that the disease of the Tree of Life would be so simple. But I didn't find where the worms were. Maybe they are deeper in the heart of the tree. If you want to know what kind of worms they are, you need to go deeper to investigate. This is impossible. Hillier also heard their conversation, so he also spoke out his thoughts. We have been taking care of the Tree of Life. This is not an ordinary tree. This is the Tree of Life that carries the lifeline of the entire elves. The magical sap alone is not something that insects can bear. Not to mention that we elves are taking care of it. Don't be so absolute. Every creature has the ability to evolve. Just like taking medicine. If you take too much, You will always develop drug resistance. So it's not surprising that this kind of insect that can withstand the huge energy of the tree of life can appear. And I don't know how you took care of such a big tree before. But don't you find that your ecosystem is very simple? The little flower bud said faintly. Is the ecosystem single? Hillier was even more confused. Since we entered your elf forest, how many kinds of animals have we seen? Let alone animals, there are not even birds. There is no closed loop at all. Do you know what this concept is? Generally speaking, when insects grow on trees in nature, birds will come to eat them. But your tree of life simply uses life energy to suppress the growth of insects. Over time, insects will naturally develop drug resistance. It used to exist. But as the population of the elves gradually increased, these animals became less and less. Hillier thought. It seemed to be true. The small animals that he used to see frequently when he was a child were becoming less and less now. So now we just need to clean up the bugs in the big trees and save their trees. Right? Little Bion also chimed in. In theory, it is true. But generally speaking, ordinary bugs start to eat from the surface of the tree. So it is easy to prevent and detect. But this time the bugs are different. They start to eat directly from the heart of the tree, from the inside to the outside, so it is very difficult to detect. If we want to save the tree, we must first figure out what kind of bugs caused it, so that we can effectively prevent and control it. Otherwise, we can save it once, but the bugs will come back again in 2 days. What are we waiting for? Let's go to the center of the tree and check it out. Once we cure the tree, we can go home. Little Bion excitedly pulled Little Bion and ran deep into the tree of life. But they didn't expect that they were stopped by the elf guards before they took a few steps. Sorry, honored guests, the front is the forbidden area of the elves. You cannot enter without the permission of the elf queen. Please, do you still have a card map? We are the ones you invited to help you heal the tree of life. How can we help you heal the tree of life if you don't let us diagnose it? The little flower bud looked at the elf guard, who was blocking them in front of them, with some disbelief. I'm very sorry, everyone. Let them in, I'm coming. Just as Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian were confronting the guards, the elf queen brought the guards and the great natural wizard Qiao to the forbidden area. The guards blocking the door saw that the queen had come in person and immediately made way. Just now I heard you say that a diagnosis is needed. I wonder if you two have a preliminary treatment plan in mind. I have reached an agreement with Qiao and agreed to let you try to treat the tree of life. But I hope you can give us a conservative plan. The elf queen's voice was very cold. Yes, no problem. At present, we found that part of the heart of the tree of life was eaten by insects, causing the death of the tree of life now. So we must enter the interior of your tree of life for further diagnosis, find the culprit, to fundamentally heal your tree of life. The little flower bud said to the elf queen with certainty. Growing worms? Okay, you come with us, I hope you're right. The elf queen's expression was still cold. Basically, there was no change in emotion. The little other side frowned involuntarily. This didn't look like he had just heard the news. Just look at the wide eyes of Qiao next to him, and you will know that he also feels a little incredible. Chapter 221 Blooming Song of Life. The Hard Hall of the Tree of Life. This is an elven palace at the center of the root of the Tree of Life. Many vines and young shoots grew from the dome in the center of the palace. The so-called nectar of life of the elves dripped from here, and dripped into an ancient stone basin directly below. But now those vines have become dry, and the young shoots no longer exist, not to mention the nectar of life they produce. The little flower bud stood in the center of the hard hall of the tree of life, and the magic of life penetrated through the body, and penetrated into the surrounding tree trunks, looking for the insects that gnawed the tree trunks among these tree trunks. She stood in the middle for nearly half an hour. Her brows knitted tighter and tighter. It's unscientific, where are these insects? After exploring to no avail, the little flower bud reluctantly withdrew its magic. What's wrong? Didn't you find it? Yes, there are many holes in the trunk that have been eaten by insects. Judging from the tooth marks, these insects are not small. Their mouthparts are at least 5 centimeters wide. 5 centimeters? So wide. How big must it be? Little Bion was shocked. It's not like he had never seen such a big bug before. But it's rare to see such a big parasite. I guess. At least half a meter. But the strange thing is, I didn't find a single bug in this tree. Little Flower Bud twisted her hair in disbelief. May I ask Goddess Landweenie? What is the current situation of our tree of life? The Elf Queen also walked to the center of the hall and asked politely. The situation is very bad. No bugs were found in the heart of the tree. but they have already bored many holes in the center of the tree. The little flower bud told the truth without hiding anything. But no matter what, the condition of this tree is really very bad if it is not treated. It may be really irreparable. After hearing this, the queen also frowned. In this case, Your Highness, do you have a better way to help us save the Tree of Life? If Your Highness can help us heal the Tree of Life, the entire elf tribe will be at your disposal. It's okay, I can inject my life energy into the Tree of Life first, and then we can slowly look for those insects that can eat the Tree of Life. Thank you, Your Highness. The queen was obviously relieved when she heard what Little Flower Bud said. Sister, do you really want to inject your magic power directly? Little Bion was a little worried. It's okay, don't worry about me, I will never die with you around. Little Flower Bud raised the corner of her mouth and winked at Little Bion. Standing on the high platform again, put her hand directly into the soil, slowly closed her eyes. Come on! The spring is flowing, life is revived. Bloom the song of life. Although the crisp sound of the small flower bud was not loud, it spread throughout the hard hall of the Tree of Life. A light green light emerged from the body of the small flower bud. At this moment, it seemed as if the chirping of insects and birds appeared again in the forest of elves. The extremely pure life force emerged from the body of the small flower bud like real smoke, and was injected into the dry Tree of Life. Outside the Tree of Life, a breeze blew, as if the whole forest took a deep breath. The yellow leaves of the Tree of Life were blown off by the breeze, and the green buds emerged from the dry branches again. Oh my god! The Tree of Life! Its sprouting branches. Some elves felt the fluctuations of the magic power in the Tree of Life, and stared with wide eyes, looking at the tree on which they depended for survival. They dropped their work and prostrated themselves on the ground. Thank you, Goddess of Life. We are saved. We are saved. God will not destroy our elves. God will not destroy our elves. Thank you, Great Wizard of Nature. Joe. Thank you, Queen of Elves. Meglonka. For a moment, all the elves were sighing at the coming of the miracle. But the condition of the little flower bud in the tree hard hall was not so good. It could be described as shaky and pale. She underestimated the power of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was the sacred tree that supported the elves. It also connected the entire forest of elves. Unlike the initial idea of healing the Tree of Life alone, she healed the entire forest. Just when the little flower bud was weak due to excessive use of life force, the two guards around him looked at each other and launched an attack on the little flower bud. Be careful! The elf queen was the first to exclaim. And then the two elf guards rushed straight towards the little flower bud. And the elf steel knife with blue magic went straight to the little flower bud's head, looking for death. At this critical moment, Xiao Bian hugged the little flower bud with a cold face, and waved his hand. Countless black vines began to grow, and successfully formed a huge black vine shield in front of the little flower bud. The elf steel knives of the two elf guards could not cut into these vines at all, and instead were entangled by these vines. Elf blades. Damn it! Retreat! One of the elf guards gnashed his teeth and let go of the elven steel knife in his hand. He tapped the ground lightly and changed direction, and immediately ran towards the exit of the tree hard hall. At this moment, the elven ranger's mobility was fully demonstrated. The other guard also wanted to escape like him, but the moment he landed, black thorns grew under his feet, wrapped around his feet, and the thin thorns pierced straight into his ankles. Even the elven armor could not stop it. These thorns contained paralyzing toxins, and instantly paralyzed the elf to the ground, unable to move. Still want to run? Are you thinking I don't exist? Little Bian was staring at the two of them closely. The one just reacted a little too fast, so she didn't catch him, but she caught this one. As for the other one, Little Bian narrowed his eyes. Quick! Catch the traitor of the elves. The elf queen then stepped forward in panic, checking on the little flower bud. Sorry, I didn't expect that these traitors hadn't been cleaned up yet. Is Her Highness Landweenie injured? I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. My sister is here. Don't worry about me. The weak little flower bud shook her head, indicating that she was fine. I'm very sorry this happened. Your Highness Manjusaka, please hand over the traitor of the elves to me. We will definitely give you an explanation. The elf queen looked nervous, fearing that the little flower bud would no longer treat their Tree of Life because of this attack. Your Majesty, it's time now. Hillier also stepped forward anxiously, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Little Bian. It doesn't matter, traitors are like insects in a big tree, if you find them. You must clean up their nests in time, otherwise There will be endless harm after all. They are your people, you can take them for interrogation after all. One of them escaped. So you must be more careful. Little Bion interrupted Hillier, waved his hand to untie the thorns wrapped around the feet of the elf guard, and handed her over to other guards. Thank you very much. I have arranged a lounge with the highest treatment for the elves for you. Hillier knows where it is. I will personally supervise the interrogation. Please forgive me. The queen apologized, lifted her long skirt and followed the guards out of the Tree Heart Hall. Huh? They are finally gone. Tonight we will know what secrets the elves are hiding. As soon as the elf queen left, the little flower bud stood up swiftly. There was no sign of weakness at all. Little flower bud's sister. Are you okay? Hillier was shocked. Just now. Little flower bud's face was frighteningly pale. How come she looks fine now? She can't change her face so quickly. It's okay. Although it's more consuming than I thought, it took away at least 70% of my magic power. And if I don't pretend to be like this, how can I lure out the real traitor of your elves? Little flower bud winked at Hillier. And this big tree is really worthy of being called the Tree of Life. At the moment I injected energy into it, the tree left a small part, and most of it was distributed to the whole forest. She really loves the whole forest. The little flower bud patted the trunk of the Tree of Life, and said with a smile, the vines of the Tree of Life that had sprouted small seedlings actually shook, as if responding to the little flower bud. Hillier was stunned. She had forgotten how much this goddess, who controlled the energy of life, loved to play, and how much she had a bad taste. The resting place of the elf little flower bud and the little other shore. The little flower bud had already rolled on the hammock made of leaves. Woo! No meat. Not happy. I want to eat meat. Eat meat. How can there be no meat in the midnight snack? Little Bion covered her face and watched her sister lying on the bed like a child. Sister, can you bear it for a few more days? You can eat as much as you want when we return to the underground palace. Little Bion felt that she was really tired as a younger sister. How could she have such an unreliable sister? The two of them were originally on guard to see if the elf traders would make any moves. In the second half of the night, Xiao Huabo's stomach started to growl. Since entering the forest city, she has not eaten meat. Every day, she either eats fruits or leaves. How could a carnivorous plant like her bear it? That's why she acted like a spoiled child. Suddenly Xiao Huabao, who was lying on the hammock and playing tricks, suddenly sat up, with an incredible look on his face. Eat it. Sister, can you be quiet? When we finish the expedition and go back, let Fanjia cook you a full banquet. Eat until you want to vomit. Okay? Xiao Bian rubbed his temples. The sister he recognized was really the best. No. Xiao Bian, I mean my magic power was eaten. I don't want to eat meat. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huabao shook his head, pulled Xiao Bian to stand up, and immediately ran towards the direction of the Tree of Life. What? Are you saying that the traders of the elves have made a move? Not the traders of the elves. It's the bugs that gnawed the Tree of Life. Some of the magic power I injected into the Tree of Life today is still connected to me, and just now my magic power connection was cut off, just like the 7 sins that devoured magic power we met before. I felt like I was eaten by something. Is this bug so strong? Xiao Bian was stunned. That devourer was the most powerful opponent she had ever met, who could even devour magic power. So she also put in a lot of effort to deal with these bugs. Chapter 222 White Worm in the Heart of the Tree. This time, Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian did not disturb any elf guards, even without Hillier, and quietly touched the bottom of the giant tree. On the surface, the Tree of Life looked no different from the daytime state, but when Xiao Huabao touched the bark of the Tree of Life, he frowned. What's wrong? Sister? Xiao Bian asked with some confusion when he saw Xiao Huabao's expression. Nothing, I just felt her moaning. I'm sorry for her pain, Tree of Life, it might hurt a little. The little flower but shook her head, sweeping those thoughts out of her mind. Let's go. This time we will directly meet those bugs up close. Open it. As the little flower bud finished speaking, she touched the trunk of the Tree of Life, and it actually corroded and weathered, leaving a hole with a diameter of 1 meter. If the Elf Queen saw this scene, she would be scared to death, because it was the pure power of death. The little flower bud and the little other shore walked into the tree hole hand in hand, and walked towards the gnawed tree heart. Although there was basically nothing abnormal on the surface, the tree heart had really been eaten by bugs to form several huge passages. Even the two goddesses who were over 2 meters tall did not feel crowded when walking side by side in it. So the two of them walked carefully along these maze-like passages. The closer they were to the tree core, the more and more intricate the hollowed passages became. Soon, they went deep into the tree core. The passage suddenly became clear. A huge hollow appeared in front of the little flower bud and the little other shore. Many places here had been eaten by the mouthparts of insects for a long time. The eaten surface had even rotted. In the hollow tree core, there were hundreds of thick white worms. Their bodies were milky white, like maggots. Their sharp mouthparts were extremely sharp. They bit the tree of life into their mouths one by one. As they ate the tree core containing life magic, the milky white maggots actually had green dots on their surface. The places where the maggots focused on eating were actually the places where the small flower buds were mainly repaired after being injected with life magic, which contained more life magic than other places. I can now be sure that these disgusting worms are definitely not evolved naturally by nature, but must be man-made. I even saw traces of sutures on the bodies of these disgusting worms, which must be the work of Collector Monses. Little Bion hid beside Little Flower Bud, frowning as he looked at these thick maggots. It must be. The skin of these worms gives me the feeling of small tentacles. It is difficult to detect them during magic exploration, although they are large in size. Their feedback during magic exploration is smaller than that of ants, almost non-existent. Little Flower Bud also half closed his eyes and looked at these white and fat worms. Could it be the cubs of the real-world destroying monsters? Little Bion came up with an idea. After all, that Monses was a participant in the Hidden God War, and he may have also experienced the advent of the world-destroying monster. It's very likely. Be careful. These bugs are moving, Little Flower Bud replied, and immediately pulled Little Bion to hide in a hole that had been eaten. These bugs actually crawled into one of the eaten passages as if they had heard a call. Where do these disgusting guys want to go? Isn't this their base camp? I don't know. Don't alert them. Let's follow them and see. It's true. These maggots crawled very fast. In just over half an hour, they crawled out of the range of the Tree of Life and crawled out from a thick root of the Tree of Life. They kept crawling towards the depths of the cave. The more Xiao Bian walked, the tighter his brows frowned. This time, it was Xiao Huabao who asked her worriedly, "What's wrong? Why don't you go back and rest first?" "No, I let go of the elf trader who attacked you today. I feel he is in front." "Hey, so it is really related to the elf trader? Why didn't you say it before?" "I have been paying attention to the individual's dynamics tonight. He has been running around in the forest city, and has not entered the core area of the forest city. I thought he was afraid to join them today because he was exposed, but I didn't expect that we would go to him ourselves." Little Other Shore shook his head and said, "So, these passages will lead directly to the lair of the elf traders? It's getting more and more exciting. I like it." Little Flower Bud's mouth curled up, pulling Little Other Shore to quickly catch up with the giant maggots with slower movement. "By the way, did you hear any sound from just now?" Little Flower Bud suddenly asked while walking. "One thing, it's a whistle with a very high frequency, which ordinary people, even elves, may not be able to hear." Little Bion listened carefully for a while and said, "That should be right. These worms cannot be controlled by magic, so they can only be controlled by other means. If I guess correctly, it is this whistle that directs the activities of these worms." Little Huabao nodded. Although these worms look bulky, they crawl at a good speed, and they are like fish in water in this tunnel. After a while, they crawled into a hole that was obviously dug by humans. "Sir, all the erosion worms that were released have been taken back. A total of 249, all here." "Very good. Hurry up and bring the remaining ones up." A cold female voice rang out. "Yes." But Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian, who were hiding on the side, were extremely shocked, because this female voice was the Elf Queen. In the hall, the Elf Queen was sitting lazily on the high platform, and the Elf Guard, who attacked Xiao Huabao today, was half kneeling at her feet, but he was no longer wearing the elf armor, but was wearing a large black cloak instead. Actually, the Little Flower Bud widened her eyes, and just as she was about to speak, Xiao Bian covered her mouth with his hand. "Shoo!" The Elf Queen took the huge maggot from the guard's hand, and pressed her hand on its forehead. A pure life force was transmitted from the fat white maggot into the queen's body, making a strange green light appear in the Elf Queen's eyes. And with the loss of life force, the white worm shrank rapidly as if it had shrunk, and finally turned into a black maggot the size of a palm. "Huh? The life force of that new goddess is so strong. I didn't expect that there would be a new goddess of life now. Amazing. The life energy in her body is even stronger than the Tree of Life that I have absorbed for hundreds of years. I will completely absorb her energy and my soul will be completely healed. Then it will be time for them to pay the price. At this moment, the queen's face looked very ferocious. Your Highness. But there is another goddess beside her. We still don't know what the power of that goddess is. I saw her sister also use life magic. But she was much weaker than her sister, and mixed with other magic. So she is not to be feared. The queen shook her head while sitting on the throne. The trouble now is that the envoys who visited Capamir have returned. We need to eliminate them all immediately. Otherwise we will be too passive. The half-kneeling warrior said. What is the situation in Julis? The queen asked after thinking for a while sitting in her seat. Lord Julis is making rapid progress. The body will be completely assimilated soon. Then there is no need to worry. Before they find out, we should have accumulated enough strength. We will no longer be controlled by these pathetic mortals. The glory of our god race will shine upon the whole earth again. Ahem. Ahem. Damn it, this woman is still resisting me. She is just a pathetic mortal. What qualifications do she have to resist my divine light? The queen's voice became somewhat hideous at this moment. She gently picked up the withered yellow leaf on her chest and blew it. After a while, a fat maggot consciously climbed up to the queen's voice and opened its mouth, waiting for the queen to absorb the power it devoured. These little bugs are still more obedient. It's a pity that pervert minces didn't make more for me. Otherwise, it wouldn't take so long, and it wouldn't be here to absorb life energy. After the queen finished speaking, she put her hand into the mouthparts of the maggot again. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that the queen's hobby is so weird. The cold voice of the little flower bud suddenly sounded, which sounded so harsh in this deserted cave. Who? The elf queen stood up immediately. Little flower bud and little other sure walked out of the empty shadow hand in hand. It's you? The elf queen narrowed her eyes. How come two distinguished guests of my elf clan come to this place in the middle of the night? Haha, we also want to ask Her Majesty the Queen, why don't you just supervise the interrogation of the traitor who attacked us, and come here to meet with another traitor? Are you two having an affair? Xiao Huabao almost laughed out loud after hearing what the elf queen said. Your Majesty. Hurry up. I help you hold them back. When the traitor saw that he was exposed, he immediately drew out the elf blade, and tried to fart at Xiao Huabao and the others. Hey, do you think I don't exist? Lie down well. I let you go on purpose today. Do you really think I can't catch you? Xiao Bian just glanced at the traitor lightly, and the traitor's body fell to the ground as if he had no bones. Damn it! What kind of evil magic did you use? Don't be nervous, I just made the spores in your body explode, and cut off the control of your spine, which is just high paraplegia, nothing to explain. Xiao Bian slapped, and turned his attention to the queen again. The queen glanced at the useless subordinates lying on the ground, and then looked at the two people standing in front of her leisurely, and sighed. Okay, tell me, when did you find me? Chapter 223, Fighting the Elf Queen. Just now. When I first saw you. Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian said at the same time, then they turned their heads, and looked at each other in surprise. You knew her identity so early? Why didn't you tell me? Do you still have me as your sister in your eyes? Xiao Huabao pinched Xiao Bian angrily. I'm also surprised, sister. What on earth do you use your brain for? Xiao Bian looked at Xiao Huabao helplessly, with an expression of why is my sister so stupid? Xiao Huabao almost made her withdraw and draw circles in the corner. Impossible, if the magic exploration alone could discover my abnormality, I would never have been able to hide for so long. The elf queen snorted coldly. Yes, that's right, you are indeed hiding very well. Not only the magic exploration, the golden leaf on your chest caught my attention when I first saw you, because I felt the breath of death on it. Exactly the same as when I first saw the great natural wizard Qiao. I originally thought you were also hid by the death magic, but there is nothing in your body, then this is very suspicious. Why would you? The queen of the son of nature. Carry an ornament with the breath of death? Besides that, when my sister mentioned that the tree of life was infested with worms, your expression was very cold, and you didn't look like you had just found out. Others like Hillier were quite surprised. At that time, I became more and more suspicious of you. Later, I deliberately let a traitor go to verify my idea. Since you had magic that could impersonate others before, I planted my spores on him, so that I could find out at the first time. I didn't expect that I was right. At this moment, a low horn sounded. It was the warning horn of the elves. Excellent. It was really wonderful. It made me look at you with new eyes. You two sisters. One is very wise. The other has abundant magic power. But it's a pity. You exposed me here. instead of exposing me in front of all the elves. It took so long to finally blow the horn. Now I just need to call the guards of the elves and tell them that you are here to destroy the Tree of Life. Do you think they will believe me or you? Can your sister's already severely depleted magic power, and a little guy like you with mixed magic power defeat the entire elves? Meglanka laughed arrogantly. Countless footsteps sounded from the passage on the side of Meglanka. Judging from the sound, it should be the guards of their elves. Well, it seems that not only my sister is a little stupid, you are also a little stupid. Do you think we would show up so openly if we are not sure of winning? To be honest, even if all the elves join together, they may not be able to defeat my sister and I. Little Bion was also impressed by the Elf Queen's show, and gave Little Flower Bud a look. Little Flower Bud immediately recovered from his decadent state, and snapped his fingers with a smile. Most of the noisy sounds outside disappeared immediately, and there were more sounds of heavy objects falling. After a while, it became quiet outside, without any sound, and even the warning horn stopped. What did you do? The Elf Queen finally realized something was wrong. Do you really think that Xiao Bian and I were just shopping outside? We were afraid that something might happen, so we wanted to leave ourselves a way out, so we spread the spores of hypnotic thorns all over the city. The elves outside should all be asleep now, and our powerful sleeping powder can hypnotize even dragons. Not to mention you elves. So, just surrender. The Little Flower Bud imitated the Elf Queen's actions just now, and put his hands on his hips, and laughed. Damn it! I really underestimated you too. It seems that I have to do it myself. The Elf Queen's expression became ferocious. She put the withered yellow leaf to her mouth and blew the horn of attack. Buzz. An extremely high-frequency sound was emitted under the resonance of the leaves. The maggots around that had been dormant and had their life force sucked away became active again. These maggots moved extremely fast in their black and shrunken state. More than 200 black maggots rushed towards the small flower bud like arrows from a bowstring. The two of them jumped over, whipped the thorns. The small flower bud would not sit still and wait for death. In an instant, the thorns under her feet grew wildly, like a long snake that had locked onto a target. She attacked quickly and knocked down all the black maggots that were rushing towards her. However, in return, these vines were also bitten off by the sharp mouthparts of the maggots while hitting the black maggots. TSK, why do we always encounter these devouring creatures? The last one was gluttonous, and this one has the same method. Is it another time to blast? The Little Flower Bud sneered. Do you think I will let you kill my little cutie so easily? Shining light. Deprivation of vision. The Elf Queen also made a move. She raised her hand, and a dazzling light emanated from her palm, and instantly filled the entire underground space, piercing the Little Flower Bud and the little other shore so that they could not open their eyes. Light magic? You are one of Heliska's people. Xiao Bian's face changed. Although the light attribute does not directly restrain the death attribute, it still made Xiao Bian feel uncomfortable. She immediately stood back to back with Xiao Huabao. Xiao Huabao did not feel very uncomfortable. She even felt that the release speed of her life magic had become much faster. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air came from Xiao Huabao's side, making Xiao Huabao's heart skip a beat. She wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Sure enough, the next second she could feel something biting her arm, tearing her skin instantly. Damn it! There's no way to see that bug directly. Magic exploration has little effect on these magic bugs. There's no way to determine the location of those disgusting bugs. Little Bion spat softly, summoned countless flower buds containing paralysis powder and sleep powder, letting them bloom into countless beautiful flowers, hoping to use this method to restrict the actions of Meglanka and the maggots she controlled. Haha, how about it? After depriving you of your vision, can you still stop these little cuties of mine? Can you sense them with your magic power? This is the devouring worm that I asked Menses to create for me using the skin of the last world-destroying monster cub. Your pollen is just nutrients in their eyes, and there is no way to hurt them. Great light spear. Meglanka's voice also came from all directions. There was no way to determine her position. It was obvious that these pollens could not pose an effective threat to a god under defense. The light spear submerged in the sea of light was formed instantly, and pierced the small flower bud's forehead. Be careful. Xiao Bian felt the pollen being disturbed by the light spear, and immediately calculated the direction it was moving in, pulled the small flower bud's hand, pulled her to stagger, and narrowly avoided the light spear hidden in the endless light, so that the powerful light spear only cut off a few strands of the small flower bud's hair. Humph! If I can't find your broken bud, then I find you. Xiao Bian, who dodged the attack with Xiao Huabao, snorted coldly, and waved her hand to wrap up both her and Xiao Huabao with countless vines, temporarily used for defense. Xiao Huabao tacitly gave birth to pressure moss, making them the new eyes of the two sisters. The magic content of these mosses is very low, and there is no way to attract the attention of the insects. Not only these insects, but also successfully found Meglanka, who was hiding in the light and shooting cold guns. Humph! I found you, Meglanka. The little flower bud snorted coldly, and countless vines entangled Meglanka's position. Countless sharp thorns pierced Meglanka, but she easily dodged them. Impossible, how did you find my position? Meglanka's physical fitness was indeed extremely strong. Even though she had been in a high position for many years, she still had the skills of an elf ranger and moved very quickly. Yes. You run really fast. Are you born in the year of the monkey? The little flower bud narrowed his eyes. More vines rushed towards Meglanka like a wall. Since a single attack can't hit, then it should be okay to launch a group attack. Unable to dodge, Meglanka had no choice but to blow the golden dead leaves again. Hundreds of black maggots rushed forward and gnawed a huge hole in the vine attack of the little flower bud. No! We can't fight her here. We need to go out. Those bugs are about to bite through our thorn shield. Little Other Side was in charge of defense, constantly summoning vines to fill the holes gnawed by the maggots. TSK. It's so hard to fight. The song of life blooms? The giant tree is coming. Little flower but also realized that in this environment, it's not okay to be led by Meglanka all the time. She needs to be brought to the ground, then her vision deprivation magic will be mostly ineffective. So little flower but pressed his hands on the ground. A giant tree rose from the ground. The huge trunk ignored the obstruction of the ceiling of the underground hole, and directly broke the ceiling with his tenacious vitality. The ground cracked, and a giant tree slightly smaller than the tree of life broke through the ground. And along with it, all the people in the underground cave were pushed out of the ground, and countless dusts were scattered. Meglanka was now covered with dust, and the gorgeously dressed elf queen was no longer there. Ahem. You can actually summon such a huge tree directly? How much magic power will it consume? Meglanka patted the dust off her body and looked at the crown of the giant tree. Hee hee. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it doesn't matter. Isn't this breaking your annoying magic? The little flower bud took the little other shore's hand and jumped down from the tree canopy. He took out a bottle of blue liquid from his waist and poured it into his mouth under the gaze of Meglanka. Under Meglanka's frown, the huge consumption was instantly restored. Ha! It tastes good. Come on. Let's continue the war of attrition. The little flower bud, which was fully revived, hooked his finger at Meglanka contemptuously. What is that? As a result, Meglanka didn't look at the little flower bud at all, but his eyes, instead staring at the empty bottle that the little flower bud had drunk. His expression became extremely scary. Chapter 224 Red Bottle and Blue Bottle. This is our Terrible Mills special blue magic potion. One bottle will keep you going for a long time. It is a great magic potion to replenish your magic. The little flower bud said proudly. Damn it! What a waste! Do you have any more? Meglanka's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and her voice trembled. She saw at a glance that this blue potion was what she needed. Only when the magic power was restored could his soul be nourished, and he would have a chance to take revenge. What? Do you want to rob? The little flower bud realized what Meglanka was thinking, and quickly covered her belt, which was hung with a string of blue and red bottles. It seems that it is time to go to Kepamir. I always thought that you happened to get some inheritance, which accelerated your growth rate, but I didn't expect there is such a holy medicine. It seems that I need to show my true strength. Meglanka's face became ferocious, and the veins on his face bulged, staring at the two sisters. Meglanka seemed to have changed into a different person. A pair of beautiful eyes turned straight upwards, as if to turn the whole eyeball to the back, and another pair of eyes appeared. It was a pair of golden pupils. No one expected that there was another pair of eyes under the eyes of the elf queen. Flashing flame light. Her voice even became hoarse, no longer the gentle female voice before, but felt like a man. White flashes appeared around Meglanka again. These dazzling flashes that could not be looked at directly also rushed towards the small flower bud and the little other shore with high temperature. No! This is not an ordinary light magic. Little Bian felt the temperature of the light and immediately threw himself on little flower bud, still resolutely blocking little flower bud. The flash completely covered the two sisters. Fortunately, the flash was not continuous, but only for a moment. After a moment, the ground around the two sisters was completely scorched. Even the plants summoned by Little Flower Bud were burned in large areas, and the surrounding elf tree houses were directly ignited and burned by the high temperature. Damn it! Xiao Bian. Are you okay? Xiao Huabao was basically fine, only her arm and forehead were burned because they were not blocked by Xiao Bian. But Xiao Bian's situation was not optimistic, her entire back was burnt. I'm fine. I'd be fine after a rest. Xiao Bian's beautiful face was deformed because of the pain in her back. Haha, how about it? This is my real strength. It's a miracle that you can survive in the light of the flash. Meglanka was a little surprised to see the miserable little Bian, because her magic was not that simple. This magic was developed to the extreme of light, and could attack the body and soul at the same time. The light directly affected the soul, and the high temperature affected the body. The double attack was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Little Flower Bud ignored her, but took out 2 red bottles from her waist. One bottle was fed to Little Bian, and one bottle was poured directly on Little Bian's back. As the blood from the red bottle flowed, Little Bian only felt a cool feeling from his back to his whole body, and even made a faint groan. Meglanka wanted to take the opportunity to rub another flash of flame, but she just raised her hand and put it down again. At the same time, her brows frowned again. Don't bother me, asshole. She shook her hands as she spoke, as if her hands were numb. The Little Flower Bud was treating the little other shore while watching Meglanka. The Little Flower Bud happened to see the scene. However, it was this little episode that allowed the Little Flower Bud to successfully complete the treatment of the little other shore. When Meglanka looked up again, she was shocked to find that Xiao Bian's injuries had almost healed. She immediately frowned, combining the 2 medicine bottles with red liquid left by Xiao Huabao. She immediately reacted. The effect of this red potion was even more amazing than the blue potion just now. It contained some kind of power that she could not understand. This power actually repaired Xiao Bian's soul while repairing her physical injuries. Impossible. Meglanka was completely shocked. If there was such a potion, he would not need to hide in the body of the Elf Queen and use the power of the Tree of Life to repair his own injuries. He could just find a pool of such potion and use the blue potion to revive his body. It would be no problem to revive his body. Is there any more of this potion? Where is it? Tell me quickly. Meglanka spoke very quickly, which reflected his desire for this potion. Humph. Yes. The Little Flower Bud was extremely angry. Her sister was injured, and she felt as if the injury was inflicted on herself. You won't tell me. Then I beat you until you tell me. Come again. Flash of light. The ferocious-looking Meglanka summoned a strong flash of light again. In front of the Little Flower Bud, countless beautiful flowers bloomed again, like a wall of huge sunflowers, blocking them in front of them. The water element control was also exerted to the maximum extent, attaching a layer of defensive water vapor to the sunflowers. The shining light mixed with high temperature hit the sunflower wall of the small flower bud, and a scorching air wave burst out, which instantly ignited the sunflower wall, and even burned through it directly. Just when Meglanka smiled triumphantly, she found that the small flower bud and the little other shore were no longer behind the sunflower wall, and only a pile of fried sunflower seeds were left on the ground. Idiot! Watch this. Flying leaf knife. The small flower bud had touched Meglanka's back without knowing when, and threw several leaves like darts at her. These leaves passed through Meglanka's limbs at a very fast speed, but none of them hit her body. Humph. You scared me. You are not suitable for playing with hidden weapons. You didn't hit any of the leaves? Meglanka was startled by the action of the small flower bud, and immediately laughed contemptuously. You wasted a great opportunity to attack. It's my turn now. She wanted to raise her hand to attack the small flower bud again, but she found that her hands were out of control. Hands seemed to be filled with lead and unable to exert strength, and her knees became extremely heavy. She bent a little and immediately fell to the ground. Who told you I didn't hit you? That was my scalpel. The attack just now was to cut your tendons. Can you still raise your hands now? You old ghost. You actually possess the body of the Elf Queen. If your body hadn't struggled just now, I would have really thought you betrayed Yells. Don't struggle, just surrender. The little flower bud immediately summoned countless vines to bind Meglanka. Fortunately, the body structure of you elves is similar to that of humans. Otherwise we would not be able to find the location of your tendons instantly. Little flower bud also moved her arm, Her arm was also injured by Meglanka just now. She didn't feel any pain before, but now that she relaxed a little, the pain came out. Tell me, do you want to come out by yourself, or do we beat you out? Our honorable Lord Heliska. Little Other Side also endured the burning pain on his back, and said to the bound Meglanka, Haha, you actually guessed who I am. Then do you still think that these few vines can bind me? Meglanka no. Heliska stared at the two sisters with wide eyes, as if he wanted to burn them to ashes with his eyes. Humph! If it was you in your prime, maybe we wouldn't be able to win, but now, you are just an old ghost, it's easy for us two sisters to bind you. The little flower bud stood in front of Heliska, clenched his fist, and said in protest, If it weren't for the fact that you are using the body of the elf queen, we would have beaten you to ashes long ago. Tell me, what conspiracy do you have? I fought desperately with Orlos, and I severely injured her, and I almost died. Now, of course, I have to enter the queen's body to heal my wounds. Only pure life energy can repair my broken soul. And you two ruined my good deeds at this time. But I forgive you, because you told me a way to recover faster. At this point, Heliska's mouth curled up a smile. The body of light. Come! Suddenly, Heliska burst out with dazzling light, and the light formed a translucent golden light man around her. The vines bound to him suddenly became fragile, as if they had lost moisture, and broke one after another. This light man was huge, and the possessed Meglanka was fixed in the light man's chest. The moment the light man appeared, he immediately clenched his fist and smashed it towards the Little Other Side, who was closest to him. The Little Other Side, who had already been severely injured, had no time to dodge, and was about to be hit. The little flower bud threw the Little Other Side to the ground. The expected burning fist with great power did not appear. It just felt like it was exposed to the sun, and it was a little warm. Ha ha ha. I don't want to waste energy on you, and the two of you. Thank you for the potion. Goodbye. Euless. I've bought you so much time. Get out now. We're leaving. The light man laughed and shook the little flower bud, and the belt of the Little Other Shore in his hand. One belt had 3 bottles of blood and 4 bottles of magic bottles hanging on it, and the other belt had 10 bottles of potions full. Damn it! Give it back to me. The little flower bud gritted his teeth and rushed towards the light man. But it was too late. The earth began to shake, and the ground instantly cracked. Roar! A dragon roar came from underground, and the huge black dragon body directly knocked a huge hole in the tree of life. Here it comes! Why are you rushing? This body of the dragon elder is not bad. I can make do with it. God really doesn't want to kill me. I just happened to meet these stupid dragons to seek refuge. This dragon, which is at least 70 meters long, grabbed Heliska with its 2 front paws and flapped its wings, and the huge wind pressure blew the little flower buds unable to open their eyes. At the same time, he rushed straight into the sky and flew away. Chapter 225 Daily Construction of the Underground Palace. Wu Xiaoyu, can you please stop staring at me? If I had hair, it would stand up because of you staring at me. In the Kepamir Underground Palace, Fang Jia was scared by Shuyo's stare, and helplessly looked at the Xiaoyu in front of him, whose half a body was hidden in the wall, with only a small head left. During this period, as most of the guardians in the Underground Palace went out for expeditions, the Underground Palace became much quieter. Shagar had been busy with the affairs of Mir City outside, and seldom returned to the Underground Palace, so Fang Jia, Xiaobai, Xiaoyu were the only 3 people left in the huge Underground Palace. Fang Jia also took this time to expand his own maze. Except for the 10th maze, the other 9 mazes have been selected by Fang Jia and expanded one by one. The first ordinary 3-dimensional maze, the second endless forest maze, and the third moving maze belong to the first world surface world. The maximum depth is about 12,000 meters. Now Fang Jia has completed the development of most places. After consuming countless brain cells of Fang Jia, the 3 large mazes were finally expanded into 3 super mazes with a diameter of 5 kilometers. Each one is huge. The first maze alone has nearly 500 floors. If an ordinary person enters, he may not be able to get out for the rest of his life. Not to mention the countless traps in this maze. Even the cursed parchments that reduce one's lifespan by 1 second after reading them were left at a level. All of them were replaced with the popular novels in the previous life. You can't stop reading them after reading them. After reading the cursed book that guarantees a reduction of 10 days or half a month in lifespan. After the second maze was expanded, Fang Jia didn't rush to make plans. This maze belongs to the sister Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian. And the world tree they gave birth to is very interesting. Fang Jie hopes to use this tree to make a maze. The passages and rooms of the maze are determined by the growth of the tree itself. The adventurers who enter are like small insects on a big tree. The third big maze is relatively simple. It only needs to be expanded. The rest is left to those funny little black people. The components can be reused, so it doesn't need to be very troublesome. The following 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 big mazes belong to the second world Moho world. The depth is about 20,000 meters. The fourth maze, the bottom of the deep ocean, is at the same depth as the fifth maze, the broken mirror. The stones here are relatively hard, and the temperature is not high. It is just below the endless forest maze, so Fang Jie simply hollowed it out completely, and introduced the water of the water god tree into this hole. As time goes by, one day it can be filled. The broken mirror maze was one of Fang Jie's most difficult mazes. The glass and crystal inside consumed a lot of Fang Jie's materials. The maze he designed was more complicated than an ordinary maze, and it also killed many of his brain cells. Fortunately, with Xiaobai's help, he didn't die suddenly in front of the design drawings. The sixth maze was indescribably more difficult to make than the broken mirror. Not only did he have to design countless layers, like an ordinary maze, but he also had to create many lifelike and terrifying statues. It can be said that all of Fang Jie's artistic cells were emptied out. But the result was still not enough. Fang Jie was so angry that he had to learn from Miyazaki's game and directly moved a hospitable Yarnum town into it, and barely filled the giant spherical hole with a diameter of 5 kilometers, and found a home for those pets with small tentacles. Fang Jie is currently constructing the seventh maze, the lava world. A problem occurred during the construction of this maze. When he was expanding the lava maze, the instability of the heart of fire caused a small energy surge explosion, which directly blew him into the lava lake. He had to swim in the lava lake for half an hour. This incident angered Xiao Bai, who felt that he really didn't care about himself. He didn't know how to rest as long as he worked. He would die sooner or later. So he was given a series of prohibitions, such as only working 6 hours a day, not working the rest of the time, taking a nap for at least 1 hour a day, not climbing anything over 10 meters, and so on. But how could Fang Jie, who used to be a 007 overtime dog, be idle? Moreover, he felt that he didn't have much time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to finish the big maze. So Fang Jie began to work quietly underground, hiding from Xiaobai to build the big maze. But how could this be hidden from Xiaobai's eyes? Do you think she is stupid or her 6 big eyes are for decoration? Fang Jie, who was working secretly underground, was discovered before he had worked for 2 days. Angry, Xiaobai directly sent Xiaoyu, who can pass through walls, to monitor Fang Jie's every move. And the scene at the beginning of this chapter happened. No, Sister Xiaobai said, except for her thick line, you must be within my sight, and report your work status regularly. You are not allowed to destroy your own body. Xiaoyu made 2 circles with her hands and put them on her eyes, staring at him like a little spy. Fang Jie really had no way to deal with this little guy. You said he could run fast. Xiaoyu could fly. You said he could design traps. Xiaoyu could pass through walls. And Fang Jie had such a strong body, so he was deprived of the right to urinate. Okay. Then you just stare at me. I'm going to dig out the lava world maze of Lostia, and I have to bring all the lava lake here. It's a lot of work. Fang Jie shook his head helplessly, and prepared to start today's work. However, before he took 2 steps, he was stopped by Xiaoyu, who rushed out in a hurry. No! That big maze is already over 10 meters. You are not allowed to go. Otherwise, you will violate the prohibition issued by Sister Xiaobai. Xiaoyu didn't care, as long as it was over 10 meters high. Fang Jie was not allowed to go up. Fang Jie rolled his eyes speechlessly. Okay. I won't climb it. I can just mold the golem. Okay? Fang Jie knew that there was this little guy, and he really couldn't think of digging the underground palace. But it's okay. The lava world maze can be roughly divided into 3 layers. There is no lava in the first layer, but the temperature is relatively high, just like being in a sauna, which can steam you. The second layer is the floating maze formed by the magma sea and the chain lava island. The third layer will go deep into the magma to reach Lostja's boudoir and treasure house. But there are no creatures here, and it seems very lifeless. This is not a good state of mind. But after such a long time of searching, Fang Jie has not been able to find creatures that are more suitable for this high-temperature environment. If it doesn't work, just make a few yourself. Just in this kind of lava-flowing environment, it should be very suitable for things like lava golems. Just do it. Since the big maze cannot be developed at this stage, just make a bunch of lava golems first, and use them as creatures in the lava world. But Fang Jie didn't make these lava golems exactly the same. In order to enrich the ecosystem, Fang Jie made a little bit of all kinds of lava golems, such as lava giant turtles, and several lava giants. When working, you can't feel the passage of time. Fang Jie felt that only a short time had passed. But in fact, it was almost noon. The little spy Xiao Yu immediately turned into a timekeeper. It's time. It's time. It's time to get off work. Hurry up. We should go back for a nap. If you become a company boss, your employees will love you to death. Fang Jie was startled by Xiao Yu's brand alarm clock, and pressed the basically carved golem leg on a giant golem in front of him. This giant golem is different from the other golems. It has 2 short legs, but unusually long arms. Its overall shape is inspired by the silverback gorilla. Its body is covered with inverted sharp stone spikes. Lava flows on its body, adding a wild atmosphere to it. Fang Jie nodded with great satisfaction, and used the skill of summoning stone statue guards on it. Caw with the blessing of magic skills. This lava golem began to move, and stretched its huge body. Very good. From now on, you will be called. Fang Jie touched his chin and thought for a while, and said, Malphite. Malphite. The lava beast. It's quite exciting. From now on, you will be the first creature in this lava maze. Fang Jie said with satisfaction, this is the most perfect golem made today. Let's go! Otherwise, Sister Xiaobai will be anxious. Be careful or I will impose more prohibitions on you. Xiao Yu saw that Fang Jie didn't move, and stepped forward anxiously, and grabbed Fang Jie's hand. Okay. Okay. Walk slowly. Walk slowly. Fang Jie helplessly looked at the figurine girl, who was holding his hand, and reluctantly left the lava maze. With this progress, when would he be able to finish the 9 large mazes? In addition to this lava maze, there is also Momo's Void Maze, and the Third World Gutenberg Realm. The Little White Spider Web Library Maze in the Pamir Underground Palace. In the city of Mir, Shagar was buried in front of the desk. The documents and materials on the desk were piled up like a small mountain, almost burying her in it. During this period, the development of Mir City was particularly good, although the challenge of the dungeon was delayed for a long time due to the expansion of Fang Jie. After the expansion, the playability of the entire underground palace has been greatly improved, which has led to an endless stream of warriors entering the underground palace for exploration. Even the Adventurer Guild wants to open a branch in Mir City. Looking at the letter sent by the Adventurer Guild, Shagar smiled, and then put a bright red X behind it. Want to have a piece of the pie? Then you have to pay taxes. Report? Come in. Shagar's voice came from the pile of documents. Report to Representative Shagar. We just received a telegram from Representative Landwini. Please read it. The guard handed Shagar a thin telegram while speaking. Shagar took the telegram, raised his eyebrows slightly, read the contents of the telegram carefully, nodded to the guard, turned around and entered the underground palace. Chapter 226. Walking into a trap. When Shagar found Fang Jie and Xiao Yu were hurting each other. I just climbed 1 more meter. Just 1 meter? Please, don't tell your sister Xiaobai. No. You've already climbed 3 or 4 meters up. No. Hey, you little guy, believe it or not, I deduct your food. Humph. I go to Sister Xiaobai to complain. Hey, believe it or not, I give you more homework. Go to Sister Xiaobai to complain. Do you dare to change your excuse? Fang Jie was really defeated by this stubborn Xiao Yu. Okay. Okay. You two are still making trouble here. Xiao Huabao and the others have sent news. Let's discuss how to fight. Oh. My sister sent news. Did she mention anything fun? Xiao Yu immediately left Fang Jie and rushed to Shagar's side, circling around Shagar. Fang Jie, Xiao Huabao, and the others sent news. They found Heliska. This bastard possessed the Elf Queen, and used the worms provided by Mensis, and the others to eat the heart of the Tree of Life to heal himself. Shagar patted the bridesmaid Xiaoyu's head, and handed the letter in his hand to Fang Jie. Xiao Yu puffed up her cheeks in anger, and her face looked round. Oh! I really didn't expect that this Aliska would not go to his Duoma, but go to the Hua elves? Fangjia read the letter carefully. I didn't expect that they would also pay attention to our blood spring and magic core. Very good. In this case, let's take advantage of the situation. After Fangjia finished his explanation, his mouth corners turned up, and he smiled like an old fox, which made Shagar shudder. Every time Fangjia showed this kind of smile, someone would be in trouble. I will inform the guards outside later to pay attention to outsiders and the traces of the dragon. Shagar rubbed his shoulders vigorously to suppress the chill that came from nowhere. No need. Huh? Shagar was about to leave to prepare for deployment when he was stopped by Fangjia. He rode a giant dragon to give Xiao Huabao and the others a time difference, and wanted to steal the blood spring before we could react. But they certainly didn't expect that we had a telegram. So, let's do this. And then do this. Fangjia smiled and whispered to Shagar's ear. And then he winked at the dazed Shagar. There have been big moves in Mir City in the past 2 days. The parliament suddenly decided to build a red and blue Pisces spring altar. And they also secretly decided to put the altar in the call, making it very grand, and even sent heavy troops to guard it. A team of priests was formed to worship at the red and blue fish altar every day, saying that it was a healing holy spring, which made the residents of Mir City eager to see it. But it was soon closed, and ordinary residents were not allowed to enter at all. Are you sure it will work? That blue fish altar is just ordinary water mixed with blue paint, right? Shagar stood in the secret room and looked at the 2 super simple water jars outside with a look of disbelief. Although they were injured, they are still gods. And they are old goblins, who have lived for who knows how many years. They can see through this kind of thing at a glance. Who told you it was just ordinary water? That was the water from the water god tree mixed with the nectar of life. They just added some ingredients to it, including several kilograms of super poison powder and paralysis powder left by Xiao Huabao and the others. What about the blood altar? Is it also dyed red water? Oh, the blood altar is the blood altar. What? Is it really a blood altar? Are you crazy? When Shagar heard Fang explain that it was a real blood altar, he was immediately shocked and his eyes widened unconsciously. What are you afraid of? That's the wastewater left after you took a shower. I also used it to flush the uranium storage room in Lostia. I was going to pour it directly into the lava lake, but someone happened to come and cause trouble, so I just used it to make good use of the waste. Hiss. Radioactive bath water? Shagar couldn't help but get goosebumps when he thought about the people who couldn't wait to drink a sip and looked so happy. A few days later, the guards found Shagar again. They had found the traces of the dragon. Report to Representative Shagar. Our army has discovered a giant dragon flying towards Mir City, about 40 kilometers northwest. After landing, they disguised themselves as downtrodden adventurers and headed towards Mir City. Finally here. It looks like a good show is about to begin. Shagar finally raised her head from the pile of documents, with a hint of mischievous excitement in her tone. At this time, she was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, which added a hint of sinister temperament to her cold and beautiful appearance. But they are very alert. The sentinels stationed abroad used telescopes to observe. They discovered us. We immediately hid our whereabouts. Do we need to strengthen the city's monitoring? No. Everything is normal. No need to look for them deliberately. Everything should proceed according to the plan. Aliska and Ulis, who had turned into a human, noticed something strange the moment they landed. It was as if someone was observing them again. But the distance was very far. This feeling only appears when ordinary people observe them. So the 2 of them disguised themselves as adventurers who were attacked by monsters, and rushed to Kepamir, where they had heard so many sounds that they had calluses. Although this place was unfamiliar and young, in just a few years, someone had broken through the racial boundaries here, and successfully defeated Monses, who had been a god for a long time. So the 2 of them had to act carefully after spending most of their strength. And it would be best if they sneaked into Kepamir City and robbed them of all the potions. Just as the 2 were racking their brains to figure out how to avoid the city guards and climb over the high wall, they unexpectedly learned that the legendary Mill City had no walls at all, and even very few guards. They were allowed to walk into the city so brazenly, which made Jula sneer. Their city lord is either stupid or has been trampled by monsters. He didn't even build a city wall. Aren't they afraid that someone will come back to attack the city? This is equivalent to taking off all the armor and waiting for others to slaughter them naked. I think I can turn this place into ruins with just one breath of dragon. After transforming, Ulis was a big man with a white beard. His face was covered with scars. Haha, it's such a defenseless city that Mensis has been frustrated repeatedly. And it has taken root and grown so big in this world. Heliska said unhappily while wearing a cloak. Let's go, see where their tavern is. What tavern? It's so troublesome. Why not just capture someone and ask for the information we want? Idiot! We are not strong enough now. When our strength is restored, there will always be a day when they will surrender. You'd better control your temper. Although you are a dragon, you are definitely not as strong as those new gods here. Now who knows if there are other gods in the city? Okay. I listen to you. Heliska took Ulis to a tavern in the city. As soon as they sat down, they heard a few adventurers drinking blueberry wine talking about the Red and Blue Pisces Spring. Have you heard about it? The Red and Blue Pisces Spring in the Northern Valley is holding a ceremony these days. It is said that the red spring water can cure diseases, restore the body, recover as long as you are not dead, and even heal the soul. The blue spring water can replenish magic power, release magic, and make everyone a magician. Is it true? Is there such a spring in the world? Of course it is true. A friend of mine was selected to join the patrol team some time ago. He encountered a monster and was injured. I heard that even his intestines were bitten out by the monster. As a result, he drank the red spring water, and his injury healed immediately. Oh my god. No wonder the patrol team and the expedition team are so strong. I want to drink some too. Maybe I can become as strong as them. Heliska didn't expect to get the information he wanted so easily. It seems that this mill city is just famous outside, and its interior is also a mess like other cities. Let's go! Let's go and see! Heliska immediately put down the blueberry wine he had just drunk and took Ulis to the Northern Valley. But it turned out that there were heavy troops guarding here. It seems to be here. But there are too many guards. I will turn into a dragon and burn everything here with my breath. You rush in and grab their potions. Julius licked his lips as he looked at the guards, who were packed with guards in this small castle, making his scarred face look even more hideous. Is this a trap? I think we are a little too relaxed. Heliska was a little confused. Then what do you say? I don't want to dig a hole again. If you delay too long, when the two goddesses who use life come back, our advantage will be even weaker. Ulis was a little impatient. Don't worry. I have a way. Light twist. Heliska raised his mouth and looked at the team that came to transport supplies from afar. The white light magic passed over them, and they turned into the mere patrol. Two completely disguised people sneaked into this small fortress that looked like a jar. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, the two of them sneaked around the patrol team and finally got close to the red and blue spring. Heliska was extremely excited. He could feel the magic contained in the red spring from a distance, which was exactly what he needed. When the patrol team passed by, he immediately rushed to the red spring and dived directly into it, while Ulis dived into the blue spring. Ha ha! It really is that red potion. There are so many of them. It's enough for me to completely repair my soul and body. Ha ha! Heliska immersed himself in the spring water, took a deep sip, feeling the magic in it, and completely ignored the strange taste in the spring water. Ugh! I can't bear it anymore. I can't bear it anymore. It's so disgusting. At this moment, a discordant female voice reached his ears. Chapter 227: The Descent of the Divine Body. Hey! How did you get exposed so quickly? Really? Can you do it? Who? Heliska immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a former servant of God, lying on the side and retching desperately, a black puppet patting her back, a girl with white hair on the upper body and white spider body on the lower body beside her, and a very small girl was lying on the puppet's head and looking at her curiously. That won't do. You're an orc. Didn't you come here when we were eating raw meat and drinking blood? Xiaobai also shook his head. Shamar is really getting more and more hypocritical. What era is it now? I'm no longer the savage I used to be. Okay. Shamar felt that he should defend himself. A trap? No. Heliska immediately realized that this was a trap, but he had already fallen into it. Strength was draining from his body. A feeling of weakness swept through his whole body. His soul also began to react like a burn. Although the blood spring would slowly recover, the high level of radiation was eroding his already damaged soul at a faster rate. Damn it! I kill you! Ulis! Get up! Ulis! Kill them! Stop yelling, the blue side has more ingredients, he never get out if he goes in. I really didn't expect you to have the energy to yell. Fang Jia patted Shagger's back. Stand up and walk towards Aliska. You already knew we were coming? Set a trap and wait for us to take the bait? Impossible. We got here as fast as we could. They definitely couldn't have gotten here before us. Aliska climbed out of the blood altar with difficulty, still looking unbelievable that he had fallen so easily. What's impossible about this? Times have changed. My lord, you really think your Protoss are gods? Even if they can't come now, you can still send us their information. Fang Jia directly formed a thick iron chain and directly wrapped Aliska around it to prevent him from escaping. Xiaobao sent us the news a few days ago. You control the Elf Queen and the Dragon Elder, and also robbed Xiaobao's blood bottle and magic bottle. I knew you must be coming for these 2 potions, so I set up this formation and waited for you to take the bait. Sure enough, you really took the bait. Humph. Although there was a small problem, it's okay. Fortunately, I snatched all the potions on their belts, which helped me recover a lot. Now you want to capture me? You wish. The divine body descends. Because he had obtained a lot of potions from the little flower bud and the little other shore before, his soul had been restored a lot, although it was not completely restored. But using the divine body descending would no longer require the help of Meglanka's body to construct, so he directly threw Meglanka out of the light divine body, and he fainted on the ground. Ah! I haven't felt this free for a long time. It's so comfortable. Aliska, who was in the state of light body, had escaped from the debuff brought by entering the radiation blood fountain, and became radiant again. Xiaoyu immediately sang the Song of the Soul, and the sound waves brushed over Aliska, who was in the state of light body, layer by layer like a circle of light, making this soul who seemed to have just been in a state frown slightly. He himself belonged to the attribute of light, but was in the state of soul, and he was indeed affected by Xiaoyu's singing, and wanted to let go of all worldly desires and leave, but the power of light was resisting, making him feel a little conflicted at that moment. But he was worthy of being the Lord of Light. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he immediately adjusted himself, making it difficult for Xiaoyu's singing to have any effect on him. Humph. A little trick. Divine spears from the sky. Countless spears made of light appeared in the sky, and stabbed towards Xiaoyu. Be careful. Fang Jia immediately formed a solid shield to block Xiaoyu. He didn't expect that Aliska could recover to this level with just a few bottles of potions. Xiaobai's mathematical spider silk had also gathered into a huge net, and enveloped Aliska. But Aliska's attack was not that simple. His light spear was different from the ordinary light spear. It twisted like noodles while stabbing at the calcite shield, turned into ripples, rebounded in the air, bypassed the shield of Fang Jia, and condensed into several long spears again, and fiercely inserted into Fang Jia's ribs from both sides. Puff. This attack caught Fang Jia off guard, and he spat out a mouthful of blood magic gold. Fang Jia? How are you? Shamar immediately stepped forward to help Fang Jia up. Xiaoyu didn't even sing the Song of the Soul, and quickly threw himself in front of Fang Jia to see how badly he was injured. Puff. It's okay, Cricket is fatally injured, but he can still hold on for a while. Fang Jia wiped the blood magic gold from the corner of his mouth and said. Although Xiaobai didn't turn his head, one of his spider eyes kept watching Fang Jia, for fear that something would happen to him. But the more difficult thing is Aliska. I didn't expect that this guy is worthy of being the Lord of Light among the gods. He has mastered light magic to perfection. He even cleverly dodged his own mathematical spider silk just now. Damn it! What kind of magic is this? I have never seen it before, Shagar said angrily, as he looked at Aliska, who was unharmed. Although I don't know what magic is called. But the performance of this attack just now reminded me of the wave-particle duality of light. I didn't expect that he could actually study such a use. I underestimated these natives. Fang Jia was helped aside by Shagar, leaving all the space to Xiaobai. He was now a second-level disabled person, and staying there would only distract her. What the hell? What duality? Hearing this professional term, Shagar's brain crashed and could not be restarted. Ha ha! That's right. In front of me. No one can stop me. He transformed himself into a particle form to avoid the overwhelming mathematical Olympiad spider web. And Aliska laughed arrogantly. Hand over all your red and blue potions. Otherwise, I will destroy your entire city. Don't worry. Defeat us first. Humph. Xiaobai snorted coldly, and several blue ribbons in the sky flew towards Aliska. But Aliska was extremely fast, and his body could twist like a twist. And he easily avoided Xiaobai's arcane spider silk ribbons, and moved quickly on the battlefield. Even Xiaobai couldn't see his figure clearly. If it weren't for the magic exploration that could barely capture a little of his figure, Xiaobai would have been able to passively take the beating. But even so, Xiaobai's wounds became more and more, and the light pink blood soaked his clothes. Ha ha ha. Your wounds are getting more and more. Little spider. Can you still hold on? Heliska quickly released light magic around Xiaobai, making many bloodstains on Xiaobai's body. But Xiaobai ignored him, and stood in the center of the battlefield, dancing with the azure spider silk ribbons, avoiding Heliska's tricky attacks, while occasionally throwing out countless tiny spider silks, which were almost transparent, and soon covered the ground. Humph. These annoying spider silks. You just want to use these small spider silks to entangle me. Then you can be disappointed. Heliska didn't even care about the spider silks. The heat carried by the light was enough to burn them. Xiaobai also frowned. Her magic power was rapidly consumed when making these spider silks. Ha ha ha. Heliska became more and more courageous. The frequency and intensity of her attacks actually rose to a higher level. Just when Xiaobai felt that her magic power consumption was a bit high, a familiar magic power wave came, enveloping her in it, and the magic power that had dried up instantly burst directly. She finally felt the feeling of being filled again. Feng Jie hid aside and cast a magical halo over Xiaobai, a gentleman's toy that had not appeared in the underground palace for a long time. Xiao Yu also sang a passionate war song, which not only increased Xiaobai's morale, but also disturbed Heliska with his singing. Enough. Damn singing. I will drag you out and burn you to ashes. Heliska rushed toward Xiao Yu with a ferocious face, but was blocked by the spider silk ribbons flying around Xiaobai. A bright smile finally bloomed on Xiaobai's smiling face. In the halo of my BGM, I am invincible. Want to run? You should ask the spider silk in my hand first. Xiaobai's spider silk ribbon cut through Heliska's bright body again, forcing Heliska to transform into particle form and escape again. As Xiaobai danced, countless transparent spider silks appeared on the battlefield again, like cotton candy silk, completely covering Heliska, making Heliska unable to dodge at all. In such an environment, Heliska's speed finally began to slow down. In contrast, Xiaobai's attacks became faster and faster, and the angles became more and more tricky, and at one point Heliska was hit to the point where he had to transform into a particle state to avoid her attack. As the battle progressed, Heliska felt something was wrong. He didn't know when his light body became fainter and fainter. When he was once again broken into dots of starlight by Xiaobai and reassembled, he finally couldn't hold on any longer, and withdrew from that arrogant light body state, and wanted to become a white soul body. Impossible. You can't be that strong. You didn't hit me at all. Heliska, who had returned to his spiritual state, was horrified. What's impossible? You only pay attention to my big movements. You ignore all the other small things. Xiaobai casually pulled out a fine spider web made of this kind of transparent spider silk, like cotton candy in the air. These spider webs have been shining with a hint of golden light for some time. Chapter 228 His Majesty Oros sends you greetings. You have been dodging my attacks at a very fast speed, and ignored the existence of these little guys, and even didn't notice when you turned into a particle state. The light you emit has been captured by my tiny spider webs. In addition, your skills are extremely consuming of magic power for a soul like you. You will definitely not be able to hold on for a little longer. No. How is this possible? I am the Lord of Light. You can't catch me. When Heliska saw that the situation was hopeless, he immediately turned into a beam of light and flew towards the Elf Queen's position, trying to get back into the Elf Queen's body again. But Feng Jie had already made preparations. He calculated his flight trajectory, and instantly formed a bottle to bind the light ball inside. This bottle is very special. Its inner wall is completely composed of mirrors infused with magic power. As the soul of the Lord of Light, Heliska will never be able to escape after entering it. Xiaobai was relieved to see that the Heliska was finally caught. The strength in his legs disappeared, and he fell to the ground. Huh? We finally caught this guy. Xiaobai. How are you? Feng Jie put the Heliska into the bottle and threw it aside. He reached out to support Xiaobai. I'm fine. Just a little exhausted. And my head still hurts. Xiaobai rubbed his head, which was aching slightly. He didn't feel anything because his nerves were so tense before. Now that he relaxed, the pain finally came. Let me out. Let me out. I am the oldest Lord of Light in the Protoss. I am the first ray of sunshine in the world. I am the oldest god in the world. How dare you? A bunch of ignorant guys. Seal me. The unwilling voice of Aliska came out from the spherical stone bottle, making Fang Jie very annoyed. Don't you see that Xiaobai needs a rest now? That's enough, you old immortal. Just wait to become a snack for the small tentacles. Fang Jie directly spun the spherical stone bottle like a basketball on his fingertips. Holyulu. You can even hear the sound of the wind from the spinning stone bottle. Ah! How dare you? Ugh. No. No. Stop spinning. Please. Helika, who wanted to say a few tough words, couldn't stand such torture. In less than 2 seconds, he softened. Humph. Tell me. Did you let Demoses out? We let him out. After trying the storm-stun torture, Aliska's voice has become much weaker. To deal with that bitch Oros. Do you know whether releasing the natural disaster like this can deal with Oros? Or not? But it will definitely cause a devastating blow to all the creatures in this world. I know. But what does it matter? Oros is a monster. In order to kill her, we have to sacrifice all the creatures in the world. Even in an extremely weak state, Aliska still looked extremely angry. What did she do to make you hate her so much? Because of her talent. As a human being, she has shown a talent that even gods cannot match. Her talent is also her sin. If she is not killed now, the world will be controlled by her forever in the future. Especially after the Dusk War, she will eliminate all the gods who do not obey them. Isn't this still jealousy? Do you dare to say that you don't have such thoughts? It's just that you can't do it. Fang Jie snorted disdainfully. Uh-huh. You haven't seen her horror yet. Now that you win, you will face that terrible witch directly. Ha ha ha. Aliska laughed wildly as he spoke, as if he was possessed by a demon. Fang Jie frowned slightly. In that case, tell us all the information you know about Orlos, her abilities. Where is she? Her past. Tell us everything. She. But Aliska was interrupted just after he said a word. Suddenly, a girl in gorgeous red clothes appeared in front of Fang Jie. The girl had a gorgeous silver mask on her face. She kicked Fang Jie in the chest, making the 8-ton Fang Jie take 2 steps back. Then she did a backflip to distance herself from Fang Jie. At the same time, she also snatched the stone ball seal from Fang Jie's hand. In her other hand, she was holding a completely unconscious Julius, who was suffering from a lot of debuffs. Sorry, everyone, I need to borrow these 2 guys for a while. Because of the large amplitude of the attack just now. The girl exposed her dark arms. She gently brushed her robe to cover the exposed skin before speaking slowly. Who are you? This is not the way to borrow things. This is robbery. Shagar wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Fang Jie, who also had a serious face. Xiaobai and Xiaoyu also took a fighting stance. The girl did not directly answer Shagar's question, but saluted Fang Jie and the other 4 with an ancient etiquette of the gods. Hee, Her Majesty the Transcendent Witch Oros sends you greetings. Thank you for helping her catch the fugitive Protoss prisoner. She will definitely visit you in person to thank you in the future. After the girl finished speaking, she jumped lightly, ignoring the overwhelming mathematical Olympiad spider webs that were sweeping towards her, and disappeared abruptly in the air. Only Xiaoyu was left. Shagar looked at each other. Fang Jie frowned. Xiaobai fell into deep thought. She just disappeared like that? Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. Her appearance was also very abrupt. I didn't feel any breath at all. And she just appeared there. Shagar added. There was a fluctuation of magic, but she also appeared in front of me suddenly, without any sign at all. Fang Jie didn't think that being robbed of Aliska was infuriating, but what was infuriating was that they not only robbed Aliska. Fang Jie opened his panel. Just when the girl appeared just now, he also received the news that the great underground palace was invaded. Drops. The underground palace is under attack. The first Maze Blood Spring branch is under attack. Completeness 98%. This attack was extremely sudden. It was not like those adventurers who attacked the Blood Spring bit by bit, but it attacked the Blood Spring directly. No damage was done to other places. The invader appeared suddenly at the location of the Blood Spring branch, just like the girl who appeared out of thin air just now. If I'm not mistaken, that was the last mysterious attribute that Lillian has been studying in this space. It's just that the magic of this attribute is extremely demanding to release. Ordinary people can't use it at all. Even Lillian can only show the appearance of this attribute, and can't use it in actual combat. Xiaobai said thoughtfully. What? Spatial attribute? Does this thing really exist? Shagar and Xiaoyu couldn't help but widen their eyes. Wouldn't it be invincible if they mastered this thing? That should be right. They not only took away Heliska, but also invaded the underground palace and took away most of the water from the blood spring in the first maze. What? These bastards. As the guardian of the first maze, Shagar was so angry. Those were the military medical supplies that the Mill City Expeditionary Force needed. This was something she was supposed to protect. But someone snatched it away without even seeing it. It seems that the enemies we will face in the future will be quite tricky. Orlos really caught us off guard. Fang Jie also shook his head, his face tense. It seems that the construction of the underground palace must be accelerated. When Orlos fully recovers, it will probably be a disaster for the underground palace, because there is no way to defend it with the existing means. But I dare say that this must have a price. If they can really teleport arbitrarily through this space magic, then it will not be as simple as just entering the first maze to steal the water from the blood spring branch. They can directly enter the main spring and snatch all the blood springs and magic springs. Xiaobai thought that such a heaven-defying skill must have limitations, and it is impossible to use it infinitely. But even if there are certain limitations, we are at an absolute disadvantage. So we must study this magic as soon as Lillian and the others come back. I also need to think about how to defend against their sudden attack, Fang Jie said while looking at his palm. At this moment, Fang Jie had a flash of inspiration. His shaping skill can be used to shape everything, except for living things. So can it be used to shape space? If it can be done, then it can be regarded as having the capital to fight against Orlos. Moreover, his flame core is damaged now, and he urgently needs a new skill to fill the gap of insufficient attack power. So in the next few days, Fang Jie racked his brains to shape the space. But there was no way to do it. From a scientific point of view, only stars with a certain volume can cause the curvature of spacetime. Gravity is the manifestation of the curvature of spacetime. Einstein once used the theory of space curvature produced by the Sun to explain the 43-second problem in the precession of Mercury's perihelion, which has always been unexplained, and the deflection phenomenon of light from distant stars when passing through the Sun. But that requires a super high-mass star to form. Fang Jie is alone now. How can he do it? Unless his heart of fire is replaced with a black hole heart. Then maybe there is no need for Oros to fight him. He can destroy the world by himself. Fang Jie, whose experiment failed, had to continue to build the great labyrinth with his head down. Even if he couldn't defend against this attack quickly, he could only let the guardians of the great underground palace quickly reach the invasion site. In this way, the teleportation ring and the reward for building the underground palace becomes crucial. Therefore, after a friendly and peaceful communication with Xiaobai, Fang Jie finally returned to the legendary work rhythm that even the donkeys in the production team dared not take such a break. After releasing the seal of Xiaobai, Fang Jie's work efficiency was so fast that he completed most of the 9 large mazes before the expedition teams returned. The rest needed the careful construction of the maze guardians. Chapter 229. Welcome back. The first person to return from the expedition was Lillian. She rushed back to the underground palace with her little tentacles in a hurry, and immediately found Fang Jie, who was working in the underground palace. Fang Jie? Fang Jie? I'm back. Quick! We need to support Xiaobao and the others as soon as possible. Welcome back. Fang Jie looked at Lillian, who had finally returned from the expedition, and smiled widely, and was ready to greet Lillian, who had finished the expedition, but before he could finish his words, he was directly lifted up by Lillian's gravity magic, and then he was pulled directly to the carriage like a balloon being led by Lillian. When I went to Fanardoma this time, the false god Naliska was not there at all. He was injured. He has been hiding in the elf forest to heal his wounds. The crisis of the tree of life of the elf tribe this time must be their doing. Lillian now had only one thought in her mind, which was to quickly go to the elf forest to support Xiaohuabao and the others. Wait. Don't be anxious. Fang Jie helplessly knocked Lillian's head. Ouch! Lillian covered her head in pain, staring at Fang Jie with tears in her eyes. Really? You're so irritable. Let me introduce you to a guest. Fang Jie shook his head helplessly, and walked towards the reception room with Lillian. In the reception room sat an elf with a blushing face and a look of enjoyment. In front of her was a bowl of braised chicken with rice. The slightly spicy and tender cuckoo bird meat paired with the plump and juicy iced rice made the tips of her ears turn pink and tender. The ultimate experience on the taste buds made this cold elf queen completely turn into a Kepamir. Once upon a time, she had just woken up in Kepamir and learned that she had betrayed her own race. She was so heartbroken that she even wanted to commit suicide to apologize. However, After eating the delicious food of Kepamir under Fangjie's deception, she couldn't stop. She didn't even want to go back to the elf forest. Have you seen her? Let me introduce you. This is the queen of the elves, Meglanka. She is also the host of Eliska you mentioned. Eliska controlled her and ate the tree of life in secret. Later, she was discovered by Xiaobao and the others. Fangjie told Lillian the whole story of the incident. Lillian was in disbelief. My goodness, it turned out that she was not just 1 step late, but 7, 8, or 9 steps late. Huh, it's not bad. I hope Xiao Huabao and Xiao Bian are fine. Although I was 1 step late this time, I'm glad that no great losses were caused this time. The only regret is that I didn't witness the enemy's use of space attributes at that time. Okay, the more difficult problem now is how to effectively prevent their space magic attacks. This is our top priority now. You have studied magic attributes for so long. Do you have any good suggestions on this aspect? Fong explained the space magic, and his expression suddenly became serious. I did study the space attribute, but this attribute is too difficult to release. It seems to be a school of its own, and it is incompatible with the conventional magic formulas, let alone application. Now the only thing I can be sure of is that the gravity attribute will interfere with the space attribute. But if you say it is used for defense, you can't draw a super large gravity magic circle to wrap the whole Kepamir inside. Not to mention how big it should be. The magic power consumed by running this magic circle will definitely exceed the current production of magic potions. Lillian smiled bitterly. The space attribute was the most mysterious attribute she had ever studied. Different from the other types of magic, she was sure that the magician who discovered this space attribute must be a super genius. After Lillian, Little Flower Bud, and Little Other Shore, who had gone to the fairy forest, also returned to Kepamir. Welcome back. Fangjie smiled and hugged the 2 sisters, Little Flower Bud and Little Other Shore. They had successfully healed the fairy tree. We're back. Did you miss us? The Little Flower Bud jumped in front of Fangjie and took a deep breath with a quirky look on her face. Yeah, it's still that familiar taste. It seems it hasn't gone bad yet. Fangjie rolled his eyes and slapped her on the head. Look at you. You don't act like a big sister. You should let Xiao Bian be a big sister. Xiao Bian on the side actually nodded in agreement, indicating his approval, ignoring Xiaobao's antics. Fangjie smiled and looked at the elf envoys, who came with Xiaobao and Xiubian. This time, their envoys expanded to hundreds of people, filling the entire airship. Hello, respected Crescent. Naturally, the great wizard Qiao came up and gave Fangjie the highest elf salute. This time we are here to welcome our queen back. No problem. But you may need to be mentally prepared. Fangjie looked a little strange, but he still took Qiao to the Mill City Library. In the library, the elf queen, who once wanted to die, was lying in a hammock woven by Xiaobai, reading a wonderful book of curses in her hand with great concentration. There were crystal white cakes, fried roasted golu slices, dragon finger-licking grilled skewers, and pearl mist milk tea beside her. Her 2 smooth feet were lifted up and swaying, and she had completely lost the nobility of the queen she once was. She looked like a nerdy girl next door. If the Kepamir delicacies from a few days ago molded the queen's body into the appearance of Kepamir, now even her spirit has been molded into the appearance of Kepamir. Your Majesty? The natural wizard Qiao was really incredulous. Is this still their cold and noble queen? Because of Qiao's sudden voice, Meglanka, who was watching the exciting plot, was startled. She was so scared that she fell off the hammock directly, and also knocked over a plate of grilled golu slices. Meglanka stood up immediately, trying to return to the state of the elf queen. Ahem. Qiao, why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you. Is everything okay in the tribe? As she spoke, she kicked the wonderful book under the small table, trying to hide it. Your Majesty, everything is fine in the tribe. Because of the relationship between the 2 goddesses of nature, we knew a long time ago that you were fine. It just takes some time to clean up the radiation remaining in your body. So we gave priority to repairing the tree of life. Woo, you did a great job. This time, thanks to Kepamir's help, we should strengthen our contact in the future and sign a joint contract with Kepamir. The specific matters will be left to you. Any other questions? The elf queen said with a cold face. Zhou just smiled helplessly. It was really in vain that he worried about her. He stepped forward and took off the roasted gorilla slices stuck on Meglanka's hair. Meglanka's face flushed instantly. Just when Joe and Meglanka were discussing how to strengthen communication with Kepamir, the overwhelming dragons were flying towards Kepamir. Leading the way was a huge, beautiful wingless dragon. Her body length exceeded 450 meters, flying in the sky like an aircraft carrier, blocking out the sky and the sun. Countless dragons flew beside her, escorting her. They flew over countless villages and countries along the way, scaring them to the point of trembling. They all looked at this scene in horror. This time was even more spectacular than the dragon tide half a month ago. Larger countries deployed heavy troops, praying that natural disasters would not come. Smaller countries were even scared and fled in advance. Ding 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 from a distance. The alarm in Kepamir sounded. Countless residents saw this spectacular scene, but they did not lock their doors and windows like other places, hiding in the corners and trembling. Instead, they cheered and rushed to the streets, waiting for the arrival of their guardian dragon. It's His Highness Lostia. It's His Highness Lostia. They are back from the expedition. They have defeated the natural disaster. Oh oh oh. We love you. Your Highness Lostia. Please bless me. Your Highness Lostia. I passed the civil service exam this time. The excited subjects cheered for the biggest and most beautiful dragon among the dragons, as if they had seen a superstar. In response to the fans' welcome, Lostia also let out a huge roar, flew out of the dragon group with a flick of his tail, flew over the top of Mir City, and soared into the sky, and finally posed in the sky in an extremely handsome pose, making the villagers below cheer even louder. Fortunately, Lostia had not forgotten her mission. She dived down directly, and restored her original lowly figure on the tarmac. On her back were Polly, who was seriously injured and now completely soaked in the blood fountain, and Momo, who was not seriously injured. Welcome back. Fang Jia brought Xiaobai up to greet the main expedition team. This was the third time he said this in a while. So far, all three teams have returned intact, announcing the great success of this three-line expedition. We're back. Lostia was the first to pounce on Fang Jia, and almost knocked him down. You've grown up again. Great. Where's Perry? Fang Jia smiled and patted Lostia's head, and Xiaobai pinched Momo's little face. I'm sorry, I didn't protect Sister Perry this time, and she got seriously injured. Speaking of this, a trace of self-blame appeared on Lostia's little face. It's okay, the enemy you met this time is the strongest. It's normal to get hurt. It's okay, we will definitely heal Perry. Xiaobai also smiled, and comforted Lostia. Fang Jia stepped forward and opened the treatment cabin that held the unconscious Polly. Polly was wrapped like a dumpling, and soaked in the blood fountain. She was still tightly holding the Timothy cord given to her by Lostia. During this period, Polly was in a coma most of the time because of her injuries. When Fang Jia touched Polly's broken body, the system prompt sounded. Ding Underground Palace Guardian, Polly Hydra, Evolvable. Chapter 230 The Past of Oros. Fang Jia immediately put Perry carefully into the monster blood spring, using the healing aura of the blood spring to heal. Unexpectedly, just after Perry was put into the blood spring, the round stone in her hand actually emitted a blue light, as if it was activated. Drops detected special items, Wind and Frost Core, can be used for breakthrough evolution. This is an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect that special items can be used for breakthrough evolution. Fang Jia immediately chose the option of using the Wind and Frost Core to break through the evolution. The blood water in the monster's blood spring seemed to have life, and formed a blood spring sphere, which completely enveloped Polly. The blue light in the sphere was rhythmic, like Polly's heartbeat. Seeing the changes in the blood altar, Momo and Lostia, who were nervously waiting for the results, breathed a sigh of relief. Guardian, Polly Hydra is evolving. The evolution time is 300 hours. Which seems to be okay, which is about a week and a half. When Polly breaks out of the cocoon, it will be a completely new state. After learning that Perry was seriously injured, Gardecia immediately rushed to the blood spring and stayed beside Perry's evolution cocoon. He was very worried that his heir would also lose his divine power due to serious injuries. Just like him, he did not expect that the blood spring here in Fang Jia had such a function. When he first came to the underground palace, Fang Jia brought him here for treatment once. But because he did not have a blood bond with Fang Jia, the monster blood altar could not make him evolve. Therefore, even the blood spring could only heal the scars on his body. But the lost power could not be restored. Let's go, don't stay here. Pori will break out of the cocoon after a while, and if you stay here, it will affect her evolution. Fang Jia patted Lostia's head, and took her away from the monster blood altar. Before leaving, Lostia took a deep look at the huge evolution cocoon in the blood altar, with a worried look in her eyes. After all, Pori was seriously injured in order to buy time for her. The harvest of this expedition was huge. Not only Lostia evolved, Pori also evolved. The only one who didn't change was Momo. Fang Jie took the time to open Lostia's panel. She has now evolved from Fission Dragon Princess to Fusion Dragon Princess. The difference in energy level is huge. Overall, her panel has not changed much. The existing skills are basically maxed out. The main change is that Fission Control has been successfully upgraded to Fusion Control. And there is also an additional Red Lotus Stance mode. Lostia, what is your Red Lotus Stance mode? Fang Jie looked at this mode and was a little confused. He asked, puzzled. Oh, you mean this? Polly licked the uranium ice cream again and lifted her bright pink long hair. A red lotus symbol appeared between her eyebrows, which looked like a Tang Dynasty makeup. I don't know much about this. I just remember that when I was evolving, I saw Polly being beaten, so I was very angry, and I didn't think too much about it, so I turned into that red and black color. Polly said at that time that I looked like I had just crawled out of hell, but later on the way back, my appearance turned back to normal color again. As Lostia spoke, she rubbed her face in annoyance. Oh, anger mode, I understand. Fang Jie, who had played many games in his previous life, immediately brought this phenomenon into his mind. Lostia was confused, and probably thought that this fighting state was related to her emotions. At this moment, Momo found Fang Jie, who was discussing with Lostia. Brother Fang Jie? Momo stood at the door, looking a little embarrassed, looking like she was hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Little guy, it's okay, you may evolve next time. After all, you are still young. Fang Jie picked up Momo, thinking that she was sad because Lostia and Polly had evolved, and she didn't evolve. Unexpectedly, the little guy shook his head. I heard it. Fang Jie was confused. What did you hear? Momo said uncertainly. I heard the voice of the big sister. Didn't you ask me when I just awakened whether I heard the voice of the big sister? This time, I heard it. Fang Jie immediately became serious after hearing this, and asked carefully, so what did the elder sister say? The elder sister's voice was very gentle. She told me to go my own way, and not to care about other people's eyes. She also urged me to come back to you soon. Fang Jie frowned. If I guessed correctly, the elder sister that Momo was talking about was the goddess Una. It seemed that she was really awake. But why didn't she occupy Momo's body directly? Momo lowered her head, as if she was asleep. When she opened her eyes again, a golden light appeared in her pupils. Fang Jie, who had been covering Momo with his soul echo, immediately felt that Una in his arms had changed. Are you the goddess Una? Fang Jie asked cautiously. Momo smiled and said, yes. I am Una, brother Fang Jie. Fang Jie shuddered. Hearing Una calling him brother, he always felt a little uncomfortable, and at the same time, he gave Lostia a look, asking her to quickly inform everyone. Lostia immediately walked out, leaving the space for Fang Jie and Una. Don't rush to refuse. You are indeed my brother. Although I am Una's consciousness now, I am also Momo. Now I am just a trace of consciousness left to protect Momo. My existence will not interfere with Momo's own personality. As Momo grows up, I will eventually disappear completely. Why? You had the opportunity to be reborn. Why did you give up? To be honest, Fang Jie didn't quite believe in these gods. To be precise, I didn't give up rebirth. I just stopped looking at the world with this consciousness. This world needs a new order and new ideas. The old worldview will only become a burden rather than a help. So I need to abandon the past and be reborn as a brand new life. Momo gave Fang Jie a gentle smile. I have to say, Una is brave. She was the first god to stand up against the original power of the gods. Later, she left her home because of this. Now she dares to abandon her original self and embrace a new life. I don't have much time, so you should listen to me. Originally, I would not show up, but this time Momo met my sister in Dorgan, that is, Oros. She forced my original consciousness to awaken, causing my consciousness to affect the current Momo. Therefore, I must leave before she is affected by me. When Fang Jie heard that Oros was Una's sister, he frowned slightly, but did not interrupt Una. I am a conservative god in terms of qualifications. But because the contradictions within the gods became more and more obvious in the later period, I was tired of the life in Gondias and left the city of gods. It was at that time that I met Oros. Oros is an orphan. According to Una, She found the young Oros at the door of the chapel. It was spring, and the warm east wind was blowing. Therefore, she named this little orphan Oros, hoping that she could bring vitality to the world like the east wind. Una didn't think much about it at the time. While answering questions for people who came to the chapel to pray, she was preaching. Gradually, she found that little Orlos showed a desire for magic. She even perfectly replicated Orlos's magic just by watching Orlos preach a few times. So with a try-it attitude, Orlos taught Orlos all the magic she knew. However, she didn't expect that this little girl had such a high talent for magic. She could learn all the magic she knew just by looking at it. This made Orlos feel like she had found a treasure. She felt that this child was born to impact the world and bring reform to this conservative world of the gods. So under her guidance, Oros learned faster and faster. Light magic alone could no longer satisfy her. She was eager to learn more, so Una took her on a journey, exploring and learning magic, while teaching her that she must change this deformed world in the future. As Una expected, Oros broke through the boundaries of humans in just a few years, and became the youngest new god. So she entered Gondias, and united many newly promoted gods in Gondias in the hope of changing the god society formed by the old gods, who had the final say. The old gods could not let her go on like this. So they suppressed her, and even sent a special god killer to kill Oros directly. This made Oros completely give up his fantasy, and break with the old gods. He became a traitor in the eyes of the old gods, and a resistant soldier in the eyes of the new gods. It was not until Oros designed to kill the death goddess Daisy, that Una felt something was wrong. She found that Oros had become more and more extreme. It seemed that she could not complete her mission without slaughtering all the original gods. Later, she hoped to reconcile with the old gods, and was killed by Oros. Una also sighed at this point. The seeds of all this were planted by her. So you want her to stop killing innocent people, and you want to persuade her to reconcile with the old gods, and even threaten her? TSK, how foolish. This is a betrayal in my opinion, not to mention her. Fong Jie couldn't help shaking his head after hearing this. Yes, this is why I want to discard the old worldview, and accept the new worldview and be reborn. Una smiled. But you have to survive. Now Oros is the only one in power. It can be said that the old gods have been wiped out, and the new gods are also suppressed by her. Even if you reshape the worldview, it will be useless, and you may still be affected by Oros. Isn't it because of your appearance? Una blinked her big watery eyes at Fong Jie. Your appearance gave me greater confidence, and let me see the hope of a new order. This sentence made Fong Jie choke and speechless. So you are playing poker and betting everything on us. This made Fong Jie press his head involuntarily. What should I do if my head hurts? Okay, in that case, you quickly tell us about Oros's information. Otherwise, we can't fight this war. What kind of magic does she know? And what skills does she have? But Auna's silence responded to Fong Jie. If you don't tell me this information, we will have to take the lead again. This makes it very difficult for me. Fong Jie looked at Auna's expression of not knowing what to say, and felt a little annoyed. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but she can do everything. Auna also smiled bitterly. Chapter 231 Moving the City. What the hell? Bucket number? Even Fong Jie's eyes widened, somewhat unbelievable. Isn't she a human? Yes, her ability is very similar to Lillian's. She can use all kinds of magic. Even a large part of the magic popular in the world now has the shadow of her development. The most representative one is arcane. This pure magic without attributes was first developed by her. She did this to allow more people to enter the mysterious field of magic, break through themselves, and become her helper. This is also the reason why she was named Transcendent, which means transcending everything and dominating everything. What the hell? I think we should pack up and run away quickly. This is the ancestor of the magic world. Can we really win? To be honest, Fong Jie was still very sincere. He always felt that there are always people who are better than you. Unexpectedly, Auna shook her head, haha. Although she is very strong. You should not belittle yourself. This is what shocked me about you. You basically did not use the existing magic in this world ignorantly, but used your own way to understand magic and then release it. Actively studied it, and combined it with magic in an unprecedented, scientific way, which gave birth to energy that can change the world. This technology of using magic allows those who do not have magical talent to use magic to produce and work. As she spoke, Una took a deep breath, and the golden light on her body began to shine. Okay, I don't have much time left. In order for you to defeat Oros, I have told you everything I know. My mission has been completed. The next era will be shaped by you. Goodbye. From now on, Una in this world will disappear forever, leaving only Momo. Hey. Wait. You haven't finished yet. Don't leave yet. Momo can't fully control her power by herself. Fangjia tried to persuade her to stay. But Momo had already slowly closed her eyes. And the golden light enveloped her body. Haha. She doesn't need my power. Nor does she need my guidance. What she needs is you. Don't let her down. Finally. Help her do something she has always wanted to do, but never dared to do. At the last moment, Ana smiled mischievously like a little girl, stretched out her arms, and hugged Fangjia's neck tightly. In Fangjia's surprised eyes, she kissed Fangjia's cheek with her wet cherry lips, leaving a cute lip print. Thank you for letting Momo have a home. When the golden light covering Momo reached its peak at the same time, a popping sound came from Momo's body, and the golden light all over her body suddenly shattered, and the consciousness of the goddess, who had been guarding behind Momo, officially disappeared. Alas! Witnessing Ana's disappearance, Fangjia also sighed a little. This goddess's behavior was not right, but it was definitely brave. How much have you heard? Behind the door, Xiaobai, Xiaowabao, Xiaobian, Lilian, Lostia, Xiaoyu, Xiaokusha, Shagar have all come. I basically heard everything. Xiaobai walked in front of Fangjia, with a gentle smile on his face, touched Momo's head like a mother, and smoothed Momo's black hair. Don't worry too much, at least from now on Momo is Momo. Fangjia nodded silently. Momo. Momo. Why did you fall asleep again? Momo rubbed her sleepy eyes, and looked around involuntarily, and found that everyone in the great underground palace had come, and they were all looking at her. As she regained consciousness, she finally noticed that she was hugging Fangjia's neck, and the lip print on Fangjia's face. Is this a kiss from Momo? Ah. So embarrassing. Everyone saw it. How could she do such an embarrassing thing when she was asleep? Momo's face immediately became hot, and instantly turned red like a red apple. She looked so cute that she wanted to take a bite. She hurriedly covered her face with her two hands, and buried her head in Fangjia's chest like a little ostrich. It's okay. It's okay. You're still so shy. You want to kiss me. Why are you afraid? Fangjia looked at the little girl in his arms, and raised his lips. What a cute little girl. She was really yearning for home in the orphanage. And now the last hidden danger in her body has been eliminated, which makes Fangjia feel more at ease. This makes Fangjia more determined to protect all the monster girls in the underground palace. They are all members of this warm family. Okay. Don't be shy. What's there to be shy about as a dear brother? Lostia also threw herself into Fangjia's arms, and kissed him on the other side of his cheek. Ah! So cunning. I want one too. Xiaoyu also threw herself on Fangjia's head, and kissed him on his forehead. Puff. Little tentacle. I want one too. Puff. The little tentacle was the last one to throw itself into Fangjia's arms, and found that there was no more room on Fangjia's face. So after searching around, it also left its lip print on Fangjia's nose. Next to him, Xiaobai, Xiaowabao, Xiaobian, Shagar, Lilian all looked at Fangjia being ravaged by the little ones with amusement. Fangjia's face was drooling from the kisses of the little ones in the underground palace. He had no choice but to pick these little ones off one by one, and kissed each little girl on the forehead. Okay. Okay, everyone has one. Since everyone is here, then why not go and see your big maze? I have collected all the things you need for the maze. Now it depends on how you are going to design it. Go and follow your sister Xiaobai to have a look. Fangjia tried his best to persuade the little girls to go and see their expanded maze. However, he left Shagar alone. What's wrong? I will let the soldiers of Mir City be prepared. Don't worry. Shagar thought Fangjia left her alone to explain how to defend Mir City. No. 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 I left you here, not to explain the defense of Mir City to you. The first maze is a special maze. It is the only city with people living there. So I hope you can organize other people from now on to build another city for Mir City. Fangjia said to Shagar solemnly. Upon hearing this, Shagar frowned immediately. Why, you want us to surrender without a fight? What are you thinking? I am leading a way out for us. Not everyone can accept war, not to mention that this is a war between gods. In a battle of this magnitude, ordinary people can't intervene at all. Staying here will become a burden to us. It is better to guide them all away before this. In this way, if we are defeated, we can just pack up and run away, without worrying about the personal safety of these people. After hearing what Fangjia said, Shagger's frown finally relaxed, and he began to think seriously. Indeed, it is unreasonable to let people live on the front line. I will make arrangements. Steam locomotives are now widely used in Mill City. The machine tools you provided are very effective. I estimate that everyone can be transferred in a very short time. However, I am afraid that there will be some resistance. Not everyone is willing to leave their hometown. Try your best. Time is running out. The people of Orlos have taken away the healing blood spring water. We don't know when they will attack the underground palace. A few days later, the residents of Mir City who lived and worked peacefully suddenly learned from the parliamentary bulletin board that Mir City was planning to build Mir City 2. From now on, they would recruit construction engineers and workers, trying to build a city that could accommodate 10,000 people in the shortest time. This news spread in Mir City in an instant, causing everyone to sign up. Our country is finally going to expand. Great. I'm going to sign up. Let's go. Let's spread the ideals of Mill City to the world. That's right. I've always felt that the bigwigs in the parliament were too low-key. With our current technology, we can definitely beat any country if we go out, but we only have the city. Now they are finally going to expand. The citizens of Mill City, who thought that Mill City was going to conquer the world, never thought that this new city would become their second home. Only the orc grandma, who had been living in the underground palace, felt something unusual. She walked to Shagger's room, and saw Shaggar staring at the ghost-faced dragon scale armor in her room. Shaggar? Is there something wrong with Mir City? The orc grandma walked gently behind Shaggar, pinching Shaggar's shoulders with her dry fingers. Only then did the dazed Shaggar come back to his senses. Nothing. Grandma? Hee. Are you worried about how to move the city? Shaggar suddenly turned around and looked at Grandma in surprise, his face showing how did you know? You never learned how to cheat people since you were a child. Later, under Fangjia's teaching, you learned a little bit how to disguise yourself in business talks to gain benefits for yourself. Now you still want to cheat your grandma? You are not good enough. The orc grandma smiled and squeezed Shagger's shoulder. How did you know that? Will anyone who builds a new city basically empty out the existing city's foundation? All the production equipment has been transported there. Isn't it obvious that the city is going to be relocated? Then do you want to relocate the city? Me? Of course I don't. Why should we relocate the city when we are living well here? Because the god who caused the disappearance of the gods will come soon. There is a great possibility that she will start a war of gods with the great underground palace. Fangjia thinks that this level of battle should not be participated by ordinary people. In order to have no worries, he plans to relocate the city of Mir. Hearing this, the orc grandmother paused her action of pinching Shagger's shoulder and smiled slightly. It's not bad to do this. But when the city over there is built, tell your people and let them choose for themselves. They should have the right to choose. Shaggar did not reply. Perhaps they really had no choice. Chapter 232, Pearlie's evolution completed. A week and a half later, with the blood cocoon in the monster's blood spring shattering with a pop, a beautiful girl with light blue hair, a more transparent soul piece on her forehead, and even a hint of aura, and a translucent fishtail, finally completed her evolution. The girl's skin was crystal clear, like solidified fat, and the fishtail she held in her hands became whiter, and the translucent fishtail could even reveal the slightly light blue bones. The girl woke up faintly, opened her eyes with long eyelashes. The light blue eyes were like the clear sky, clear and bright. Ha ha! Welcome back. Finally evolved successfully. All the guardian monsters in the underground palace gathered in the room, and offered the most sincere blessings to this girl together. Oh! Don't look at me. Unexpectedly. The next second, the beautiful girl's cheeks immediately rose with two attractive blushes, holding her gorgeous fishtail with both hands, trying to hide her fishtail behind her back, with a shy face. Too revealing. Ha ha ha. How can it be exposed? You can only see a little bit of the spine. That's called skinny. Besides, isn't the black flame skeleton summoned by Xiaoyu completely exposed and running around? Looking at the shy Polly, Fangjia said with a bit of amusement. Xiaoyu came closer to Polly with a curious look on his face, and touched Polly's fishtail with his little finger. Unexpectedly, Polly shuddered all over, her back stiffened immediately, and the light pink immediately climbed up her back, and the light blue translucent crystal fishtail instantly turned pink, and the fin membrane on the ear also turned pink and trembled slightly, as if the body was extremely sensitive. Don't touch it. Polly's voice trembled. Poochie. This discovery made the little tentacle very happy. Before, Polly grabbed her and squeezed her. Now, He. She wants to squeeze back. No. No. Polly finally discovered the little tentacle's evil intentions, but it was too late. The little tentacle stretched out several tentacles with evil intentions, wrapped around Polly's extremely sensitive fish tail. The tentacles gently rubbed against Polly's fish tail, making Polly tremble as if she was electrocuted. Several tentacles came up at the same time, making Polly's body tense up immediately. All right. Stop teasing your sister, Polly. Fong Jia looked at Polly's expression of being teased, and felt that if he didn't stop it, he might be able to see Polly's soul. So he pulled the little tentacle that hadn't been played with enough to the side, making the little tentacle pout unhappily. Polly, who was rescued, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her stiff body also limped, and she gasped for air. Is your fishtail so sensitive? Lostia looked at Polly with some concern. Don't be afraid. I just evolved. It won't happen again in a few days. Seeing Fangjia pull the little bad guy. Little tentacle. Away. Polly finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaobai also looked at her tail curiously. Your tail looks like an atmospheric creature. But it's a little different. Yes. Because of the core of Timothy. I also learned magic related to the atmosphere. Speaking of this, Polly finally smiled happily. She finally evolved. Then Polly nodded in the air. And the air began to flow towards Polly, surrounding her body, forming clouds like cotton candy. Ah! So cute. Xiao Yu happily pounced on it. Trapped in these clouds? Just like pounce on cotton. So fun. The little tentacle broke free from Fangjia's restraints and sneaked over, rolled up a cloud with the tentacles, and put it directly into his mouth, smacking his lips in dissatisfaction. Not sweet. Not delicious. Xiaobai looked at the clouds in front of Polly, smiled slightly, and slid his hands in the air like conducting a symphony. Countless arcane spider silks emerged in the air, flexibly passing through the clouds, as if stitching them together. Can you make these clouds more regular? Polly didn't expect that Xiaobai could even weave and sew clouds. Immediately, under Xiaobai's instructions, she compressed and stretched the clouds, turning them into an extremely thin material like aerogel. Xiaobai directly used this material to make her a simple and exquisite dress, which was similar to the translucent texture of aerogel, light and pure, without too many fancy things, clean and refreshing, and matched with floating clouds. It was simply too beautiful. It was a dress that even the rich could not afford. Yeah. Very good. Xiaobai nodded with satisfaction, and his knitting skills were getting better and better. Let's call this dress Ning Yanshang. Put it on and try it out. At Xiaobai's urging, Polly finally put on this almost luxurious dress, matching her light blue hair and the same fishtail. She could be said to be a goddess descending from heaven. Looking at everyone's stunned eyes, Polly pulled the corner of her clothes a little awkwardly. Does it look good? It looks good. It looks amazing. Even Zaya Wabeo and Shubian widened their eyes. Such clothes really suit Polly's temperament. Just when these monster girls were chattering about Polly's new clothes, Fangjia couldn't help shaking his head. Sure enough, no matter where you go, women are the same, they all like beautiful clothes so much. Fangjia didn't pay too much attention to it, because in the previous life, scientists also proposed the idea of using aerogel to make clothes. But he didn't expect that Xiaobai and Polly would realize it first with magic. After cutting open Polly's panel, Fangjia found that Polly's system panel also changed. In a sea with thunder and lightning, a violent storm raised huge waves, blurring the boundary between the sky and the sea. And Polly stood between the chaotic sky and the sea, bravely facing the storm. Drops Guardian Ocean Elf Pearly Hydra Breakthrough Evolution completed Guardian Sea Goddess Pearly Hydra. After successful evolution, Pearly gained the power to control the weather, and expanded many skills. Communicate with the Sky LV1, Max, Airflow Sensing LV2 Ocean Current Sensing LV5, Max, Summon Atmospheric Creatures LV2 Water Dominator LV2 Air Controller LV3 Weather Control LV1 Sky Singer LV2 among them. Airflow Sensing allows Pearly to sense the airflow around her body, which is a dodge skill, and the principle is similar to the way of Ocean Current Sensing, which is to use the fish tail to feel the subtle airflow, which is also the reason why her fish tail is abnormally sensitive. Fangjia looked at the panel of Polly, and fell into deep thought. Given the change of Polly's skills, then the underground palace at the bottom of the deep ocean that she guarded would also have to change slightly. A bold idea formed in Fangjia's mind. On the other side, Polly, Zaya Wabeo, Shagar had transitioned from discussing clothes to discussing Polly's abilities. When Shagar learned that Polly could control the weather and bring about thunderstorms, he couldn't help but get excited. Wow! This skill is so powerful. I think this skill can be used for farming, Shagar said excitedly. The location of the second city of Mir that she chose was the Yamanta mountain where the iron mine was discovered during the expedition. It was just that it was dry all year round. So Shagar was a little entangled. She didn't expect that after Polly evolved, she immediately solved this problem. Polly, who had wanted to show off her new skill to her girlfriends, was stunned on the spot. It was originally a very powerful skill. Use it for farming? Why do I always feel so low class? What hit her even harder was that the little flower bud beside her, as the daughter of nature, nodded seriously, thinking that this idea was very good. Okay, Polly's skills are obviously very strong. You use them to farm like an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. It's really a waste of talent. Polly must use this super skill to improve the climate and natural environment of the northern foothills of the Pamirs. Fong Jia also stood up and patted Polly on the shoulder, indicating that he stood on her side, leading Polly to look at him gratefully, finally found a soulmate. Poochie. The little flower bud almost laughed out loud when he saw how grateful Polly looked at Fong Jia. Sure enough, Polly was still easy to deceive. Improving the natural environment is not enough to farm. It's just a more high-sounding way of saying it. It's like selling Polly and asking Polly to help count the money. Poor little Polly. Sympathize for a second. Yeah. No problem. Then lend me Polly to improve the natural environment first. Shagar's eyes narrowed with laughter. He pushed Polly out with both hands. After pushing, he found that Polly was really light now. Like a weightless cloud. A light push actually pushed Polly a long distance. Oops. Sorry, am I too strong? Shagar was surprised, but more sorry. Since she became the Witch of Strength, her strength has become stronger and stronger, and sometimes she can even bend a thick iron rod easily. It's okay. It's okay. Polly was pushed out a little, but she stabilized her body immediately. Since I evolved, I can feel that I can control my weight changes at will. I can fly in the sky like a cloud. As Polly said this, she shook her fish tail, as if the air was water, and immediately swam in the air, as freely as in the water, which shocked Lostia. She thought that she had to work so hard to fly into the sky. And now even Polly could swim in the sky so easily. She always felt that it was super unfair. Fong Jia clapped his hands and prepared to get back to work. Okay. Stop making trouble. Since Polly has evolved, you should go and complete your big maze. Then he looked at Polly again. Polly, you should also go and see your big maze. I have expanded the big maze, but you need to set up the chaotic ocean currents at the bottom of the deep ocean. Polly swam 2 circles in the air and landed next to Fong Jia, smiling with curved eyebrows. Okay. Chapter 233. The ultimate mission is completed. Because he doesn't know when Orlos will attack Kepamir, Fong Jia seems to be in a hurry. He needs to complete the construction of the Kepamir underground palace before Orlos attacks, and get the last maze and the teleportation ring. Now the underground palace has been basically dug, but to fill it with content, the monster girls guarding the maze need help. The first maze is an ordinary maze. The super 3-dimensional maze, with more than 500 layers, is full of traps and mechanisms. The height of each layer is 10 meters. It doesn't feel narrow at all when you are in the maze. Outside the first maze, the construction of Mir's second city is also in full swing. The citizens are in an unprecedentedly high mood, and are determined to plant Mir's flag in every corner of the continent. The second maze, the Endless Forest Maze, has been completed with the efforts of Little Flower Bud and Little Other Side. In the middle of this maze, there is a 5-kilometer tall tree, which fills the entire maze. Countless thick trunks form a unique plant maze. There are even dozens of main branches that have grown into forests. Countless lives have settled here. There is a garden above the snow-white tree canopy. In the tree hole in the center of the garden is the water god tree. The clear spring water it condenses irrigates the forest below, allowing the forest to thrive and grow vigorously. The Cyclops, Minotaur became the gardener and herder here, taking care of the world tree together, and it became a tree city. The editable range of the third maze moving maze has also been expanded to 5 kilometers, and Fong Jia has also added several room structures very considerately, playing the random map elements to the extreme, such as stairwells, commercial black room, treasure room with treasure chest monsters, etc. Xiao Yu was dazzled by the hundreds of rooms that were absolutely unique, and immediately summoned many black people to set up a maze soul roguelike studio, ready to kill those adventurers who didn't know how to live or die. The fourth maze, the Deep Ocean Maze, has been transformed most comprehensively after Perry's evolution. First, the entire maze is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is about 2 kilometers high, where endless winds rage, and it is like a miniature world. The second layer is about 1 kilometer high, which is the freshwater layer, where aquatic creatures that live on freshwater live, and there are almost no eddies, which is a transition layer. The third layer is about 2 kilometers high, which is the seawater layer, which constitutes the real bottom of the deep ocean, where the junction of freshwater and seawater forms a very distinctive salt jump layer, which is like the second sea level under the sea, where undercurrents surge, and the chaotic ocean currents intersect with each other to form a very special seabed maze, where countless marine creatures live. The fifth maze, the Broken Mirror Maze, is divided into 3 layers. But it is not 3 layers from top to bottom, but 3 layers from inside to outside. The first circle is the largest, which is the Mirror Crystal Maze. The second circle is slightly smaller, which is the Broken Mirror Maze. And the innermost circle is Lillian's High Magic Laboratory. The sixth maze, the Indescribable Maze, will return to the exploration mode of the ordinary maze. But there will be no more traps inside, and there will be more statues and monsters that are extremely sanity. Those terrible monsters all live in the dark town in the center of the maze. Combined with a pervasive magnetic interference, it will cause irreversible physical and mental interference to the creatures that enter it. This manifestation includes, but is not limited to, physical alienation. The seventh maze, the Lava Maze, is also divided into 3 layers. The first layer is the Lava Temple Maze, which is a black temple made of volcanic rocks. The lava flows like a stream, and countless stone puppets resembling Malphite guard it. The second layer is the real Lava Maze, which is on a huge lava lake. Countless lava islands drift on this lava lake, forming a special lava maze. The third layer is Lostja's bedroom, which is a huge bed made of gold and silver treasures under the lava lake. However, with Lostja's money-loving personality, she will chase you to the ends of the earth if you lose a gold coin. The eighth maze is the Void Maze. The huge space with a diameter of 5 kilometers is completely chaotic. It is filled with the turbulence of gravity. The floating huge stones will become the path of the maze, forming a unique void maze like a meteorite belt. The ninth maze is the Spiderweb Ancient Library Maze. There is no dead end in this maze. Any path can be taken. Countless books are placed on both sides of the maze road. The ribbons made of special spider silk are hung in the maze to form the unique decoration of the Spiderweb Library Maze. Huh? Finally! It's done! Fangjia worked hard with Polly for a week finally. The maze construction project that was delayed by Polly's evolution was completed. Ding! The ultimate mission has been completed. Reward: 1 complete maze reward. Several teleportation rings in the underground palace, 1 for each underground palace guardian. Fangjia looked at the panel of the maze excitedly. The complete maze reward is in the shape of a treasure chest. It has not been opened yet, but 11 teleportation rings can be extracted. Fangjia was not in a hurry to open the treasure chest in the maze. Before that, he, a non-African, needed to take a bath and change clothes, fast for 3 days, and then drag Xiao Bai, the European emperor, out to worship before opening the gift bag. This made it difficult for the other meat-eating monsters in the Earth Palace. I want to eat meat. Meat. Don't be a monk. Lostia had been hungry for a day. Although she was not short of fusion energy now, she felt uncomfortable if she didn't eat some meat for a day. Now she was suddenly asked to fast. She was very sad. So she tied a piece of cloth with protest on her head and waved a small flag to protest that she would eat meat instead of vegetables. Protest. Puff. I want meat. No monks. Puff. The little tentacle also protested in dissatisfaction. She did something even more extreme. Not only did she use small flags, she even used her tentacles to pull up banners, protesting Fangjia's dictatorship. That's right. I want to eat meat. Protest the tyranny of the great demon Fangjia. The little flower but also joined in the fun. She, the goddess of life who eats meat, can't live without meat. I understand the truth, but why don't you let me eat the soul of the bull monster? Is the soul also considered meat? Protest. Xiao Yu was also very angry. It was an unprovoked disaster. Fangjia didn't even let her eat her soul. Protest is invalid. Just 3 days. I make you a big meal in 3 days. Look at you all. You have gained a lot of weight. Can't you learn from your little sister Bayan? Look at her. When has she ever eaten meat? Really? Fang Jie waved his hand and prepared to implement a dictatorial policy. Even if I can't beat you, but in terms of cooking, I'm sorry, none of you can beat me. Little Bayan, who was eating salad, blinked his innocent big eyes, looking at the group of guardians who were protesting against the lack of meat, meaning that I could be implicated even if I ate a melon? And you? Xiaobai, don't think I didn't see you secretly providing them with banners and small flags. Take a good bath and change clothes for me. Be aware of being a sacrifice to the European emperor. After saying that, he quickly confiscated all the banners and protest signs in the hands of these little guys who were joining in the fun. Xiaobai, who was sitting in the middle of the blood pool as a sacrifice to the European emperor, had no choice but to hide the half-woven protest banner behind his back. Lostia, little tentacle, little ghost, little flower bud, seeing the bully Fang Jie coming to confiscate the small flag, immediately hid the protest banner and fled in all directions. But how could Fang Jie let them go? They actually dared to challenge authority. No tolerance, so he chased these little bad guys in the underground palace. 2 days later, Fang Jie, wearing a grass skirt and a feather hat, finally announced that the sacrifice was completed, finally let Xiaobai, who was tossed around and looked like he had lost all hope, and the few little bad guys in the underground palace who had been suppressed. Fang Jie opened the mysterious underground palace treasure chest with excitement. May the 3 pure ones bless you. May the Bodhisattva bless you. May God bless you. May Zeus bless you. May Odin bless you. May Ra bless you. Golden light will surely appear. Open! Fang Jie resolutely clicked on the mysterious treasure chest. A brilliant light flashed in the panel. Ding! The complete maze has been obtained. The paradoxical space maze. Note, the diameter of the paradoxical space is 3 kilometers, and it cannot be changed after placement, and it cannot be moved. Within the range of the paradoxical space, the host can use the shaping ability to edit the paradoxical maze. Oh! 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 Fang Jie was almost stunned by this dazzling name. There was only one sentence left in his mind. I finally smuggled, smoothed, succeeded. Xiao Bai was more observant. Just when the little bad guys in the underground palace were immersed in the liberation from the terrible fasting spell, Fang Jie's body was a little dazed, and he almost fainted. It was Xiao Bai who helped him up and prevented him from falling directly to the ground. Fang Jie shook his head and couldn't wait to share the joy of the successful smuggling with Xiao Bai. I finally got the golden legend. This is a super awesome maze. Xiao Bai on the side was not happy, and even sighed imperceptibly, feeling a little helpless about his future. Every time Fang Jie opened the treasure chest, he didn't know how many Xiao Bais ran away behind him. Fang Jie placed the seed of the last 10th maze, the paradoxical space maze, on the position of the 10th source. The paradoxical space maze expanded rapidly, and instantly covered the area with a diameter of 3 kilometers. Buzz! A vibration came. The whole maze built according to the structure of the Kabbalah Tree of Life was officially completed. The whole underground palace was lit up with magical brilliance, like a super magic rune written in the earth's crust. Ding! The super maze was officially completed. The lost aura was upgraded, covering the entire maze. The solid aura was upgraded, covering the entire maze. At the moment the super maze was completed, Fang Jie only felt comfortable all over, as if all the stones that had been pressing on him before had fallen. As long as he had this maze, Fang Jie believed that he would have the confidence to fight with Orlos. Just when Fang Jie was immersed in joy, a few little bad guys playing around. Look at me, look at you, the secret code is connected. Let's go! Just like that, the 4 experts in passing the level sneaked into the paradoxical space maze hand in hand to have a sneak peek. Chapter 230 For the Great Adventure of the 4 Little Ones in the Underground Palace. The paradoxical space maze has no specific shape, it is just a range, and the outer buildings of the maze are all in the style of ancient ruins designed by Fang Jie, making people enter this paradoxical space maze unconsciously, and the appearance of the maze will slowly appear after entering, and if you want to turn back at this time, you will find that there is no way back. Because in this strange space, it almost violates all physical common sense. What perspective, light and shadow, the space will be arranged in a bizarre and chaotic way, and there is no exit after entering. And because of the special nature of this strange space, and the superposition of various maze auras, all detection magic will be ineffective in this space. And now Xiaoyu, Xiaokusha, Lustia, Momo, for little troublemakers, entered this most special maze without Famji's permission. After entering the maze, the four little ones found a dark staircase very smoothly. The four little ones, full of curiosity, immediately walked in holding a luminous lantern, wanting to see where such a staircase would lead to. As a result, they came to a corner not long after walking along the stairs. There were no other forks in the road. The four kids turned up and came to another corner not long after. The four kids looked at each other. This is too simple. There are no forks in the road. No monsters. No traps. It's just like an ordinary passage staircase. There is nothing special about it. There are just a lot of corners. There is a corner every time you walk a certain distance, as if this staircase is directly connected to the ground. Could this be a shortcut to Mir City? Lostia said with some doubt. Well, I think it's possible. This staircase spirals upward and should lead to Mir City. Let's go back and try other passages. Xiaoyu didn't think much about it. She just thought they had found a secret passage to Mir City. But she didn't notice that the little tentacle next to her had frowned cutely, tilted its head, and had a puzzled expression on its face. Momo's expression also became a little solemn. Lostia, Xiaoyu and Momo pulled the little tentacles and turned their heads to walk downwards, but the more they walked, the more they felt strange. No! Although we turned many corners, there were definitely not that many. Momo realized the problem sharply. Did we go the wrong way? I think we have been walking for a long time. At our speed, we should have reached our entrance a long time ago. Why haven't we reached it yet? Xiaoyu asked doubtfully on Lostja's shoulder. I also feel strange. There is a familiar feeling here. Could it be like your moving maze? Xiaoyu, where people can go around indefinitely. Lostia said uncertainly. This is impossible. The operation of the moving maze requires a chain mechanism to drive it, so there must be mechanical sounds. With my sensitivity to sound, it is impossible that I didn't hear anything. Xiaoyu felt a little headache. The way this maze works was beyond her imagination. Smell. Puff. The little tentacle tilted its head and couldn't help but make a sound. What? Lostia, Xiaoyu, Momo looked at the little tentacle at the same time. Smell. Same. Puff. It's the same as before. Puff. The little tentacle tilted its head and said inarticulately. Smell. Same? Xiaoyu didn't quite understand. We. Smell. The little tentacle didn't know how to explain it clearly. Momo's mind suddenly lit up. And she immediately said, I know. Lottie. You are the fastest. Run down about 4 staircase corners. And come back and tell me if you don't see anything. Although Lostia was a little confused, she still did what Momo said. Why? Xiaoyu asked Momo in confusion. I don't know. This is just to confirm my guess, Momo said while looking at the upward stairs behind her. Lostja's speed was very fast, and he immediately went into the staircase below and disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the dark staircase. Like a black hole. Xiaoyu scratched her head, still not understanding. But since Momo said to wait for Lostia here, then wait here. Lostia went down the stairs very fast, almost flying down, and flew past the hundreds of meters long stairs in a few seconds, still turning corners after corners. And after turning the third corner, a familiar light lit up in her field of vision. The brightness of the nightlight lantern flower was not high, but she still saw Xiaoyu, Xiaotuch and Momo standing on the stairs below waiting for her. A chill swept through Lostja's body, and all the scales on her body stood up. She was sure that she had been going down the stairs. But why did she run into Xiaoyu and Zayakusha above her when she was going down the stairs? Lostja's figure jumped out from behind Xiaoyu and Zayakusha, and immediately grabbed their hands. Xiaoyu also looked at Lostia, who came down the stairs above them, with a surprised look on his face. Didn't you go down? Why did you run up there? Lostja's face was full of solemnity. Xiaoyu? Are you sure you didn't cross the floor with the little tentacles and Momo to tease me? How could I tease you? You told me to wait for you here, so I am waiting for you here. And I can't cross the floor with the little tentacles, you know her physique. What's going on? I'm sure I've been walking down, I definitely haven't climbed the stairs. Why are you guys appearing below me? Lostia was really scared. This situation was something she had never seen before. Momo on the side also smiled bitterly. Since we are all fine, then the only problem is this staircase. Just now, the little tentacle said that the smell was the same, which means that we have been circling in the stairs. I suspect that we may have encountered the Penrose Stairs. Penrose Stairs? What is it? Lostia and Xiaoyu both had question marks on their faces. Penrose stairs are a type of stairs that do not exist in three-dimensional space. The head is the tail, and the tail is the head. There is no difference between the upper and the lower. People who are trapped in it can only circle around indefinitely. I have only seen it in Brother Fongjia's collection of paintings. It is caused by visual disparity. I didn't expect that he really made it. Oh my god. This maze is scarier than I thought. It's just a super enhanced version of my moving maze. Both Luostia and Xiaoyu put away their playful intentions and began to face this maze that was challenging the limits of imagination. Actually, this is normal. After all, it was the first time to encounter the Penrose stairs in reality. It was very good to be able to realize that you were spinning in circles. Only the little tentacle had a silly look on her face. Her little head, which was not spinning very fast, was still stuck on the question of why Luostia walked from the bottom, but walked out from the top. Xiaoyu's body began to become transparent. She entered the state of a spirit, and directly used the spirit's ability to pass through walls to enter the thick wall. In a few seconds, Xiaoyu came back from the wall, but her eyebrows were furrowed. So fast? How was it? What did you see? When Luostia saw Xiaoyu coming back, she immediately picked him up. Xiaoyu scratched his head in distress and smiled bitterly. I don't know how to describe it. There are passages everywhere outside. Countless passages in the sky. Underground. On the wall. Horizontally. Diagonally. And vertically. It's as if gravity has failed in this maze. Xiaoyu's description did not satisfy Luostia. She still hoped to see with her own eyes what secrets this maze held. Before, they had been conducting non-destructive explorations, because if they destroyed something, Fongjia would lock them up in a small dark room. But now, she could no longer care about so much. Move aside. I tried to destroy this staircase. Luostia moved her shoulders, raised her pink arms, and slammed them heavily on the Penrose stairs. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire Penrose stairs was shaking, but under the influence of the solid halo, although the entire staircase was shaking, there was no sign of damage. Damn! It's too hard. Unless I restore my dragon body, I won't be able to break this staircase with my weakened phantom alone. Luostia rubbed her head in annoyance, and made some of her soft pink hair stand up. The little tentacle looked at Luostia's movements, and roughly understood what she wanted to do, so it stretched out its tentacles, and touched the bricks on the ground, directly extracting the halo magic power in the bricks. At the same time, he raised another small hand, which instantly expanded. Countless strengthened tentacles gathered together to form a fist nearly 1 meter in size. He smashed it hard on the steps that had absorbed the magic power of the aura. Instantly, the entire staircase trembled, and cracks appeared on the Penrose steps. The entire staircase shattered. The small tentacle, Momo, also fell into the hole, because the steps under her feet were broken. Be careful. Xiaoyu could fly, so she didn't fall down herself. But she only shouted in time, and saw Momo and the small tentacle fall down together. Luostia wanted to grab Momo's hand, but it was too late. Ahem. We are fine. Momo's voice came from the dust, which made Xiaoyu and Luostia feel relieved. When the dust settled, Xiaoyu and Luostia found that Momo and the little tentacles were standing on the edge of the cave, looking at themselves on the side of the cave, just like they were all standing on the left and right sides of a wall. Chapter 235 Teleportation Ring in the Underground Palace. Momo also smiled bitterly. This maze is really amazing. It seems to be a collection of all the previous mazes. She raised her head. The true appearance of this super maze was also revealed in front of her. Countless passages intertwined, straight, slanted, inverted, reverse, densely packed. There is not even a wall. Every wall seems to be able to stand on it. It is both a wall and the ground. All languages are pale in front of this maze. This is a world that cannot be described. I think we are in trouble. Momo muttered to herself as she looked at the magnificent maze in front of her. The little tentacles had already started to spin in a whirlpool. Her little head had no way of understanding everything here. I am afraid we can't get out of this place. Luostia and Xiaoyu also came out of the big hole and looked at this strange space in shock. At this time, Fongjia's voice came from behind them. You 4 little guys. Running around again. Fongjia appeared behind them with a headache. If they hadn't attacked the underground palace and Fongjia hadn't received the news of the attack, he might not have been able to find these 4 little troublemakers. What kind of maze is this? It's so cool. Xiaoyu and Luostia excitedly came to Fongjia's side, looking at Fongjia with stars in their eyes like little fans. Only Xiao Tentacle couldn't recover from the shock. Dizzy. But she also instinctively grabbed Fang Jia's hand. This is a paradoxical space maze. This entire maze is made up of space magic. The main shape is a Klein bottle. We are the ants living on the bottle wall. The paradoxical space and the Mobius strip are nested, which makes this space present this state. The Penrose stairs you just broke are just the entrance to this maze. Fang Jia scratched his head. This explanation was given by the system. He was familiar with every noun of Klein bottle, Mobius strip, and paradoxical space, and he could understand its meaning. But when they were all mixed together, he didn't know how to describe it. Okay. Hold my hand. This maze is very dangerous. You might starve to death in it. Come on. I take you out. Fang Jia shook his head, picked up the three little ones, used the underground palace teleportation ring, and teleported everyone to the monster war room. Now the model of the paradoxical space maze is displayed on the monster sand table. The guardians of the other large mazes also sat in their respective positions. Okay. The last three little guys have arrived. They ran into the 10th maze and got lost. Everyone, come and choose the teleportation ring you like. Once you choose, you can't change it. As Fang Jia spoke, he took out 11 rings inlaid with various gems, and with a simple shape. This kind of ring allows you to teleport freely in the underground palace. If someone uses teleportation to send in invaders, we can defend with a faster reaction speed. All the monster girls looked at the rings on the table curiously, while listening to Fang Jia's explanation. When Fang Jia finished speaking, the little tentacle was the first to happily take a teleportation ring inlaid with purple gems, and happily put it on his thumb. He looked at this obviously white teleportation ring happily, and liked it very much. At the end, he threw himself into Fang Jia's arms and left a small lip print on his face. I like it. Poochie. Xiao Yu also flew over and picked up a ring inlaid with a bright yellow gemstone. However, this ring was a little too big. As a figure girl, Xiao Yu definitely couldn't wear it on her hand. She put the ring directly on her arm, turning it into an armband. She flew in the air and turned around. She was a little surprised to find that this ring could enter the spirit state when she entered the spirit state, and it would not fall off at all. Great. I like it too. Momo also chose a ring inlaid with a pale yellow gemstone. This color of ring is very similar to stars. She happily held the gemstone on the ring against the light. Thank you, Brother Fang Jia. It looks very good. Lostia saw that several other good girlfriends had already taken rings, and she also chose a ring inlaid with a pale pink gemstone, and put it on her hand. The color of this ring is very similar to the color of her scales. She liked this ring very much, but after thinking about it, she took it down again, and put it back on the table with a gloomy look. Fang Jia noticed Lostia's abnormality and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" "How could I not like it if it's so shiny?" Lostia said with some regret, "But if I transform, this ring will be broken by me. So I'd better leave it to someone else." Lostia's aggrieved expression of wanting, but not being able to have it is so cute. Don't worry. This is a magic ring. Once you take it, it will bind you to it. It will never be lost. And it will not affect your transformation. Fang Jia stuffed the ring into Lostia's hand without saying anything. Yes. My ring won't fall off. Even if I become a spirit, it won't fall off. It can even follow me through the wall. Xiao Yu also turned into a spirit and flew in front of Lostia. After turning around, her teleportation armband was firmly fixed on her arm, with no sign of falling off. After hearing this, Lostia finally accepted the ring happily. She wiped the shiny pink gem on the ring with her clothes, and felt like she was about to drool. Fang Jia looked at Lostia with amusement, and shook his head. This little dragon lady is really greedy. No matter how strong she becomes, she is still the lovely Lostia. Okay. Everyone, choose one. Polly took a ring inlaid with dark blue gems. Lillian chose a ring inlaid with light blue gems. Shagar also chose a ring inlaid with blue-green gems. And Xiao Bian chose a ring inlaid with gray gems. Xiao Huabao also looked at Fang Jia meaningfully, and then looked at Xiao Bai, who still hadn't chosen a ring, sighed, and went forward to pick up the dazzling green gem ring. Fang Jia looked at the two remaining rings on the table, put one of the bright red rings on his hand, and solemnly put the last colorless and transparent ring, like a pure diamond, on Xiao Bai's slender index finger. As Fang Jia solemnly put the ring on Xiao Bai's hand, a warm current flowed into Xiao Bai's heart, filling her whole heart, warm, swelling, very comfortable, This feeling made Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a little excited. She looked at Fang Jia's gentle movements, a smile appeared on her lips, and her gentle eyes revealed her full of love. This would play a little romance from time to time, which was always so to her liking. Okay. Let's all try it, and see if this ring works. Before Fang Jia finished speaking, the 4 little ones from the underground palace, who had been sitting on the side, and couldn't wait for a long time, disappeared in front of her one by one, and then appeared on the seat again. Several little girls all laughed like silver bells. This kind of ring was specially made for these little girls, who loved to play. With this teleportation ring, they can freely travel in the entire underground palace. Just like a game with cheats. It's so cool. Several little troublemakers looked at each other again, used the teleportation ring, and entered the paradoxical space maze again. Now they can explore to their heart's content. Fang Jia looked at the little troublemakers, who disappeared in front of him again. And his head hurt again. Shouldn't he give this kind of thing to them? Fang Jia opened his panel again. The ultimate task has been completed. The mission of this system has been achieved. No other tasks will be assigned in the future. The teleportation ring has been bound. It cannot be changed or discarded. Teleportation in the underground palace can be achieved through the underground palace magic sand table stored inside the ring. Skill teleportation protection has been enabled. Note, because the mission of this system has been completed. The teleportation ring will become the seed of this system. Please give the ring to a talented person to pass on this system. Fang Jia couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he saw these 2 messages. This ring not only has the function of teleportation, but also has a teleportation protection skill. It is an extremely useful item. As for the teleportation ring, it is a system seed. Looking for a new talented host. Which of the guardians in the underground palace is not talented? Xiaobai is now curiously looking at the ring on his hand. He seems to like it very much. Xiaobai, don't look at it. This is given by the system. Next time, I will make you a ring. It will definitely be better looking than this one. Let's talk business first. When you put on the ring, does a system or something like that appear? Fang Jia grabbed Xiaobai's pancreas, not letting her look anymore. System? It seems not. After I put on the ring, a thing similar to a big monster sandbox appeared in my mind. It can be used to achieve space teleportation and red dots when the underground palace is attacked. Is this the system you are talking about? Xiaobai said with some doubt. It shouldn't be. Xiaobai should be talking about the function of the ring, not the bound system. If even Xiaobai can't meet the system's requirements to bind to it, then what kind of person can meet the requirements? Fang Jia couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When he got the system before, it was Fang Jia who merged with a gemstone equipped with the system to bind to the system. Does this ring also need to merge with someone to bind? And Xiaobai also touched the gemstone at that time, but it didn't bind to Xiaobai. Does it need to be a time traveler to bind? If so, the condition is too harsh. Who knows if there are still time travelers in this world? And if this proud child of heaven really appears, is it necessary to give the ring away? It is absolutely impossible to give it away. I can't even give it away as a talisman. Fang Jia shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. At this moment, the system prompt sound rang again in Fang Jia's mind. Ding Guardian Arachne by can evolve. Evolution direction unknown. Chapter 236 Evolution. No, what did Xiaobai do again? It seems that I just gave her a ring. Is this how she can evolve? Fang Jia looked at Xiaobai, who was admiring the ring on her index finger with joy. With a strange look on his face, the corner of his mouth curved, as if he thought of something happy. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiaobai was keenly aware that Fang Jia was staring at him, and asked in a strange way. You really don't feel the existence of the system? Fang Jia was very skeptical. Otherwise, how could Xiaobai upgrade without doing anything? Really? Don't you believe me? Xiaobai knocked on Fang Jia's head in anger, making a clang 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 sound. Then why did you suddenly evolve? Fang Jia grabbed Xiaobai's soft and tender skin, stopping her from knocking him again. I can evolve? Xiaobai was also a little surprised. She didn't know what happened. So how could she evolve? Fang Jia walked around Xiaobai and found nothing unusual. The other female monsters in the underground palace also accepted his ring, but none of them showed any abnormality. Only Xiaobai could evolve suddenly, and the direction of evolution was still unknown. Never mind. Are you going to evolve now? Fang Jia looked around, but he couldn't see anything unusual, so he scratched his head and asked. Xiaobai was also a little entangled. Because since Oroz's men kidnapped Heliska, all her predictive abilities seemed to have failed. She couldn't see any scenes, which made her a little worried. What if someone attacked her while she was evolving? I don't know either. I'm a little worried. What if Oroz attacks me when I evolve? You are worrying too much. There are 10 people in the underground palace besides you. It should be no problem for everyone to work together to resist Orlos. If it doesn't work, there is still the Paradox Space Maze. It won't be a problem to block them for 10 days or half a month. For this, Fang Jie didn't think it was necessary to worry. Even if Fang Jie said so, Xiao Bai was still a little entangled. She couldn't see anything in the future this time, which made her a little flustered. I don't know when I actually began to rely on this ability that I once hated so much. Hulu. The strange monster appeared in Xiao Bai's sight again. This strange monster had not appeared for a long time, but now it appeared in front of Xiao Bai again. Most of its body was still unclear, as if it was wrapped in a layer of mysterious gauze. Even Xiao Bai, who had evolved into a spider girl, still couldn't see its full appearance. This strange monster yawned lazily, as if it had anticipated everything, stretched lazily, and walked towards the monster blood altar used for evolution. The meaning was self-evident. Fang Jie saw Xiao Bai staring blankly in a certain direction. He looked in the direction Xiao Bai was looking with some doubt. But there was nothing. Hey, Xiao Bai. Don't worry too much. I will move the entire monster blood altar to the center of the Paradox Space Labyrinth in a while. It will be absolutely safe for you to evolve there. And you will become stronger after you evolve. With your help. Won't we have a better chance of defeating Orlos? Fang Jie shook his hand in front of Xiao Bai, waking Xiao Bai back from his daze. Well, okay. Seeing that Xiao Bai finally agreed, Fang Jie spent some time moving the entire monster blood altar into the Paradox Space Maze. Xiao Bai took a deep breath, pulled her white gauze dress and stood in the blood altar, but the imagined blood spring enveloping evolution did not begin. The blood spring was calm, and there was no thought of enveloping her. Fang Jie was also wondering, what happened again? Shouldn't it be possible to evolve? Why is there no response? Drop Guardian Arachne by. Insufficient evolution materials. Required materials, blood spring, large amount, magic spring, large amount. Fang Jie was dumbfounded. This is the first time I have seen 2 kinds of spring water needed for evolution. When Xiao Bai was evolving before, Fang Jie used enchantment to speed up Xiao Bai's evolution, but it turned out to be useless. So later when Fang Jie was evolving other people, he did not add magic spring to blood spring, which was no different from his own method of using enchantment to inject magic power. But this time, Xiao Bai's evolution needed it. Which means that Xiao Bai's evolution this time required a lot of magic power. So that the magic power of the blood spring alone was not enough for Xiao Bai to evolve. Wait a minute. I will move the magic core here right now. Fang Jie was extremely excited when he thought about how powerful Xiao Bai would become after this evolution. He immediately rushed to Lillian's Magic Research Institute and moved the magic core and the magic spring below into the Paradox Space Maze. The blood spring water that flowed out of the Arachne Wanmo ancient statue intertwined with the magic spring water condensed on the magic core. They did not mix together like paint, but naturally formed the Tai Chi shape in the pool. Both springs emitted fluorescence. Like a dream. But the magic spring water condensed in the magic core was far less than the blood spring water. Therefore, Fang Jie directly covered the evolution pool with a magic halo. And the magic spring water immediately filled up, while the magic power of the magic core was rapidly decreasing. Xiao Bai felt the change of magic power, and she knew that evolution was about to begin. When the magic spring water and blood spring water reached the critical value of equilibrium, dots of fluorescence appeared on the evolution pool, and the decomposition of the 2 colors of spring water began to rotate, forming a vortex with Xiao Bai as the center. And the 2 magic springs began to become brighter and brighter, forming red and blue energy spots, covering Xiao Bai. After a while, a cocoon emitting light finally formed around Xiao Bai, wrapping Xiao Bai's whole body. Just when the light cocoon was completed, an unprecedented magical power burst out from the light cocoon, rushing straight into the sky like a tsunami, and spreading to the whole world. Gardesia, who was happily eating a medium-rare steak in Mir City, was the first to feel this vast magical power. She was so scared that she dropped the fork in her hand. She looked in shock in the direction of the Kepamir underground palace, the Forest of Elves, and Meglanka, who was directing the repair work and selecting the goods to trade in Kepamir next time, also felt the fluctuation of magical power and looked in shock in the direction of Kepamir. Above Dorgan, the elders of the dragon tribe also came out of their residences. Countless dragons felt the vast fluctuations of magic power, flew out anxiously, and roared around Dorgan. Countless mages with higher magical attainments all felt the vast fluctuations of magic power, and all looked in shock at the direction of the magic power. In Fanardoma, now renamed the Golden City, Una, who had a dark skin, frowned and felt the fluctuations of magic power at the first time. She was not like those magicians who rushed out of the room with shocked faces. Instead, she walked into a secret room calmly. There was a pool of deep red blood in the middle of the secret room. This pool of blood has already boiled. A person stood in the middle of the blood spring. She had no skin on her body, and her muscles were regenerating under the power of the blood spring. Your Majesty, I believe you also felt the magic vibration that can be compared with yours, but your body has not recovered yet. Please calm down, lie down. It can help you recover from your injuries. Hee. This magic fluctuation, is it Kepamir? Sister Una, you really shock me. She actually reached this point by herself. It's really exciting. Aura's vocal cords have not fully recovered yet, so her voice is extremely hoarse, and it's impossible to tell whether it's a man or a woman. Her eyes, which have not yet fully formed, are flashing with excitement. This kind of magical fluctuation has never been achieved by anyone else in this world except her. No! She even feels that this kind of magic power exceeds her past. Ah! I can't wait! Una, how long will it take? I really want to see who has reached such a level of magical attainment. Urena. No, Urena said in a very cold voice. Because you forcibly used the ultra-long-distance space teleportation magic twice. It caused damage, so even with the help of this magical potion, it will take nearly a month. When Horus heard that there was still a month left, he immediately fell down, like a deflated ball, and let the blood fountain soak his whole body. Forget it, you go meet them first, recruit them into our camp, if they don't want to. Help me test their abilities, if you encounter a god that can emit this magical fluctuation. Run away quickly, you are definitely not his opponent. Oh! By the way, please help me keep an eye out for someone, his name is Fang Jie, find him out, I will beat him to death myself. Horus's voice came out from the blood fountain. Even if Anna didn't see Horus's expression, she could hear from his voice the gnashing of teeth when Horus mentioned Fang Jie. Yes, Your Majesty Oros. Una walked out of the secret room calmly, as if she was a machine without emotions. After walking out of the secret room, a bright smile immediately appeared on her dark little face, and a silver light flashed in her eyes. Everyone who saw her would be stunned for a second, and then they would do their own things as if they didn't see her, which made her successfully enter the Golden City High Council. The original leaders of the rebels were all stunned when they saw this girl, and a silver light appeared in their eyes. Una looked at the effect of this spiritual magic with satisfaction, and said calmly, the next goal of the Golden City is to expand the territory, eliminate the Devil's Believers, and target Kepamir. Chapter 237 The Army of the Golden City. Kepamir Underground Palace, the 10th Labyrinth Paradoxical Space, the center of the labyrinth. Fang Jie looked at the evolution time of Xiao Bai on the panel, and had a headache. Ding Guardian Arachne Bai. Evolving, 999 hours remaining. More than 40 days. As soon as Xiao Bai started to evolve, an unprecedented magic power surged. Even Fang Jie felt it. The last time this kind of magic power fluctuation was outside the world, when Xiao Bai's evolution was completed. This time it was before the evolution began. Last time, due to the influence of the turbulent flow of magic outside the world, people on land basically did not feel it. Only some people in the sea felt it, such as the sea god Gardesia. This time, the fluctuation of magic power is even more shocking than last time. I am afraid that many people on the mainland have already felt it. It seems that they need to make preparations. Swish swish swish, several beautiful figures appeared behind Fang Jie, and the guardians of the major underground palaces arrived. They all felt the fluctuation of magic power. What happened? I feel the violent fluctuation of magic power coming from here. Little Flower Bud was the first to arrive, and immediately saw Fang Jie, who was in deep thought. It's okay. Just when Fang Jie was about to explain the reason, 3 figures appeared in front of him. Wula. Wow. Puff. Lostia, Xiaoyu, Little Tentacle appeared in front of Fang Jie with fierce faces, as if asking, who dares to attack the great underground palace? The 3 little guys even rehearsed for a bit, and posed at the same time, with Lostia on the left guardian, the Little Tentacle on the right, and the bridesmaid Xiaoyu in the middle, spreading her wings. Who is coming? How dare you attack our homeland? Lostia and Xiaoyu said in unison. Only the little tentacle spoke unclearly, and uttered a few similar words in his throat, and finally added a fierce and cute sentence. Pudgy! Before the pose was finished, the little tentacle slipped and fell to the ground with a plop, tripping Xiaoyu and Lostia, who had already perfectly posed and appeared handsomely. The three little ones rolled into a ball in an instant. Fang Jia looked at the three unreliable little ones and covered his face. Is this their strategy? If Oris really attacks, let her see this scene and laugh her to death so that she will give up the attack? Forget it. This is the magic fluctuation emitted by Xiaobai when she begins to evolve. I didn't know that her evolution this time would make such a big noise. Fang Jia had no choice but to wave at the little flower bud, and helplessly picked up the three little ones, who were rolling into a ball one by one, and asked them to stand up obediently. Now we need to pay attention to the outside of the Capamere underground palace. There should be many people who have felt this magical fluctuation. The next month may become extremely exciting. More than half a month later, two refugees rushed into the defense area of the Capamere Expeditionary Force. They were both covered with wounds. One of them looked like a knight, and the other one was wearing a torn wizard robe and should be a wizard. When the two of them just appeared outside the cordon, they were discovered by the expeditionary force on guard. However, their current condition was extremely bad. They were covered in wounds, and the fatigue caused by the long-term attack had already made them shaky. The mage wearing a robe had already fainted, and it was only with the knight's support that they barely made it to the cordon of Capamere. Gary led a small team of expedition members to swoop down on the Yek dragon and stopped steadily in front of the two. Mithras? Caroline? How could it be you two? Gary turned over and jumped off the body of the Yek dragon, supporting the already exhausted Mithras. Mithras saw Gary running towards him in his blurry vision. The tense string in his mind finally relaxed, the dizziness swept through his whole body, but he still kept muttering. The army is coming soon. The saint told the saint. Quick! Go! Go! You are all cannon fodder. Don't eat me. I don't want it. The next day, Mithras sat up in shock from his dream. He dreamed again that the dark-skinned girl Una found him. The innocent smile she once had was gone, and it was replaced by a cold smile. Her eyes showed a terrible silver color, and this silver light occupied his body, turned him into a puppet, a weapon, and asked them to attack Capamere with the whole city's strength. As a result, the little tentacles and Lillian descended from the sky. Countless huge tentacles, and the divine fire from the sky slaughtered them all. Finally, the little tentacles wrapped him, and used the huge tentacles to poke his face. He had seen the strength of the little tentacles and Lillian before, so he knew that this attack would be a futile effort. It was as if Gary's words, "In my opinion, you are the sheep," were still lingering in his ears. Awake? Lillian, who was reading in the sun, looked up at him. The naughty little tentacle was looking at Mithras, who was sitting upright, in shock. Just now, the little guy had been poking his face with his fingers. He didn't expect that this person could do so many actions while sleeping, talking and sitting. Amazing. Puff. Wouldn't it be great if she could learn such a skill? Then she could eat while sleeping. Both. Especially during class. Mithras, panting, realized that he had entered the Pamere, and the little tentacles and Lillian beside him no longer had the cold breath of death in their dreams. Quick! Save us, we are all controlled, Mithras said as he rushed towards Lillian, but because of long-term hunger and fatigue, his limbs could not support her at all, and he fell directly to the ground, looking miserable. Alas! The patient should just lie down. What happened? Were you beaten in Golden City? You became like this? Lillian quickly helped him to lie on the bed, and continued to give him the plant drip. It hasn't been given yet, but it will be soon, but he still got beaten, Mithras said helplessly. Una betrayed. To be precise, I don't know if she betrayed. She used a strange spiritual magic to control everyone who saw her. Now she is attacking Capamere with the power of the whole city. They are all used as cannon fodder. If it wasn't for Caroline discovering that the red potion you gave me had some effect in resisting this kind of magic, and rescuing me, I might be in the army now. If possible, I hope you can save them. And Una. She is a good child. Maybe she is also under mental control. Lillian listened to what Mithras said, raised her eyebrows. Una rebelled? She had never seen this girl. But from the name, she couldn't be the reincarnation of Una. Well, it's mental magic again. I know. Don't worry. I will find a way to save them. How long will it take them to arrive? It shouldn't be more than 3 days. After I got rid of that control, I immediately brought Caroline here. By the way, where is Caroline? Is she okay? Mithras finally remembered that there was a magician on his back, and sat up again. Oh, she's fine. She just ran out of magic power, and was too tired. She's still in a coma. You don't have to worry about her. Worry about yourself. This is the first time I've seen a knight who torments himself to the point of muscle dissolution. Lillian pushed Mithras back to the bed, and teleported him back to the underground palace with the little tentacles. After listening to Lillian's report, Fang Jie immediately arranged for Shagar to increase the city defense alert. As expected, an unknown army was detected 180 kilometers away from Kepamir and attacked Kepamir. At their speed, they could arrive in less than 3 or 4 days. This army was like a long dragon, with countless knights wearing golden armor, spearmen and even giant eagle cavalry. This was the first large-scale battle between Kepamir and humans. So Fang Jie was still very concerned. Xiao Huabao saw the human army advancing towards Kepamir, and then looked at Fang Jie, who looked a little solemn, and yawned a little bored. What's there to worry about? Once they enter the forest outside Kepamir, we can just tie them up with plants. Shagar fell into deep thought. I think we should leave the first wave of attacks to the expeditionary army. Although your strength is very strong, we can't wait for you to take action in everything. Leave this level of battle to the expeditionary army. Our main task is to guard against the gods mixed in these ordinary armies. I agree. This time the enemy is very strange. She mainly uses mental magic, which is also a branch of arcane magic. I don't know much about it. The most terrifying thing is that I don't know how proficient she is in this magic, and how much influence it will have on us. I have never heard of mental magic that can affect thousands of people at once. Lillian pondered for a moment, and expressed her thoughts. Fang Jie's expression was solemn because he had been hit by this kind of magic before, so he had some psychological trauma about this strange and unpredictable magic. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the stone chair, making a crisp collision sound. You mentioned a detail before. That is, when they saw the girl's eyes, they were controlled by mental magic. In this case, we can only attack from a distance. One is to test the range of the enemy's mental magic, and the other is to see if we can find this person. Long-range cannons may not work, although it can attack beyond visual range. This thing can kill people even if it is a foam bullet. Shagar had a headache when he heard Fang Jie preparing for a long-range attack. Cannons definitely can't be used. Let's use airships instead. Let's fly to an altitude of more than 10,000 meters and drop special bombs. Just add a small parachute to the tail to ensure that people won't be killed directly. Use the sleeping powder of Xiaowabao as ammunition. Let's put everyone to sleep first. Then, Fang Jie raised his eyebrows. He had already thought of a solution. Shagar's eyes lit up when he heard Fang Jie's plan. Chapter 238 Airship Attack. 3 days later, Mithras had almost recovered. These 2 days, he had experienced the charm of Mir City, which made him and Caroline linger and indulge in it. This was the world of their dreams. But now, in addition to the advanced city and delicious food here, he was more worried about the soldiers outside who came to attack Kepamir. They were all his relatives and teammates. Woo! A sharp ups and downs sounded. Mithras, who was experiencing the new vision brought by this city, was awakened by the sirens. What is this? The uncle who was kneading pastries on the side did not change his expression, and said casually, just arrived. Right? A stranger? This is the city defense siren of the Kepamir Expeditionary Force. I heard that more than 10,000 people are coming to attack Kepamir this time. The uncle sneered and didn't care at all. Aren't you afraid? Mithras was a little shocked. This boss knew such news, and he was still in the mood to knead dough? Generally speaking, people in other cities would run away as soon as they heard that tens of thousands of people were coming to attack the city. But the people here were just doing what they had to do, as if nothing had happened. What's there to be afraid of? Foreigner, there is no enemy that Kepamir cannot defeat. Even if there are people that the expeditionary force cannot defeat, there are still the great guardians of the great underground palace. The great 10 god pillars. If we can't even defeat them, it will be the end of the world. It doesn't matter where we run to. After hearing what Mithras said, the boss laughed and said, after looking at the stunned Mithras, the boss patted his head and continued to talk. Oh, I forgot that you are a foreigner. And you don't know the guardians of the underground palace. They are the real masters here. The gods of Capamere. And live underground. I don't know what the parliament has done recently. And they actually open the entrance to the underground palace to those mercenaries. What if they anger these guardians? You know, everything we live in now has the shadow of these guardians. Knowledge, materials, and technology are all dependent on them. Ah, I've gone off topic. They are. The old man was still talking about science. But Mithras could no longer hear him, because he saw two huge oval metal objects rising slowly from the cliff of Mere Peak and flying towards the southern foot of Capamere. The metallic luster and the impact of the huge ship were not something a medieval knight like him should bear. Mithras had never seen anything beyond his cognition. So he was stunned on the spot. This city was even more incredible than he had imagined. The army of the Golden City was pressing towards Capamere, and even standing on the observation deck on the top of Mere Peak, one could see the warriors wearing these fine armors. The two airships on the Mere City side had already flown out of the city, flying towards the sky above the southern slope. These two airships were not the special expedition prototype Kirov that Xiaoyu was driving, but were newly manufactured by Fang Jie later. They were mainly made to quickly transport personnel and materials when the city was moved in the future. Therefore, the weapons on them were not very strong, and they were considered half-civilian aircraft. For this temporary mission, they modified the bomb bay and directly dragged it out for use. The operators also became the Mere City Expeditionary Force, which was considered the first air force established in Mere City. Good visibility, the ship has reached the designated height, move forward to, drop bombs after reaching the designated location. The skinny monkey has now been promoted to the skinny monkey captain, the immature aura has disappeared, more resoluteness and iron blood appear on his face. The boiler group. Take good care of my steam boiler group, the magic shield group, and the air defense group. Get ready, we are about to enter the enemy's airspace. Put on your full attention. Keep a close eye on the attacks below, if there are any attacks. Stop them all, don't let anyone go. Yes. The skinny monkey observed the movement of the army with a telescope, and gave orders skillfully. Although he knew in his heart that, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, there was basically no attack that could reach him, he still firmly executed the order without any slackness. It didn't take long for the winding dragon to appear under his feet, and countless soldiers looked up at the black dot that was getting closer and closer. The giant eagle and the dragon also observed the movement of the two strange black dots, soared into the sky, and flew towards the two black dots. The closer these giant eagle knights flew, the more shocked they were. These were two huge metal creations. The closer they got, the more they could feel the hugeness of this purely industrial airship. Giant eagle knights were found in the Zwishian airspace, and they are attacking us. The observers below also reported the appearance of the giant eagle knights in time. Magic shield open, anti-aircraft turrets prepare crossfire net, target giant eagle knights. Caw caw caw. A series of gun loading sounds rang out at the anti-aircraft turrets of the airship. The 23mm double-barreled anti-aircraft gun was specially made by Fangjia. It is considered to be an improved and enlarged version of the Hammer Mini revolver rifle. It uses a mixed-release mode of gunpowder and magic potion. The effective range reaches 1.5 kilometers, which is more than enough to fight monsters in this backward world. The giant eagle knight has entered the anti-aircraft range. Fire! The skinny monkey, who had been observing the movements of the giant eagle knight, gave an order, and the anti-aircraft gun immediately opened fire. The giant eagle knights flying in the air only saw the flames on the two huge metal creations. And then, their precious giant eagles seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. Blood splattered. And then, they heard the din sound like thunder. And only then did they realize that they were attacked. But it was too late. They could only watch the bloody giant eagle fall. The giant eagle knights in the back instinctively wanted to escape, but the person controlling them immediately accelerated and rushed towards the two airships. Although there were only a few knights who could really rush to the vicinity of the airships, they still began to chant magic and launched magic attacks on the airships fearlessly. But their attacks were doomed to be ineffective. The magic attacks of different colors passed a distance in the air, and when they were about to fall on the airship, they suddenly exploded, as if they had hit an invisible wall, and countless flashes of light burst out. Just when these giant eagle knights were confused, they were shot down by anti-aircraft artillery. A large group of giant eagle knights, but not a single shot hit the airship in the sky. Even Anna, who was hiding in the army, narrowed her eyes. Such an attack was not seen by ordinary people, even she, a god, had never seen it. A bad premonition appeared in her heart. After dealing with the flies in the sky, the airship was already close to the long dragon of nights. Arrived at the designated location, wind direction southeast. Ready! Drop bombs. Following the order from the skinny monkey, several huge bombs were dropped from the airship, aiming directly at the torrent of knights below. This special bomb whistled and fell quickly, opening its parachute close to the ground. At the same time, the warhead opened, and countless pollens were thrown out, as if a light blue cloud completely enveloped the long army. The army of the Golden City below had never seen such a scene. They had not even reached the city, but were sprayed with dust by a metal monster from nowhere. They did not know how to dodge, and just stood there stupidly, and took the full damage sleeping bomb attack from the airship. All the people and their warcraft mounts fell to the ground, and no one was spared. The expeditionary forces that had been ambushed all around stood up one by one. Like ghosts, they wore black gas masks. The sleeping pollen had basically no effect on them. The revolvers in their hands were already loaded. They carefully approached the army of the Golden City. The entire expeditionary team was divided into two action groups. One action group was responsible for vigilance, and the second action group fed the sleeping Golden City soldiers with blood spring potions to ensure that they could wake up from the magic of mind control. The alert team was also carefully searching for Inna, who was hiding here. The gas masks and helmets they used were special helmets mixed with magic steel, which were very resistant to mental magic. Suddenly, a petite figure that even the expedition members could not see clearly rushed out, and kicked a member of the expedition team hard, making him fly backwards. Then the petite figure flashed again, took off the gas mask of the expedition member, who was kicked away, and put it on his own face. You are really amazing. Even humans are so powerful. If we had such a powerful thing before, how could we be controlled by those conservative old immortals? Anna's voice came from under the mask. It was not very real, but it was indeed full of momentum. It must be said that all these attacks were unexpected by Anna. Her mental magic was completely suppressed. Direct mental control could not control these expeditionary forces. They had to take off their helmets. If they took them off, they would definitely inhale the sleeping pollen and fall into sleep, thus unable to form her combat power. Now she could only expose herself. Several other members of the expedition team immediately raised their guns and fired at her. But she was too fast, and it was impossible to aim at her. She dodged a few times and approached an expedition member at lightning speed. With a pinch of her petite hand, she twisted the mini revolver in his hand into scrap metal like twisting a twist. This thing is good for you ordinary people, but it's not good enough for the gods. Anna smiled contemptuously under the mask. What kind of god is it to bully ordinary people? How about we fight? A cold voice came from the depths of the pollen mist. Anna was alert instantly. A shining halberd was slashed at Anna with unmatched force. Anna evaded the sharp blow with 3 agile backflips. The halberd slammed hard at the place where she had just stood. The ground cracked instantly, and even the sleeping pollen mist blew away a large area of the ground. Shagar, the first maze guardian of the Pamir underground palace, is here. Shagar, wearing gorgeous ghost-face dragon scale armor, missed the attack, turned a gun flower and posed a handsome attack posture and said, Chapter 239 Anna vs. Shagar. Protoss, but it doesn't seem to be the Protoss that emits magical fluctuations. Anna breathed a sigh of relief. If it was the Protoss that emitted terrifying magical fluctuations, she might have died here. But since it's not her, then let's have some fun with her. Anna turned her hand, and a magic spear emitting bursts of magical fluorescence appeared in her hand. Then the spear came out like a dragon, and she jumped up directly and stabbed towards Shagar. Come on! Shagar shouted, and pulled out a large caliber revolver from his waist. Bang! Anna instantly felt the danger in midair. This was the experience she had accumulated from long-term battles warning her. Although the device in Shagar's hand was not as big as the one he crushed before, it seemed to be more powerful. She immediately switched from offense to defense, and sent out a stream of energy to the right, and managed to move sideways to the left for a distance in the air. The bullet shot by Shagar was successfully deflected by her side. But she also lost the chance to attack. TSK, you run fast. Shagar spat when he missed the target, and immediately swung his halberd towards Anna. Anna was forced to defend herself, holding the magic spear across her chest to block Shagar's fierce attack. Shagar's attack was so heavy that her arms bent, and she could not hold on. The ground beneath her feet even cracked. Seeing that his attack had hit, Shagar took advantage of the victory, and swung his heavy halberd in a circle. In a very short period of time, he chopped Anna, who could only defend herself. One halberd after another. The last halberd chopped Anna's magic spear in half. And Anna fell to one knee. When Shagar saw that Anna was exhausted, he raised his mouth and prepared to take Anna's head. At this moment, Anna, who was forced to defend, suddenly used magic to attack. The magic shook around Anna like a shock wave, pushing Shagar out. Shagar did a backflip in the air and landed steadily. Yes, you are much better at using magic than me. Shagar stared at Anna, and finally she pushed him away. Anna took a deep breath. Magic transformation. The spear in her hand that was broken into two pieces immediately began to change shape, like the shaping of Fangia, making the broken spear in her hand become a double-blade weapon with one long and one short. Haha, don't underestimate me. I am the newly promoted god of war, Anna. Our battle has just begun. A silver light flashed in Anna's eyes. She lowered her body and rushed toward Shagar with unprecedented speed. The ground beneath her feet was shattered by her huge stomping force. Shagar was also ready. Anna's momentum had changed qualitatively compared to before. But Anna's speed was too fast. She rushed to Shagar in a flash, moving both swords. The sharp sword light attacked Shagar like raindrops. Shagar narrowed his eyes, held his halberd and rushed forward, fearlessly facing Anna's fierce attack. This time, she could clearly feel that Anna's attack power and speed had increased by a level. The halberd and the magic double sword slashed together rapidly, forming sparks of two different colors. One blue and one red. The double swords themselves have one more weapon than the halberd, and their advantages in this kind of close combat are highlighted. Many attacks have penetrated Shagar's halberd's defense, slashing on the surface of Shagar's ghost-faced dragon scales, producing countless light blue magic sparks and teeth-grinding piercing sounds, but they just couldn't break through her gorgeous armor. This made Anna, who had been unable to attack for a long time, frown. Shagar's gorgeous armor was too thick. Just when Anna was thinking about how to break Shagar's defense, Shagar finally found an opportunity and kicked Anna in the chest, kicked her out, and at the same time, Shagar took out his pistol and fired 3 shots. The large caliber bullets formed a triangle shape and shot towards Anna. Anna touched the ground with her toes and swung her 2 swords quickly, cutting down all 3 bullets. Interesting, I just observed you from a closer distance. You don't seem to be wearing that strange mask that can block the pollen that makes people sleep. Although your mask looks a little scary, it doesn't seem to have this ability, and you can move freely in this environment. This is really great. Anna's mouth curled up a smile again. The 2 swords in her hands merged into a magic bow. The petite body directly pulled the terrifying bow to its full length. Several magic arrows appeared on her bowstring at the same time. As soon as her little hand loosened, the magic arrows immediately turned into countless streams of light and shot toward Shagar from all directions. These arrows turned into streams of light and could turn. Each arrow had a very tricky angle. This was much more powerful than Shagar's gun. Each arrow would even explode after being shot down. This made Shagar a little exhausted. Instantly, he was covered by the dust raised by the explosion. Ahem. Ahem. You don't think such an attack will be effective against me, do you? Shagar laughed disdainfully. Although these explosive arrows were powerful, they were still a little inferior to her composite armor of blood demon tungsten and magic steel. Shagar shook her hands. Although she said she was fine, she was still affected by the explosion. Her palms were cracked, and she also suffered some internal injuries from the shock wave of the explosion. Of course. Anna's voice came from behind, and Shagar turned around immediately. But it was too late. Anna, wearing magic boxing gloves, appeared behind her. The moment she turned around, she punched Shagar in the face with a heavy punch, and directly knocked Shagar out. She even turned twice in the air, and rolled and slid far away after landing. No one knew where the domineering ghost helmet was hit. Shagar shook his dizzy head and struggled to stand up. Anna was already standing in front of her. She swung the magic whip in her hand and tied Shagar up completely. Then she lifted her up and forced her to look into her eyes. Look into my eyes, my slave. For a moment, the silver light in Anna's eyes was so bright that it seemed to pierce Shagar's soul, making Shagar's heart skip a beat. I was careless. A feeling as if someone wanted to push his soul aside swept through Shagar's mind. Get out of my way. Suddenly, a burst of energy burst out from Shagar's body, making her whole body red, and instantly entering a frenzy state. The frenzy of terror directly broke through the control of Anna's spiritual magic. At the same time, Shagar's muscles swelled and broke the magic whip that bound her. Asshole. Do you know that the last guy who wanted to steal my body has become a dessert for the little tentacles? Shagar raised his fist directly and hit Anna hard. The two of them fought in close combat, countering each other's moves, using all the fighting skills they had learned throughout their lives. Their punches were so heavy, each punch was accompanied by a sharp wind. Even the pollen mist around was blown away, and the ground collapsed wherever they passed by under the competing forces. After a few rounds, both of them were already bruised and swollen and panting. Ha ha ha, refreshing. It's been a long time since anyone could tie with me like this. Anna shook her head, shaking off the dizziness from her body, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she was fast, her defense was slightly insufficient, and she would suffer serious internal injuries whenever she was hit by Shagar. Shagar's armor also became a mess, and even had fist marks on the surface. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. You're not bad either, the first one to tie with me in strength. But I lost. Anna stood up and stretched her arms, and admitted defeat in a concise and clear manner. Shagar narrowed his eyes. You gave up so quickly? Are you not going to play for a while? Hee, I don't know what you think, but I already know your abilities roughly. That fish-tailed sea creature can control the weather. The pollen fog that has not dissipated in our location should be the effect of her ability. The countless plants under our feet are growing, and have surrounded us long ago, and unknowingly transported those unconscious people away. This should be the ability of the two plant girls. In addition to the information we collected from Meliska, Dorgan, and the Golden City, we have roughly guessed it, the world-destroying monster, the awakening human sediment, the multi-system conversion witch, the reincarnated little girl of Lord Una, and the big and scary little dragon Loli, and now you, the servant of God who has awakened power. The only ones left were the puppet, and the white spider girl. Let me guess that the source of the magic fluctuations this time was her. Why didn't the spider girl come out? Did she encounter any problems? Shagar's expression became serious. He didn't expect that she would guess almost everything after a fight with him. The ground under their feet was boiling. The gravity increased and pressed her to the ground. Countless vines broke through the surface and attacked her. Suddenly, there was a strong wind in the sky, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain. The pollen mist was blown away, revealing the 8 girls hidden in it, including Little Bud, Little Othershore, Little Tentacle, Little Hugh, Pearl, Lillian, Momo, and Lostia. They surrounded her tightly, but Anna was not panicked at all. Instead, she burst into laughter. Ha ha! It seems that my guess was right. Again, His Majesty Oros greets you. Goodbye everyone, Anna finished speaking. And the space magic was activated again. White light shone around her, and it seemed that she was about to be completely covered. It was too late for Lillian to stop it. Although the gravity magic she used had an effect on space magic, the opponent's attainment in space magic was obviously stronger than hers, and there was no way to stop her teleportation for a while. Shagar suddenly jumped up, grabbed Anna, who was covered by the light, and at the same time gritted his teeth and activated the teleportation ability of the Underground Palace teleportation ring. The gemstone inlaid on the ring also emitted a dazzling blue-green light, which intertwined with the silver light on Anna's body, and then disappeared into the air at the same time. Chapter 240 Oris appears. The 8th Labyrinth of the Capamere Underground Palace. The void labyrinth, 2 colors of light suddenly shone in the air. Shagar and Anna fell out of the gap in space. Shagar landed on a huge floating stone, and rolled all over with mud. Anna's petite and dark body flew in the opposite direction, and smashed 2 smaller floating stones. Damn it! It seems that you are really not afraid of death. Do you know that these 2 space teleportations in different directions are likely to cause magic errors and tear both of us apart? Anna broke the pumice stone and came out, shouting angrily at Shagar. Shagar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. As long as I can keep you here, it doesn't matter if I'm torn apart. I will never let you escape this time. What do you think? Take a break or start the second duel directly? Want to delay time? I want to. Cough cough. Anna was obviously also seriously injured. Before she could finish her words, she covered her mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. She was surprised to notice that the blood she spat out did not drip downwards, but floated in the air after leaving her palm. Is this gravity magic? Impossible. This. Watching the blood in her hand drop by drop floating upwards, like a beautiful gem floating in the air, Anna noticed the spectacular scene in front of her. The 2 of them seemed to have traveled through space and arrived at the meteorite belt in outer space in an instant. The sky was full of stars, and they were surrounded by countless floating stones. Everything here seemed magnificent. Under such a beautiful scenery, Shagar and Una both seemed extremely small. But under this beautiful scenery, there were hidden dangers everywhere. Countless invisible gravitational anomalies were lurking in it. If you were not careful, you would either be torn apart by the abnormal gravity or be crushed into a dust. From time to time, you might encounter flying stone debris. In this space with abnormal gravity, they were like a high-speed bullet patrolling their own territory. When Shagar saw that Una was attracted by such a beautiful scenery, he pushed his feet hard, bounced up from the pumice stone, and raised his halberd to chop at Una. She was actually surprised to be teleported to the 8th maze. The maze she originally set was the 10th paradoxical space maze, because only in that strange space could the weird and unpredictable space teleportation magic be effectively suppressed. However, it didn't matter now that she was in the gravity turbulence maze. She just needed to wait for the other people to teleport over. And then it would only be a matter of time to capture her. On the ground, when Shagar and Una were teleported, the remaining 8 people were ready to help. Alas! But with a sigh, a wave of space fluctuations instantly enveloped them. This wave of space made the teleportation rings in their hands lose their effect. Who? The 8 people present were alert at the same time. They could feel that the space around them had become a little different. I really have to take action, even though my injury hasn't healed yet. A silver light suddenly appeared above the open space between the few people. The space seemed to be cut by a knife. Slender fingers pierced out from the knife mark, stretched to both sides, as if the space was torn apart with a hand. The silver knife mark was completely stretched out. In this space crack, a beautiful girl with long black hair revealed her upper body, with a slender and soft figure and delicate skin, which was no less impressive than Xiao Huabao and the others. But she did not completely walk out of the space crack. It was vaguely seen that the girl's chest and below had not fully recovered. There was no skin, only blood vessels and muscles. But everyone present was worried. No one dared to underestimate this girl who tore the space with her hands. Wow! The air here is really fresh. You must be Lendwini, the daughter of natural vitality. Great. The girl looked at everyone present and even greeted them. The one with black hair is your sister, the daughter of withering and death. You should work hard. You are still a little bit worse than the goddess of death. Daisy, who was killed by her. Ah, that cute little black and white guy is the miraculous human sediment. So cute. Momo even said she wanted to introduce us to each other. Wu, the power of the sea, you are the descendant of the sea god Gardesia? You also master the power of the sky. Interesting. The world-destroying monster? Ah, it's actually a cute little loli, it's amazing. Dragon god little loli, haha. You must be the one who controls that kind of energy that destroys the world. I really want to compete with you. Human? Multiple attribute transformation magic? Interesting. I haven't seen it before. Want to be my apprentice? You have a great talent. And my sister's reincarnation little loli Momo. Hello, we meet again. Oris greeted everyone like an old friend. Don't say we are familiar with each other, Oris. After the little flower bud finished speaking, the plant vines that had been ready to go instantly broke through the ground and swung towards Oris, tying her up tightly. Paralysis powder, sleeping powder, venom, no matter what. They all used it. The death energy of Xiao Bian spread over and instantly enveloped Oris, causing a layer of black light to cover the plants of the small flower bud. Lillian's gravity gun also instantly poked towards Oris. Polly's celestial control instantly lowered the temperature of Oris's location to -200 degrees, freezing the space. Shuyo's high-frequency sound waves also invaded the direction of Oris as her little mouth opened and closed, shattering all the ice sculptures into powder wherever they passed. Lostia also instantly turned back into a huge dragon body, and the fusion breath shot towards Oros like a huge laser, causing a huge explosion, turning all the ice fragments that had been broken into powder into ashes, or even vaporized. The little tentacles did not attack, but she looked at Oros with a serious expression. Momo waited for a few seconds after the attack was launched, and suddenly narrowed her eyes and shouted, "No! Hide quickly! Those attacks are useless." Everyone was immediately horrified when they heard it, and immediately retreated, but it was too late. I just wanted to chat with you about family matters. How did you start fighting? I admire you guys very much. Especially the red magic potion you sent me. It's beyond my imagination. Oris's voice came from the smoke of the explosion, full of energy, without feeling of being hurt at all. Sure enough, dust seemed to be suppressed by some force, and was suppressed extremely quickly, revealing her figure, without any injury at all. As she finished speaking, Xiao Yu was instantly wrapped in a transparent bubble. This strange bubble looked quite thin, but it successfully trapped Xiao Yu, who could penetrate any substance, no matter how she tried to escape. As long as she touched the edge of the bubble, she would appear from the other side of the bubble, and she could not make any sound. Oris even winked at her mischievously. "Your voice is very sweet, but don't make any noise." Lillian did not retreat but went forward. In one hand, she condensed the flower of light, and in the other hand, she condensed a black gravity ball, ready to give Oris a fatal blow. But Oros only glanced at her, and an unrivaled gravity appeared under her feet, pressing her tightly to the ground. This was her best gravity magic. Unexpectedly, Oros instantly broke her anti-gravity magic and successfully bound her to the ground. Lostia also angrily ejected her sharp dragon claws and slapped Oros. The wide dragon claws pressed down on Oros like a small mountain. Oris winked at her. Several 100-meter-long lightsabers fell from the sky like the sword of Damocles, piercing into Lostia's limbs, directly nailing the huge Lostia to the ground, causing her to scream. "Be quiet for a while, little one." Space rope. After Oris said this, Lostia's head seemed to be hit by a heavy object, and she fainted directly. "Damn it! Let them go." Xiaobao and Shubian also attacked angrily, but Oros just clapped his hands at the two of them, and the space on both sides of the two sisters seemed to be squeezed, directly squeezing the two together, unable to move, and even without the chance to touch the ground, as if they were in a space without any living creatures, and their abilities were completely ineffective. Perry summoned a hurricane, blowing it towards Oros, trying to blow him away. But Oros waved his hand, and the hurricane in the air was actually split in two by her, without hurting her at all. Just as she was surprised, Perry felt that the air around her was actually sucked away, and she fell into a vacuum. The thick tentacles of the small tentacles also attacked Oros, and crashed into Oros with unmatched force. But this time the space barrier failed to stop the tentacles of the small tentacles. They gradually became translucent, and successfully broke through Oros's barrier. This made Oros, who had always been calm, frown slightly, and even moved with the space crack under him. But how could the small tentacles let her leave like this? The tentacles chased her relentlessly, and made her shrink back into the space crack. The next second, she appeared beside the little tentacle. Before she could react, she grabbed the little tentacle by the collar, and threw her into another space crack. After doing all this, Oris clapped his hands. "Sorry, little guy. I really don't have any good way to deal with you." Momo's hands also began to gather strength. But Oris was very fast, and appeared behind Momo again, knocking her unconscious with a knife. "My sister, it's not time for us to fight yet. You should go to sleep first." Oris slowly put the limp Momo on the ground. After doing all this, beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of a strong man like Oris. She wiped her forehead carelessly, and looked at the towering mountains in front of her. She could feel that Anna was there. "Now, let me see what is hidden under the ground." As soon as the voice fell, the magic power like a tsunami rushed towards Kepamir. Chapter 241. The Worst Loss. The Eighth Void Great Labyrinth of the Pamir Underground Palace. Both Shagar and Anna belonged to the power-type melee Blood Bulls. They attack vigorously, fighting in this maze of gravity turbulence, cutting the broken stones everywhere, but neither of them is willing to give in. Shagar has a slight advantage, but Anna is not weak either. She has adapted to the environment quickly in this environment, and even made effective attacks with the help of gravity turbulence, making Shagar gradually feel a little tired. "I have to say, you guys are really amazing. Who on earth came up with such a terrible environment? You actually created it. It's simply a miracle." Anna cut the pumice stone thrown by Shagar in half with a sword, and then transformed the magic sword in her hand into a bow, and once again shot out a rain of arrows, which shot towards Shagar like tracking bullets. Shagar quickly rotated his halberd, like a bright silver moon, and shot down all the magic tracking arrows. "Why? Are you jealous? Isn't this our most amazing maze? Want to go and play? I can take you there." Shagar raised his head and said to Anna, "Haha, if there is a chance, I will definitely go there. Don't worry, this place will belong to His Majesty Oros in the future. I will explore it carefully then." Anna didn't buy Shagar's tricks at all. Instead, she exposed Shagar. "I know you have been stalling for time. So am I. It seems that I won the bet. Your reinforcements haven't arrived yet. which means they may not be able to come. Shagger's face darkened when he heard it. She was also very anxious. She tried her best to bring Anna here, but she didn't expect that the others didn't come in after such a long time. There is no doubt that something must have happened. Her ability was not outstanding in the underground palace. She was the last one. This made it impossible for her to imagine what happened on the ground. She actually entangled 8 underground palace guardians at once. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded in this strange space. At the same time, Shagger's heart was chilled. An unmatched force directly pressed her to the ground, and she could not move at all. Huh? I finally found it. Anna, can you not run so far next time? Do you know how difficult it is to accurately locate your position in this kind of gravity turbulence? It's like looking for a small ant in a huge ball of messy yarn. And the hardest thing is that you can't touch the yarn. Just a little touch will cause irreparable damage. Really? I wasted a lot of my energy to save you. Hearing this voice, Anna's cold face finally showed a smile. It seems that I won the bet. Your Majesty, are you having fun? Hearing Anna's words, the voice also brought a hint of excitement. Yes, everything here is so magical. No wonder my sister wants us to live here for a while. There is a prosperous city above, more prosperous than Singadil. The underground palace below is more spectacular than Gondia's. The most important thing is that these children are beyond my expectation. I plan to give them a chance. A chance to submit to us. You have the final say. Anna looked at Shaggar, who was pressed to the ground by gravity and could not move. And her expression did not fluctuate at all. Let's go. This person has become a servant of the gods. I will trouble you. I will visit again in a few days. As the voice fell, silver light appeared on Anna's body again, and she disappeared in an instant. Only Shaggar was left with a face full of resentment. In the 10th paradoxical space maze, Fang Jia looked at all the monster girls sitting in the blood fountain, and he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. This was the worst defeat of the great underground palace since its establishment. Horus's strength far exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that he had a thorough understanding of Horus, but now it seems that he was wrong. As expected, there are always people who are better than you. Facing Horus, who had not recovered from his fatal injury and had recovered halfway, the defenders of the great underground palace were almost wiped out, and they couldn't even resist a single move. The one who was most seriously injured this time was not Lostia, whose limbs were pierced, but Polly. The air around her was sucked away, causing the pressure in her body to increase greatly, and she almost exploded and died. If it weren't for the magic power supporting her, she might not have survived. But even so, she was still seriously injured. The second was Lostia, who was mainly injured by penetration in her limbs. Finally, it was Shaggar, who had more serious internal injuries. The others were fine, but their self-confidence was frustrated. Xiaoyu was the saddest, because she was the first to be defeated by Orlos, and she herself didn't even know how she got hit, which made her sit by the blood fountain and draw circles. Xiaowabao and Shubian were also helpless, because there was no way to stop that kind of unsolvable space magic, and it could even block their magic from contacting the Earth from the space level, making their abilities invalid, and making them join Xiaoyu in drawing circles. The little tentacle was the only one that seemed to threaten Oros. But Oros threw her hundreds of kilometers away, which made her so angry that she almost turned into a real-world destroying monster. It might take a day for countless tentacles to rush to Kepamir at the fastest speed. This time, they went in a straight line because they were in a hurry, which scared the surrounding villages. As soon as Lillian returned to the underground palace, she plunged into the laboratory and began to study space magic overnight, trying to find out the weakness of space magic so as to deal with Oros. She didn't eat or sleep. But even if she worked until her eyes were red, she didn't figure out anything. This mysterious magic still seemed to be hidden in the darkness, looming and unwilling to reveal its true face. Fang Jia had no choice but to force her to soak in the blood jar. Otherwise she would have died before Orlos attacked. Although this battle was a disastrous defeat, it also gave him a comprehensive understanding of Orlos. First of all, in terms of magic, she basically knows all the magics. Although she can't transform into multiple magics, she knows magic of every attribute, and she is very proficient in it, and can use it freely. Some of them even exceed Fang Jia's imagination. For example, Lillian's gravity magic was instantly broken by her. And there was also Peri's weather control, which even made Peri, the Sky Sea Lord, only able to protect herself. Then, there was space magic, such as space teleportation, space cutting, space solidification, and space folding. These incredible skills came one after another, as if they did not consume any magic power. There was no point in fighting such a strong enemy. So pack up and run away. With such a strong power, the whole world was at her disposal, and she could ravage it as she wanted. Fang Jie, who had sneered at Aliska at the time, could not help but admire him now. Facing such a powerful Orlos, he could actually fight him to a draw. And seriously injure Orlos? This collision almost destroyed Fang Jie's confidence. In addition, he was in a half-crippled state and had no way to protect others. So Fang Jie thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. Everyone, why don't you all leave? Horus is not something we can deal with now. We leave. Where can we go? Hide in a cave? And even if we hide this time, what about in the future? Hide forever? Shagar, who was still recovering, stood up angrily when he heard Fang Jie say such a depressing thing. What about you? Xiao Huabao was much more rational. She immediately found the loophole in Fang Jie's words. He said you leave, not us. Me? Fang Jie smiled helplessly. The monster girls are smart. They are not easy to deceive. Xiao Bai can't move. At least she has to wait until she is fully evolved. So I stayed to guard her until she is fully evolved. Don't worry. I know my abilities are not complete now, but I can edit this maze. Now it seems that only space can defeat space. I knew it. This is not the time to be a hero. Little Flower Bud jumped up angrily and slapped Fang Jie on the head. No, when the Earth Palace was just established, I had already thought about it. If we encounter an unbeatable force, I will run away immediately. Kepamir is just a place because it is home because of you. And even if you leave Kepamir and go to other places, as long as you are still here, Kepamir is here. This is the truth that Xiao Bai made me understand. If she can speak now, she will definitely support me. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Jie tried to persuade the monster girls to leave again. Hearing what Fang Jie said, Xiao Huabao rolled his eyes. Xiao Baiyan patted the heads of the 4 little monsters in the underground palace. Are you willing to leave the underground palace? No. Xiao Yu said firmly. No. Lostia was injured and was still recovering, but she also said it excitedly. No. We should be together. Momo even raised her hand. No. Pooh. Together Pooh. Even the little tentacle couldn't say this clearly, but he also expressed his wishes very clearly. See? Even these little guys don't agree, and if we do this, the gods, who don't submit to them can only live in the shadows. We might as well fight hard, even if we die. It's a worthy death. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for our future, for everyone's future. Xiao Baiyan also disagreed with Fang Jie's evacuation plan, announced that Fang Jie's proposal was rejected with an absolute advantage of 9 votes against and 1 abstention. Fang Jie looked at everyone's determined eyes helplessly, and could only agree to the plan of everyone guarding the underground palace together, but even so, he still had his own plan, which these cute monster girls could not object to. Chapter 242 Farewell. Mithras originally wanted to participate in the rescue battle against the Golden City, but he had just arrived in Mir City, and it was impossible for him to participate in the rescue operation. As the battle progressed, there was a thunderous sound from the direction of the battlefield, and then countless plants entangled the sleeping Golden City warriors, and sent them to the door. They were placed in the suburbs of Mir City, by Mir City Shagger's younger brother, Commander Dick. Just when Mithras wanted to participate in the rescue, something unexpected happened. A strange energy like gauze enveloped the entire battlefield, as if 2 worlds were formed. The thunder disappeared, and the plant vines that were still transporting the wounded seemed to lose their strength in an instant, and fell softly to the ground, turning from magic plants into ordinary plants. The original thunderous sound also disappeared. A giant dragon, perhaps the dragon god, suddenly appeared on the other side of the veil. Mithras swore that the beautiful and huge figure was definitely the one he had ever seen. But this huge figure was pierced by the golden light after only appearing for a short time, and then fell to the ground, which made him feel nervous. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the veil covering the battlefield to shatter, and was replaced by a powerful wave of magic power like a tide, which bombarded the Hammer Peak. Even ordinary people who were not sensitive to magic felt the huge pressure brought by this magic, and looked towards the battlefield in horror. Fortunately, the soldiers of Mir City were all well trained, and the riots did not affect them. Under Dick's command, they still carried out the rescue mission without any discount, and also set up defenses on the southern foot of Pamir. Huge fortress cannons were pushed onto the city wall to guard against possible attacks. Although they all knew in their hearts that if the underground palace defenders failed, their defense would be as weak as paper. But none of them retreated, and they bravely stood at the forefront. Fortunately, although the magic power was heavy, it did not stay on them for too long. It seemed as if it did not care at all, and directly penetrated into the ground. Mithras, whose back had been soaked without knowing when, actually felt a little lucky that the owner of the magic power was not targeting them. However, even so, it was too shocking. He even knelt on the ground unconsciously. The next morning, the anxious people spontaneously gathered in the square, hoping to see some good news. However, they did not expect that a notice with big bold characters was posted on the notice of Mill City, which made them feel cold in their hearts. Many of them even cried on the spot. Move the city? Even if we move the city, where can we move to? Even the underground palace guardians can't stop the force. Even if we move the city, we can only escape temporarily. Mom, I don't want to leave me. I still want to go to school. Woo woo woo. Everything we have is here. If we leave now, won't it cost us our lives? Have our 10 gods abandoned us and no longer protect us? The voices of the people are endless, full of disappointment, but there is no way. This is what must be done. This level of attack is no longer something that ordinary people can intervene in. As the acting mayor of Mill City, Sam knew very well what kind of crisis they were facing now. Be quiet, citizens of Mill City. This city relocation was planned long ago, and Amanta Mountain City was built for this reason. The lords in the underground palace had also foreseen this situation long ago, and Amanta Mountain City was built for this reason, and this will become their first line of defense against evil. So in order to protect everyone's life and property, it is necessary for everyone to move out of Mill City, so that they can concentrate on fighting the enemy without distraction. Sam ignored the residents, who had gathered together. He had said what he needed to say. What remained was to gradually carry out the forced relocation of the city. It had been completely taken over by the Mere Patrol. They had to complete the work before the terrible demon came. No! I won't leave. Let me go! I tell you. Zane, if you pull me again, I will hammer you down. In the first maze, he was now holding on to an ionic column and refused to let go. Zane, who was wearing black armor, looked helpless. Since he started pursuing this orc girl named Yu, he has been accommodating this girl who fascinated him. Now this situation can no longer be solved by her fooling around. He really wanted to knock this girl out and take her away, but the most annoying thing was that he couldn't beat this girl. You, stop fooling around. Quickly follow the main force and leave. I know you are worried about your friends, but now you are causing trouble for them by staying here. Zane tried to persuade them, but you immediately glanced to the other side and didn't listen to Zane's advice. When Zayawabeo and Yu's sister, Joan, were checking some of the crops, they noticed something unusual. Seeing you desperately holding on to the pillar, and Zane and Joan looking helpless, they knew what was going on. You, please go to Mount Amanta and wait for us first. Later, Little Tentacle, Momo, Xiaoyu, and Lostia will all go. Xiao Huabao walked to Yu's side and said softly, Really? You turned around and looked at Xiao Huabao with tears in her eyes. Of course it's true. And now Mount Amanta needs you more. This is an expedition. We will all gather at Mount Amanta and study plants together. Let's steal Fangjia's recipes and make delicious food together. But she didn't expect that after she finished speaking. You cried even louder. She threw herself into Xiao Huabao's arms, and her tears flowed down like they were free. But I don't want to leave you. I want to be with you. I am also the guardian of the underground palace. Woo woo woo. No, we will meet again at Mount Amanta. Wait for us. Xiao Huabao once again showed her big sister side, softly comforted you, and gave Qion a look. Qion could only nod helplessly when she saw it. A little sparkling blue powder appeared on Xiao Huabao's fingertips, and was gently sprinkled on you, who was crying loudly. Gradually, you got tired of crying and slowly fell asleep. Zayawabeo placed you in Zane's hand, and solemnly said to him, Take good care of her. Boy! She is also our sister. If you treat her badly and let us know, you will be in trouble. On the other side, Momo was also saying goodbye to the old priest John and the tearful sister Maria. Are you really not going with us? I heard that the attackers this time are very strong. Why are you, a little girl, joining in the fun? Maria Momo grabbed Momo's little hand and wiped her tears. Momo's eyes were also a little moist. She kept comforting Aunt Maria. Don't worry, Aunt Maria. Even if the enemy is strong, We are not weak. You should think about yourself instead of me. Your old cold legs are coming back. I saw you rubbing your legs hard last time. Remember to take the red bottle of medicine I brought back on time. And Father John, you must eat well. Don't be picky. You must eat meat too. Goddess Una will not blame you. Now that you are not outside. You are still so frugal when eating. Yes. Yes. I get it. You are so young, and you are so lenient. Forget about these little things. Why do you have to get involved in such a matter of life and death? John stiffened his neck, sniffed hard, and tried to hold back his tears. Ha. Isn't that what you have always told us? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You are behind us. How can I escape at this time? Momo laughed, and laughed happily. Hey little one. You have grown up, you are our pride. After hearing Momo's words, John could no longer hold back, pulled Momo into his arms, his tears wet his beard and clothes, and then pulled Maria Momo into the airship. Don't worry, we will see you again at Mount Amanta. Everything was ready, most of the citizens of Mir City were transported away one after another, but the orc grandma was still working. Fang Jie and Shagar stood beside her. This stubborn old woman refused to listen to Fang Jie's advice to leave, but if she didn't leave, she would give Fang Jie a plan. Grandma, you must follow the main force. You are now the most respected person in Mir City. If you don't leave, others will also be unwilling to leave. You must set an example for them. Right? What's the point of leaving for an old woman with half of her body buried in the ground? It's better to witness this greatest battle. The orc grandma didn't reply. She still stared at the observation port of the telescope. She had been observing the ominous star for some time. It turned out that the ominous star was getting closer and closer. It was estimated that it would come in a few days. Grandma, you can't say that. You should leave with the main force. We can stop Oros. After we defeat Oros, we will go to Mount Amenta to see you. How about that? Shagar was also persuading the orc grandma. Although she didn't know Fang Jie's plan, it didn't prevent her from standing on the same front with Fang Jie. You're here to watch, then why go? The orc grandma just didn't want to leave. Looking at the orc grandma's resolute attitude, Shagar was helpless. Grandma, you are the principal of our Mir primary school. What will happen to those little guys without you? And you can't see anything here? You might as well go and look after those little guys first. I know these little guys are very naughty. What if they are taught wrongly when you are not here? This seems to be a real problem, which made the orc grandma, the principal, think for 2 seconds. Chapter 243 Oris finally arrives. After thinking, Anai finally turned her head and glanced at Fang Jie, who was giving her earnest advice. Humph! As long as the 3 children in the underground palace are not there, they will not be led astray. Take a deep breath, calm down. They are all naughty children. If you treat them differently, the 3 children in the underground palace will only be sad. Anai also saw that Fang Jie was going to use force against her, so she could only sigh. Alas, I don't know what your plan is, and you didn't tell me. The omen is coming, and the disaster is coming. Since you all want me to leave, then I will leave with you, but remember, I am waiting for you in Amanta, and each of you must come back to me in good condition. Of course. Of course. We will definitely stand in front of you unscathed. Fang Jie saw that the old man finally gave in, and he was relieved. After sending the orc grandma away, Fang Jie glanced at Shagar standing in front of him. Aren't you with the citizens? What if Sam destroys your city? Hey, you just used this trick. Don't treat me as a fool. And do you remember what you said to me when I first came to the underground palace? What? Fang Jie was suddenly confused by Shagar's question. You said that I was an orc of Kepamir in life and a dead orc of Kepamir in death. Have you forgotten? And now you no longer have the right to drive me away. Shagar raised her hand with a smile. She was wearing the blue-green teleportation ring on her ring finger. Fang Jie was stunned for a second, shook his head, and said helplessly, What are you talking about? You were the guardian of Kepamir in life, and the guardian spirit of Kepamir in death. Alas, each of you is a worry. Persuasion was fruitless, and Fang Jie gave up the idea of persuading them. Since they were going to fight, it would be better for the whole family to be together. In more than half a month, the entire Mir city had been emptied, leaving only the desolate streets. The once bustling city had completely quieted down. It was already a dead city, with only the houses left to tell of its former glory. The entire city, with a population of nearly 10,000, was emptied with great efficiency under the intervention of the expeditionary force. And they themselves were also emptied. Some residents were unwilling to leave. They wanted to live and die with Capamere. However, this was not the time to let them do whatever they wanted. This was a matter of life and death, and they could not really use force against these people. Therefore, the little flower bud had no choice but to release a large amount of sleeping pollen to stun all the people who stayed behind. The expeditionary force then packed their luggage and sent them on an airship flight to Amanta. Everything was ready. Now they were just waiting for Orlos and her minions to attack. Golden City. The originally blood-red blood spring had been completely drained of its magic power, and had turned into clear water. A beautiful woman was floating in the center of the spring. Her skin was as white as cream. She was as beautiful as the moon, and her long, smooth golden hair was floating in the water, looking so peaceful and beautiful. Your Majesty. Oris. Congratulations on your return. Anna, who was standing by, was holding a white bathrobe in her hand, and stood by with an expressionless face. The woman in the pool seemed to be awakened, and opened her eyes full of magic power, with bright eyes and white teeth, which made people fall in love with her at a glance. Finally it's repaired. Their spring water is really good stuff. Although it's not much, it's an excellent medicine for repairing the body. I have to study it carefully when the time comes. Oris stood up from the pool, water droplets streaked across her crystal skin and soft hair. Oris turned his head and looked at Anna, who had a dark skin and was not smiling. You are still the same, just smile. You look super beautiful when you smile. Anna just glanced at her lightly. Your Majesty Oros, when will we attack Capamere? You stay this time. I do it myself. I feel so good now. I'm stronger than before. Don't you think so? Uncle Haliska? Opposite to Oros. Haliska, who was as weak as a light spot swaying in the wind, was imprisoned in a magic cage. He could not even speak. I told you. If you can't kill me, you will die. Thanks to the super magic bomb you made with the power of the entire Protoss. Although that thing made me suffer a little, it also made me who I am now. The feeling of absorbing the magic power of almost all the Protoss is simply too good. Ha! And who on earth would have thought of using the magic I invented to deal with me? With the girl's silver bell-like laughter. The light point that swayed in the wind slowly dimmed, frightened to death. Oros smiled slightly, put on the white flag and gauze dress, and walked out of the secret room. Why hasn't that guy come yet? I can't wait any longer. This time, I must spray her to death, with a fusion breath. Lostia raised her little fist in hatred. It was a shame. She was knocked down by a punch. And her hard dragon scales, which could be said to be an invincible defense, actually seemed like paper in front of Oros, making her very angry. Yes. Yes. Hit her. Poochie. The little tentacle also clenched its fist, and its little face was full of anger. Last time, Oris didn't dare to fight her head-on. He actually threw her 100 kilometers away. She had to crawl for several hours to crawl back. The tentacle was so tired that it lost weight. Although I also want to hit her, but my ability seems to be of no use to her. I still don't know how she imprisoned me at that time. That weird space is like being in a big maze of contradictory space. And the ominous star is about to come. Maybe she is coming soon. Shall you rubbed her head with a headache. Her ability seemed to have no effect on Orlos. But don't take it lightly. I always feel that she is much stronger than we thought. It's better for us to attack together. Momo was a little worried when her astrological prediction skills were applied to her. It was like a baby facing a giant dragon covered in thick fog. The whole picture could not be seen, but the huge and sharp claws could be seen. It's probably a space similar to the Paradox Maze. She has the ability to split the entire space directly, so she can easily split us. A tired figure like a ghost appeared behind the four little ones, which scared them. The four little ones quickly punched like a conditioned reflex, and the disheveled, skinny face like a skeleton, and bloodshot eyes were hammered into the wall. Who are you? How did you attack the underground palace? The four little ones all took a fighting stance, looking at the man with serious expressions. Ah, my nose was hit crooked by you. You four little bastards. I am your sister Lillian. The zombie Lillian unsatisfiedly buckled herself off the wall, rubbing her nose. Oh my god, Sister Lillian, how did you become like this? Momo looked incredulous. Well, I haven't slept for 2 weeks. I have been studying the space magic of Oros, but it still doesn't work. Not enough time. This kind of damn magic is not something the humans can cast. There are too many factors to consider, including overlapping matter, overlapping energy, finding coordinates, finding positions. That deadly magic is simply not something that ordinary people can cast, Unless she has a brain made up of a differential engine. Lillian raised her hand while speaking. A small circular portal appeared in front of one of her hands. Another portal appeared above Lostya's head 2 meters away. She picked up a fruit and threw it into the portal at hand. The fruit fell out of the portal above Lostya and landed accurately in her hand. Look! I've been researching for so long. And I've only found such a small portal. And it's extremely unstable. Lillian was very angry when she talked about the research results of the past 2 days. She was angry at herself. Why was she so stupid? She couldn't figure this out. If the Protoss heard this, they would probably be scared to death. It's only been a few days, and objects can be teleported. They have been researching for hundreds of years, and still can't figure out what space is. Fang Jie was also researching. But he still couldn't directly use the shaping method to shape space. This was not a material thing. His understanding was only to completely evacuate the air. And there was no elementary particle. If he could really use it, why would he stay here and fight? He would just build a home ship with a jump engine and run away with the monster girls. These things were too sci-fi. So he just fantasized about them in his mind. However, he was not without results. For example, he had already studied the cannon that abandoned electromagnetics and used gravity acceleration. But he had not tested it yet. He only made a prototype and placed it in the paradox space maze. In front of him was Xiaobai's evolution egg. The brilliance of magic was looming in this cocoon. Just like Xiaobai's heartbeat. The panel showed that Xiaobai's evolution time was 2 hours left. Xiaobai's evolution would be completed after these 2 hours. In addition, Momo's prediction of the arrival of the ominous star was almost the same as Xiaobai's evolution. This made Fang Jie feel uneasy. He couldn't help but pray to God, Buddha, and the 3 pure ones for Xiaobai to evolve smoothly. But God didn't seem to want to do what he wanted. A white figure appeared on the peak of Kepamir. The severe cold here seemed to have no effect on the coolly dressed woman. Her red lips opened slightly, and her soft voice penetrated the 1,000-meter maze and reached everyone's eyes. Have you considered it? Ladies? I'm here. If you are willing to submit to me, we can be good sisters. If you are not willing, there is nothing we can do. Your existence has threatened the safety of the world. Everyone in the underground palace was shocked. This guy is here. Chapter 244 Final Battle. Humph. You want us to surrender so easily? You probably underestimate us. We are the guardians of the Kepamir underground palace. Shagar looked serious, looking at the figure standing on the mirror peak on the monster sand table. Lostya was about to activate the teleportation ring to go out and fight Orlos, but was stopped by the little flower bud. Her followers haven't appeared yet. Wait until they teleport in, and then we will fight back. Yes, we need to use the maze to weaken their manpower first. Fang Jie also felt that a rash attack might fall into her trap. Among the people present, only Momo frowned. She felt a little uneasy. And after Oris appeared, this feeling of uneasiness enveloped her completely. No, she didn't bring anyone else. Only herself. Her target is the entire underground palace. Suddenly, Momo seemed to see something, and her eyes widened immediately. Fang Jie's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. But it was too late. A tremor swept over. Standing in the sky, looking at the peaceful Kepamir peak, Oris sighed and shook her head, pointing her finger vertically at the Kepamir peak under her feet. Alas, it's a pity that this underground city is so great. But now it will be destroyed. After Oris finished speaking, an obscure spell flowed out of her mouth. And at the same time, the sky and the earth began to change color. A crazy magic storm was forming. And the lightning formed by magic was jumping around in the sky. A silver strange light appeared at the fingertips of Orlos. Magic power gathered towards her fingertips crazily. Mysterious runes appeared above Kepamir, and in an instant, the magic power in the sky was drained. Such a huge magic power drove a super large compound magic array with a diameter of 1 or 2 kilometers. The god of the sky and the underworld is coming. As Orlos finished reciting the spell, this super magic array with a diameter of 1 or 2 kilometers burst out with dazzling light and tore the dark sky. The terrifying light carried violent space magic like a super giant sword and fiercely pierced into the towering Kepamir peak. In an instant, everything in the world was shrouded by this strange light. The violent energy collision caused a strong wind and waves that uprooted the surrounding plants. The earth also fell apart and cracked under the influence of this energy. Even the distant Yamanta mountain city felt this violent earthquake. Looking up, they saw the sword of light piercing the sky. Sam stood on the top of the mountain and looked at the strange light coming from the sky. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. For the first time, he began to doubt whether even a strong guardian god like the Great Earth Palace could survive such energy. Brooke, who led the expeditionary army, also saw this scene. He looked serious, although his face was extremely calm. His clenched fists had exposed his inner shock and tension. Seeing the dazzling light, the orc grandmother couldn't help but shed tears from her cloudy eyes. Sister Maria even knelt down at the feet of Una's statue, crying non-stop. Gardesia also clenched her fists. But he was even more helpless now. He couldn't even beat the seriously injured Oris at that time, let alone the current Oris. The Pamir Peak, which was shrouded in white light, vaporized and disappeared along with the entire Mir city. The nearby snow-capped mountains were also affected by the magic energy. The snow tops no longer existed, revealing the dark rocks below. Oris's super-god-level magic of the Void God showed his power to the fullest. This magic directly penetrated the 10 large mazes. The first, 6th, and 9th large mazes disappeared. A huge circular abyss appeared on the earth. The cliffs of this circular abyss were as neat as if they were cut by a knife. The water in the 4th large maze mixed with the magma in the 7th maze, and fell down together, forming a unique water and fire waterfall, and finally merged together to form a unique columnar joint. Beep warning. Warning. The underground palace is under attack. The 1st maze, the 6th maze, the 9th maze are seriously damaged. 100%. The 2nd maze is damaged by 67%. The 3rd maze is damaged by 59%. The 4th maze is damaged by 51%. The 5th maze is damaged by 47%. The 7th maze is damaged by 42%. The 8th maze is damaged by 39%. The 10th maze is damaged by 2%. Warning. The 1st and 9th mazes have all stopped. Fong Jia shook his head, got up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen such an attack. Damn. You tell me this is something a person can achieve? Fong Jia really wanted to drag out Momo's predecessor Una and beat her up. Why did he pick up a kid for no reason? It's not enough to pick him up randomly, but he didn't educate him properly, and he kept thinking about genocide all day long. Luckily, he had moved the monster sandbox to the Paradox Space Labyrinth before, otherwise, this super magic would have destroyed them all. But even so, the Paradox Space Labyrinth was shaken like never before, and everyone fell to the ground. Fong Jia quickly helped Momo, who was closest to him, up. Everyone. Are you okay? No. Cough. Cough. Nothing. Nothing. Fong Jia saw that everyone was fine, but they were a little dusty because of the violent earthquake. Xiao Huabao shook his dizzy head and stood up. This person must have cheated. Is this the power displayed by a true god? It's useless to say anything now, and I don't believe that she can attack infinitely. Lillian wiped her dusty face and stood up. I even felt that the concentration of magic around us suddenly increased a lot. This kind of magic belongs to space magic. It does not cause much damage to the Paradox Space Labyrinth, which also has space attributes. We can only wait here for her to come in. Only in the Paradox Space Labyrinth can we have hope of victory. Fong Jia looked at the panel and waited for Orlos to come. Orlos, who was in the sky, also looked at the strange huge sphere in the abyss below with surprise. Space magic? Is there another space magic in this world? So magical, I thought the gravity turbulence maze they made was the limit last time I came here. I didn't expect there is such a magical space. Interesting, interesting. Oris flashed and immediately appeared at the edge of this strange sphere. The previous shot of the Void God didn't seem to have much damage to this sphere. She pressed her hand on the sphere, and a dragging force came, smoothly dragging her into the space. A staircase appeared in front of her. It turned a corner every 100 meters, as if there was no end. Amazing, Oris exclaimed, and climbed up the stairs at a very fast speed. In less than 10 minutes, he had turned more than 10 times in this staircase. Ha! I really want to understand its principle. It's really interesting. Oris laughed as if he was playing in an amusement park. He clasped his hands in the stairs in front of him and began to lift the stairs up. Cracks appeared in the Penrose stairs in the contradictory space, and the staggered floors appeared in front of Oris. Ha ha ha. Fun! If it's an ordinary person, he might never get out of this place. After walking out of the Penrose stairs, the true appearance of the paradoxical space appeared in front of her. Oris looked at the upside-down and chaotic world in front of her in amazement. His eyes widened. This maze really suited her taste, making her want to meet the maze designer. This is much more interesting than those old stubborn gods. Shagar rushed out from the space beside, waving his halberd and slashing at her face with great anger. Asshole. Fortunately we moved the city away. Do you know how many people would have died if there were really people in the city? Oris frowned slightly. In this space, her ability was indeed suppressed, so she could not use the more powerful space magic accurately, or even teleportation, so she could only settle for the next best thing. So she tapped her feet lightly, and easily dodged Shagar's angry attack. So what? Humans have a strong reproductive capacity, and the disappearance of a city will not be a big blow to them. Besides, why should I care about the life and death of a group of ants? Oris' words completely ignited Shagar's anger. She turned red and entered a violent mode. She swung her halberd and slashed at Oris frantically, splitting the stone bridge they were on all over the place. And countless stone chips flew. Little Flower Bud and Little Other Shore also joined the battle. Countless vines emerged from the ground around them and attacked Oris. Lillian stood on the ground of the ceiling, and she threw out the narrow-range gravity interference as if she didn't need magic, aiming directly at Oris. The tentacles of the little tentacles also spread towards Orlos like a tide, vowing to devour her. Momo waved her little wings with starlight, and occasionally cast a star-shining magic to interfere with Orlos' vision. Xiaoyu suddenly emerged from the wall, and the invisible frequency directly enveloped Orlos. Polly swung her wide fish tail, and stood with Xiaoyu, blocking Orlos. She used Timothy's famous trick, causing the temperature around Orlos to drop sharply, instantly dropping to more than -2 degrees, even freezing the air, and coupled with the sound vibration with frequency, it was easy to shatter the frozen material. It seems like you guys are not going to surrender to me. What a pity. Euros was besieged by the crowd, but he did not panic and flipped and moved randomly in the air, avoiding Lillian's ultra-narrow gravity interference, dodging the plant thorns of the small Flower Bud, crossing the dead air erosion of the small Other Shore, gliding through the air frozen by Pearly, as if he was dancing a beautiful dance centered on her. Chapter 245 Final Battle 2. Oris, dancing, pointed at the small tentacle. The strange magic that had wrapped Xiaoyu before appeared again, wrapping the small tentacle and Momo, who wanted to rescue her together. Those tentacles that were not wrapped by magic were cut off, and could only fall to the ground and struggle helplessly. Oris dodged and found an opportunity to kick Shagar, who was chasing after her, kicked her towards Lillian, who was launching narrow-range gravity interference magic towards him. When Lillian saw Shagar coming, she had to grit her teeth and control the direction of her magic to avoid accidentally hurting Shagar. But 2 of her magic still flew past Shagar's body, splashing 2 blood flowers. Shagar also spat out a mouthful of blood and hit Lillian hard. The huge force directly smashed them into the wall, and dust flew everywhere. Xiaoyu and Pearl flew up immediately, and a low-temperature attack with overclock vibration was launched at Oris to cover Lillian and Shagar. But Orlos didn't care. He raised his hand and created a vacuum field, which made Xiaoyu's attack almost ineffective. At the same time, he successfully forced Perry to switch from attack to self-protection. Subspace split. Then he used his hand as a knife and slashed toward Xiaoyu and Perry with the silver power of space. A space crack immediately appeared on Xiaoyu and Perry's body, and they were swallowed by the space crack in their horrified eyes. Xiaoyu? Polly! Xiaowabao and Shubian's eyes turned red, watching Xiaoyu and Polly being completely swallowed by the space crack in anger. They waved their hands at the same time. The magic of life and death burst out at the same time, forming countless vines that rushed towards Oros like a tide. They didn't notice that Oros frowned in disbelief when Xiaoyu and Polly were swallowed. Damn it! Xiaoyu? Sister Polly. Lostia, who was worried about the negative impact on the conflict space, couldn't bear it anymore. She witnessed the death of her best friend with her own eyes, and immediately turned into a giant dragon wrapped in black and red energy, and violent fusion dragon breath gushed out, shooting straight at Oros like a lightsaber. You finally made a move. Xiaolong. Chuckle. I've been waiting for you. Oros dodged the wildly growing vines like a loach, bypassing the deathly aura. With a simple wave of her hand, a transparent glass-like space wall appeared beside her. The thick fusion breath was refracted immediately when it encountered the transparent wall, deflected, and shot straight to the Little Flower Bud and the Little Other Shore, who were fighting with Oros. Little Flower Bud and Little Other Shore wanted to avoid Lostja's fusion breath reflected by space, but it was too late. They were instantly enveloped by the super high temperature fusion breath. No! Lostja's eyes were red with anger, and she wanted to move away, But it was too late. She watched helplessly as the two big sisters, who loved her, were enveloped by her angry attack. TSK, 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 TSK. These two people were born from plants. Right? I'm afraid that they will be burned to ashes by such a super high temperature fire magic. Oris raised his eyebrows and said to the dazed Lostia. Lillian had also flown out of the ruins in a panic. She just happened to witness the scene, and tears instantly overflowed from her eyes. Asshole. I want to avenge my sisters. Destruction seal. Instantly, a beautiful and flowing magic transformation curve appeared under Lillian's feet. 10 attribute runes began to emerge in the magic circle. A black sphere that was once used to seal the destruction beast appeared in front of Oris. Oros also showed an astonished expression. She had never seen that perfect conversion model before. The moment she saw it, she knew that this model was the real perfect conversion model. While she was stunned, Lillian's sealing magic had been completed. A huge attraction came from the black ball, which directly swallowed her. Lillian, whose magic power was seriously depleted, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After studying for a long time, she could finally perfectly replicate this seal. This should be a headache for Oros. Lillian just breathed a sigh of relief. And the black ball that sealed Oros was broken by Oros with a palm. Then the dark spherical shell disappeared like black smoke, making Lillian stand there in a daze. Who did you learn this from? You used the magic I invented to seal myself? This magic was originally invented by me to make the shell of the super magic bomb. But during the so-called Twilight War, Heliska came to me with this bomb I invented and blew himself up. Now you want to seal me with this thing? Oris's face was full of surprise. But your ability is really strong. Why don't you really consider it? I can take you as my apprentice. I can teach you all the secrets of magic and the lost ancient spells. Wouldn't it be great if we can study together? Get lost. I will not learn from an inhuman murderous pervert. My teachers are only Xiaobai and Fangjie. Lillian was also surprised that this world-destroying beast seal was invented by Oros, but this did not affect her attack again. Countless blue flames flew towards Oros, but none of them hit Oros, only countless dusts were blown up around Oros. Woo, this magic is not used well at all. Do you expect this slightly more conventional magic to hit the Protoss, who have completely surpassed the racial boundaries? Become the me who surpasses the witch? Oris appeared beside Lillian in a flash, and his slender palm pinched Lillian's neck, making it impossible for Lillian to break free. Hee, although I can't hit you, but it can always distract you. Lillian was pinched by the neck, and it was a bit difficult for her to speak, but this successfully made Oris' heart skip a beat. Asshole. Take my gravity cannon. In the pit where Lillian just appeared, Shagar carried a huge cannon abruptly. This was Fangjie's experimental product, but it had never been completed, so it couldn't be moved at all. Just now, Shagar and Lillian were bumped into Fangjie's laboratory, so she used her powerful strength to lift up the heavy gravity cannon, using the cover of dust, and aimed the cannon at Oris. I saw several purple gravity magic circles flashing on the barrel of the giant cannon. A large bucket of magic spring water was being poured into the huge barrel, activating the magic circle. Fangjie especially made a mixed alloy warhead of magic steel and blood magic tungsten. The unique magic non-interference property of magic steel makes this warhead have the effect of breaking magic to a certain extent. Such a cannon is the best way to attack Orlos, whose moves are unpredictable. Boom! The cannon was activated instantly. The powerful gravitational acceleration acted on the thick projectile and instantly accelerated it to 13 kilometers per second, exceeding the second cosmic speed, making the cannonball instantly turn into a meteor. It must be said that Oris's reaction speed was really fast. With a thought, she released several space barriers to refract space, trying to refract the cannonball. The magic steel warhead, with a certain degree of magic inertia, tore through several space barriers, but was also successfully refracted out. Lillian also raised her lips at this time. A small space crack appeared in front of the refracted bullet trajectory. The exit of the space crack was right under Oros' feet. The shell immediately passed through the space transmission crack and shot out from under Oros' feet and rushed straight into the sky. Even someone as strong as Oros couldn't dodge it again. Oros had no choice but to use Heliska's light body, and instantly transformed his body into light to barely avoid this sharp attack. Lillian was also blown away by the strong wind brought by the shell. Oros's transformation into the body of light was not without cost. After transforming from the body of light back to the flesh, Oros immediately vomited blood. The warhead of the magic steel alloy successfully injured her body, causing bleeding symptoms in many parts of her body. The meteor-like shell penetrated Oros, and broke through the paradoxical space maze and flew out. Ahem, what a powerful weapon. I have to say, you really exceeded my imagination. It is possible to create such a weapon. Oris was also a little surprised. This weapon was indeed beyond her expectations. And it seems that as long as there is enough magic power to support this weapon, it can be controlled without even breaking through the racial boundaries and becoming a god. This will become the most advantageous weapon for humans to resist the gods. It must be destroyed here and must not be passed on to humans. Hee hee, although I was injured, but compared to the injuries I suffered before, this is nothing. On the contrary, I have to thank you. Your shells have made a hole in this strange space. I seem to feel the surging power of space again. So since you are unwilling to submit to me, then you all die. After saying this, Oris immediately teleported to Shagar, who had a cracked tiger's mouth and was exhausted. With a casual pinch, a silver sword composed of the power of space immediately chopped down Shagar, who had not yet recovered. No! It was too late for Lillian to rescue. She watched helplessly as Oros's sword, with the power of a space crack, chopped Shagar's body, and finally turned into a black hole and disappeared. Heh. Interesting. Oros raised his eyebrows. Lillian couldn't care less. No matter what kind of magic it was. She threw it at Oros as if she didn't need magic power. Don't worry. It's your turn. Oros almost completely ignored this unsystematic attack, walked to Lillian's side, and stabbed Lillian with a sword, causing Lillian to be swallowed by the black hole. No. Sister Lillian. Lostia watched her sisters being killed one by Oros in pain, and tears flowed down like money. Her breath accidentally injured Little Flower Bud and Little Other Shore, which caused her a great psychological trauma, so that she was a little timid, not knowing whether she should attack again. Lostia. Attack quickly. She slowed down. The attacks of Sister Lillian and Sister Shagar just now were effective. She was injured. The strange sphere that bound the little tentacles, and Momo was being corroded and broken by the little tentacles. Momo clearly saw the scene outside, but had no way to help. If it weren't for the special nature of the little tentacles, she might have been locked inside, and could not get out for the rest of her life. Lostia, who was at a loss and sad, heard Momo's words, took a deep breath, and calmed down again. Since the long-range shot would be deflected, then just shoot at close range. Chapter 246 Final Battle 3. Lostia raised her dragon claws, and grabbed Orlos fiercely, but Orlos, who looked like an ant in her eyes, was unusually relaxed and flexible, even more flexible than in the sea of trees with small flower buds. Orlos's control over space was increasing, and the inhibitory effect of the paradoxical space on her was weakening because of the gap created by the gravity cannon. Ha ha ha, don't worry, you have grown so big, and you have controlled such a powerful energy, wouldn't it be a pity to die like this? Seeing that it would take some time for Little Tentacle and Momo to escape, Oris started chatting with Lostia. How could someone like her, who possessed such a powerful force, not have a domineering mount? Now, looking at Lostia's beautiful and huge dragon body, his mind could not help but move. I died for my warm home. I am willing. Lostia ignored Oris' words. Seeing that her claws could not catch the tiny Oris, she swung her tail, and smashed her wide tail hard at Oris. This attack finally hit Orlos, knocking her hundreds of meters away, but she was still unharmed. The silver space force formed a sphere, wrapping her in it. What does it matter? This is your home, and the future will also be your home. Wouldn't it be wonderful to recast the rules of the whole world with me? Oris laughed in this silver sphere, still tempting Lostia to join her camp. Oh, I see. It turns out that you don't understand the meaning of home at all. Where there are family is home. Without family it's just a place to eat and sleep. Now I feel a little sympathetic to you. You don't have a family at all. You are always alone. Others are tools in your eyes. Or they are all humble ants. Staying alone for a long time is prone to mental abnormality. No wonder you are so extreme now. Lostia suddenly realized that Oris had no friends, no family, and the only sister who raised her like a daughter was killed by her because of different ideas. Little guy, you don't have much awareness, but you have a lot of heresy. Oris's face turned cold when he heard it. Lostia obviously hit her sore spot. She really had no family. Lostia also found an opportunity again, and the fusion breath sprayed towards Oris again. This time Oris didn't even dodge, and waved his hand casually. Lostia's fusion breath was like the light shot into a prism, deflected and scattered, and collapsed the buildings in a large area of contradictory space. Seeing that the attack missed, Lostia bit towards Oros. But the space that was originally very easy to break now seemed to be filled with non-Newtonian fluid, and this feeling also enveloped Lostia's huge body. At first Lostia didn't care much, but when this resistance became stronger and stronger, Lostia felt something was wrong, but it was too late. The magic of Oros' space had unconsciously enveloped Lostia completely, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Lostia stopped completely with her mouth open when she was 1 meter away from Oros. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move her body forward to attack Oros. Since you are so determined to die, I won't stop you. Oros shook his head at Lostia's resolute look, preparing to send her to see her sisters. Oros raised his hands, and a tiny shadow of Lostia appeared on her chest. She put her hands together, and began to squeeze the shadow in the middle. Bound by the power of space, Lostia immediately felt the huge pressure from both sides, as if she was about to be crushed. This was a huge force Lostia had never felt since her evolution. No matter how she struggled in the middle, she could not get rid of it. Even her extremely hard keel began to make irresistible creaking sounds. It's quite powerful, Oros sneered, and his strength increased again. The power of space from all directions pressed on Lostia. The power from both sides alone was enough to make Lostia struggle. Now the power from all 4 sides was added, instantly crushing Lostia's power, curling her up, and pressing her into a square box. Due to the limitation of space, desperate Lostia subconsciously used the dragon shape-shifting to turn into a little girl again. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately waved her little fist, fiercely attacking the transparent box. Ha! This is all in vain. Oros looked at Lostia, who had turned into a little girl, struggling to survive with a sneer. With a little force from his hands, the box shrank again, turning into a 40-centimeter small box, pressing Lostia tightly inside. How about it? I give you another chance to surrender to me. Oros looked at Lostia, who could only curl up in the small box, and asked coldly, Asshole. I still say the same thing. Don't even think about it. At worst, I go find my sisters first. You will never get family and love. You will live alone forever. Lostia, who was pressed so hard that she couldn't even stand up, stood firm in spirit forever, and would never compromise. Enough. Then goodbye. Oros clapped his hands in anger. The small box was instantly flattened and disappeared into the air. No! Lottie! Roar! Lottie! With a pop, the strange seal finally broke, and the little tentacles and Momo jumped out from the middle, just in time to see Lostia, who was flattened and disappeared. Bite you! The little tentacle's eyes were red, and her eyes were bloodshot. She had witnessed the death of her friend in that disgusting seal, and how could she bear it? Countless tentacles were split, and they rushed towards Oros like a tide. Those space magics that seemed to be extremely troublesome to others were not effective in the face of the little tentacles, and could only barely block for a short while before being torn apart by the tentacles of the little tentacles. Oros was also quite troubled by the countless tentacles attacking her, and began to dodge left and right, and finally escaped into the hole that was blasted out. She had to fight the little tentacles outside the paradoxical space maze, or she would be suppressed. When Momo saw that Oros was about to escape, she immediately flapped her little wings and flew up, chasing after Oros. The little tentacle was a little slow, so it could only jump to catch up with Oros and Momo, and naturally left them behind. Sister, we meet again. But on the battlefield again. Oros sighed as he flew. Humph. Your sister has been killed by you. Completely killed. Before you attacked, your sister appeared, and then she disappeared completely. Momo cast several star-flashing magic spells, interfering with Oros's path of movement, trying to slow him down, making it easier for the tentacles to attack. What? Disappeared? Then are you fully awake? Oros showed a surprised expression. No, she left a lot of memories. Just like books, I can flip through them when I want to use them. She told me that I can read them after I turn 18. But before that, I just need to study hard with Brother Fongia, so I never looked at what she left. And you forced her to wake up too early last time. So she chose to disappear in order not to affect me. What? Self-annihilation? Oros dodged several spells, and finally showed an angry expression. In that case, you will die with me. Subspace rift. Several gaps like space cracks appeared in front of Momo. But Momo dodged Oros's attack as if she had seen it long ago. Her astrological predictions had been calculating her path since she broke through the seal. A thick tentacle finally caught up with the two of them, and just when Oros attacked Momo, it was thrown hard behind Oros, and she was knocked out. This corrosive and angry blow directly caused blood to flow from Orlo's back, and her clothes were torn. This was the first time she had received direct and effective damage since she started fighting. Awesome foresight skills. Orlos wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, raised her hand, and fired several subspace slashes again to break the tentacles that extended over. But you don't seem to have predicted one thing. That is, we are about to leave this strange space. From this position, the scenery outside the contradictory space can be seen. Here Orlos can mobilize more space power. So a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, which made Momo's heart tremble. Sub-air storm. Oros regained control of the battlefield. A storm composed of countless sub-air cleavages began to appear on the battlefield. This was an AoE magic. It cut off all the tentacles of the small tentacles like a blade. It also greatly disrupted Momo's prediction skills. If Momo could predict the previous attacks 2 or 3 seconds in advance, now in this large-scale attack skill, she could only predict it less than 1 second in advance, leaving Momo no time to react. Momo had no choice but to retreat again and again. At this time, Momo looked up at the sky. A comet with a very long red tail passed over the sky of Capamere, which was bombed into a deep well, leaving an extremely long red mark, like a blood mark painted on the sky. Sorry, I need your strength. The comet is coming. Momo gritted her teeth, stretched out her little hand, grabbed it in the air, as if she had caught the comet that passed through the sky, pulled it down. After finally taking control of the battlefield, Oros also felt a great sense of crisis. The comet in the sky actually changed its trajectory in the sky and rushed towards Capamere. What kind of power is this? Oros looked at Momo, who was covered in starlight, in surprise. Her sister once again amazed her. When she was just adopted by her sister, she was overwhelmed by her ability, which inspired her to explore magic. In the second life, she still amazed herself, who already claimed to be at the top of magic. The red comet happily changed its trajectory and rushed towards the terrible mirror, and the friction with the atmosphere burst out a dazzling red light. Chapter 247 Final Battle 4. This ominous star is not very big, its core is less than 1 kilometer, and the material that successfully falls to the ground is only a few million tons at most, but the impact of these millions of tons of material is enough to raise Capamere to the ground, and it is not worth it for Oros. She wants to quickly exit this strange space, and then teleport, to avoid Momo's comet attack. The little tentacle will not let her do what she wants. Countless tentacles blocked her way, as if she was fighting with her sub-air storm. If you cut one of my tentacle, I will grow a tentacle, and absorb some of your magic power, to see who can outlast the other, and the cut tentacle still belongs to the little tentacle, as long as it touches again. It will be reconnected to the little tentacle's body, and the little tentacle's crazy system of absorbing destructive magic power, which makes her gradually gain the upper hand. The power of the sub-air storm was gradually weakening, and it was about to be extinguished by the thick tentacles of the small tentacles. The red comet behind was approaching rapidly. Oros's face was tense, and he looked fiercely at the small tentacle that was controlling the tentacles to devour the sub-air storm, world-destroying monster. Those idiot gods can't do anything to you. But it doesn't mean that I can't do anything to you. Mirror space. He raised his hand and shot out a translucent light, pointing directly at the small tentacle. Momo's face tightened. She felt an immense threat. But Momo, who was devouring Oros's sub-air storm, didn't notice the approaching threat at all. Momo had to wave her small wings and hit the small tentacle, knocking the small tentacle to the side. And she was hit by the translucent light, and was instantly fastened in a space like a mirror. When the mirror was broken, Momo in it also broke. The little tentacle watched Momo being torn apart by the mirror-like space, and a string in his head broke instantly. Roar! Roar! Dead. All dead. Bite you. Kill you. The little tentacle's eyes were red, and he couldn't even keep his lowly form. He returned to the original tentacle monster posture, and transformed into a real world-destroying monster. The indescribable tentacles began to multiply infinitely, and the thick tentacles, both physical and intangible, wrapped around Orlos, determined to eat her. The red comet was already rushing towards their location with unmatched kinetic energy. Damn it! You should feel honored to have made me so embarrassed now. There has always been a space magic that I cannot control very well, so let me try it on you. Oros finally launched the magic that she was still testing with a ferocious look on her face. Chaos! Silver light burst out from her body, and the surrounding space was shaken. A space gate full of chaos appeared above her head, and everything was sucked into it wherever it passed, and it became bigger and bigger. The blood-colored comet with unmatched kinetic energy smashed down heavily, hitting the chaotic space gate, and was instantly swallowed by the chaos, without even a ripple. No! The little tentacle looked at the sweaty Oris angrily, and angrily split out countless tentacles again to swallow her. Oris suddenly had an idea, using all his strength to smash the chaotic space gate at the little tentacle, causing the little tentacle to fall into the abyss of chaos, and the remaining tentacles that fell became less scary because of the disappearance of the little tentacles. Oris, sweating profusely, finally sat down on the ground. This large-scale exile magic almost consumed all her magic power. But it was worth it. She finally got rid of the small tentacle perfectly. At this time, a tall figure appeared in front of Oris. Wow, there's more. Oris saw the tall puppet coming, immediately took a deep breath, stood up straight, and twisted his stiff neck. Are you the strange puppet? Yes. I am the strange puppet, the creator of the Kepamir Underground Palace, and also the protector of everyone. Fangjia? Oris narrowed his eyes, and appeared beside Fangjia in a flash, and lifted Fangjia's 8-ton blood demon tungsten body with his own hands. You are the Fangjia? The Fangjia who taught me a lot of strange knowledge? And the protector of everyone? Is this title funny? You didn't protect anyone. Haha. Who told you that I didn't protect anyone? You fought for so long and I finally got some progress in the space magic I studied. It seems that space really is priority. Fangjia's mouth curled up, not caring at all that Oros was pinching his neck. As Fangjia spoke, he looked at his panel, which showed that the Paradox Space Labyrinth was damaged by 39%. 30% of it was caused by Oros's last exile magic. The subspace split, teleport and other fancy magic you used are all 3rd level space magic, while the Void God's presence is 2nd level, and this Paradox Space itself is also 2nd level, so some of your magic will be ineffective in this space. I believe you have noticed that when you dealt a fatal blow to my family, they disappeared, instead of leaving their bodies behind. That's because the things I gave them belong to level 2 magic. I don't know if you have noticed the rings on their hands. There is a function called protective teleportation. It has 2 effects. One is to protect the teleporter when there is a disagreement in the teleportation. Therefore, when you came last time, Anna and Shagar were teleported at the same time and were not torn apart. Instead, they were teleported back to the underground palace. The second effect is the most critical one, which is that it can block a fatal attack and randomly teleport the protector to any place in the world far away from the battlefield. Ha ha ha. This is my backup plan. I believe they are thanking me in some corner of the world. When I thought of this, Fangjia smiled knowingly. Somewhere in the forest. Fangjia. You big liar. Xiao Huabao roared angrily. It startled countless birds in the forest. In front of her stood a shadow of a square jewel that was getting fainter and fainter. She and Little Higgin were hit by the fusion breath reflected by Oros, and thought that they were really going to die this time, or that she and Little Higgin would die together. In the end, the expected death did not come. But when she opened her eyes, she was in a forest she had never seen before. The light green ring on her ring finger was completely shattered, turned into powder, and the dots of magic fluorescence gathered into a shadow of a square jewel. Woo, it seems you are dead. This life-saving magic has been triggered. Ha ha ha, don't think about it. I know you really want to beat me now. Don't waste your energy. It's useless. This is just a phantom made up of magic. Ha ha ha, I won't watch you die, after all. I am the founder of the Great Underground Palace, your original guardian, no matter how strong you become. I will be your last guardian. I have gone off topic. Since I took so much effort to get you all away, don't come back. You must be very far away from Kepamir now. I set the distance value to the limit when setting it, so even if you want to come back now, it's too late. Then protect himself. Sprinkle the seeds of Pamir, and inherit the knowledge. Remember the little flower bud. As a member of Kepamir, gathering is a fire, and it is full of celestial stars. Take care. Don't miss me too much. Fangxia said this virtual shadow solution, and made a super bad hair. What do you want the family neatly? Xiao Huabao's chest was heaving wildly, and she was gasping for breath. Xiao Bian woke up in a dark cave. She looked at Fangjia's message thoughtfully. Shagar landed near the orc tribe. These orcs were staring at the thin female orc who fell from the sky in amazement. One of them even started shouting, "The goddess is coming!" When Momo came to her senses, she was in a church full of light. They were holding a farewell ceremony for the deceased. Everyone in the church stared in amazement at the little girl with wings as bright as the stars that suddenly appeared in the center of the church. Then, they knelt on the ground and shouted that a miracle had come. Perry appeared above the clouds, surrounded by soft and flawless white clouds. Several cute atmospheric creatures emerged from the clouds and instantly surrounded her, nuzzling her. Lostia appeared in a volcano and fell directly into the magma. When she looked up, she saw many short and bearded people looking at her in shock. They had never seen anyone swim in super high temperature magma. And because Lostia was about the same height as them, they directly worshipped her as a true god. Xiaoyu appeared in a narrow gap. Black humanity was gathering here. The ghosts who were unwilling to leave also saw this strange little girl. The light of hope and relief finally burst out from her numb eyes. Lillian appeared at the top of Sinhild, which is the highest peak in the world. On the top of the peak stands a tribe living on the towering snow-capped mountains. They are holding a ceremony to pray to the gods. And Lillian happened to fall on the stone platform where they placed the sacrifices. Only the little tentacle had a little accident. The little tentacle, which was supposed to be teleported to the deep sea, fell not far from the Keparis Mountains because of its own physical condition. At her speed, it would take at most half an hour to return to Kepamir. The dizzy little tentacle didn't care about the serious injury on its left arm. It looked at Fong Jia's phantom blankly, and began to tell her how to protect herself like an old mother, telling her to bite less people, and asking her not to go back to Kepamir. But before Fong Jia finished speaking, the little tentacle reacted, and slapped Fong Jia's phantom away with one hand. I don't want it. Puff. Go back. The little tentacle didn't listen to Fong Jia at all. Anyway, she was used to ignoring Fong Jia's words. The tentacles under her feet moved together, and she began to run wildly towards the old site of Kepamir. Chapter 248 Awakening. Oris's face was cold, his eyes narrowed dangerously, staring at Fong Jia. I do suspect they are not dead, but so what? One day I will catch them all like catching bugs. Now you should worry about yourself. Right? You also want to fight with me and be teleported away. Do you think I will let you leave? Fong Jia laughed when he heard what Oris said. Ha ha. No, I will not be teleported away. You can rest assured about this. How can I leave such a powerful you to be a scourge? I hope my family can bask in the sunshine, live happily and freely, instead of hiding in corners and struggling to survive. Fong Jia said while looking at his system panel. Xiao Bai's evolution time is still 36 minutes. He needs to drag out these 36 minutes to let Xiao Bai complete her evolution. By then, even if he can't defeat Oris, he can teleport her away. Fong Jia has made the worst plan, and the final expedition is about to begin. Heh. You mean you want to kill me? Then let your little guys live freely in this world. This makes me very curious. What kind of capital do you have to make you say such a thing? Oris was very disdainful, and smashed Fong Jia to the ground with his backhand. Come, let me see what your methods are. I am very curious. What can a metal puppet like you do? Then let's try it. Fong Jia also raised his mouth, and the metal body sank into the ground, shaping. Start. The earth and rocks of the whole land were shaking. A huge stone man rose from the ground. His sturdy body and arms were as huge as a titan. The stone man straightened his upper body and smashed towards the tiny Orlos. Olos didn't even dodge. He just took the heavy blow from the stone man. The earth was shaking. Ah! Is this your attack? It's too disappointing. Isn't it? Olo's voice came out under the heavy punch of the stone man. As he spoke, countless silver cracks appeared on the huge arm of the stone man, which shattered with a loud bang, revealing the unharmed Oros underneath. The stone man was not discouraged. As long as it stood on the ground, it could be reborn infinitely. Therefore, the broken arm was restored again, and it continued to attack Oros fearlessly. Oros casually swung out two subspace splits to disperse the fist swung by the stone man. Since 2 arms were not enough, he would have more. For more arms grew out from the back of the stone giant in an instant, and 6 arms smashed down towards Oros at the same time. They fought back and forth for several rounds. Yawn. Oris felt a little bored. This kind of attack is okay against ordinary people, but against me? Are you here to make fun of me? Oris said that he didn't plan to play with Fong Jia anymore. He touched the ground with his feet, and rushed towards the stone man like a cannonball, directly smashing the stone man's chest, and Fong Jia inside was also knocked out, and was stepped on by Oris' feet, and fell to the ground, and slid for a distance. Your attack was very strange at the beginning. You must know that such an attack is no different from tickling me. But you still attack like this. There are only two explanations. One is that you are a wimp and have no other way to attack. The second is that you are stalling for time. Oris jumped off Fangjie's body and carefully looked at Fangjie, who was smiling bitterly. My guess should be right. Since I started fighting with you, I have counted. There are indeed only 9 of you, including you 10. Anna told me that there are 11 of you in total. So where did the last person go? The strongest person among you? Oris's eyes began to become dangerous. Plus, even if you use such a trick, you still have to stand in front of me. Is it not very convenient for this person to move now? Injured? Healing? Oris said suspiciously. Fangjie was helpless. The panel showed that Xiaobai still had 14 minutes to evolve, but now this guy has guessed it almost right. Sorry, Xiaobai. I may have to break my promise. Fangjie's eyes were filled with final determination. The final expedition began. As soon as he thought of this, Fangjie rushed directly to Oris and hugged her tightly. 4 arms stretched out from his back again. A total of 6 arms hugged Oris tightly. The magic of the teleportation ring was activated immediately, taking Oris to the highest altitude that the teleportation ring could reach. Core melt. Start. An unprecedented violent wave of magic power came from Fangjie's body. The damaged heart of fire began to melt. The peaceful structure began to collapse, and the entire core became more and more unstable. Oris was also shocked by this huge amount of magic fluctuations. She felt a huge amount of magic from Fangjie's core, which even exceeded her magic power of almost all gods. So she struggled to break free from Fangjie's restraints. Damn it! You just want to die with me, right? You wish. Subspace split. Oris's reaction was also extremely fast. She instantly fired a subspace split, and directly cut off Fangjie's 3 left arms at the shoulder. Blood demon gold splashed in the air. Fangjie, who had lost 3 arms, could only use the other 3 arms to grab Orlos. His core had reached the critical point, and would soon become a super bomb. Don't think of dragging me to death. Chaos. Oris raised his hand and threw out a chaos magic portal, throwing Fangjie in. Fangjie grabbed her clothes tightly, tear Orlos's clothes directly, and fell into the infinite chaotic space crack unwillingly. Oris gasped heavily. Although it was only a few seconds, her clothes were soaked with sweat. This was the most dangerous situation she had ever encountered. She didn't expect that a small underground city would put her in danger twice. The first time was when a meteorite fell and brought with it a world-destroying monster. The second time was actually the energy core of a puppet. However, the energy emitted by the energy core was the largest magic fluctuation she had ever felt. It was several times stronger than her own, and many times more powerful than the super magic nuclear bomb that Eliska used the power of the entire family to build during the last Dusk War. Orlos took off the torn clothes, waved his hand, and took out a new set of clothes and put them on. Huh? Now you are the only one left. After tidying up her appearance, Orlos entered the strange paradoxical space again. There was a mysterious god who could not move. She had to find that person and kill him, because she could feel that he was the only one who could pose a threat to her. The maze of the paradoxical space could not stump Orlos, who mainly studied space. She easily found the giant evolution egg in the center of the paradoxical space. But it was too late. Fangjie successfully delayed her for a while, and made her more cautious. So she did not attack the first time she saw the egg. 3, 2, 1 0 evolution completed. It was also the moment she hesitated. Xiaobai completed the evolution. The gorgeous evolution egg began to break and disperse, leaving an extremely beautiful white-haired girl in the original place. The girl closed her eyes. Her white eyebrows trembled, and she had a happy and sweet smile on her face, as if she was dreaming a beautiful and happy dream. The moment Oris saw the girl, her instinct began to frantically warn. She always felt that this girl was very strange. She did not feel any magical fluctuations, nor did she see the girl's abilities. She seemed to be just an ordinary human girl, but she always felt that this girl was very strong. So strong that it was terrifying. This contradictory feeling made her frown. The girl also woke up at this time, stretched her waist, and opened her beautiful eyes like rubies. Yawn. Woo. Sub-air split. Oris frowned, raised his hand, and launched a silver attack at the girl, who was not awake yet. The girl stretched and successfully dodged Oris's attack. Oris's sub-air split flew past the girl's body perfectly, cutting the statue behind her in two. Woo. That's very expensive. You just split it like that. Where's my blueberry juice? Where did it go? The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and stood on the blood pool, walked to the small cabinet on the side, picked up the bottle of blueberry juice and poured herself a drink. The gauze skirt wet by the blood fountain dragged a long wet trail on the ground. Do you want it? It's the blueberry juice that is a specialty of Capamere. She didn't forget to ask Oros if he wanted it, but her movements were a little too big, and she accidentally knocked a spoon off. Come on! Subspace slash. The girl responded not to Oros' words, but to a sharp blow. The girl bent down at the right time to pick up the spoon that fell on the ground, and at the same time, Oros' attack missed again. Impossible. You also have my sister's prediction skills? Oros, who drew the outline of the human body twice in a row, asked angrily. Prediction? Oh, are you talking about Momo's astrological prediction skills? I don't know how to do it. Xiaobai picked up the spoon, rinsed it in clean water, put it in his cup with a white spider printed on it, stirred it, and stirred up the precipitated pulp. Took a sip of the sweet blueberry juice, and drank it along with the fragrant pulp. Wow! It's so refreshing. Ha ha ha, do you really not want it? Oros ignored Xiaobai's invitation and asked. What's the matter with your strange evasion skill? Oh! You're asking that. Xiaobai dragged a sun lounger next to him, and lay down comfortably. Just like he was having afternoon tea after a nap. I didn't dodge. This is fundamentally different from Xiao Momo's astrological prediction skill. Momo's astrological prediction predicts the next action based on the astrological prediction, and then actively dodges. Haha. I didn't dodge. It's your attack that's evading me. My attack is evading you. Impossible. Oros said he couldn't understand this strange logical relationship. In that case, try this trick. Subsonic storm. Single unit subsonic slash can't hit you. Let's see how you dodge group attacks. Chapter 249 The Journey of the World-Destroying Monster. Xiaobai was still very leisurely, even folding her two long beautiful legs together, without any movement, just looking at Oros, as if watching Oros perform some interesting show. The magic was gathering, the magic circle was forming, a tiny magic rune went wrong, the magic circle collapsed. This process only took a moment. Oros, who had never thought that the magic circle would have problems, was stunned. It was the first time she encountered such a mistake that only magic novices would make, making the entire complex and huge magic turn into a magic light spot and disappear. Oh! What's wrong? Have you encountered a new problem? The magic fireworks you set off are pretty good. Xiaobai still sat leisurely, taking a sip of delicious blueberry juice from time to time, and curiously looked at Olyuos. Impossible. What's going on? Olyuos widened his eyes. She tried 4 or 5 more times, but every time she made mistakes in some strange places, causing the entire magic circle to collapse and turn into a magic light spot and disappear. What did you do? Why did my magic fail? Oros raised his fist directly. Since magic doesn't work, then just use your fist. On the ground? Xiaobai saw Oros rushing over with his fist raised and wanted to say something kindly, but before he could finish, he saw the aggressive Oros stepped on the ground that Xiaobai's skirt had just dragged, slid to the ground, and fell on his face. Hiss. Xiaobai felt so painful just looking at it, and couldn't help but tilt his head, made a face, and then slowly uttered the last 2 words. Very slippery. Damn it! Oros, with a distorted face and angry, climbed up in a panic, and floated in the air, and held a silver sword in his hand, and rushed towards Xiaobai again, swearing to kill Xiaobai. Hey, you are here. I was wondering why you were not by my side. But Xiaobai seemed not to see the aggressive Oros, and sat up from the sun lounger, and walked to the side in surprise. This caused Oros's angry attack to miss again, and only split the chair that Xiaobai had just been lying on in half, without even touching the corner of Xiaobai's clothes. Ha ha ha. It's so nice to have you by my side. My love. Xiaobai greeted him with surprise, picked up the strange monster that was lazily lying on the ground like a cat, kissed the strange monster's forehead, and rubbed his face against him. Oros missed again, took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and turned to look at Xiaobai, who was over there like he was petting a cat. What on earth is going on? How can I explain this to you? Xiaobai, who was holding the strange monster, rubbed his head in distress. Even if I explain it, you may not understand. I can only say that I have evolved, and I am invincible. Xiaobai also stuck out his tongue cutely. It always feels a bit embarrassing to say that he is invincible directly. Woo! Baiju. At this time, the little tentacle also appeared at the door. She finally crawled back and immediately saw Oris standing next to Xiaobai. Angrily, he rushed towards Oris again, ready to die with him. "Oh! Little tentacle. How are you so badly injured? Hurry. Stop moving." But Xiaobai took a step, blocked Oris, hugged the little tentacle that rushed over, and comforted it like a furry little beast. "Oh! Sister Xiaobai. She is a bad person." Puji the little tentacle was held in Xiaobai's arms. His eyes were still fixed on Oris, and his tears as big as beans fell down. Accusing, "She hit me. Puji. And everyone. Let everyone be gone. Puji. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here with my sister. I check your injuries first." Xiaobai straightened the little tentacle, looked at her completely disappeared left arm, reluctantly ruffled the little tentacle's hair, took out the little tentacle's beloved gorgeous treasure chest from the cabinet beside, took out the white world-destroying beast tentacle, and pressed it on the little tentacle's severed left arm. Unexpectedly, this severed piece of the world-destroying beast tentacle fit the little tentacle's wound perfectly. The white tentacles of the world-destroying monster immediately connected to the body of the little tentacle. The snow-white tentacles were no longer pale, because they were connected to the main body. They returned to the original skin color of the little tentacle, and then turned into the left arm of the little tentacle again. The little tentacle was surprised to see that her left arm had returned to its original state. She tried to move it, and there was no discomfort at all. It was just like her original arm. At that time, her left arm was completely swallowed up by Oros's chaos magic. And the amazing thing was that, after being swallowed up, she had no way to repair it. She thought it was collateral damage caused by Oros's magic, but she didn't care much, because she had many tentacles anyway. Hand. Back. Puji. The little tentacle happily raised his left hand to show Xiaobai. Ha ha ha. Of course. This is your left hand. Xiaobai rubbed the little tentacle lovingly. On the side, Oris couldn't help but open his eyes wide. This is impossible. That's the world-destroying monster. What's going on with her? It? Xiaobai smiled and shook his head, explaining, "Your magic chaos is to banish objects into the gap in time and space. Objects that enter this gap will randomly fall into a certain segment of the entire space-time continuum." 396 years ago, a huge chaotic rift appeared in the sky. A dazzling red comet flew out of the chaotic rift and rushed straight into the sky, flying towards the stars, leaving a huge blood mark in the sky, causing most people in the world to see this dazzling red comet. Along with the comet came a white and tender arm, which was the body of the little tentacle, and therefore contained the little tentacle's thoughts. At that time, the little tentacle witnessed the death of the sisters, and Momo sacrificed herself to save her. The thoughts became extremely violent, and she kept repeating this family. All dead? Kill you. Bite you. Destroy you. Destroy you. Bite you. In addition, without the restraint of consciousness, the posture of the world-destroying monster completely descended, and it began to split madly from one tentacle, devouring everything, destroying everything, and had no reason at all. The gods originally wanted to capture her, but they didn't expect it to be a natural disaster that devoured everything. They had no choice but to use the sealing magic of Oros to completely seal it up and store it on the seabed. After a long time, the arm that was not supplied with nutrients gradually turned white, and because of the special structure of the seal, it would riot every once in a while because too much negative information was accumulated inside the seal. So the sea people formed a hymn class, hoping to use hymns to relieve the irritable world-destroying monster. But it was not very effective. Until the appearance of Perry, the little tentacle had heard her voice, and she knew it was her sister's voice. So the effect was excellent, and it gradually quieted down. Therefore, Perry was successfully selected as the saint. Until the moment when the little tentacle was drawn by Fangjia and emerged from the revolving treasure chest. The destroyer demon beast, which was a part of her limbs, felt the return of its original body, and began to be restless again, trying to call its original body, causing Perry's palpitations and tsunamis, prompting Fangjia to start an expedition with the monster girls. This is why the little tentacle likes it, and regards it as a treasure. Until now, the little tentacle's arm has left her body, and it has begun its journey as a destroyer demon beast. And the end of the journey, as a destroyer demon beast, is the return to its original body, which is both the beginning and the end. The little tentacle listened to Xiaobai telling him about the adventure of his arm, and he became dizzy. His little head couldn't turn around at all. He felt that he had lived in vain, and his arm's adventure experience seemed to be richer than his own. This made her look at her white and tender arms, trying to feel where she had been to play. Impossible. Then where is Fang Jie? Where did he go? You must be lying to me. Oris didn't believe it at all. Could her exile magic have such an effect? She had tried it before, throwing some things into the chaotic portal, but nothing ever came out. Therefore, she felt that this magic could devour everything in the world. Fang Jie? Xiaobai smiled, very happily. Hasn't he always been here? Orlos widened his eyes, looked around but couldn't see Fang Jie. Fang Jie was hit into the gap between the worlds by Orlos's chaos magic. There was no time, no space. Everything was a chaos, and the energy core stopped melting and destroying in this chaos for a short time. Fang Jie himself didn't know where he was. He saw the changes in the whole world. Everything seemed like an illusion and reality. He was like being pushed forward by a turbulent stream, flowing and shuttling in the gap between the worlds. Finally, he was pushed out of the crack of this world by a huge force, and appeared on a vast white land. In the ancient times, the world was covered with ice and snow. Now, only some of the simplest ancient atmospheric creatures live in the world. Because of the lack of atmosphere, they can only crawl on the ice and crawl slowly. Suddenly, a chaotic space crack appeared in the sky, and a broken puppet body fell from it. This puppet was not big, and had 6 arms, and the 3 arms on the left had been cut off. One of the ancient atmospheric creatures witnessed the fall of this strange object. The next second, a fierce light burst out from this strange object. So strong. This was the last thought of this atmospheric creature. After that, it was drowned by the dazzling light. A huge explosion containing a violent magical power began. Chapter 250 Fang Jie's Expedition. This world has experienced an unprecedented super explosion, which is as powerful as an asteroid hitting the Earth. The violent magic energy brought a violent shock wave and blasted a huge crater with a diameter of thousands of kilometers on the ice surface. The huge shock wave brought by the explosion instantly vaporized the ice surface, and the rocks were thrown into the universe. The ice surface around the crater also melted into the ocean. The huge thrust generated by the explosion even pushed the entire world to a more comfortable orbit closer to the sun. At the same time, this explosion also promoted the movement of the world's plates. A large number of volcanic eruptions brought enough greenhouse gases to form an atmosphere necessary for life. A violent magic storm formed above the explosion crater, covering the entire world. The magma under the crater became scorching hot under the influence of magic, and was extremely difficult to lose temperature, evaporating the seawater day after day. The super magic tornado threw magic-rich precipitation onto the world, promoting the birth of life. Fang Jie himself was vaporized, and disappeared without a trace. Only the red gem on the teleportation ring in Fang Jie's hand was spared. It was blown away by the violent explosion and fell on the desolate land. After millions of years of changes, the originally desolate land has changed dramatically due to the violent plate movement, and the uplift of the Earth's crust has formed tall snow-capped mountains that tower into the clouds, until a Minotaur king dug it out while digging the underground city and inlaid it on his crown. Fang Jie's own consciousness was blown back to the gap between the worlds by the explosion that was enough to tear the space. Here Fang Jie slowly woke up. The violent explosion made his consciousness dazed for an unknown period of time. In this strange world crack, he saw the birth of the world, saw the changes of the world, all of which were like passing clouds and smoke. A glance lasted for 1,000 years. Finally, he saw his own awakening, saw Xiaobai appear, saw Xiaobai struggling in that endless timeline. He wanted to touch the monster girl who had always been with him again, but he couldn't make any contact here. He was neither a soul nor dead. To be honest, he didn't know what he was now. He was just like a ball of nothingness, wandering outside the world. This made him start to think what exactly he was, why he hadn't died yet. According to reason, after such a violent explosion, even a ghost would be blown to annihilation. But he didn't. He survived in this strange way. No, it should be that he survived. Is it life? My heart never beats. Is it death? I have always lived in the underground city. Do I exist? I do not exist at all in this other world. Do I not exist? My existence has always affected the people I love. I am neither alive nor dead. I am a non-existent person who exists in the world. I am Fang Jie, and also the cat in the box of this world. In the gap between the worlds, Fang Jie's consciousness is affecting his own existence, starting from nothingness and slowly becoming shaped, the cat named Quantum is slowly taking shape. Finally, like a cat hidden in the starry sky, it appeared in this world. It can transform between nothingness and entity, and it can travel through any timeline. I am here, Xiao Bai. This will be my last expedition. I will always fulfill our promise and stay by your side forever. Fang Jie looked deeply at the 6 huge ruby phantoms above this endless world, and slowly walked to Xiao Bai, who was panicking because he had mistakenly entered this world. Fang Jie just looked at Xiao Bai, his expression full of smiles. This is the person he thinks about day and night. Snoring Fang Jie's laughter attracted Xiao Bai's attention. Come with me. I will take you to start our adventure. Fang Jie didn't say anything, but just made a gesture, and began to travel through time with Xiao Bai. Wait for me. Xiao Bai's thoughts were full of childishness, but it made Fang Jie feel extremely comfortable. He was finally with Xiao Bai again. With Fang Jie's help, Xiao Bai finally saved her former self. When Xiao Bai returned to reality, she was a little tired and curiously came to the big treasure chest. This was the intersection of the world outside and the real world. Fang Jie also jumped into the treasure chest and was brought into the real world by Xiao Bai. Looking at Xiao Bai's panicked eyes, Fang Jie's eyes were full of doting. Even if you don't know who I am yet, I will still accompany you and fulfill our promise. Xiao Bai was panicked by Fang Jie's reappearance. She was afraid that he would pull her back to the nightmare world again. But Fang Jie just wanted to be with her. What are you going to do? I want to be with you. I don't want to see you anymore. I want to look at you. Go away. Don't show up next to me. Fang Jie sighed. Although a little sad, he wanted to tell her that he was Fang Jie. He just wanted to be with her, but he couldn't, because it would change the course of the world line, so he could only hide his body and quietly accompany her. In this way, Fang Jie stayed by Xiao Bai's side day after day, and even began to feel jealous of himself. Hey, that big guy. I know you are my former self. But where are you touching? Damn it! You are not allowed to sleep with Xiao Bai. Ah! I curse you to open the treasure chest, and you will get blue sky and white clouds. Now Fang Jie said that he was mad at his former self, but he could do nothing about it. He was the most jealous person. In this way, Fang Jie accompanied Xiao Bai to the orc expedition, developed the steam engine together, observed the microscope together, and when the great underground palace began to develop the differential engine, Fang Jie really didn't want Xiao Bai to use too much brain cells. So he found an opportunity when Xiao Bai touched the big treasure chest, and drew a picture himself, helping Xiao Bai to draw the blueprint of the differential engine. During the seafood expedition, Xiao Bai was almost hit by a huge rock on the seabed. Although Fang Jie knew what would happen next, he was still worried about Xiao Bai. Until the end, Xiao Bai walked into the red and blue spring water for the final evolution. Ha ha ha. It's so good to have you by my side, my love. Fang Jie appeared next to Xiao Bai again in broad daylight. This time he finally didn't need to be invisible. Looking at Xiao Bai's loving red eyes, Fang Jie knew that Xiao Bai had understood everything. Xiao Bai stroked Fang Jie and looked at Oris with amusement. But I won't tell you where he is. He is my baby. Fang Jie rolled his eyes helplessly in Xiao Bai's arms. The little tentacle came over curiously. Although she couldn't see everything, she could see that Xiao Bai was holding a strange thing in his arms. This thing seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil, and it was not clear at all. The little tentacle secretly poked Fang Jie with its little hand, and Fang Jie glared at the naughty little guy. The sensitive little girl was frightened and trembled all over, as if she was stared at by Fang Jie's eyes. When he assigned her homework, she shrank her little hand back with a whoosh, and put it behind her back, as if a monster was about to bite her finger. Xiao Bai looked at the interaction between the two with amusement. Her fate and Fang Jie's had been intertwined since the moment Fang Jie crossed over, and Fang Jie had also gone through untold hardships to fulfill his promise of never leaving. Oris frowned. She couldn't see Fang Jie, so naturally she didn't know what Xiao Bai was laughing at. Enough. Stop laughing at me. Oris stared at Xiao Bai in anger, not knowing what she was doing. Ahem. No. I'm not laughing at you. I just saw something funny. Xiao Bai coughed twice, suppressing the corners of his mouth that kept curling up. Where were we talking just now? Oh, your chaos magic. That's the magic you really touched in the real world. But it seems that you don't know how to use it. You just threw some things you don't want in it. Xiao Bai waved his hand casually, and took out the crucible, fruits, and even a little rabbit that Orlos had used for experiments. My crucible for experiments? And a rabbit? Impossible. I threw them in before I got hurt. Orlos looked at the things in Xiaobai's hand in disbelief. Shocked. Yes. I took them out the moment you threw them in. Don't throw these things into the world rift casually. It may cause irreversible problems. Even if it doesn't cause any harm. It's not good to hit the flowers and plants. Xiaobai winked at Orlos. What on earth is this? Is this your ability? This kind of magic. This kind of magic I can't understand. Oris couldn't find an adjective to describe it. It was like a very thirsty person who saw a spring. But this spring was like a mirage, which was impossible to touch. This feeling was about to drive her crazy. This kind of magic she had never seen before. This kind of thing that almost overturned everything. She couldn't help but open the chaotic space crack that was a bit useless to her again. And wanted to go in directly to see what was going on. No. Are you looking for death? Xiaobai quickly stopped her crazy move. Are you afraid that I will become a threat to you as a being like you? Oris didn't appreciate it very much. Thinking that Xiaobai was afraid that she would have the power to threaten her after entering. Of course not. You will die if you go in. And you don't even want to travel through time and space. Everything that enters here will basically be torn to pieces. The time flow rate inside is different. And the space is severely divided. Maybe your feet are 1,000,000 years ago. But your head is 1,000,000 years later. No magic can save you. Then her hand is back in good condition? Oris pointed to the hand of the little tentacle and asked Xiaobai to explain. Chapter 251 The Real World. She is different. She is an immortal being. And I planned her route. I sent her to the nearest exit without any damage, which was more than 300 years ago. As for Fang Jie, he is a bug in this world. This world has a very limited impact on him. The little tentacle looked at himself again. Is he so awesome? Fang Jie rolled his eyes when he heard it. So he became a bug. I don't believe it. Oris looked at Xiaobai in disbelief. Xiaobai shook his head and said helplessly, Do you really want to see it? Then I take you to see the true face of this world. Xiaobai waved his hand casually. Oris and Xiaobai appeared in a strange space. This space was made up of countless white silk threads. Each silk thread seemed to be a world. Countless silk threads were entangled together, and it was boundless. The moment Oris entered this space, she was overwhelmed by the vast amount of information emitted by the endless space. She became dizzy in an instant, and kept lying down and retching. Until Xiaobai patted her, the feeling of her head bursting was suppressed. At that moment, Oris seemed to see endless lines, endless space, countless herself. Sorry, because your brain capacity is not enough, so you can only see a small part of this infinite world, probably a large number of timelines. Xiaobai squinted his eyes, and pinched his little fingernail, revealing only the tip of the fingernail. But such a tiny world line almost made Oris's head explode. What the hell is this place? Why are you fine? Oris tried to use his spatial ability. But now he seemed to be in a space that he could not understand at all, let alone mobilize the power of space. I'm fine because I have the attribute of infinity. Xiaobai smiled as he looked at Oris, whose face was already full of expressions of who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Ah. I said it was difficult to explain this thing. Xiaobai scratched his head in annoyance. The attribute of infinity is one of the conditions for exploring this world. Only by truly understanding infinity can you touch the origin of this world. Because this world is composed of infinite microscopic particles. Therefore, the vibration and displacement of each basic particle will derive a timeline of this universe. Infinite particles naturally derive infinite timelines. They are all intertwined with each other. According to the different movement directions of each particle, the direction of the world line changes. This is the original appearance of this world. Xiaobai didn't care whether Oris could understand or not. Anyway, he would just give a brief explanation. 99.99% of the timelines are useless. Only a few of them are the key to truly affecting the world. And my other skill is time travel. In this world, you are doomed to fail. Time has no meaning to me. It is just a book. I can flip forward or backward at will. Or even change books. Xiaobai smiled and raised a slender finger in front of Orlos. And said something that made Orlos feel desperate. And there is not a single timeline in this infinite timeline where you pose a threat to me. This is impossible. This is impossible. Even God can't do this. Oris understood every word Xiaobai said, but he couldn't understand it when they were connected. Okay, I knew you were going to say this. You gods are not gods. You are just stronger than ordinary people. So you think you are gods, in my opinion. You are just a group of pseudo-gods who abuse magic, including you. Xiaobai shook his head, and sneered at their self-proclaimed gods. At this moment, the little tentacle also looked at the world curiously, and poked one of the silk threads with his tentacles curiously, causing vibrations in the silk thread. Puff. Fangjia. Xiaobai's sister. Xiaobao's sister. Polly's sister. In the silk thread. Puff. The little tentacle pointed at one of them, and said excitedly to Xiaobai beside him. Uh-huh. Did you find it too? Xiaobai rubbed the little tentacle's head lovingly, as if she had known it for a long time. Don't move anymore, or there will be problems. The poking you just now caused a small submarine earthquake that shook down the boulders on the sea cliff, hitting your brother Fangjia. The little tentacle's poke just now caused the huge rock on the cliff to fall off and hit Fangjia, who was just under the cliff, smashing all the people who were undergoing the wave trial into the outside world. When the little tentacle heard it, its little head shrank immediately. I'm done for it. I'm in trouble again. And from the beginning, the strange and unclear mysterious object beside Sister Xiaobai seemed to be staring at her, making her feel creepy, as if she was being stared at by a natural enemy, similar to the look in Fangjia's eyes when he wanted to punish her. After calming down the naughty little tentacle, Xiaobai continued to explain to Euroscope. I didn't quite understand it at first, and even felt scared. But as I learned more and knew more, I slowly began to understand that any option we choose exists. But you decide which direction you want to go. As for how to start understanding the world, I recommend that you start with mathematics, which is much better than just using magic to try your luck. Xiaobai waved his hand as he spoke, and the scene they were in changed again. A huge storm appeared in front of them. Fangjia was holding Xiaobai, who was still a spider, in the center of the storm, outside the world to evolve. Xiaobao and Pearly were blown and spun quickly in the storm because they were lighter. If you are good at math, you can calculate everything. For example, in this storm, the wind direction and thrust form a clever balance. It is very simple to save them. Just find a curve, and they will be blown out of the storm soon. As Xiaobai spoke, he drew circles in the storm. These circles will be the trajectory of the movement of the little flower bud and Pearly. When the little flower bud reaches the edge of balance, as long as it gently opens its leaves, it will be blown away by the wind and fall back into the sea. I explain it to you later. Little flower bud, wake up. Little flower bud, open your leaves quickly, according to calculations. Now is the best time. The strong wind will blow you out. Quickly wake up. The little flower bud in the storm also heard Xiaobai's words, and opened its leaf-like wings, and was blown back into the ocean smoothly. Oris stretched out his hand to Xiaobai in the center of the storm, but was knocked away by the tentacles of the little tentacles. The little tentacles stared at Oris, not allowing her to attack the former Xiaobai. Is this you from the past? If I crush her to death now, will you die now? Ha! Do you think you can do it? I've said it before. Time has no meaning to me. I can flip forward or backward. Since you can still stand here, it means you are not a threat to me. Xiaobai pulled the little tentacle without caring at all, signaling to Oris. You can do whatever you want. I won't stop you. Oris still didn't believe it, and touched Xiaobai, who was evolving in the center of the storm. But she didn't touch anything, as if she touched a phantom, and passed through. Alas! Although he had anticipated this result, Oris still felt powerless, a sense of powerlessness towards fate. In my opinion, you are still a long way from becoming a god. Even the little tentacle has gone further than you. Although she herself has not realized it, she has been able to touch time, and has an impact on the world. So don't be discouraged. You still have a long way to go in the future. You can always reach this step. Xiaobai winked at Oris, as if to comfort her, but Oris always felt that Xiaobai was being too harsh on her. Oris took a deep breath. Since you said so, you can manipulate time at will. So what is the meaning of my existence here? You can just go back to my past and directly wipe me out, so that I have never appeared. Ah, it seems that you finally understand a little bit. Xiaobai looked at Oris in surprise, as if he was watching a student finally get the point. Everyone has their own meaning of existence. If you don't exist anymore, Xiaobai said, and the surrounding scenery began to change again. Countless gods live in the world. Their existence has severely suppressed the exploration of the world by people of all races. Their endless demands have also caused the entire world to decline and become ruined. This is the meaning of your existence. You overthrew the gods, pulled them off the altar, and let them know that every race has infinite potential. At the same time, it also gave the world a little vitality. Xiaobai smiled and showed her a future that she did not exist in. And if we had not appeared, this world would be pushed into another abyss. Just as Una said. The surrounding scene changed again, becoming another world where people were living in poverty. In this world, there was no obstacle from the gods, but because of the dominance of Orlos, the various races had not been able to develop well in thousands of years, and she no longer allowed new people to learn and study magic. This is one of thousands of possibilities. But the final outcome is not very good. Oris looked at everything in front of him. A sense of frustration arose spontaneously, a feeling of being bound by fate filled his whole body. This is the bondage of fate, and it is also your bondage. You can kill me now, or I will overthrow your bondage to the world one day. Oris's eyes were extremely determined, but Xiaobai smiled. Chapter 252 Finale. You are wrong. I have never bound anyone. All choices are your own. Except for protecting my family, I have never used this power to interfere or guide you. Even when you came and destroyed my favorite underground palace, I did not interfere. Then why did you allow me to come and tell me your ability? Are you not afraid that I will kill you in the future? The fact that I am still standing here means that you did not do that. You will still be my friend in the future. And of course, there is a reason why you came here. Xiaobai looked at Oris and laughed again, making the little tentacles beside her tremble. She seemed to see the experimental maniac Xiaobai. The scene returned to the underground city of Kepamir again. Oris was also shivering. What are you going to do? Carbon will turn into dazzling diamonds after high temperature and high pressure. Have you ever thought about what magic will become after high pressure? Xiaobai smiled and walked towards the cube that was spinning on the magic binding platform. Xiaobai's irrelevant answer confused Oris. What is this? Explode? Part of it is right. It will burn. Just like a fusion reaction. Also, I'm going to borrow your magic power. Hee hee. Xiaobai smiled and waved at Oris. In Oris's horrified eyes, a blue human-shaped magic condensate immediately flew out of her body and floated towards Xiaobai involuntarily. No! My magic power. Oris wanted to pull back her magic, but she was helpless. Her body without magic began to age rapidly, and the lost time returned to her. Xiaobai ignored her and injected all the magic of the gods gathered by Oros, and her own magic into the regular icosahedron called the magic core. This magic core began to change. Its phases began to increase exponentially, from an icosahedron to a 400 hedron, and then to a 160,000 hedron. The color became redder, brighter, and rounder. At the same time, its size was shrinking rapidly, and finally it became a star as dazzling as the sun. The terrifying heat wave was radiating outward, but Xiaobai was fine when he held it in his hand. Xiaobai casually put a seal on the sphere, making its brightness decrease, and it turned into a round sphere emitting soft light. The scene flashed again, returning to the world with countless world lines, where there was still a Xiaobai who was stupidly holding up his hand and needed the most important help from his future self. Xiaobai put the sphere in his hand into the hands of the former Xiaobai, and asked her to save her beloved. And in order not to affect the future, she quietly said to her past self, "Keep it a secret, otherwise Fangjie will die." After doing all this, Xiaobai looked at the miserable humanoid power bank that fell to the ground again. So your existence is still very meaningful. Don't be afraid. I won't take your money for nothing. Here. This is my gift to you. We will meet again in the future. Xiaobai took off the underground palace transmission ring inlaid with colorless gems, like diamonds while speaking, and solemnly handed it to the aging Oris. Don't be discouraged. After starting over, you will find that a wider world is waiting for you. Go and relearn more advanced knowledge and concepts. That will be the most precious wealth of mankind, and even all intelligent races. Believe me, you will reach the same height as me one day. But not now. Xiaobai smiled and winked at Orlos, and waved her away. A month later, Kepamir had been completely repaired. For Xiaobai, who already had the power to change reality, it was just a matter of waving his hand. However, Kepamir would no longer exist in its original location. It was moved to a secret place by Xiaobai, and only the 11 guardians of the great underground palace knew about it. The 10th maze, the center of the paradoxical space maze. Are you really going to leave? Little Flower Bud reluctantly grabbed Xiaobai's hand. Yes, generally speaking. I shouldn't exist in this world, because if such power is controlled by emotional people, it will be a disaster for the whole world. In order for this world to run well, I must leave, and leave the fate of this world to this world itself. Besides, for me now, every day is like the day that passed, very boring, so it's better to go to the hidden 11th maze, where there will be more novel adventures waiting for me. Although Xiaobai was a little reluctant to leave everyone, he still planned to go to the maze world that belonged to Fangjia with Fangjia. The four little ones in the underground palace were also in tears, struggling for Fangjia's hug. Don't cry, we are not coming back after we go, you can go if you want. When you grow up a little bit, I will come back to take you there to play. That's a very vast maze. Although there is no magic, I believe the things inside are enough for you to explore for a long time. Fangjia had to frantically comfort the four cute little girls in the underground palace. His steel body had evaporated and disappeared, but it was not difficult for him. A quantum body. To reshape his body. So he has turned back to his former self, the skinny and not very handsome self, who would be hard to find in a crowd. Well, then, let's make a pinky promise. We will definitely grow up quickly. And you must come back to take us on adventures? Lostia blew a bubble on her nose and said to Fangjia with red eyes, with a slightly aggrieved tone. Of course. Let's make a pinky promise. Fangjia stretched out his little finger with a smile and hooked it with Lostia's little finger, thinking about the future dragon god of annihilation that was more than 10,000 meters long, flying freely in the universe, and controlling the power of annihilation. Now he was crying and blowing bubbles to make a pinky promise. Fangjia found it a little funny. Ah! So cunning. I want one too. Don't think of leaving me. Xiaoyu grabbed Fangjia's thumb angrily, and found that her hand was too small, so she just put her forearm around it, and held Fangjia's finger, and didn't let go. Okay, and you too. Fangjia looked at the bridesmaid holding his finger lovingly. She will also be a goddess admired by thousands of people in the future. She is the embodiment of mercy, the hymnist who guides the world to the other side of heaven. What? Puff. I want to go on an adventure too. Puff. The little tentacle was not to be outdone, and used its tentacles to hook Fangjia's fingers and Lostia together. Yes. You little troublemaker are everywhere. How could I forget you? Fangjia doted on the little tentacle's hair, and made the bare tentacles smile. In terms of strength, the future of this little guy is definitely a world-class disaster, and belongs to the camp of the god of destruction. But because of the existence of Fangjia and Xiaobai in her childhood, her reason can restrain herself and coexist with the world. What are you waiting for? Momo? Come with me. Rubbing the little tentacles, Fangjia looked at Momo, who was standing timidly. Yes. Together. Seeing that Momo was a little hesitant, Xiaoyu simply went over and grabbed Momo's hand and dragged Momo over. Don't worry, I will always be your brother. Kapami will always be your home. Fangjia smiled and patted Momo's head. Momo finally showed a happy smile. Her shining eyes were moist, nodded heavily, and the little wings full of starlight behind her were still shaking. I will miss you, brother Fangjia. I will miss you too. The best Momo. Fangjia touched his forehead with the future compassionate goddess of the sky, and solemnly placed his little hands on the little tentacles of Lostia, Xiaoyu, and then covered the hands of the four little cuties with his big hands. Let's make a promise to each other for 100 years. Never change. Oh. Never change. Never change. Poochie. The four little ones' joyful laughter infected the people around them, dispelling the sadness brought by the separation, and the others also laughed. Sister Xiaobai. Goodbye, I will miss you. Xiaobai also gave Xiaobai a hug. And us? Please come back to see us often in the future. Lillian's eyes were also a little red as she came up and hugged Xiaobai. Yes, come back often and tell us about that mysterious world. If possible, bring me some movie peripherals. Shagar didn't feel sad at all. She was more concerned about whether she could see movies and TV series from another world in the future. She liked the book film visual art very much. Xiaobai was amused by Shagar. Ha. No problem. I bring you more next time. Fangjia said that there are a lot of good things there. I'm just afraid you can't finish them all. After saying goodbye to everyone, Fangjia and Xiaobai smiled at each other, and walked into the rotating space door hand in hand. The metallic rings on their hands sparkled under the reflection of the magic energy. Chapter 253 Postscript. Thousands of years later. The world has changed. 10 powerful forces have emerged in the world. They are the natural city that worships life, established by Little Flower Bud, the abyss of annihilation that worships death, established by Little Other Shore, the city of the brave that worships strength, established by Shagar, the temple of starlight that worships the starry sky, established by Momo, the capital of the atmosphere that worships the sky, established by Peri, the molten iron city that worships fire, established by Lostia, the sanctuary of redemption that worships the afterlife. Established by Xiaoyu, the Sinhao school of magic that worships magic, established by Lilian, the deep sea of destruction that worships destruction. This is one of the nests where little Tentacle sleeps, in the sea, and the holy city of Amanta. The origin of all legends. Holy city of Amanta. The sanctuary of the 10 pillars of the world, the holy place of the residents of Amanta. There are a total of 10 gorgeous and distinctive chairs in the sanctuary, and a simple stone altar that looks like a chair. Behind each chair hangs a giant mural, telling the stories of the 10 pillars. However, after historical research, there are still many doubts, such as why there is an unknown metal puppet behind Arachne White, one of the strongest pillars. Some people speculate that he is Chrysith, the servant of the goddess. Some speculate that he is the super warrior created by the goddess. Some speculate that he is the biggest enemy of the goddess Arachne White, and finally, a very small number of people even speculate that he is the lover of the goddess, but in the end, this voice was sprayed to death by all walks of life as soon as it appeared. Ding ding. A heart-stopping alarm sounded. Get up. Iota. Stop sleeping. If you don't get up, we'd be late again. No. I want to sleep for a while. I stayed up all night making the magic steam claws yesterday. Just a while, 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. A childish and soft voice came from the wide quilt, and then gradually subsided. It can be imagined that the owner of this voice has not woken up at all. No! Immediately. Right now. Today is the day when the Ruins expedition team returns. A girl who was probably in her teens came over angrily, and directly opened the small quilt, revealing the tender body underneath. A petite loli appeared in front of the girl. But the girl had no sympathy, and directly opened the curtains next to the girl completely, and the dazzling sunlight shone directly on the girl's face. Hiss. Eyes. Eyes. I can't see it. Be gentle. Hiss. The petite little girl on the bed immediately jumped up from the bed, with her eyes covered, and directly hit the upper bunk bed. Humph. It's already 10 o'clock. You still want to sleep. What have you been doing? Go wash up. The teenage girl threw the towel on the little girl's head, who was holding her head and crying in pain, and walked out angrily. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Just come back. What's there to be excited about? They came back empty-handed that time. Little Lolita Iota said with some disdain, pulling down the towel hanging on her head, revealing a pair of beautiful silver eyes. Why go to Mount Capamare to explore the ruins? Who stipulated that the Capamare underground palace must be in Mount Capamare? If it were me, we should blow up the 10-pillar temple of Amanta. The entrance to Capamare must be there. The little Lolita complained while rubbing her bloodshot eyes. I must form an exploration team in the future. Especially this little brat, I must let her be my assistant. Torture her. Although I don't know who will be tortured at that time. But now this little loli with silver eyes finally got up. She yawned, got up, washed, and put on her adventure suit. Are they here? They are all going into the city. I heard that they brought back the Pamir's poo-poo camel this time, which is the pet of the great botanist and zoologist Yu. It's written in the textbook, so cute. If you go too late, there will be no more. The girl's voice came from outside the door, and she was already waiting impatiently. It's coming. It's coming. Don't rush me. You just like those furry little things. You're probably almost scratching holes in the monster history textbook. The silver-eyed girl tidied her clothes, thought for a while, opened the locked drawer, took out a necklace, and solemnly hung it around her neck. On the necklace hung a ring inlaid with a colorless gem, which became extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Not here yet? It's coming. You damn girl. Are you a ghost? The girl put the ring into her clothes, kept it close to her body, and then jumped out of the door. A new adventure may start from here.